Chapter 1. Rebirth of Obito, Awakening of Double Kamui. In the village of Konoha, near the Ninja Academy's training grounds, a young boy, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, wearing goggles, opened his eyes. Moments ago, a surge of memories had flooded his mind. The original memories informed him that he was Uchiha Obito, a 5-year-old student in Class A of the 1st grade at the Ninja Academy. Due to consistently poor performance in assessments over the past 6 months, he had become the lowest achiever in his class. His dream was to become Hokage, frequently assisting elderly ladies across the street, with his closest companion being Noara Rin, who had grown up alongside him. However, the newly acquired memories revealed a starkly different reality. Uchiha Obito, a grand schemer in the ninja world, who infiltrated Konoha to instigate the Nine Tails chaos, resulting in the deaths of his master and his master's wife. He had led Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, down a dark path, facilitating the formation of the second Akatsuki organization. He participated in the massacre of the Uchiha clan, annihilating the entire Uchiha police force. In the shadows, he collected tailed beasts, instigating the 4th Great Ninja War, and became the second sage of 6 paths, single-handedly opposing the entire world. Ultimately, he repented, sacrificing himself to protect the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Ashura, and the child of his teacher Minato Namikaze, Naruto Uzumaki. For a long time, his dream had been to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, to create a world where Rin existed, often lurking in the shadows, while his affections lay with Rin, who had been tragically killed by Kakashi. The two sets of memories, apart from the unwavering affection for Rin, were entirely disparatino. They were diametrically opposed. In an instant, Obito found himself ensnared in a tumult of thoughts, the two streams of memory clashing and merging until they coalesced into a singular entity. Uchiha Obito had been reborn. He instinctively raised his hands, and before his eyes lay a pair of somewhat juvenile hands. His gaze shifted from confusion to astonishment. Am I truly flowing against the currents of time, returning to the past? Furthermore, feeling an oddly familiar power residing within his eyes, he subconsciously activated it. Instantly, his eyes turned a crimson red, with the black pupils morphing into 1 tomo, then 2, then 3. Ultimately, the 3 tomo spun incessantly, transforming into a large windmill composed of scythes. This was his Mangekyō Sharingan. It was noteworthy that this body was merely 5 years old. Awakening the Mangekyō at such a tender age would undoubtedly startle even Uchiha Madara. It was impossible to discern whether the awakening of his eyes was a result of intense mental stimulation or if he had brought them back from the future. In the next moment, he instinctively activated the ability of his right eye. Immediately, the space around him warped, and he felt as if he were a chalk drawing erased by an eraser, abruptly vanishing from the realm of reality. Kamui space. Obito's form manifested here. This world, delineated in black and white, was his final refuge. Indeed, the transfer speed of Double Kamui is significantly faster than that of a single eye, with almost no delay. While it may not rival the flying thunder god of my teacher Minato, it is quite comparable. Obito could not help but exclaim in awe. The Mangekyō Sharingan could only achieve its maximum potential when paired with another in his previous life. He had long possessed only his right eye. Although he eventually acquired both, he was in no condition to explore the full capabilities of his eyes while facing Kaguya Tsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. Now he had an ideal opportunity to experiment. However, just as he was about to conduct further tests, a sudden sharp pain surged through his right eye. A stream of blood tears flowed uncontrollably from his eye. Obito clutched his eye. I almost forgot. I currently lack Hashirama cells. I cannot mitigate the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. And he examined his small frame. I'm merely 5 years old. I'm still too young. Prolonged use of the Mangekyō will take a toll on my body. To avoid a fate similar to Itachi's, where he was frail and sickly, it would be wise to minimize the use of these eyes for the time being. With this thought, Obito withdrew from the state of the Sharingan. He felt a sense of bewilderment. Having encountered Rin after death and falling into a deep slumber with her, he had seemingly attained a commendable conclusion. How, then, had he suddenly returned to the past? What could he possibly achieve upon returning to this time? Wait, he suddenly recalled that at this juncture, Rin, his teacher Minato, and his sister Kushina were still alive. Nagato had yet to succumb to darkness, and the Uchiha clan remained the foremost clan in Konoha. Ha ha ha! Obito could not restrain his laughter. He knew what he must do. Yet, as laughter escaped his lips, his voice grew hoarse, and tears streamed down his face. He harbored no doubt in his ability to alter the future. Not only was he privy to a wealth of future information, but he also possessed the Double Kamui Mangekyō. With just one eye, he could soar throughout the ninja world. With two, he could scarcely fathom the prospect of defeat. Yet, it was precisely this realization that filled him with a profound sense of absurdity. After the complete collapse of the infinite Tsukimi plan, he recognized a harsh truth. He was not a savior, but rather an executioner. He had brought further despair to a world already riddled with scars. The misfortunes of his teacher Minato, his sister Kushina, and Naruto's family, the corruption of the Akatsuki, the countless lives lost within the Uchiha clan, and the innumerable souls perishing in the Fourth Great Ninja War were all, to varying degrees, intertwined with his actions. Everything began the moment he witnessed Rin's death, which ignited the awakening of his Mangekyō Sharingan in a haze of despair. Oh, the irony of Kamui cannot hide my tears. He had become the greatest scourge in the ninja world. Thus, he had resolutely stood in for Naruto, taking the blow for him while it could not atone for all his sins. It was a start. Yet now, this scourge had the opportunity to return to the past and personally amend the wrongs he had committed. How deeply ironic was that? Good deeds yield no rewards, while the wicked may find redemption. This world was too surreal. He could not discern whether he had gone mad, or if the deity that returned him had lost its sanity. By what right did he deserve such preferential treatment? He was unworthy. In this timeline, nothing had yet transpired, and no one had experienced the suffering described by Nagato. Thus, the values of his teacher Jiraiya still held true, and mutual understanding between individuals remained possible. After all, good people are often innocent and kind, even if they know what the future holds. As long as they are willing to amend their ways, most would forgive them. Yet he could not forgive himself. The harrowing scenes he had orchestrated were etched into his mind like scars. Inescapable, even upon returning to the past, he could not act as if none of it had ever occurred. However, a scourge returning to the past, no matter how hard he tried, remained a scourge. Yet a scourge returning to the past and doing nothing was even less than that. Though he understood he was unworthy, he must do everything in his power to ensure that Minato, Kushina, and Naruto had a happy family, and to allow the Akatsuki to become a true dawn, sparing the Uchiha clan from the fate of annihilation. As for Rin, he would guard her with his life, he would bring peace to the world, and create a realm where Rin could live happily. Chapter 2. Obito and Rin. If it were possible, Obito even hoped to lend Madara a hand. Although Madara had caused Rin's death and tempted him into darkness, he too had now become part of the righteous. In this world, being a good person was exceedingly difficult. Naruto had not fallen, which could only be deemed fortunate. Obito couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he calmed himself and began to analyze the current situation. The moment of his rebirth was indeed quite peculiar. Now, the Second Great Ninja War had concluded. Kakashi's father, the Leaf's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake, had not perished on the battlefield but had taken his own life. Kakashi, having suffered a heavy blow, was despondent and today would seek to prove himself by applying for early graduation from the Ninja Academy. In his previous life, he too would have been deeply affected by this event. At that time, he had felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, fearful of falling behind Kakashi and losing this cherished friend. He was even more terrified of Rin following Kakashi, disappearing from his world. Thus, to escape reality, he had run away, until Rin came searching for him. It was Rin's comfort and encouragement that had inspired him to rise once again. It was also during that time that Rin made her promise, "I will always watch over you." Due to this promise, Rin had waited for him for a long time in the afterlife. History seemed to have transformed into a cycle, and he had been reborn at this pivotal moment. In fact, after meeting Rin in the afterlife, he suddenly understood his significance in her heart. The bond between him and Rin was not so fragile. One could even say that even if he abandoned the entire world, Rin would not abandon him. Rin's concern for him outweighed the entirety of the world combined. Thus, even if Kakashi became the sun in the sky, he could not steal Rin from him. Moreover, the future would prove that he, Uchiha Obito, was indeed the genius. Kakashi is nothing but a failure after all these years. He remains stagnant. Thus, it is imperative that this inept individual gathers himself. For given the magnitude of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi may not even qualify to confront Kagaya. Considering the time, Rin will soon come looking for me. I shall meet with Rin first, and then seek out Kakashi. With this thought, Obito activated his Kamui once more, returning to reality. The war had only just concluded, and the village of Konoha was still enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of death. Fortunately, this had not yet affected the children. In the training grounds surrounding the Ninja Academy, 5 young boys and girls gathered together, relishing their midday break with carefree play, their faces adorned with innocent smiles. Though the will of fire, inherited from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, has been distorted by the village's higher-ups, it remains the very foundation of their establishment, and its core tenets must be adhered to by future generations. In comparison to the children of the Warring States era, who were thrust into battle at the tender age of 4 or 5, these children of Konoha are indeed fortunate. Obito appeared beside one of the few large trees in the training ground, concealing his figure in the shadows as he quietly observed the scene before him. This had become a habit cultivated over many years. Having infiltrated Konoha numerous times in his past life, returning felt akin to coming home, he was intimately familiar with every hiding spot, every area that could elude detection by the sensory barriers. Perhaps even the members of the barrier and reconnaissance teams did not possess as thorough an understanding of Konoha's layout as he did. His presence here was primarily motivated by the knowledge that Konoha harbored a significant number of white Zetsu, all eyes and ears of Madara, which necessitated a cautious approach being discovered would pose a considerable problem given his unique circumstances. Although he was not particularly fearful of Madara now, seeing him as merely an elderly man nearing his end, he would not hesitate to confront him if necessary, risking his vision and physical state by using Kamui to engage in battle. Madara would likely not emerge victorious against him. Yet, he feared the repercussions that might ensue for those close to him. The act of saving is far more arduous than that of destruction. With a reckless disposition akin to Naruto Uzumaki, should misfortune befall him, it could very well lead to a fate similar to that of his past self. At present, he had no desire to tempt fate. However, unlike in his previous life, he was no longer a mere specter wandering the ninja world. He now possessed a legitimate and lawful identity, no longer required to dwell in the shadows at all times. With these thoughts in mind, he stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. In the afternoon light of Konoha, the sun shone brightly, and he basked in its warmth, savoring the long-lost sensation. This feeling had vanished for far too long since he had fallen into darkness. At that moment, a little girl with her face painted in purple walked into the training ground, seemingly scanning the area for someone. The girl appeared both anxious and excited, her lively eyes blinking rapidly. Obito's gaze immediately locked onto her. Such a vibrant Rin was a sight he had not witnessed in ages. Her very existence illuminated the world, the reason it had not descended into hell. Unable to contain his emotions, Obito found tears streaming down his face. He yearned to rush over and envelop Rin in a warm embrace. He desperately needed her warmth to meld away the shadows that had accumulated over the years. Yet, in that moment, he realized he was still the same as ever. He could confront the entire world for Rin, yet he lacked the courage to reveal his true feelings in her presence. Frozen in place, he hesitated, filled with trepidation, wanting to take action, but ultimately doing nothing. As if sensing the intensity of his gaze, Rin turned her head to look at him. She immediately locked her eyes onto his, and upon noticing his tears, the joy in her expression diminished, replaced by concern as she hurried over. "Obito, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Rin raised her small hand to wipe away his tears. Obito sniffed, forcing a broad smile. "It's nothing, merely a few hardships." No sooner had he spoken than Rin embraced him tightly. She held him with great strength, as if wishing to shoulder some of his burdens. Obito, you truly cannot deceive me. Regardless of what happens, I will always be by your side. If you wish to cry, then cry freely. Rin was unaware of the trials Obito had endured, but she sensed his need for her embrace, for her warmth. The tears that had been momentarily stifled surged forth once more in that instant. He was no longer the shadowy puppet master of the ninja world, but a young boy who had long lost something precious and had now found it again. He too embraced Rin, sobbing loudly like a child. He wished to release all the pent-up frustration, pain, and grievances of the years. After a long while, he finally ceased his tears, Rin's shoulder thoroughly soaked by his weeping. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he released Rin and said, "I'm sorry, Rin. Upon our first meeting, I've subjected you to such an embarrassing scene." Before he could finish, Rin shook her head. "Obito, can you tell me what truly happened?" Though her tone was gentle, it carried an undeniable insistence. Enfolded in his embrace, Rin discerned a confluence of profound emotions. Despair and suppression had threatened to overwhelm her, while fervent devotion and affection nearly dissolved her being. Had they not met that very morning, she might have surmised that Obito and she had been separated by an eternity, only to be reunited now. Thus, she felt an ardent desire to know what Obito had undergone in the brief span of a midday. Chapter 3. The Konoha underachiever is the mightiest. Rin was, in fact, mistaken. Obito possessed a remarkable capacity for deception, having manipulated numerous individuals with considerable finesse. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, the Kages of various villages, Nagato, Konan, and even his own mentor, Minato Namikaze, were unable to discern his true nature. Yet, Rin was also correct in that Obito would never prevaricate with her. Even the extraordinary circumstance of his rebirth was something he could not bear to conceal from Rin. He offered a gentle smile, remarking, "Rin, I shall divulge everything to you, though it is a protracted and intricate tale that cannot be adequately conveyed in a fleeting moment. Shall we find a suitable time to discuss it at length?" Relief washed over Rin, and she responded with a resounding affirmation. Tobirama smiled, taking Rin's hand as they made their way towards the classroom building. For now, it seemed prudent to seek out Kakashi first. That troublesome lad, despite his flaws, was undeniably a genius, having graduated at the tender age of 5. One couldn't help but wonder if there had ever been a precedent for such a feat within the ranks of the Ninja Academy. As Rin was led by Tobirama, she turned her head to observe this boy, once marked by self-doubt yet bursting with enthusiasm. She sensed a change in him. He was not only sharper in gaze, but had also adopted a more assertive demeanor. A faint blush crept across Rin's delicate features. This sensation was not unwelcome. On the contrary, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, as if Tobirama yearned to shield her from life's tempests. However, curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "Tobirama, how did you come to know about Kakashi's graduation?" "I only received the news just now and rushed to find you." Obito smiled and said, "This is also part of what I need to share with you, but let us keep it under wraps for now. In any case, we should first locate Kakashi. It's futile to hide anything from him. To save time, I will disclose everything to you." Instantly, the worry that had clouded Rin's brow vanished. "Obito, you clearly care about Kakashi as well, yet you remain so reticent." Startled, Obito stammered, Who would care about him? He's merely incidental." Nodding, Rin covered her mouth with her small hand, stifling a giggle. "All right, let's just consider him incidental. Let's hasten our pace. Time is fleeting." Thus, they quickened their steps. Arriving at the academic edifice, a multitude had congregated at its entrance, predominantly students from Class A of the first-year cohort. Obito's gaze swept across the throng, readily identifying several familiar visages: Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Shizen Kato, Hate Gecko, Genma Shiranui, Yugao Yuzuki, Ebisu. Oh, and the 2 gatekeepers. The reason for the preponderance of Class A students was not solely due to Kakashi's affiliation with their class, lest one surmise students from other classes were disinclined to attend. Jesting aside, the graduation of a 5-year-old from the Ninja Academy was an event of such rarity that even the majority of Leaf Village inhabitants were eager to witness the spectacle. However, other classes were dissimilar. The majority hailed from commoner families, lacking the influential parents ensconced within the Leaf's upper echelons, thus deprived of the corresponding intelligence. They were simply unaware of the day's unfolding events within the academic edifice. Commoners were undoubtedly unfortunate, their tragedy lying in their susceptibility to being swept along by the currents, potentially becoming cannon fodder in the throes of war, even as ninjas. Or, perchance, they might find themselves peacefully residing in the village, only to be caught in the wake of a formidable technique, meeting their demise on the spot. This held true even in the ostensibly tranquil Leaf Village. Yet, simultaneously, commoners possessed a certain felicity, unburdened by excessive knowledge. They could exist in relative carefree abandon. Unlike their class, where even classified information was widely disseminated. exacerbating the stark disparity between individuals, a chasm seemingly wider than that between man and canine. In his previous existence, Obito comprehended little. Now, however, he was acutely aware of his class's unique status as the elite cohort of their year, a convergence of scions from various bloodline and secret technique clans, including the progeny of the Umbu commander and the Hokage himself. Nevertheless, even within this elite echelon, the most accomplished individuals, aside from the prodigy Kakashi, were, surprisingly, himself and Might Guy, the two underachievers. He, of course, became the second sage of the Six Paths, nearly transcending all beings, single-handedly confronting the entire world. Guy, too, was remarkably powerful, repeatedly thwarting his plans alongside Kakashi and Naruto, directly challenging the tailed beasts. Furthermore, he had delivered a devastating blow to Madara, obliterating half of his body. At that juncture, Madara had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, wielding the power to create and destroy with mere gestures. Obito, having experienced the Six Paths state, understood that all beneath were mere ants. Even Hashirama Senju, the erstwhile god of shinobi, appeared as little more than an enlarged ant. Yet, Guy had managed to challenge a deity with his mortal frame, albeit at a significant cost, inflicting tangible damage upon Madara. Rumor had it that Guy's technique had been initially intended for Kakashi. One could only imagine Kakashi's sentiments at the time. Speaking of which, Naruto was also an underachiever, as was Jiraiya, Minato-sensei's mentor and one of the legendary Sannin. Could it be that underachievers were, in fact, the strongest? At this thought, Obito couldn't suppress a smile. Obito, has something amusing occurred to you? Your lips are upturned in a smile, Rin inquired, tilting her head with curiosity. Obito, seized by a whimsical impulse to tease Rin, inquired in a hushed tone. Rin, among our classmates, excluding Kakashi, who do you foresee achieving the greatest eminence in the future? Rin responded with a radiant smile. Why? That would undoubtedly be you, Obito. You are destined to become the future Hokage. Obito's heart sank slightly. The Hokage position was now an unattainable aspiration, forever beyond his reach. Rin, he murmured, speak from your heart. I seek no empty solace. Rin retorted, a hint of indignation coloring her tone. I offer no consolation, Obito. I genuinely believe that you possess the potential to achieve anything you set your mind to in the future. Obito's heart was warmed. It turned out that Rin had believed in him so deeply since childhood. He was beginning to lose sight of whether his childhood dream was to become Hokage, or simply to gain everyone's approval, especially Rin's. He pressed on, inquiring, besides me then? Rin hesitated for a moment, glancing at their other classmates, and pondered for a while. Perhaps it's Guy. After all, he is Kakashi's lifelong rival. Well, that's uninspiring. Toby was taken aback by Lin's accurate conjecture. Observing his reaction, Lin wore a triumphant smile. Is that truly what Toby was thinking? Nodding in agreement, Obito affirmed the undeniable truth. As the two conversed, the doors of the academy building swung open, instantly drawing the attention of the murmuring crowd. A hush fell over the assembly. While the examination was largely a formality, given that only a select few possessed the requisite qualifications to submit a graduation request, most students present were acutely aware of this fact. Nevertheless, an air of palpable tension permeated the atmosphere as the moment of revelation drew near. Only Obito remained unfazed, his inner self undisturbed. Today, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, presided as the chief examiner. Considering his reputation for indecisiveness, would he have attended without absolute certainty of the outcome? Chapter 4. Obito succumbs to the temptation of persuasion. In Obito's estimation, the graduation assessment was nothing more than a carefully orchestrated spectacle. Hiruzen Sarutobi sought a compelling narrative to divert attention from the adverse repercussions of Tsukumo Hataki's demise. Furthermore, with the loss of a formidable combatant, various factions were becoming increasingly restless, signaling the imminent prospect of war. How else could they motivate the throngs of academy students to redouble their efforts, graduate prematurely, and serve as expendable cannon fodder on the battlefield, if not by cultivating a paragon? A cunning strategy indeed. Obito couldn't help but sneer inwardly, reflecting upon his previous life. He recalled his diligent efforts to graduate early, barely managing to execute the clone technique before the examiners. Believing such a feat insufficient to pass the assessment, he felt disheartened. Yet, no sooner had he departed than the instructor hastily delivered his ninja headband. He had naively assumed his hard work had finally borne fruit, nearly leaping with elation. In reality, it was the escalating Third Shinobi World War that necessitated the village's fresh recruits to sacrifice themselves. Alas, how foolish he was in his youth. As he reminisced, Kakashi emerged from the academy building, his small frame adorned with the gleaming headband. Remarkable. Indeed, truly remarkable. A collective admiration sparkled in the eyes of their classmates, even those from distinguished clans. While these scions might possess ample wealth and have handled various ninja tools since childhood, the ninja headband held a different significance. As standard issue equipment, it could not be openly worn without official affiliation. Scarcity breeds value, and anyone who could legitimately acquire and flaunt a headband would undoubtedly become the envy of their peers. Even Obito, observing Kakashi's conceited demeanor, couldn't suppress a pang of envy. Rin, the most delighted of all, approached Kakashi with a cheerful smile. Did you pass? Congratulations. However,
Kakashi merely responded with a languid ah, his perfunctory attitude inciting a surge of resentment within Obito. Obito can comprehend Kakashi's emotions at this moment. However, even in the wake of his father's demise, he should not treat Rin in such a manner. Hasn't Rin been exceedingly kind to you, Kakashi? So much so that he often feels jealousy. Obito yearned to land a punch on Kakashi, compelling him to rephrase his sentiments regarding Rin. Yet, Kakashi seemed to misconstrue Obito's furious and frenzied demeanor. Suddenly, Kakashi's mood improved significantly, the clouds of gloom lifting from his face, and he couldn't help but jest. What's the matter, Obito? Aren't you going to congratulate me? With a derisive snort, Obito retorted. Kakashi was undoubtedly attempting to provoke him, just as he had fallen prey to in their past lives. This time, however, the tables would turn. Kakashi, so proud of becoming a chunin at the tender age of 5? In Obito's estimation, he was nothing more than a complete simpleton. Kakashi was taken aback. In his envisioned scenario, Obito would become flushed with anger, utter fierce words, and then storm off without looking back, whereupon Rin would rush after him to offer solace. As a devoted supporter of the Obito-Rin pairing, Kakashi deemed this outcome ideal. Yet, to his surprise, Obito was now seizing his lines. Who was the simpleton he was referring to? Unwilling to concede, Kakashi retorted, Ignoramus Obito, you comprehend nothing. Simply bide your time until graduation. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito remained unfazed, merely succumbing to the instinctual urge to activate his most adept mode of persuasion. In his previous life, he had enchanted numerous individuals, leading many prodigies astray. And he had yet to apply his skills on Kakashi. Thus, the moment was ripe for experimentation. Consequently, he confronted Kakashi, adopting an air of cunning wisdom. Despite being merely 5 years of age, a mere child, this demeanor appeared somewhat comical. Kakashi, do you think I jest with you? Allow me to offer you a thorough analysis. Obito extended a single digit. Firstly, upon graduation, one is obligated to undertake a plethora of menial tasks. As you are currently in a phase of rapid physical development, your priority should be to fortify your physique. The execution of such duties would invariably squander precious time and may not necessarily yield substantial benefits in terms of physical conditioning. Furthermore, after enduring a plethora of rudimentary assignments, you will finally be authorized to undertake advanced missions. These advanced missions entail intense combat, but given your youth, excessive physical exertion could impede your development, potentially resulting in a frail constitution in adulthood. Obito extended a third digit. The essence of chakra is the fusion of spiritual and corporeal energies, inextricably linked. Your physical frailty will impinge upon your total chakra reserves. Should you aspire to the mantle of Hokage, an insufficient chakra ceiling would pose a significant impediment. Indeed, Obito's assertions were not entirely disingenuous. Having clashed with Kakashi on numerous occasions during the Fourth Shinobi World War, he was acutely aware of Kakashi's vulnerabilities, namely, a pronounced deficiency in chakra. 2 uses of Kamui would leave him prostrate, a lamentable squandering of its potential. While Kakashi's chakra depletion was largely attributable to the burden imposed by the Mangekyō Sharingan, a shinobi of Kage caliber should not find himself encumbered by a mere ocular jutsu. In particular, when juxtaposed with the prodigious chakra reserves of Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi's shortcomings were magnified exponentially. Observe Naruto, a Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox, virtually indestructible. His chakra seemingly inexhaustible, capable of enveloping the entirety of the allied shinobi forces. Even when temporarily depleted, a brief respite would suffice to restore his vitality. Kakashi, conversely, would succumb to a state of near catatonia upon exhaustion. During their engagements, were it not for Obito's deliberate restraint, Kakashi would have long since met his demise. A disgrace. An utter disgrace for a peer. Therefore, in this iteration, he would ensure that Kakashi address this deficiency. Kakashi acknowledged the validity of Obito's concerns, his gaze betraying a hint of astonishment. Even Rin, standing nearby, was visibly taken aback. Rin inquired, her voice tinged with incredulity, Obito, are these assertions fallacious? Is Kakashi truly so inadequate as to have not graduated? After a brief pause, Rin continued, however, Obito, you comported yourself with the gravitas of an adult. These pronouncements are reminiscent of those made by our Chunin instructors. Kakashi, too, found the situation surreal, his listless eyes rolling skyward. When did Obito, that simpleton, acquire such logical acumen? And, remarkably, his reasoning possesses a certain validity. Kakashi has already conceded a significant portion of the argument. Perhaps, indeed, premature ascension to the rank of ninja is not the optimal course. However, Obito, the aspiration of becoming Hokage holds no allure for me. That is a dream unique to you. My sole desire is to expedite my advancement to the status of ninja, to validate my capabilities. Having achieved this, it is incumbent upon me to diligently execute my duties. A ninja's raison d'etre is the fulfillment of missions. Those who fail in this endeavor are rendered worthless. As for all else, it is of no consequence to me, Kakashi declared with an air of nonchalance. Seeing that his earnest entreaties had fallen on deaf ears, Obito was consumed by a surge of indignation, incensed by Kakashi's recalcitrance. Had they not been in the presence of their classmates, he might have been tempted to deliver a stinging rebuke. With a disdainful snort, he leaned in close to Kakashi's ear. Kakashi, he hissed, are you going to let the demise of Tsukumo Hatake reduce you to this pathetic state? Do not give me cause to hold you in contempt. Chapter 5, The Path to Strength, Part 1. Subsequently, casting a furtive glance around, Obito lowered his voice to a mere whisper. I wish to impart to you that your father was never a worthless individual, but rather a paragon of heroism in my eyes. Moreover, there are numerous perplexing aspects surrounding his death. I suspect that regardless of the choices Tsukumo Hatake made, be it prioritizing his comrades or fulfilling his mission, the outcome would have remained immutable. Do you comprehend? Kakashi's brow furrowed in consternation. Despite his tender age of 5, he could not restrain himself from seizing Obito's collar, demanding, Obito, what is the implication of your final words? Elucidate them for me. Toby shrugged nonchalantly, casting a furtive glance at his surrounding classmates before softly advising, some matters are not suitable for discussion here. Do you wish to make it common knowledge? If you are insistent on knowing the reason, I shall visit your home with Rin this evening. And we can converse at length then. Kakashi observed Toby's demeanor, which exuded sincerity and wisdom, and gradually loosened his grip on his collar. It baffled him how. In just a few days, Toby seemed to have transformed entirely. Though faint traces of his former self lingered, he appeared considerably more mature and perceptive. Could it be due to his relationship? Yet, it was Toby's father who had passed, not him. Let him come if he wishes. Kakashi shrugged, passing by Toby. I must head to the Hokage building to register. I shall speak no more. Farewell. With that, Kakashi navigated through the crowd and gradually distanced himself. Obito watched as Kakashi's figure faded into the distance, a contemplative expression gracing his face. At that moment, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Rin approached. Her brow furrowed with curiosity. Obito, what were you and Kakashi discussing just now? It almost seemed as if a fight might break out. Nothing of great importance. Merely informing him that we shall visit his home this evening, Obito replied. Rin appeared taken aback. Kakashi actually agreed? Her surprise was understandable. Ever since the death of White Fang, Kakashi had secluded himself within the confines of his home, absent from school for several days. She and Obito had attempted to visit him multiple times, only to be met with the coldness of a locked door. Obito nodded. Yes, I promised. Rin visibly relaxed. A wave of relief washing over her. She had been observing Kakashi's recent state with concern, feeling helpless in the face of it. Indeed, it seems only you, Obito, can influence Kakashi, she mused, a sudden realization dawning upon her. She felt a subtle thrill of excitement at their interaction. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she lightly tapped her forehead. Oh dear, I almost forgot. We have classes this afternoon. Obito, let's head back. Rin gently tugged at Obito's sleeve. Classes? Obito exhibited a subtle resistance to the idea. If he were to return now, he would miss hearing Rin say the words, I will always watch over you. To simply walk away felt, to be honest, somewhat unsatisfactory. Yet, recalling how his own stubbornness had led to both of them being late and subsequently punished in their past life, he dismissed such thoughts. A faint smile graced his lips. Let us return. Thus, the two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way back to the classroom. Kakashi's graduation examination was scheduled for noon, followed by an afternoon of classes. Consequently, most of the students, after witnessing Kakashi's graduation test, gradually returned to the classroom. Before long, the Nin instructor entered, officially commencing the lesson. Today's class was focused on ninjutsu, specifically emphasizing the principles of the body replacement technique. Pay close attention. This is a crucial knowledge point for those aspiring to graduate, the instructor stated as he began to illustrate on the blackboard with chalk. Having just experienced the excitement of Kakashi's graduation, the majority of the students were invigorated and listened attentively during the lesson. Obito, exhibiting a modicum of earnestness, adopted an attitude of attentiveness. Ninjutsu, in his previous life, was a subject he held in particular aversion. The curriculum was relegated to rudimentary principles encompassing the 3 body techniques: chakra extraction and chakra manipulation. However, these foundational elements were laden with a plethora of tedious and monotonous details, inducing a state of somnolence. The academy dedicated multiple sessions daily to these topics, reiterating them ad nauseum until graduation. In his former existence, Obito regarded this as a profligate squandering of temporal resources. His aspiration was to master formidable and visually arresting ninjutsu, rather than these trivial diversions. It was not until many years hence that Obito gradually apprehended the fallacy of this perspective. Obito has traversed numerous ninja villages and witnessed a myriad of methods employed to cultivate shinobi. In certain villages, children are often introduced to various formidable ninjutsu from the outset. Once these children master these techniques, their combat prowess can be significantly enhanced. However, they soon encounter a plateau, their strength essentially stagnating. With a stroke of luck, they might merely serve as fodder in the 4th Great Ninja War, casting their jutsu in a futile display. Conversely, the ninjas of Konohagakure present a rather unique case. Typically, upon graduating from the ninja academy, they may lack skill, yet upon finding a suitable mentor, some shinobi can unleash unimaginable talents, reaching heights incomprehensible to their counterparts in other villages in a remarkably short time. Initially, Obito believed that the exceptional talents in Konoha were a result of its rich heritage. With a plethora of clans possessing Kekkei Genkai, all stemming from the elite of the Warring States period, it seemed plausible that the occasional emergence of a powerful individual was normal. However, he gradually discerned that, aside from the Uchiha clan. Few formidable warriors had emerged from these Kekkai Genkai families. Instead, a significant number of ordinary geniuses began to surface. Intrigued by this phenomenon, Obito conducted a thorough investigation and eventually recognized that it was due to the machinations of Hashirama Senju, who had inscribed numerous methods of empowerment within the most fundamental techniques. These techniques, often overlooked by those possessing lineage, were diligently practiced by resource-deprived commoners. The Konoha Ninja Academy became the fundamental reason for the rise of these commoner talents into formidable warriors. Of course, given that Obito spent the latter half of his life engaged in high-stakes battles, his definition of a strong individual was somewhat elevated. He considered anyone who reached the level of a Kage to be a true powerhouse. In Obito's perspective, there are only 5 legitimate means to attain strength within the shinobi world. The first is bloodline. Bloodline is the most direct and effective method of enhancement. For instance, the Uchiha clan, as direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, possesses remarkable combat power from the moment they awaken their Sharingan. Their 3-tomo Sharingan is already exceptional among Genin, and the Mangekyō Sharingan can elevate one to the pinnacle of strength. The reason the Uchiha clan faced extermination in his past life was due to the envy they incited. Others labored for decades to achieve what an Uchiha could accomplish simply by activating their eyes. Who could tolerate such disparity? Even he, at the tail end of the hierarchy, could unleash the Mangekyō Sharingan and, combined with Hashirama's cells and Obito's embodiment, effortlessly vanquish the elite of the Mist Village's Umbu. The reason Itachi sought to annihilate his clan was not solely for a handful of Sharingan, but also due to the fear that one day, an Uchiha might awaken a bizarre Mangekyō, disrupting his meticulously laid plans. While his Kamui was formidable, disregarding most ninjutsu, techniques such as Tsukuyomi and Kodo Amatsukumi posed a threat to him. Who could predict what further abilities lay ahead, perhaps a technique that could seal space or even pause time? That would spell his doom. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate his own kin first. Chapter 6, Means to Become a Powerhouse. This illustrates the immense importance of having a distinguished ancestry. Naturally, if one lacks an exceptional bloodline, it is still possible to attain strength through other means. For instance, by combining various chakra nature transformations, one can give rise to Kekkai Genkai or Kekkai Tita. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the Mizukage, Meitarumi, exemplify this pathway. Alternatively, one might follow his example and transplant Hashirama's cells, thereby augmenting their strength through the acquisition of another's lineage. Many have engaged in such practices, including Uchiha Madara. However, the individual who left the most profound impression on Obito was Kabuto Yakushi. He was undoubtedly a genius who altered his genetic makeup through the transplantation of others' bloodlines, transcending the boundaries of mortality and ascending to greater heights of power. Obito harbored a profound apprehension towards Yakushi Kabuto. Having mastered the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave, Kabuto had likely surpassed the level of an ordinary Kage. In the shinobi world, lineage often dictated one's destiny. Those without a distinguished bloodline were compelled to seek alternative means of acquiring one, as even Madara recognized the necessity of Hashirama's flesh to awaken the Rinnegan. Beyond bloodlines, secret techniques offered another avenue for empowerment. However, many of these techniques were also intertwined with specific lineages. For instance, the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans of Konoha each possessed unique techniques that were exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to master without the corresponding bloodline. The A clan of Kumogakure stood as a paragon of secret technique mastery, with each generation attaining Kage-level strength, often becoming formidable figures among the Kage. The third Reikage, who valiantly fought against 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi, exemplified this prowess. Had he possessed a wide-range offensive ninjutsu, the outcome of that battle might have been different. Aside from bloodlines and secret techniques, possessing an immense chakra reserve was a third path to power. Quantitative accumulation could lead to qualitative transformation. Reaching a certain threshold could result in the emergence of an extraordinarily formidable ninja. Kisame's strength largely stemmed from the chakra amplification granted by Samahata. The Jinchuriki were the epitome of vast chakra reserves. Every perfect Jinchuriki was a Kage-level combatant, with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki surpassing even ordinary Kage. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki rivaled the Sage of the Six Paths himself. However, becoming a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki was no simple feat, demanding exceptional lineage and unwavering mental fortitude to even suppress the beast. The Konoha Ninja Academy system represented a fourth path to strength. How could ordinary geniuses without special bloodlines or Jinchuriki status become powerful shinobi? The answer lay in diligently completing the Academy's curriculum and, if fortunate, receiving guidance from a skilled mentor. Konoha's relatively peaceful environment allowed its ninja to systematically learn for several years at the Academy before graduating. This systematic approach was invaluable, as the fundamental teachings pointed directly to the essence of ninjutsu. Take the 3 basic jutsu, for example. The 3 basic jutsu themselves were not difficult to learn. By memorizing the chakra pathways and practicing diligently, one could execute them. Those with the Sharingan could perfectly replicate them with a single glance. However, the Academy also taught the underlying principles. The clone and transformation techniques were visual illusions, representing the most basic principles of Jinjutsu. The body replacement technique involves summoning an object to take one's place, touching upon the fundamentals of summoning and sealing techniques. These three techniques represented some of the highest level arts in the shinobi world, capable of fundamentally altering the course of battle, while powerful, possessing immense size and strength. And capable of unleashing devastating tailed beast balls that could obliterate entire villages, the tailed beasts were vulnerable to genjutsu and sealing techniques, with skillful application of summoning techniques. Even these formidable creatures could be controlled and utilized as strategic assets. Furthermore, many advanced and forbidden techniques were intrinsically linked to genjutsu, summoning, and sealing techniques. Edo Tensei was a summoning technique, while the Reaper Death Seal was a sealing technique. These techniques could completely reshape the battlefield. Mastering them required a solid foundation, which the Academy provided. The three basic jutsu also honed a ninja's overall capabilities, including observation, chakra control, chakra sensing, adaptability, and reaction speed. A ninja who mastered these techniques would be exceptionally well-rounded. Initially, such a ninja might appear weak due to a lack of powerful ninjutsu. However, as they matured, the foundations laid in childhood would become increasingly valuable. With the guidance of a skilled mentor, their progress would accelerate, allowing them to rapidly develop in unexpected ways. Consider the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato attempted to teach it to many, including Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, but none succeeded. The technique involved marking a target with a special seal, sensing the seal's location, and using reverse summoning to teleport instantaneously. Alternatively, it could be used to create barriers and teleport attacks. Mastering it required exceptional chakra control, chakra sensing, sealing technique proficiency, summoning technique proficiency, adaptability, and reaction speed, as well as spatial awareness. This combination was exceedingly rare. Even Obito, with his innate spatial awareness, failed to master the technique due to deficiencies in other fundamental skills. Throughout Konoha's history, only Tobarama Senju and Minato Namikaze had truly mastered it. Others could only use it in conjunction with multiple teammates to form the Flying Thunder God formation. However, the skills required for the Flying Thunder God technique were all honed through the practice of the three basic jutsu. Obito reflected that while a deficiency in talent might explain his inability to master the Flying Thunder God technique, it couldn't possibly account for everyone's failure. He suspected that many, like himself, had been negligent during their schooling, neglecting to put in the arduous effort required, content with barely executing the three basic body skills. Subsequently, they would immediately commence practicing more potent and ostensibly more dazzling ninjutsu. Had he dedicated the same zeal he invested in mastering the Great Fireball technique to the three basic body skills during his formative years, his subsequent spatial awareness would have undoubtedly facilitated his grasp of the Flying Thunder God technique. Alas, the allure of the Great Fireball technique, with its perceived superiority over the three basic body skills, proved too strong, a decision he now ruefully regretted. Chapter 7. The Path to Strength, continued. Consider, for instance, Orochimaru's formidable arsenal, his serpent-style body replacement technique, the myriad forbidden techniques involving summoning and sealing, and his extensive knowledge and research capabilities were all hallmarks of a prodigious scholar from the Leaf Village Ninja Academy. Then there was Sakura, the young woman who replenished his chakra during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Despite lacking a distinguished bloodline, she possessed an extraordinary level of chakra control and medical ninjutsu prowess at a young age. These were not abilities acquired through mere genetic mutation, but demanded a substantial foundation of theoretical knowledge, suggesting she, too, was a scholarly prodigy akin to Orochimaru during her time at the Ninja Academy. A similar example could be found in his clanmate, Shursui Uchiha. The moniker Shursui of the Body Flicker was largely earned through his adept use of the clone technique and body flicker technique, though undoubtedly augmented by the Sharingan's genjutsu. Even Sasuke Uchiha's encounter with Madara showcased this principle. Despite lacking Madara's extensive combat experience, possessing one fewer Rinnegan, and having inferior chakra reserves as compared to Madara, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Sasuke managed to gain the upper hand in several one-on-one exchanges, inflicting considerable damage on Madara. In Obito's estimation, Madara's combat experience, primarily gleaned from the Warring States period, consisted largely of broad, sweeping maneuvers, lacking the refined precision of Sasuke, the Leaf Village's academic prodigy. Sasuke's masterful manipulation of the Rinnegan's space-time manipulation ability likely stemmed from the foundation he established during his practice of the three basic body skills. Consequently, Obito believed that the majority of the knowledge imparted by the Leaf Village Ninja Academy was not only useful but profoundly so. Minato, his teacher, being of common origin and lacking access to advanced ninjutsu, was compelled to hone the three basic body skills to an exceptional degree. This, however, did not hinder him. Upon encountering the Flying Thunder God technique, he rapidly mastered it, becoming a ubiquitous and deadly assassin on the battlefield. Obito couldn't help but admire Tobarama Senju's prescience. The reason why the three-body technique was a mandatory graduation exam in the Ninja Academy was profound. However, he also had to admit that Tobarama Senju was truly insidious. The three-body technique seemed ordinary. Noble clans wouldn't waste time on it, leaving it to commoner ninjas lacking resources to toil over. Yet, Even mastering the three-body technique wouldn't lead to significant power without learning advanced ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. But the Book of Seals was controlled by the Hokage lineage. Unless one possessed a bloodline limit like Shursui, a commoner prodigy had to become a supporter of the Hokage lineage to grow stronger, thus maintaining a balance between the Hokage lineage and the village's various clans. A cunning old ghost, that's Senju. As for the fifth method of becoming stronger, it was Sage Mode. Sage Mode was closely related to the three great sage lands, but Obito had limited information on this aspect. The only thing he could deduce was that the learning conditions for Sage Mode were related to soul constitution. Orochimaru couldn't learn it. But Kabuto could because Kabuto's soul was more complete than Orochimaru's, and his bloodline had mutated, strengthening his constitution. The same was true for his teacher, Minato. He had never seen him use Sage Mode in life, but he could instantly activate it in his resurrected state, possibly due to becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which enhanced his soul and constitution in some way. Besides the above 5 categories, the last way to become stronger was to seek external forces. Sasori's puppets, Daidar's clay, including Kakuzu's Earthgrudge Fear and Kisame's Samahata, all involved external forces to varying degrees. Of course, these external forces were also included in the above methods. The reason for singling them out was that Obito had been overwhelmed by 600 billion explosive tags. Although these explosive tags were probably created by Konan through her paper person of God technique, a part of her own strength, explosive tags could also be bought with money. If Kakuzu used all his earnings to buy explosive tags and combined them with Tobirama Senju's mutually multiplying explosive tags, it would be terrifying. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, Obito felt that the power of those 600 billion explosive tags was probably unmatched even by Hashirama's would release or Madara's complete body Susanoo. That move was a major one even at the 6 paths level, and if used properly, even Kagaya would suffer. If he hadn't been able to use Izanagi to materialize, he would have been killed. But now, having obtained both Kamui, both his transfer speed and the duration of his materialization had been greatly enhanced. Even if Konan came again, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He could even use his left eye to transfer the explosions. Therefore, upon reflection, there were probably not many methods in the entire ninja world that could threaten him now. In short, all methods of becoming stronger had limitations, but many could be stacked. Among them, the foundation laid by the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy was perfectly stackable. In his previous life, he was a dropout, and even after becoming strong, he relied heavily on his own eye techniques. In this life, he should also enrich his foundation. So, Obito listened particularly carefully to this ninjutsu class, even opening the textbook that he had rarely opened in his previous life, carefully studying the knowledge points inside. This scene was noticed by Rin, who couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Obito had truly grown up. Just like that, time flowed by imperceptibly, and soon, the class ended. All right, this class is over. You can rest for a while, and then gather at the outdoor training ground, the teacher announced before leaving the classroom. The Ninja Academy was a place to train ninjas. And in addition to various theoretical knowledge, there were also many outdoor courses, including combat, showa-kin throwing, survival exercises, teamwork, stress resistance training, and more. It could be said that Ninja Academy students spent almost half their time outdoors. After class, Obito naturally approached Rin and walked to the training ground with her. Rin squinted her eyes and asked, "Obito, you actually started reading today. Didn't you usually dislike these boring contents the most?" With a gaze imbued with depth, Obito addressed Rin. "People inevitably grow up. I no longer wish to be left behind. I aspire to protect you from harm. Therefore, I must acquire an abundance of knowledge and strengthen myself." Rin nodded, her small fists clenched tightly. "Obito, you can do it." The first grade students of Class A gathered and reported to me, marking the commencement of practical combat group training. Shortly after arriving at the training grounds, the practical lessons began. Given their age, these students were unable to unleash significantly powerful ninjutsu, making the practical classes primarily focused on taijutsu confrontations with the occasional use of body substitution techniques. As for shuriken, due to the children's lack of precision, their use during combat was strictly prohibited for safety reasons. Obito's enthusiasm was subdued. While practical combat was a favorite subject in his previous life, that stemmed from a persistent belief he could best Kakashi. Now, having weathered countless battles against formidable opponents, often Kaga level or near it, the prospect of sparring with mere children held little appeal. Chapter 8. Practical Combat. Nevertheless, recognizing an opportunity to hone his fundamental skills, Obito dutifully reported to the Chunin instructor. In the past, Obito's primary rival was Kakashi, a result he had actively sought. However, with Kakashi graduating ahead of schedule, it became necessary to rearrange the pairings. After pondering for a moment, the Chunin instructor announced, "Obito, henceforth you will be grouped with Might Guy." The instructor had decided to assign 2 individuals of comparable abilities, who had previously been at the bottom of their class, to work together. Obito nodded, the arrangement mirroring his past experiences precisely. In his previous life, he was demoralized by Might Guy's prowess, feeling inadequate not only for being unable to defeat Kakashi, but also for being outmatched by Guy, a fellow underachiever. However, he now understood that losing to such an anomaly was not a disgrace. The teacher organized the groups, swiftly arranging everything. due to the limited space of the training ground. They adopted a group-by-group combat approach, with Obito and Guy being the last group. The children's battles, filled with clumsy punches and kicks, were uninteresting. Obito mostly drifted off into his thoughts, contemplating when to visit Mangekyō to plan and arrange things for Akatsuki in advance. He held deep affection for Akatsuki, not only because he had promised Nagato to bring peace to the world, but also because he had worked tirelessly for its development. Nagato, aside from chanting slogans and proclaiming himself as a god, was essentially incapable of doing anything else. Obito had been the mastermind, acting as both father and mother, exhausting himself with worry. Otherwise, how could the second iteration of Akatsuki have developed so rapidly? However, Mangekyō was somewhat distant, and he was unwilling to use the power of his Kamui. How could he get there? This thought made him feel as though he were basking in the sunlight yet constrained by the rules of reality, lacking freedom. As the theater of his mind played out scenarios of cosmic proportions, it was his and Guy's turn for a decisive confrontation. Obito and Guy stepped forward, hands weaving through the intricate seals of jutsu. Obito could only set aside his thoughts and, alongside Guy, arrived at the center of the training ground, forming a contrasting hand seal. Let us ignite our youth together. Guy flashed a toothy grin at him, a gleam seemingly dancing upon his teeth. Laughter erupted from their peers around them. What is so remarkable about these two underachievers? Someone jeered. Even if they win, they are still at the bottom. Among the crowd, several unfamiliar faces began to mock Obito. They belonged to a clique formed by the scions of minor clans and students of mediocre academic standing. Lacking the refinement of prestigious families, they believed themselves superior, even though their own achievements were far from impressive. Rather than striving for excellence, they sought to derive a sense of superiority from belittling those weaker than themselves. Typically, they were the loudest in any gathering. Yet, in Konoha, such individuals were abundant, permeating every level of society, from the elite to the ordinary villagers, having mastered the art of bullying, which was profoundly exasperating. Obito cast a fierce glance at these individuals, suddenly recalling events from his past life. In truth, during his previous existence, he infiltrated Konoha with the initial intention of seizing the Nine Tails at a moment when his mentor's mother was at her most vulnerable. After all, under normal circumstances, to capture the Nine Tails, one would have to contend with two formidable opponents, a master of space-time ninjutsu and a master of sealing techniques wielded by the host of the Nine Tails. This combination was exceedingly terrifying, capable of both evasion and combat, control and healing, exhibiting remarkable mobility alongside devastating area of effect damage, far more fearsome than any combination from the Hidden Cloud, such as the one involving A. The critical factor was that both of these individuals were still young, in a phase of growth. Who could predict to what extent they might evolve in the future? Obito believed that if his master and mistress were granted a period of growth, their guerrilla tactics could ultimately dismantle the Akatsuki organization. Although Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, his mobility was severely compromised, leaving him at a loss against Master Minato. Despite Obito's own possession of the space-time Mangekyō Sharingan, Master Minato was still capable of keeping pace. Moreover, with Kushina, the formidable leader, and Master Minato acting in unison, Kushina wielding the adamantine sealing chains in her left hand and the tailed beast bomb in her right, victory seemed unattainable. Thus, despite feeling remorse towards his mistress, he resolved to take action within the confines of Konohagakure. He intended to exploit the bonds of goodwill to hinder Master Minato's speed, while orchestrating Kushina's moment of vulnerability to limit her strength, thereby creating an opportunity to seize the Nine Tails. In truth, he did succeed. He never harbored the intention to harm Master Minato, and it was conceivable that the resilient Kushina could survive. However, at a critical juncture, he was suddenly reminded of the countless oblivious villagers within Konohagakure. His fury surged, and in a moment of reckless impulse, he resolved to unleash the Nine Tails upon them to instill a lasting lesson. This decision was both a premeditated scheme and an impulsive act. Among all his misdeeds, this particular transgression weighed heavily upon him, leaving him unable to reconcile his actions, especially in facing Kushina. Ultimately, Kakashi sought to end his life. Yet it was Master Minato who intervened, and even Minato's son, Naruto Uzumaki, granted him forgiveness. This only served to amplify his guilt. At this moment, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Why did this pack of ungrateful wolves in Konohagakure deserve the protection of Master Minato's family? With this thought, his murderous intent flared. Silence. With a fierce voice, Obito addressed the crowd that had just mocked him. The aura of a formidable warrior, emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, nearly terrified the group of young ones into a state of shock, rendering them motionless and trembling. Were it not for Obito's remaining composure, which allowed him to temper his overwhelming presence, this group of youngsters would have either perished or suffered severe psychological trauma, effectively ending their careers as ninjas. However, Obito's menacing aura was directed solely at a select few. The others felt little impact. Even the Chunin instructor merely perceived Obito's reaction as an emotional breach due to the mockery he endured, a behavior the latter frequently exhibited, making it a common occurrence for everyone. Thus, the instructor quickly interjected, "Now, ninjas must learn to disregard distractions and focus on combat. I declare, the duel begins." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, the eager guy launched a flying kick, shouting, "Ignite my youth." This technique was undeniably potent, devoid of any flashy embellishments, relying solely on the combination of strength and speed. As long as one was swift and precise, invincibility was assured. In countless past lives, Obito had suffered the consequences of this very move. He was acutely aware, yet could not evade it. He couldn't help but ponder how Kai's kick resembled the act of unlocking a padlock. If only it could be this effective against Madara, would he have survived? As for why he could afford to be distracted in battle now, it was simply because, despite Kai's strength, he was merely a first-year student, and his speed appeared painfully slow to Obito. As the saying goes, time flies. In an instant, Kai's kick landed with certainty, sending Obito hurtling through the air, spinning before he finally touched down. Onlookers, particularly Rin, felt a surge of concern, her eyes glistening with tears, almost spilling over as she called out, "Obito." However, the Obito who had been launched into the air transformed into an old tree root, while his true self materialized behind Kai. With Kai's attack having missed its mark, he found himself exposed and vulnerable, riddled with flaws. With a gentle punch, Obito knocked Kai to the ground. The Jonin instructor's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. Chapter 9. Journey to the Hatake Family. The body replacement technique is indeed fundamental, yet it is quite remarkable for a first-year student to execute it. Furthermore, Obito's ability to defeat Guy in a single move stemmed from his impeccable timing in employing the technique. If he had activated it too early, Guy would have sensed the anomaly and restrained his strength. If too late, he would have truly been sent flying. It was precisely in that moment of perceived impact, when Obito believed he had landed a decisive blow, that he activated the body replacement technique, rendering his opponent defenseless. Even the Jonin instructor himself would struggle to replicate such finesse. Thus, the instructor nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Well done, Obito. You have made significant progress, not only by utilizing the body replacement technique but executing it with exceptional skill." The duel concluded with Obito's victory. The Jonin instructor produced a small booklet to record the event, recognizing that Obito's use of the body replacement technique was a substantial merit, warranting an advancement in his scores. Obito, however, felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction. He recognized the vast chasm that separated him from his mentor, Minato. Minato completed the majority of his attack before utilizing his teleportation technique, which allowed him to evade without any delay, leaving Obito unable to react in time. Although this disparity stemmed from the differences between the Flying Thunder God technique and the body replacement jutsu, his previous sparring sessions with Minato had revealed that even with the body replacement jutsu, Minato's speed surpassed his own by a considerable margin. The intricate maneuvers involved were beyond his capability. Furthermore, while Minato's skills were applicable in actual combat, Obito's own skills, although useful, were merely effective against children. Facing a master of the shadow level, he would never be afforded such ample opportunity to exploit vulnerabilities in their attack sequences. There was still much for him to improve. At that moment, Guy had already risen, rejuvenated. Truly, one who could contend with Kakashi. "Obito, you are formidable, but next time, I shall not be defeated," Guy proclaimed. Extending his thumb in a gesture of encouragement, Obito suddenly sensed Kakashi's sense of helplessness. Upon self-reflection, he realized that under normal circumstances, he could indeed engage in combat for a brief period using his three-tomo Sharingan. With his extensive combat experience, coupled with the power of the three-tomo, he could momentarily render himself intangible. Although his physical form was still youthful, his capabilities would not fall significantly short of Kakashi's, who had yet to unlock the full potential of Kamui. He would be more than capable of tangling with the Kage of various villages. For Guy to triumph over him, there remained a long journey ahead. Even if Guy reached the pinnacle of his strength to confront Madara, Obito would also continue to evolve. When the time came, with both wielding their respective Kamui, he would not hesitate to face Kagaya Otsutsuki. Is this the realm of the prodigies? Possessing strength that far surpasses their peers, it is no wonder that geniuses often exhibit a sense of pride. Obito hastily addressed Might Guy with a smile. "I merely managed to execute this technique with great effort. Seek out Kakashi. He is your true rival for life, and I can assist you in finding him." "Really?" Guy exclaimed with excitement, as Kakashi held greater importance to him than Obito. "Indeed," Obito replied with a sly grin, eager to avoid being entangled with Guy, even if it meant inconveniencing Kakashi. The two retreated into the crowd with smiles. Aside from the students who were too stunned to speak and the more knowledgeable teachers, the others present showed little surprise. From their perspective, the clash of underachievers was hardly noteworthy, regardless of the outcome. Only Rin cheered with exuberance. "All right, take a brief respite. Next, we shall proceed with shuriken throwing practice," the teacher announced, resuming the schedule. Obito mingled inconspicuously within the throng, completing the training with measured competence. The rudimentary nature of the exercises rendered them facile for him, and even deliberate attempts at concealing his prowess proved futile, as he attained near-perfect scores in virtually every discipline. This anomaly did not escape the notice of his peers, and the Nin instructor began to ponder the situation. Could it be that Obito had been perpetually overshadowed by Kakashi, and now, with Kakashi's departure, he was finally ascending to his true potential? However, The stark contrast between his previous inability to hit a target with a shuriken and his current streak of bullseyes seemed an improbably rapid advancement. The Nin instructor was perplexed, but given the myriad eccentricities of the shinobi world, he dismissed it as Obito experiencing a sudden awakening spurred by Kakashi's influence. Oblivious to his teacher's intentions, Obito awaited the conclusion of their training. Once dismissed for the day, he reunited with Rin. After sharing a meal by the roadside, they made their way to the Hatake residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, dusk had already begun to settle. Rin stepped forward and knocked on the door. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi opened it, revealing his lackluster, fish-like eyes. In his memory, the Hatake home was a haven of warmth, yet now, darkness loomed ominously behind Kakashi, devoid of light. Kakashi, haven't you turned on the lights? Rin inquired, her concern palpable. Kakashi, still languid, uttered a nonchalant ah, as if belatedly recalling the need to welcome his guests, and proceeded to illuminate the interior. Please, come in. As Obito and Rin stepped into the dwelling, an immediate sense of oppression washed over them. Stemming from the somber portrait placed at the room's center, Tsukumo Hatake, the white fang of the leaf, a master swordsman and a figure of profound admiration for Obito, was enshrined within. A true embodiment of the will of fire had taken his own life, leaving Obito with a lingering sense of discontent. Having traversed the Leaf Village countless times in his past life, and possessing the invaluable intelligence network of the White Zetsu, Obito was acutely aware of the village's intricate affairs. The White Fang, he realized, was not merely felled by malicious rumors, rather, he was ultimately undone by the very will of fire he had so faithfully championed. Obito intimately understood the sensation of shattered convictions. Had he not descended into the depths of depravity, remaining the naive and ardent fool he once was, he too would have struggled to reconcile the hypocrisy of those who brandished the will of fire while simultaneously wielding it as a blade against their own comrades. Such duplicity would have undoubtedly chilled him to the core, prompting him to question the very foundations of their beliefs. Furthermore, in contrast to traditional shinobi, the Hatake clan originated as a lineage of samurai. Samurai held honor and conviction in the highest regard. Thus, the White Fang's suicide was, in Obito's eyes, a consequence of this unwavering commitment to principle. Obito believed that a hero's death was not inherently tragic, provided it occurred in the heat of battle or through a noble sacrifice. However, to perish amidst the squalor of political machinations was an unacceptable fate. It was this conviction that fueled Obito's belief that the world was beyond redemption, and only the infinite Tsukuyomi could ensure that heroes remained steadfast in their ideals. In his previous life, he had even hesitated to resurrect Rin, reluctant to expose her to the world's inherent corruption. With a sigh, Obito stepped forward, closed his eyes, and offered a solemn bow to the White Fang. Rin, following suit, paid her respects to Kakashi's father. Kakashi, his brow furrowed, approached and obscured the photograph. His tone was detached as he stated what he considered an irrefutable truth. In the world of shinobi, those who defy rules and regulations are nothing more than failures. There is no need to venerate a failure. Chapter 10, Kakashi's persuasion. Rin hesitated, wanting to offer words of comfort to Kakashi. But the precepts she had been taught left her uncertain of how to respond. Obito scoffed, Kakashi. The former me would have declared that those who break the rules are trash, but those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than trash. Kakashi's pupils constricted violently, the words resonating within him like a resounding bell. However, Obito's tone shifted. Now, I simply wish to impart that rules and regulations are constructs of man. If, within a village that emphasizes the will of fire, these very rules and regulations force a hero who embodies the will of fire to make an agonizing choice, and he is not only deprived of respect but also vilified, then perhaps these rules and regulations are inherently flawed. This audacious statement caused both Rin and Kakashi to recoil in shock. Rin immediately stepped forward, attempting to silence Obito, whose bluntness seemed on the verge of directly denouncing the leaders of Konoha. Despite their youth, they understood that certain words should not be uttered carelessly. Tobi cast a reassuring glance towards Rin and continued addressing Kakashi. Envision a scenario: if the esteemed White Fang had forsaken his comrades to accomplish the mission. What repercussions do you believe would have transpired? Would the villagers have lauded White Fang for his profound sense of purpose? Or would they have denounced him as a callous and heartless individual who abandoned his companions, deeming him unworthy of trust? Kakashi stood frozen, his complexion paling, teetering on the brink of collapse. He feebly attempted to retort, no, that wouldn't be the case. In the world of ninjas, as long as the mission is completed, there is no wrongdoing. No one would utter such condemnations. Tobi scoffed, a frigid amusement lacing his tone. Kakashi, your naivete remains a constant. Consider this. Would you desire a future comrade who callously disregards all else in the pursuit of duty, or one who cherishes the bonds of companionship above all? Kakashi's gaze clouded with uncertainty. He forced a defiant edge into his voice. If the sacrifice is deemed necessary, what matter the means employed to fulfill the mission? I would willingly align myself with such an individual. Overwhelmed with indignation, Obito bellowed, Kakashi. Then, after a moment, he continued in a more measured tone. If that were truly your conviction, you wouldn't have hesitated in the first place. Furthermore, even if such were your genuine belief, the vast majority would assuredly dissent from your perspective. For no one can guarantee that they won't be the next to be sacrificed. Life transcends all else. and driven by an instinct for self-preservation, they would reflexively resist anyone who abandons their comrades. Therefore, had Tsukumo Hatake chosen to forsake his companions to complete the mission, the ensuing notoriety would have undoubtedly resulted in his being vilified and ostracized by the populace. Obito's words were irrefutable, shattering the worldviews of Rin and Kakashi. Rin trembled, her eyes dimmed and devoid of light, as she murmured to herself, "How could this be? Does that mean that no matter what Elder White Fang did, it was all wrong?" Toby gently addressed Rin, saying, "No, that is not the case. The villagers are narrow-minded. They are incapable of accurately assessing the true cost of completing a mission. Thus, from their perspective, whether a mission fails or whether lives are lost in the pursuit of its completion, it is perceived as a loss for the village. They are part of the village as well, and it is only natural for them to harbor resentment." Pausing for a moment, Toby deliberately glanced at Kakashi before continuing. To prevent such situations from arising, confidentiality in executing missions is paramount in the world of ninjas. The esteemed White Fang undertook only high-level missions, which were classified with utmost secrecy. Kakashi, pray tell, how could the details of your father's missions become public knowledge, known to all? Is it that the Umbu under your father's command are a bunch of fools, unaware of the need to immediately contain any information leak? If every high-level mission is supposed to be shrouded in secrecy, what secrets does Konoha even possess in the eyes of other villages? I tire of dancing around this issue. The fact that high-level missions could be leaked without any action taken to suppress it suggests that it was orchestrated by Konoha's upper echelons themselves. The impact of his words upon Kakashi was profound. However, it was Rin who first felt a surge of fear. Toby, could it truly be so? Obito did not deny it. He merely patted Rin's shoulder and said, "Rin, do not be afraid. No matter what lies ahead, I will always protect you." Only then did Rin feel a slight sense of relief, yet her expression remained somewhat somber, clearly unable to easily emerge from the shadows that loomed in her heart. With a sigh, Obito felt a pang of regret for uttering those words in front of Rin. He was utterly certain that Rin, 26 years later, understood everything and could embrace it all. Yet, he overlooked the fact that, at that time, Rin had endured the anguish of life and death, witnessing it all at the threshold of the afterlife. Rin was a kind-hearted soul, and even though she had come to grasp the essence of the world, her love for it remained unwavering. However, the current Rin was still too young. The partial truths of Konoha were far too harsh for her to bear. Nevertheless, having spoken his piece, there was no turning back. He believed that Rin would find her way through, for he knew that she possessed a strength greater than anyone else. Obito turned his gaze towards Kakashi. "Kakashi," he began, "you are an astute individual, and thus I believe you comprehend the situation. This mission itself was a carefully constructed snare designed to ensnare Tsukumo Hatake. Regardless of the choices Tsukumo made, he was destined to err." Beads of perspiration trickled down Kakashi's face. Unlike Rin, he had directly experienced the events and was thus subjected to a more substantial reverberation. Obito's words resonated within him, and the more he pondered them, the more a chilling conviction took root, reaching a point of near certainty. The remaining fraction was not disbelief, but rather a reluctance, a fear of accepting the implications. His voice, raspy with emotion, he inquired, "Obito, tell me, what course of action should I pursue now?" Kakashi was lost in a miasma of uncertainty. To acknowledge the veracity of these claims would mean confronting a formidable obstacle, a mountain that, with his current abilities, he felt incapable of scaling. With a touch of pity, Obito gazed upon Kakashi, avowing that he harbored no intention to denigrate the Leaf Village. He merely recounted the events in their entirety. Alas, a complete recitation of the facts cast the Leaf in the darkest of hues, a phenomenon witnessed in Kakashi now, and in Sasuke of his former life, whom he had once swayed. In truth, Obito surmised that Hiruzen Sarutobi was not necessarily driven by malice, for from a political standpoint, the Hatake lineage was a staunch and trustworthy supporter of the Hokage faction. Thus, the Leaf's perplexing machinations eluded Obito's comprehension. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Kakashi, stating, "I shall refrain from further analysis on your behalf, and impart the conclusion directly. Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions were not entirely malevolent. Perhaps a modicum of darkness resided within him, as is inevitable for a village's supreme ruler. His indecisiveness led him to commit numerous errors, yet your animosity toward him is unwarranted. Remember this name, Danzo Shimura. He is the architect of your father's demise, and in the future, should any nefarious deeds transpire without a clear perpetrator, attribute them to him without hesitation." Chapter 11. Danzo Shimura. A figure of little consequence. Kakashi's trembling subsided, and both he and Rin breathed sighs of relief. In contrast to the renowned third Hokage, they possessed scant knowledge of Danzo Shimura. Kakashi inquired, his voice still raspy, "Who is Danzo Shimura?" Rin, clenching her small fist, added with resentment, "This Danzo Shimura must be a villain, and I shall make him regret it." Tobirama coughed twice, remarking, "He is not particularly noteworthy, merely a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He shares a deep bond with the third Hokage and currently serves as the Hokage's aide, wielding authority over the Umbu's root division. While he may be considered the second in command of Konoha today, ultimately, he is but a rat in the gutter, unworthy of the spotlight." "What?" Rin and Kakashi exclaimed in unison, both astonished. Whether as a disciple of the second Hokage or as the Hokage's aide, Such titles carry immense significance. Unable to restrain himself, Kakashi rolled his eyes, muttering, "Is that what one calls not being a big deal?" Obito imitated Kakashi's demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets, letting out a sigh. Who cannot pretend to be cool? Danzo, in his eyes, was indeed not a significant threat. If one were to assess his strength, it was rather commendable, wielding wind-style jutsu with remarkable prowess. Perhaps even surpassing that of the Wind Shadow. Yet, it was merely commendable. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan had not yet faced annihilation. Uchiha Shursui was still alive. And Orochimaru had not yet defected. He presumably lacked the full power of the Sharingan and the cells of Hashirama, unable even to utilize his Anaji. The act of killing him should be exceedingly effortless, particularly since he had witnessed the battle between Danzo and Sasuke, where Kunai pierced Susanoo, ultimately sealing a bridge. Reflecting on it now, it sparked an involuntary urge to laugh. Kakashi, observing Obito's cool facade, felt a sense of reassurance and continued, in a hoarse voice, to inquire about his motives. Obito remarked, Danzo has long coveted the position of Hokage. The esteemed reputation of the White Fang precedes him, making him the most suitable candidate for the fourth Hokage, if he does not tarnish the legacy of the White Fang. It is highly plausible that the latter would ascend to the role. However, there is an unspoken truth that Obito refrained from voicing. The ascension of the White Fang to Hokage would not serve the interests of Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this juncture, Sarutobi would likely prefer his own disciple, Orochimaru, to rise to power. Thus, he did not hinder Danzo's underhanded schemes. Nevertheless, it is prudent not to divulge such matters to Kakashi. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. The more one knows, the heavier the burden becomes. Kakashi was taken aback to hear such a revelation and clenched his fists in fury, exclaiming, "So, he killed my father just to become Hokage?" Obito shook his head, remarking, "In truth, he likely never anticipated your father's tragic decision to take his own life. This individual is prone to self-delusion, mistaking his own ambitions as noble intentions for the sake of Konoha. Senpai Tobirama, a paragon of strength for Konoha, could hardly bear to slay him. He merely sought to diminish your father's prestige, ensuring he could not ascend to the position of Hokage." With a sigh, Obito continued, "Yet, how could a wretched creature like Danzo comprehend the admirable qualities possessed by those who dwell in the light? Senpai Tobirama perished due to the collapse of his own convictions, much like your current state." In that moment, both individuals grasped the gravity of the situation, feeling an empathetic connection. "Damn it!" Kakashi exclaimed, striking the wall with both hands. His face contorted with hatred. "I must eliminate Danzo, not solely for my father, but for Konoha as well. Konoha should never harbor such a person." Tobi shook his head. "Kakashi, you are blinded by hatred. When Danzo seeks to kill, he utters the same slogans as you. I implore you to regain your composure. Every individual who has listened to his detailed account of Konoha invariably resolves to exact vengeance upon it for a myriad of reasons. In his previous existence, Sasuke harbored a desire for retribution, a sentiment he welcomed, even contemplating facilitating it. However, Kakashi and Sasuke occupy disparate positions within his heart. Furthermore, in this life, he aspires to be a virtuous individual, not wishing his dearest friend Kakashi to transform into someone akin to Sasuke. Therefore, he consoled, rest assured, Danzo will meet his end in due time. This vendetta need not be yours to settle. Compared to you, the Uchiha are the ones who rightfully deserve to seek retribution." Kakashi paused, seemingly misunderstanding. "Tobi, do you also harbor a grudge against Danzo? If it is your wish, I can permit you to avenge yourself." Rin turned her gaze towards Tobi, involuntarily inquiring, "Tobi, could it be that the experiences you endured are connected to this Danzo?" The more Rin pondered, the more incensed she became, particularly recalling the despair and depression she had sensed within Tobi. She could not help but exclaim in anger, "Danzo, what exactly have you done to Tobi?" Obito, visibly abashed by Rin's misapprehension, scratched his head sheepishly. "Rin, you've misunderstood. While many harbor animosity towards Danzo, I am not among them. The Uchiha's grievances are their own. I have no personal vendetta against him." Kakashi and Rin were taken aback. They had presumed Obito's elaborate preamble was intended to introduce Danzo, but that appeared not to be the case. Kakashi's gaze intensified. "Obito, let us set aside the matters of my father and Danzo for the moment. It's you who seems different from the Obito I know. How do you possess such extensive knowledge? Even my father's position as the Umbu Captain Commander is known to you. Where did you acquire this information? Furthermore, where did you, of all people, gain such formidable logical reasoning skills? Who has been influencing you, and what is their objective?" Taking a deep breath, Obito's gaze deepened, and he calmly regarded Kakashi and Rin, speaking in a measured tone. "Due to the confidential nature of what I am about to reveal, and to assure you of my sincerity, I shall transport you to a certain location." With that, his eyes flickered open, revealing the Mangekyō Sharingan. Before him, a conduit to the Kamui dimension materialized. He entered first, beckoning the two still outside. "Enter," he urged. "This is a space-time ninjutsu wrought by my eyes. The world within is utterly secure, though sustaining this passage exacts a considerable toll on my person." As he spoke, tears of blood trickled from his eyes. Rin, initially astonished by the sheer magnitude of Obito's abilities, wore an expression of concern upon hearing his words, and promptly drew Kakashi into the portal. Obito swiftly closed the portal, exiting the state of the Sharingan. Obito, are you alright? Rin expressed her deep concern, taking out a white handkerchief to wipe away the blood and tears from Obito's face. With a warm feeling in his heart, Obito smiled and said, "It's nothing. This is merely the price of wielding these eyes. A little bloodshed is a small price to pay, for even summoning techniques require sacrifice." Rin, slightly irritated, retorted, "Don't be absurd. Just moments ago, you were trembling all over. Obito, promise me that you will refrain from using such power in the future, will you?" Obito nodded sagely. Were it not to furnish irrefutable evidence to both Rin and Kakashi, he would not have exerted himself to such an extent as to cleave open a spatial conduit. This innate ability to conjure portals was something he only came to possess upon obtaining the Double Mangekyō Sharingan, and it proved to be far more chakra-intensive than merely drawing individuals into the Kamui dimension. During the protracted struggle against Kagaya Tsutsuki, it was Sakura who served as a veritable font of chakra, enabling him to sustain the gateway. However, on that occasion, he was endeavoring to pierce Kagaya's personal dimension, and his own well-being was far from optimal, rendering it a different undertaking altogether compared to opening his own Kamui dimension. Nonetheless, he discerned a subtle diminution in his visual acuity. As Rin tenderly wiped away the sanguine tears that streamed down his face, Kakashi, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "Obito, were those Sharingan eyes I just witnessed? They seemed markedly dissimilar to any I have previously encountered. Pray tell, what further secrets do you harbor from us?" Toby grasped Rin's hand tightly, preparing to unveil matters he was reluctant to confront, even though he yearned for her encouragement. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke, "Rin, Kakashi, I have returned from 26 years into the future. I do not wish to keep this from you, but it is my greatest secret. I hope you will refrain from disclosing it to anyone for the time being." Chapter 12. Confrontation with Kakashi. What? Despite the anticipation of a monumental revelation, Toby's words still left both of them in shock. What did it mean that he had returned from 26 years in the future? Rin asked, her disbelief evident. Seated in a cross-legged posture, Obito gestured, "Please, be seated. I must explain this in detail." Observing this, the two individuals exchanged a glance, and with a degree of hesitancy, settled themselves beside Obito. Obito's gaze was profound as he slowly spoke. "You may interpret it as me having experienced a dream, one in which I witnessed all that will transpire in my life from this moment until 26 years hence. If the notion of traversing time to the past seems rather implausible, then the concept of prophecy becomes much more comprehensible." Rin, taken aback, exclaimed, "No, Obito, I understand now. You are saying that you are the Obito from the future, returned to the present?" Leaning thoughtfully on her hand, Rin continued, "You give me the impression of having suddenly matured, grown up. While I am certain you are still the same Obito, you have indeed changed significantly. If you have returned from the future, then everything falls into place." Suddenly, Rin comprehended the emotions she had felt in Obito's embrace, those of parting and reunion after a long absence. So, something must have happened to her in the future? In that instant, her mind became a tumultuous storm. In contrast to Rin, Kakashi struggled to accept such a notion. The idea of returning from the future to the past was simply too far-fetched to grasp. "Obito, you haven't fallen victim to some kind of illusion, have you?" Toby scoffed. "Kakashi, you sensed the chakra emanating from me just now, didn't you? And this space, as well as my eyes. If one could acquire such power merely through genjutsu, the need for arduous training would be rendered obsolete." Kakashi was momentarily speechless. He had indeed felt an immense, chilling chakra radiating from Toby, who seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. The oppressive aura he exuded was reminiscent of that which he had only felt from his father. A thought then occurred to Kakashi, causing him to narrow his eyes. More than Toby's rebirth, a more pressing question had arisen in his mind. "Toby, what is the extent of your power now? How does it compare to that of my father?" Obito's countenance reflected contemplation. "Alas, I never crossed blades with the esteemed Tsukumo Hatake. I am, after all, but a mere 5 years of age. To expect a child of such tender years to harbor vivid recollections of a departed elder is, I dare say, a rather unreasonable expectation." Toby paused for a moment, revealing an air of confidence. "Yet, I pondered, if I were willing to bear some cost, the esteemed Kakashi Hatake should not pose a challenge for me." Based on the information at hand, it was evident that Kakashi was a master of swordsmanship, possessing remarkably sharp close combat skills. By the highest estimation, he likely had not transcended the level of an ordinary Kage. Otherwise, the Second Great Ninja War would have concluded swiftly, not surpassing the typical Kage level. He might reach only the prowess of the Third Raikage, which would indeed be formidable. However, in all close combat scenarios, unless one achieves the capacity to distort space like Guy, they would invariably be restrained by my abilities. Kakashi scoffed, harboring disbelief in Toby's claims. As his son, he had the deepest understanding of his father's strength. Even being labeled a genius, he still felt the insurmountable chasm during their regular sparring sessions. If his father were to fight seriously, he could not withstand even a single strike. It could very well be fatal. Thus, his expression turned grave. "Toby, in the past, you believed yourself stronger than I, yet you never bested me. I am not inclined to trust your words. Your arrogance is as tiresome as ever." With that, Kakashi rose, His gaze sharp and fierce, adopting an offensive stance, fixated on Toby. Let us engage in combat. Allow me to witness your true capabilities. Should you triumph over me? I shall reluctantly entertain the tale of your journey from the future to the present. Obito felt Kakashi's determination and stood up as well, exclaiming, indeed. Before discussing matters that others find difficult to accept, it is essential to engage in a battle first. He recalled the scene from his previous life when Naruto had persuaded him. He was willing to listen to Naruto because, ultimately, Naruto possessed the qualifications to engage in dialogue with him. Kakashi observed Obito's nonchalant demeanor and felt a twinge of anger, thinking, Obito, such contempt may lead to significant repercussions. Oblivious, Obito spread his hands wide and said, Kakashi, you fail to comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us, much like how I, in my youth, could not grasp the extent of the disparity separating us. He unveiled his Sharingan, its three tomo spinning gracefully. If the eyes you encountered earlier seemed foreign to you, then surely you have at least heard whispers of this pair, even if you have not laid eyes upon them. Kakashi was taken aback. His typically listless gaze suddenly ignited with astonishment. 3 tomo? Impossible. His father had enlightened him about the Uchiha clan. Every awakened Uchiha possesses immense power, with strength escalating from 1 tomo to 3. The 3 tomo represent the zenith of the Sharingan's might. Kakashi had once inquired of his father regarding the prowess of the 3 tomo, and he distinctly recalled the somber gravity that had clouded his father's expression. He remembered his father's words that day. An Uchiha with 3 tomo possesses greatly enhanced dynamic vision, capable of perceiving every trajectory of an opponent's assault. Even the most intricate of techniques from our Hatake clan would be rendered transparent before those eyes. The formidable dynamic vision empowers them to excel in taijutsu and the art of weaponry, seamlessly complemented by the Uchiha's mastery of fire-style ninjutsu and the terrifying genjutsu inherent to their eyes, rendering them omnipotently powerful. There exists a well-known adage within the shinobi world. A typical nin facing an Uchiha with 3 tomo should flee. Were I in such a confrontation, I too would refrain from gazing into those eyes recklessly. Recalling his father's admonitions, Kakashi's demeanor shifted from one of disdain to solemnity. Obito, you may indeed be exceedingly strong. Kakashi continued to reminisce. He had pressed his father further. So, father, could you triumph? His father merely smiled faintly, a powerful confidence radiating from him as he knelt to ruffle Kakashi's hair. We would prevail. Kakashi, momentarily stunned, persisted with his inquiry. But isn't the Sharingan capable of seeing through everything? His father replied with a smile. As long as one is swift enough, so fast that even if one perceives the trajectory of an attack, the body cannot react in time, victory is assured. Kakashi returned to the present, the flicker of fear that had crossed his face now dissipated. Obito watched Kakashi's transformation with a tranquil gaze, inquiring, So, Kakashi, have you devised a method to defeat me? Kakashi responded, even with that ocular power, victory can be seized through sheer velocity. Let us resolve this with speed. Instantly, Kakashi surged into motion, his body crackling with lightning, his velocity eclipsing all previous bounds. He transformed into a fleeting phantom, lunging toward Obito. Chapter 13. The impending demise of Rin. Rin, observing the renewed conflict between the two, could only emit a sigh of resignation. Since their initial acquaintance, this marked yet another skirmish. The Count lost to memory. Her attempts at mediation proved futile, ultimately leading her to abandon intervention. If any distinction marked this encounter, it was Kakashi's instigation of the challenge. Each clash between the two filled Rin with trepidation, particularly for Obito. Despite acknowledging Obito's evolution, armed with an uncanny spatial ability and the potential wealth of combat experience gleaned from his future sojourn, possibly surpassing Kakashi's prowess, Rin couldn't suppress a cry as Kakashi, enveloped in electric light, hurtled toward Obito at an almost imperceptible speed. Obito, before the utterance could fully materialize, Kakashi's fist loomed before Obito's face. Yet, Obito remained stationary, seemingly oblivious. Could it be a substitution? Rin clenched her fists, a glimmer of confidence sparked by Obito's prior use of the technique. However, Kakashi, immersed in the throes of battle, possessed the keenest perception of the situation. Devoid of any hand seals or jutsu imprints, Obito's immobility suggested a failure to react. Indeed, there's little to fear from this ocular ability. My newly developed lightning release ninjutsu, though nascent, amplifies my speed significantly. Even a 3 tomo Sharingan can't keep pace. At present, my velocity may rival that of my father, Obito. I've won. Kakashi's fist landed squarely on Obito's face. Yet, the fist of camaraderie failed to register any tangible impact, as if striking a void. Incredulously, Kakashi found himself passing through Obito's form, as if Obito were a mere specter, devoid of substance. Impossible, Kakashi exclaimed, aghast. The bizarre ability defied his comprehension. In the fleeting moment of their passing, Obito nonchalantly pivoted. Then, with a resounding thud, his elbow struck Kakashi's back. Bang! Kakashi collapsed to the ground. Obito retracted his hand and inquired with equanimity, Kakashi, shall we continue this contest? Kakashi, prostrate on the ground, remained speechless for an extended duration before finally mustering the strength to ask, pray, What manner of ability did you just employ? Obito articulated with a measured cadence. A unique ability stemming from my Mangekyō Sharingan allows me to render myself ethereal for a duration. I was uncertain if this power would manifest within this space. Hence, I conducted a brief trial. To my surprise, it proved efficacious. Kakashi, taken aback, responded with a wry smile. You mean to say you were merely experimenting just now, not even fully engaged in the moment? Obito nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is merely an experiment. The essence of my intangibility lies in concealing my physical form within an alternate dimension akin to the spatial passages I initially employed, which represents a form of space-time ninjutsu. However, during my previous life, while situated within this realm of divine might, I was unable to continue utilizing the ability of intangibility. Yet, after acquiring the dual Sharingan, I pondered the possibility. If I could transfer my body to this space from the physical world, might it be conceivable to do the reverse? To my astonishment, I succeeded. Kakashi furrowed his brow. There are many aspects I fail to comprehend. And is it not true that the Sharingan exists as a pair? Have you, perhaps, lost one of your eyes in the future? Obito nodded slightly, crouching down to gaze at Kakashi and spoke in a calm tone. In my previous life, I indeed possessed only one eye for quite a long duration. For the other resided within you. What? Not only was Kakashi taken aback, but Rin also hurried over, astonished that Obito could so effortlessly overcome Kakashi. Yet, her concern lay more with the implications for the future. Obito, why will one of your eyes end up with Kakashi in the future? Toby settled down and beckoned Rin to join him, directing their gaze towards Kakashi. Now, may I share the entirety of the story? Kakashi, turning over with some difficulty, managed to sit up, grimacing as he pressed a hand to his back. Your methods are rather ruthless. Do I still possess the right to refuse to listen? He replied with a hint of resignation. Please, continue. Obito nodded in acknowledgement. The matters to be discussed were numerous, perhaps too many to address in a single discourse. He resolved to prioritize the most pivotal points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito wished to evade this question, and even at this moment, he remained reluctant to recall that scene. Yet, upon meeting Rin's inquiring gaze, he could only respond softly, I am sorry, Rin, for failing to protect you. The one who saved me acted not out of goodwill. He deliberately led me to my downfall to further his own agenda. At that time, the Third Great Ninja War had commenced, and he had seized control of the village hidden in the mist, embedding the Three Tails within you. In your attempt to spare the village from calamity, you chose to perish at Kakashi's hands, a moment I unfortunately witnessed. As he concluded, Obito's voice grew hoarse, marking the descent into the abyss. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito found himself momentarily speechless, having completely forgotten that Rin and Kakashi were still quite young and thus incapable of acquiring information regarding the tailed beasts. He elucidated. The Three Tails can be simply understood as an extraordinarily powerful summoning beast, serving as a formidable weapon for the various ninja villages, possessing the capability to annihilate an entire village with a single strike. Rin pondered for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. I see. So in the future, I will sacrifice myself to protect the village. Chapter 14. Catharsis. Obito felt a twinge of concern. Rin gently shook her head, reassuring him. Obito, you need not burden yourself with guilt. Our teacher made it clear on the very first day of class that being a ninja is a perilous profession. One must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Although the news of my future demise unsettles my heart beyond measure, if my death serves to protect the village, upon reflection, it may not be such a dire fate after all. With a smile, Rin added, besides, since you have returned from the future, it stands to reason that everything has changed, has it not? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito let out a and lowered his head, saying, I am truly sorry, Rin. At that time, I could not suppress the hatred within me. He then turned to face Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi's eyes reflected a hint of confusion, prompting him to ask, Obito, in the future, did I truly take Rin's life with my own hands? Obito let out a cold snort, unable to restrain his fury as he exclaimed, Kakashi, you promised me that you would safeguard Rin. Yet you pierced her chest with the very lightning release technique that you later dubbed Raikiri, the same technique you just used against me. For a long time, I couldn't help but blame you for failing to protect Rin, for standing idly by while she perished. A surge of immense resentment erupted from Obito, distorting his features. Rin, standing nearby, felt a heavy sorrow. It dawned on her that much of Obito's despair and suppressed emotions stemmed from her. She contemplated stepping forward to offer words of comfort but understood that Obito was merely seizing this opportunity to vent his feelings. Bottling them up was not beneficial, and expressing them was a release. Ultimately, she remained silently observant, saying nothing. Kakashi trembled at Obito's words, having never experienced such a tragedy. He could not fully comprehend the anguish of having killed Rin with his own hands. Yet, he could feel the profound sorrow and despair radiating from Obito. Such emotions were undeniably genuine. Furthermore, regarding Raikiri, Kakashi raised his hand, acknowledging that the lightning release technique he had just employed was merely a rudimentary form. In his visions of the future, it was indeed intended to concentrate lightning chakra in his hand to unleash maximum destruction. This realization lent credence to the possibility that Obito had returned from the future. Kakashi replied, "I am sorry, Obito. I shall not allow such a tragedy to occur again." Obito inhaled deeply and continued to bellow, "Kakashi, you only spout grand pronouncements. Do you comprehend why I harbored such resentment toward you in the future? It wasn't merely because you personally extinguished Rin, for I was privy to everything. Rin willingly impaled herself upon your hand. My resentment stems from your subsequent descent into despondency, spending entire days and nights in a haze, living as if a mere husk. Rin explicitly entrusted you, regarding you as a celestial luminary, before making that fateful decision. Yet, your later state of decay rendered you unworthy of Rin's sacrifice." Kakashi's pupils constricted, recalling the period following his father's suicide when he too existed in a similar stupor, mirroring Obito's description with uncanny precision. Toby chuckled coldly, "Kakashi, you must have sensed it yourself. Each and every time you suffer a setback, you display this same morose demeanor. From childhood to the present, you have remained unchanged. How could someone like you ever be worthy of the title genius? How could you ever be deserving of being the sun in Rin's eyes?" Kakashi's complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He then lowered his head and, with a hint of self-mockery, replied, "Toby, you are right. Perhaps I am nothing more than a failure." After Toby vented his frustrations, he gradually regained his composure and couldn't help but mockingly remark, "Kakashi, didn't you previously assert that in the realm of ninjas, the completion of missions is of utmost importance? In the incident involving Rin, you averted a potential catastrophe and fulfilled your duties as a ninja. You should be elated. Why then do you appear so despondent?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. He was uncertain of how his future self might perceive things, yet if the price of mission completion was the act of taking Rin's life, then he could not suppress a shiver that coursed through him, and with great difficulty, he uttered, "No, I cannot accept such a fate." Obito derided, "This epitomizes your hypocrisy." Nagato was correct. Those who have not endured suffering can never truly comprehend its agony. You readily dispense grand pronouncements, yet they are merely the idle words of those who have never known hardship. Is that so? Kakashi murmured to himself, "Father, it seems I was mistaken. You were the one who steadfastly adhered to your beliefs." Kakashi turned to Obito, his expression earnest. "Obito, I thank you." He suddenly understood Obito's past actions, recognizing that they stemmed partly from a need to vent his emotions, but more significantly, from a desire to enlighten him and reveal the fallacy of his own thinking. A smile graced Rin's face once more. The boy she had always felt compelled to care for had now, in a reversal of roles, become someone she could rely upon. However, Rin inquired with curiosity, "Who is Nagato?" Obito cleared his throat and remarked, "Nagato, he is one of the founding members of an organization that espouses peace." Hailing from a small nation, he witnessed the outbreak of war among the 5 great nations on his homeland, which ultimately obliterated his family. In contrast to the relatively tranquil Konoha, his comprehension of suffering runs far deeper. Indeed, Rin empathized that Nagato is a pitiable soul. Toby nodded slightly. "There are many pitiable souls like this. As I traversed various places in the future, I encountered numerous individuals of this kind. At that time, I profoundly grasped the stark reality. The 5 great nations exist in a lofty realm, embodying an arrogance of which they remain blissfully unaware. They consistently perceive themselves as the epicenter of the world, believing that their actions epitomize justice. Yet, they often proclaim the banner of justice while inflicting suffering upon others. This phenomenon is not confined to individuals like Danzo. Even those virtuous souls born within the 5 great nations share this trait." Rin nodded, though her brow furrowed increasingly. She was indifferent to Toby's discourse regarding the 5 great nations. Her sole concern was for Toby. She sensed that his thoughts were somewhat awry, not erroneous, but rather incongruous with the collective ideology of Konoha. "Toby, you claim that in the future I shall perish, and you bear witness to all of this. But what of you? What story shall unfold in your own life thereafter?" With a hint of shame, Obito lowered his head, acknowledging the inevitability of what must come. He could not evade it. He spoke slowly. "Rin, in the future, I have committed countless wrongs. Even if I were to suffer 1,000 deaths, it would be of little consequence, for I can scarcely bear to face you. Yet, I will gradually reveal everything to you." Chapter 15. Is it impossible to cast illusions upon the moon? No, one merely needs to become the second sage of the 6 paths. Being mentally prepared, Rin offered her solace, saying, "Obito, you claim to have done many wrongs. My death must have greatly affected you, hasn't it?" But none of this has transpired yet. If we strive together, we can surely alter the future. Kakashi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. After Obito's words of encouragement, he too felt invigorated. Obito, regardless of how many mistakes you may make in the future, there is no need to dwell upon them, for you are already aware of your errors, are you not? Thus, there is still time to amend everything. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito unveiled his own three-tomo Sharingan, directing his gaze towards his eyes and proclaimed, this is the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Kakashi should possess some knowledge of it. The Sharingan inherently harbors formidable genjutsu capabilities. Due to its long-lost nature, unless one belongs to the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan. The general populace tends to believe that the pinnacle of the Sharingan is the three-tomo form. Kakashi paused, instinctively replying, isn't that so? Yet, in a sudden flash, Kakashi recalled the moment Obito entered this realm, his eyes distinctly differing from the three-tomo pattern. Could it be? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Toby paused for a moment before continuing. There exist certain kaleidoscopes that fully harness the illusionary talents of the Sharingan, awakening a form of ocular genjutsu known as Tsukuyami. This is an extraordinarily potent illusion capable of ensnaring an individual within a mental realm, allowing them to virtually live an entire lifetime within that world. Rin and Kakashi listened to Toby's enlightening discourse, feeling as if their horizons had broadened immensely. Does such an illusion, one that enables a person to genuinely experience life, truly exist? Rin inquired, her disbelief evident. The principles of genjutsu taught at school merely involve a slight disruption of an individual's chakra pathways, inducing mere hallucinations that are exceedingly easy to escape from. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito remarked, quite commendable. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, a mere Uchiha cannot accomplish such a feat. The casting of Tsuki no Mi requires an immense amount of chakra and a myriad of conditions. However, there are individuals within the ninja world capable of such extraordinary acts. Rin inquired with curiosity, who is it? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito shook his head, stating, the Sage of Six Paths undeniably once existed. His might surpassed the comprehension of any ninja. With but a flick of his hand, he could summon clouds or rain, and the power to create or annihilate rested merely in his thoughts. To call him a deity of the ninja world would not be an exaggeration. However, he perished long ago, leaving only legends in his wake. Kakashi furrowed his brow and replied, even if the Sage of Six Paths truly existed, Obito, did you not assert that he is deceased? I find it hard to believe that any ninja could replicate the feats of the sage. How then can the infinite Tsukuyami plan possibly succeed? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito earnestly stated, Rin, I will not deceive you. At this, Rin began to trust him, then Obito. It must be quite challenging to become the Sage of Six Paths. You mentioned needing to fulfill certain conditions. What are those conditions? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Obito nodded, affirming that each tailed beast harbors immense chakra, which is precisely why they have become formidable weapons of war for the various ninja villages. The Ten Tails, in particular, possesses an unfathomable quantity of chakra. To ascend to the status of the Sage of Six Paths, one must amalgamate the nine-tailed beasts, restoring them to the Ten Tails, and subsequently harness its power for oneself. Thereby approaching the threshold of the Six Paths, Kakashi furrowed his brow, expressing his uncertainty regarding the nature of these tailed beasts. Yet, their designation as weapons of war suggests they are far from ordinary. The notion of gathering all nine seems a rather mad endeavor. Rin, too, was engulfed by concern, her previous sense of ease dissipating. Obito declared, this is even more insane than you can imagine. For the nine-tailed beasts are predominantly held within the 5 great shinobi villages, serving as one of the core strengths of these villages, and are fiercely guarded. Take Konoha, for instance, which possesses one of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. To gather all 9 tailed beasts means to seize the core strength from the 5 great shinobi villages, an act that no village would accept. Thus, the process of collecting the tailed beasts equates to opposing the 5 great shinobi villages. And to oppose them is to stand against the entire world, just as I did, in my pursuit of the 8 tails and the 9 tails. I was compelled to declare war on all 5 great shinobi villages, igniting the 4th Great Ninja War. Chapter 16. I personally caused the death of my master and his wife. The 4th Great Ninja War. Rin and Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. The 4th Great Ninja War commenced when, during a 5 Kage summit, I declared war in the presence of the other 4 Kage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, it is solely my responsibility. Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her small fists tightly against her chest. Obito, although this may not be entirely right, you are so admirable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, it can be activated at any moment. In that instant, Kakashi comprehended the implications. He had presumed that such an enigmatic ability would require extensive preparation. If it could truly be employed at any time, it would be exceedingly unscrupulous. Wouldn't it? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito bore a melancholic expression, devoid of any joy, as he lowered his head. Rin, noticing this, inquired, Obito, what troubles you? Are you not pleased that Lady Tsunade has become Hokage? Obito shook his head. No, it's not that. It's just, the 4th Hokage. Obito self-deprecatingly remarked. Lin, Kakashi. The 4th Hokage is none other than our team leader, Minato-sensei. Our esteemed leader? It seems he is destined to become Hokage in the future, suggesting we will have an exceptional teacher ahead. Lin smiled briefly, but as a thought crossed her mind, her smile faded. The Hokage is already the 5th, which means our future teacher has passed away. What kind of person was he? Obito recalled with a hint of nostalgia. Minato-sensei was remarkably young and immensely powerful. In the eyes of many, he was the true sun, overshadowing even Kakashi. He had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu inherited from the 2nd Hokage. During the tumultuous 3rd Great Ninja War, Minato-sensei carved out an illustrious reputation on the battlefield, akin to Kakashi's father. He was renowned as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, compelling the Rock Village and others to issue a decree that upon encountering the Yellow Flash, they would unconditionally abandon their ongoing missions. Kakashi felt a creeping numbness. He distinctly remembered the first rule of the Ninja Code. No matter how dire the circumstances, one must never abandon a mission. This conviction had solidified his belief in the supremacy of ninja duties. Yet, it seemed that Obito was deliberately provoking him, each word striking him like a slap to the face. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, unable to restrain his imagination. Just how formidable must this ninja be? One capable of altering the very tenets of the Ninja Code, and who would become his teacher in the future? Rin sighed wistfully. Is that so? It seems he would have made a splendid Hokage. Such a tragic loss, indeed. Yes, too tragic. Had he lived, many calamities could have been averted, Obito murmured. Minato-sensei was exceptionally kind to us, and his wife, Kushina, was equally benevolent. Before that mission, I even assured her that we would all return safely, whole and intact. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito, in a moment of self-mockery, lamented. Rin, you perished in an effort to prevent the tailed beast from wreaking havoc in the village. While I, a wretched creature, personally infiltrated the village to orchestrate this tragedy. That fateful night, much of Konoha was devastated by the Nine Tails, resulting in countless lives lost, including those of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Chapter 17. I want you to slap me awake. The gravity of this deed was so abhorrent that even Rin could not suppress her indignation upon hearing it. Obito, wasn't he your childhood dream to become Hokage? I still fail to comprehend why you would resort to such ruthless measures against the village, against master and mistress. Obito's voice turned somber. Rin, I am truly sorry. Ever since your passing, I have transformed. I have suddenly come to perceive the true nature of this world. It is a hellish place. It is somewhat ironic that the one who led me astray was, in fact, an idealist. His dream was to bring peace to the world. Yet he understood that it was beyond salvation, which is why he sought to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, a colossal illusion that would envelop everyone. During that time, I witnessed an abundance of malevolence, including the very tales I recounted to you. In truth, Konoha is not as radiant as it appears on the surface, is it? Not to mention, many regions are even darker than Konoha itself. Thus, I have come to accept that man's plan. I yearn to set in motion the infinite Tsukuyomi, creating a realm where all live and thrive in happiness. Rin furrowed her brow, but Obito, no matter how profound the illusion, it remains untrue. Even our teachers have imparted this lesson. How can you place your hope in a deceptive fantasy? Furthermore, while I may forgive many of your wrongdoings, I cannot condone your intentions toward the village. Obito gazed at Rin, unable to restrain himself as he exclaimed, Rin, I shall not defend the wrongs I have committed. I have stated before that my death would be inconsequential. Go ahead and strike me. For a moment, Rin stood bewildered, her heart softening unexpectedly. I apologize, Obito. I was overly agitated just now. I do not comprehend the trials you have faced in the future. Perhaps I lack the right to pass judgment. Before Rin could finish her sentence, Obito abruptly grasped her hand and struck himself fiercely across the face. After the blow, he did not release her hand but instead held it against his cheek. Tears streamed down Obito's face uncontrollably as he choked out, Rin, do you know that during the Fourth Shinobi World War, I encountered a person on the battlefield who bore a striking resemblance to my younger self? He is none other than Minato-sensei's son, the grown-up Naruto Uzumaki. Ultimately, he, alongside the allied shinobi forces, thwarted my plans and emerged as the world's savior. On the battlefield, I repeatedly sought to bring him to despair, yet time and time again, he rose anew, ultimately convincing me to acknowledge my own mistakes. Rin, he and I are truly alike. I understand him well and know how to instill hopelessness within him. But do you know why he is able to prevail each time? Obito gazed at Kakashi, reflecting upon the multitude of individuals who had stood by him during his moments of sorrow, despair, and desolation. Among them was Kakashi, his guiding mentor, whose influence he could not overlook. To this day, he vividly recalls the moment he took the life of the person his dear friend wished to protect, leaving him powerless to intervene. It was the closest he had ever come to achieving his aim, teetering on the brink of his friend's downfall. Yet, at that pivotal instant, a girl beside him delivered a resounding slap, awakening him from his stupor. Rin, do you understand? In that moment, I felt an overwhelming envy. I longed for you to have been there, to have struck me awake in a similar manner. As he continued, Obito's composure crumbled, and he wept uncontrollably. In that moment, Rin too felt the weight of his profound loneliness, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She leaned closer, enveloping him in her embrace. Finally comprehending why he had so desperately sought the warmth she provided upon their initial encounter, she gently patted his back while he buried his face in her shoulder, surrendering to his tears. In this moment, Obito shed all pretense, revealing an authenticity that had long been concealed. The boy she believed had changed. The one who needed her care remained unchanged. Obito had not transformed at all. After an extended period of weeping, Obito gradually stilled his tears, lingering in Rin's embrace as he continued to speak. In truth, during my journey to instigate the Nine Tails assault on Konoha, I engaged in battle with Sensei Minato. At that time, I yearned for him to recognize me, to bring me back from the precipice. Alas, I had donned a mask, concealing my very essence, rendering Minato oblivious to the identity hidden beneath. Thus, step by step, I propelled myself further into opposition against the entire shinobi world. Later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, I successfully gathered all nine-tailed beasts, becoming the second sage of six paths, yet behind me lay an emptiness, devoid of companionship. Rin's face reflected deep compassion as she could not help but utter, Obito, you must have felt so lonely then. Obito nodded thoughtfully, but soon broke into a smile. As I gazed upon the gathering of people united together, a wave of regret washed over me. I had been defeated by Naruto, and eventually, I met my demise, descending into the afterlife. It was only along the path to the underworld that I realized I had never truly been alone. Kakashi paused, piecing together the narrative of Obito's life from his own account, nearly reconstructing the heinous acts Obito had committed in the future. One could hardly say he was not forsaken by all. In such a state, did any remain by his side? Rin, however, suddenly grasped a revelation and with a gentle smile remarked, Obito, am I the one? If there truly is an afterlife, even in death, I would surely be unable to let go, always watching over you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito could not suppress a jest. At that time, the allied shinobi forces sought to extract the ten tails from within me. thousands of individuals, comprising the most formidable warriors from the entire ninja world and the leaders of various villages, engage in an unprecedented tug-of-war with me. Yet, even so, I might not have succumbed. My defeat came from the weight of my original aspirations. Had I known you stood behind me, Rin, perhaps victory would have been mine. And then the infinite Tsukuyomi plan would have been set in motion, leading to the world's annihilation. Rin chuckled softly, her imagination conjuring the vivid scene Obito depicted. To stand alone against the entire world seemed utterly insane, yet undeniably majestic. A hint of trepidation flickered within Rin, but it was overwhelmingly overshadowed by yearning. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Rin, if what Obito speaks is true, then he would become the harbinger of a cataclysmic war. A malevolent figure responsible for countless deaths. Such a fate is hardly commendable. Rin squinted, nodding knowingly. I understand, Kakashi, but hasn't that future yet to unfold? This time, I must not perish. If Obito truly descends into such darkness, I shall bring him back. A contemplative expression crossed Rin's face. In the future. Even after witnessing Obito's myriad transgressions, I still refuse to abandon him. Perhaps his significance in my heart is far greater than I ever realized. Chapter 18. Konoha does not represent the shinobi world. Rin inadvertently reminisced about the myriad moments shared with Obito. She had always perceived him as a carefree boy, perpetually absent-minded. Frequently tardy due to his acts of kindness towards elderly women, nearly missing his entrance into the ninja academy. This concern had compelled her to watch over him. However, she belatedly recognized that her care for Obito had long transcended ordinary bounds. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had been captivated by this sunny yet clumsy boy. The future Obito viewed her as his salvation. How could she not regard him as her own? Suddenly, a surge of impulse surged within Rin, prompting her to speak. Obito, in the future, never face anything alone. I will stand by your side to confront it together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito glanced around and slowly spoke. This realm of Kamui is a true reflection of my psyche. It exists solely in shades of black and white, fragmented and disjointed. The entire ninja world, when juxtaposed with this space, is not much better. While it may superficially appear illuminated, beneath the surface lies a profound darkness. Many individuals strive to cultivate peace in their own ways. Yet, the seed of peace finds it exceedingly difficult to take root in the soil of the ninja world, leading many to wander into extremism. This applies to my future self, as well as to the one who led me astray. Therefore, since I have returned to the past, I shall bear this burden myself. I possess knowledge of the future and considerable strength. I am the one most capable of ushering peace to the ninja world. Peace, you say? Rin murmured, sensing that this was a path fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, she resolutely declared, Obito, I shall support your decisions. But if the day comes when I discover you have strayed from the right path, I will bring you back. After all, the peace fabricated through illusion holds no significance in reality. Obito shook his head gently and said, Lin, you are mistaken. Even now, I have not entirely dismissed the value of the infinite Tsukuyomi. You have never truly experienced despair, yet in this world, countless souls have endured profound hopelessness. Many of them struggle to survive, and at times, living can be more agonizing than death itself. For them, the distinction between reality and illusion has become inconsequential. What they yearn for is a sanctuary for their souls, a haven of warmth. Lin furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for words. Kakashi let out a heavy scoff. This is merely evading reality, the behavior of a coward. Obito, did you not accuse me of being a coward for my future? Yet, your actions have only served to transform more individuals into cowards. What right do you have to criticize me? Obito sighed, letting out a cold snort. Kakashi, you are not like those commoners. You are a prodigy. You became a genin at the tender age of 5 and ascended to genin by 12. You possess power that they lack. They are merely a group of ordinary individuals, forced to drift along with the currents of fate. You call them cowards. But that is a consequence of your own choices, while they are branded as such because they have no alternatives. Your father was slain by Danzo. You seek vengeance. And you have the opportunity to fulfill that desire. But what of them? If their loved ones are oppressed by those in positions of power, what recourse do they have? They must endure, living in a haze, for the outcome of resistance, of rejecting reality, is the complete disbandment of their families. Therefore, it is precisely because you possess the strength to become stronger, yet willingly relinquish the chance that so many others yearn for, that I feel such indignation towards you. Kakashi had never contemplated such a perspective. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, leaving him without a defense. Perhaps we could still save them. Obito let out a cold sneer. The shinobi world is vast. How many can you truly save? Although you possess power, you cannot alter the present. You can only save yourself. Without experiencing the suffering of others, you lack the right to pass judgment. Compared to living in hell, what is there to be ashamed of in seeking escape? Kakashi was left utterly speechless, his expression turning icy. So, Obito, do you intend to try once more? If so, for the sake of the shinobi world, I must stand against you. Obito mockingly remarked, look at you, in such a rush. This epitomizes the arrogance of the 5 great shinobi villages. The inhabitants of these villages, buoyed by the prospect of a brighter future, oppose this plan. But have you ever considered the thoughts of the common folk in the smaller nations? I dare say you have not. Since you have not, on what grounds do you presume to represent them? Kakashi, you can only advocate for the interests of Konohagakure. While safeguarding your village is commendable, your actions are not as noble as you envision. Do not incessantly proclaim that you act for the sake of the ninja world. Konoha does not embody the entirety of it. This is why I perceive a certain hypocrisy in you. You would be more forthright to admit, I do everything for Konoha. Kakashi was left speechless by the counterargument. In contrast to his previous life, where he had stirred up countless troubles and honed his eloquence, Obito's verbal prowess was evidently far superior. Kakashi could only cast a pleading glance towards Rin. Rin, however, remained unfazed, directing her gaze at Obito and smiling as she said, Obito, while you claim not to entirely dismiss the significance of the infinite Tsukuyomi, I suspect you would prefer not to endure such an ordeal again, would you? Obito nodded slightly. The infinite Tsukuyomi is, in fact, merely a scheme, a plot devised by a mastermind who has existed for ages. This plan will lead to the demise of all, plunging the ninja world into an eternal silence. This is not the outcome I desire. Rin and Kakashi were taken aback. They had assumed that the future endeavors of Obito were already monumental. Yet they had not anticipated the existence of another formidable adversary. Unable to restrain himself, Kakashi inquired, Obito, you have been relatively open with us. Yet you refuse to divulge the identities of those who have led you astray and the newly emerged conspirator. Is it due to some reservations? Toby nodded thoughtfully. For your safety, it would be prudent to wait until you have matured a bit more before I divulge anything. The entire ninja world is under the watchful gaze of White Setsu. Should he become aware of anything amiss, it could lead to turmoil. Kakashi, seeing that Toby was unwilling to share further, chose not to press the matter, but instead posed another question. So, Toby, how do you intend to bring peace to the ninja world? Chapter 19, You Are My World. Obito pondered for a moment and replied, to be honest, I have yet to formulate a clear plan. I can only take one step at a time. Kakashi furrowed his brow and said, having experienced so much in the future, you must have some thoughts of your own, don't you? Obito forced a bitter smile, remarking that having endured so much, he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Every plan was fraught with flaws. Allow me to illustrate. Obito extended a finger. The future I experienced, perhaps, after the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, had already ushered in an era of peace. Rin and Kakashi were momentarily taken aback. Obito continued, explaining that at that time, his existence posed a significant threat to the entire shinobi world, compelling all nations to set aside their animosities and unite against him. With the 5 great nations at the forefront, they formed a ninja alliance, even donning headbands emblazoned with a single character for shinobi. Unlike previous shinobi wars, characterized by the brutal skirmishes among the great nations where hatred easily passed down to future generations, the Fourth Shinobi War saw the young leaders of the 5 great nations untouched by such enmity. Even as lives were lost during the conflict, the blame was squarely placed upon him. Instead, the participants forged bonds of camaraderie through their shared struggles, cultivating friendships that would endure. It was foreseeable that as the war came to an end and the older generation bequeathed power to the youth, those young leaders would ascend to prominent positions in their villages, making future conflicts increasingly improbable. When traveling abroad, they would find themselves surrounded by allies, making hostility inconvenient. Moreover, with the emergence of 2 formidable individuals from Konoha capable of suppressing dissent, a period of peace in the shinobi world seemed attainable. Upon hearing this, the two were elated. Having initially anticipated a bleak and desolate future, only to be pleasantly surprised by such a hopeful conclusion. Of course, Obito had somewhat obscured the crucial information regarding Kagaya Otsutsuki. The final key to achieving peace in the shinobi world lay in the collaboration of Naruto and Sasuke with Sakura and Kakashi to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Prior to this, the infinite Tsukuyomi had been activated, threatening to turn everyone into white Zetsu and lead to their demise. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke's actions were, in fact, a genuine salvation. With this life-saving intervention and their immense strength, how could peace not prevail in the shinobi world? Rin smiled. So, Obito, in a certain sense, your actions truly brought about peace? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito chuckled to himself, reflecting, sacrificing my own life to save the world is not a regrettable choice. If circumstances permitted, I would gladly embrace it. However, you must also recognize the drawbacks. It is not a trivial matter to persuade the 5 great nations to set aside their animosities and unite. They must first come to a profound understanding of suffering. Yet, this endeavor would result in the loss of countless lives, and even with such sacrifices, the outcomes of my previous life were merely the result of an array of fortuitous events. A single misstep could lead to further loss of life, with hatred still lingering, rendering the efforts futile. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Thus, Obito, perhaps we should explore a more gentle approach. fostering mutual understanding among individuals. Obito shook his head. It is futile. Everything I experienced in my previous life indicates that the foundation for mutual understanding between individuals is to first bring them to their knees. Obito raised his fist, declaring, "In this world, one must ultimately rely on strength to convey their message. This is the truth I have come to understand. The establishment of Konohagakure was not solely due to the ideals of peace. Rather, it was primarily the formidable power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. That commanded respect and obedience from all." The two paused in contemplation. Rin cautiously interjected. "Yet the third Hokage is said to be even stronger than the first and is revered as the strongest Hokage. Nevertheless, he too was unable to use his strength to compel the nations to heed his words. The second great ninja war still erupted, leading to the siege upon our village. Fortunately, we had the legendary White Fang and the Sannin to support us, otherwise. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito smiled as he explained, strength is not merely a matter of degree. The first Hokage stands only a step away from the state of the Sage of Six Paths I previously mentioned. While the third Hokage appears like a mere child in his presence, unable to elicit even a serious response. Yet, in a certain sense, the third is indeed the strongest Hokage, for neither the first nor the second excelled in fire release techniques. This was one of the rare moments when Obito displayed genuine joy during their conversation. Rin should have felt happy for him, yet, at that moment, she merely exchanged an awkward glance with Kakashi. After all, the Hokage symbolizes their village, and to see him portrayed in such a manner felt rather peculiar. Obito chuckled for a moment before gradually regaining his composure and continued. In conclusion, absolute power may not guarantee absolute peace, yet without strength, one lacks even the right to be heard. Regardless of how peace may be attained in the future, what we can do now is to strive for self-improvement. This sentiment found resonance with both individuals. Kakashi had not relinquished his resentment. To confront the Hokage's support, he needed to grow stronger. Rin, too, wished to avert the tragic fate that awaited her in the future. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito continued, "Although I harbor reservations regarding Kakashi's gentle approach, should you wish to give it a try, it is not entirely out of the question. Rin and Kakashi, you are the most suitable individuals for undertaking such an endeavor." Tobirama pondered for a moment and said, "Firstly, Kakashi, you must ensure your health, for health is the foundation of all things. Otherwise, I have witnessed a formidable individual whose body faltered before he could fulfill his aspirations, and that simply will not do." He then turned to Rin. "Rin, your dream is to become a kunoichi like Lady Tsunade, and indeed, in the future, you have become an exceptional medical ninja. You can still pursue that path. Immerse yourself in the study of medical ninjutsu, lay a solid foundation, and leave the rest to me. I shall find a way to enhance your abilities and even persuade Lady Tsunade to take you as her apprentice." Rin shivered, a wave of insecurity washing over her. She had become the one in need of the most care. She did not wish to rely entirely on Tobirama, yet. Obito felt Rin's thoughts and gently grasped her hand. "Rin, the strength I will attain in the future is rooted in the heritage of the Uchiha clan. A lineage not possessed by all. Life is inherently unequal, and one must learn to confront their own vulnerabilities. If one's bloodline is lacking, one must seek to enhance it. I already have a plan in mind, and when you grow a little older, we can put it into action. Moreover, Rin, after experiencing so much together, our relationship has evolved beyond mere dependence. You must sense it as well. In truth, I find myself relying on you more than you do on me. As I once told you, saving me is tantamount to saving the entire world, and conversely, saving you is equally significant, for you are my entire world." Chapter 20. Defining our relationship? Moved to tears, Rin could not help but weep as she smiled at Obito. Then, "Obito, I shall refrain from saying thank you. I entrust everything to you." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito conveyed. Many events will unfold in the future. It is already quite late today, and I shall take my time to share everything with you later. Presently, we stand on the brink of the third great ninja war. Indeed, though the second great ninja war has only recently concluded, the third is imminent. In just a few short years, the realm of ninjas has been engulfed in relentless conflict, and countless lives will be lost in this warfare. It is precisely for this reason that I yearn for peace. At this moment, I am still too young to effect any change, though war is brutal. It also presents an opportunity, a chance for me to step outside the village and undertake significant endeavors openly. Therefore, let us cherish these final years of peace before the storm. For the future demands our diligence. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito and Rin stood quietly by, observing. Obito is indeed aware of the method of resurrection, which transcends the mere pseudo-resurrection of the impure world reincarnation. It is a genuine revival. However, the act of utilizing the Rinnegan demands the sacrifice of the practitioner's life. Unless one possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths to restore them, this price is rather steep. Initially, upon discovering the resurrection capabilities of the Rinnegan, he contemplated whether it would be feasible to implant the Rinnegan into a death row inmate, thus controlling them to perform the Rinne rebirth. Yet, after transplanting Madara's left eye into himself, he realized this notion was but a fanciful dream. Even with the cells of Hashirama coursing through his veins, he struggled against the Rinnegan's erosion. A mere ninja, even one of the level of a Kage, would likely be reduced to a desiccated husk in an instant. Therefore, invoking the Rinne rebirth would necessitate the sacrifice of a ninja of Nagato's caliber, and individuals like Nagato are exceedingly rare within the entire ninja world. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from articulating such an ephemeral concept as resurrection. Kakashi, Rin and I shall take our leave. Would you care to join us for a late-night meal? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Toby nodded gently, turning to Rin. Rin, shall we depart? Rin smiled softly, taking Toby's hand and addressing Kakashi. Well then, Kakashi, we shall visit again when time permits. The two departed from the Hitaki household, hand in hand. By this time, night had fully descended. The village of Konoha was aglow with countless lights, twinkling like stars, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Rather than parting immediately, they strolled to the banks of a river in Konoha, walking leisurely. A gentle night breeze enveloped them, and for a moment, silence lingered in the air, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Rin who broke the silence. Toby, do you truly have feelings for me? Obito was taken aback by Rin's unexpected question, feeling a tinge of shyness, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. In my previous life, I never had the chance to confess my feelings to you. The flowers I had intended to gift you ultimately remained unpresented. Rin gazed into the distance, pondering, is that so? What a pity. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, Obito. To be honest, I once believed that I was in love with Kakashi. Obito's actions were not unexpected. I knew that when I thought I was about to perish, I entrusted him with the task of safeguarding you. Rin displayed a nostalgic expression. Obito, since my childhood, my aspiration has been to become a formidable warrior like Tsunade. Yet deep down, I am acutely aware that I am merely an ordinary girl, incapable of achieving much. Kakashi's emergence, as you aptly stated, was akin to the sun in the sky. I found myself irresistibly drawn to him, yearning to draw near. However, I have now come to a sudden realization. My feelings for Kakashi are predominantly rooted in admiration. He fulfilled my fantasies of strength. Yet he has never truly entered my life. It was his brilliance that blinded me to the truth, for what I truly desire, more often than not, is the companionship and care of you. Taking a deep breath, Obito smiled and said, Rin, after encountering you at the crossroads of the underworld, I understood everything. Rin, I truly cherish you, and if fate allows, I wish to walk alongside you forever. Rin nodded, replying, Obito, I cannot be certain if this is love, but I am certain that you are the most extraordinary person in my life. I will watch over you until the end of time. The two remained silent, simply holding hands as they traversed a long path, until they eventually parted ways. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's residence, Obito entered his home. He switched on the light and approached his grandmother's photograph, smiling as he spoke. Grandmother, perhaps there truly is a possibility of you having a grandchild in the future. Yet, it is perplexing that just days after uttering those words in good health, you departed. If it weren't for Rin and Kakashi, I would be at a loss as to who else in this world would care for me. In my past life, I committed numerous errors, and in this life, I shall mend them little by little. Rest peacefully in the afterlife, for your grandson, Obito, has grown. Tobirama exchanged a few quiet words with his grandmother, wiped away his tears, and retreated to his bedroom, lying down on the bed that felt both foreign and familiar, drifting into a slumber. For years later, within the confines of the Ninja Academy's teaching building, the 9-year-old Tobirama faced 3 examiners ahead of him, with decisive and nimble movements. He executed an almost flawless shadow clone technique. He remained still, patiently awaiting the verdict. Pass, pass, pass. The 3 examiners nodded with smiles, though their reaction was not one of surprise. It would indeed be unusual for Tobirama Uchiha, the top student of this elite class that had risen from the bottom ranks, to fail to graduate. Soon, the Chunin instructor approached, presenting a forehead protector to Tobirama. Congratulations, Tobirama, you are now a full-fledged ninja. Starting tomorrow, you will form a team with the other 2 under the guidance of your J-Nin instructor. Please assemble at training ground number 42 after the graduation ceremony. And make sure not to be late. As he spoke, the Chunin handed Tobirama a set of documents. Upon closer inspection, it revealed the following. Class, 7th Squad. Guiding Jonin, Minato Namikaze. Team members, Rin Noera, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha. In the depths of his gaze, Obito found everything unchanged, reminiscent of his past life. The inexorable gears of fate turned slowly, prompting him to ponder, Kakashi-sensei, how shall I confront you once more? Chapter 21. The roots are not so easily joined. Konohagakure. Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held several reports recently delivered by the Umbu, his expression grave. The third Kazekage has gone missing? Sonogakure is mobilizing its entire strength to search for him. Over in Kumogakure, forces are amassing at the borders with ominous intent. The Wagakure's movements have also been detected, and even the reclusive Kirigakure is beginning to stir. With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen lit his pipe and stepped away from his desk, approaching the window. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the faces of the first and second Hokages carved in a Hokage rock, murmuring to himself, Sensei, war is on the horizon. Yet Konoha is gradually declining. Can I still fulfill the ideals you and the first Hokage envisioned? As the weight of his advancing years settled upon him, Hiruzen felt the decline of his physical prowess. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, he steadied his emotions and summoned an Umbu operative. Is there any trouble among the graduating ninjas? Kneeling before the Hokage, an Umbu clad in a monkey mask reported, Lord Hokage, everything is proceeding methodically. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Relay the message. Time is of the essence. We must foster the growth of our graduates. After a moment's contemplation, he added, furthermore, reinforce the borders of the Land of Fire with additional personnel. If necessary, release some inmates from Konoha prison to serve in exchange for their crimes. Having finalized his arrangements, he waved his hand dismissively. Now, go and see to it. The Umbu acknowledged the command and vanished using the body flicker technique. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor of the Hokage's office. Soon, Shimura Danzo burst in, flanked by two root members. Hiruzen, war is imminent, and I require manpower, considerable manpower. Danzo stated bluntly, laying bare his demands. Hiruzen pondered for a moment, negotiate with the major clans. They have contributed significantly in recent years. As for the orphanage, a new batch of children has recently matured. Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Hiruzen, the major clans have already provided enough assistance. They cannot be expected to send more to Root. And as for the orphanage, how many of those are truly worth cultivating? Hiruzen remained unflustered, responding slowly. Konoha has a finite number of personnel. What else do you propose? Danzo retorted. Didn't the Ninja Academy recently graduate a new class? Hand over those with simple backgrounds to me, and I assure you, in a few years, they will become Konoha's sharpest blades. Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, you know that is impossible. They are the new sprouts of Konoha, inheriting the will of fire. They must not be drawn into the shadows. Danzo scoffed. In times of crisis, extraordinary measures are necessary. Konoha is unprecedentedly vulnerable. Can you guarantee that neighboring villages will not turn against us? Fuming, Hiruzen replied, you are aware of Konoha's current vulnerability. Whose fault is that? If Shimura were still alive, our situation would not be so dire. Danzo snorted. Who knew your Umbu leader had such a fragile psyche? And as for the past, you know the truth. With a sigh, Hiruzen mused inwardly, Shimura, was I truly mistaken? After a brief hesitation, he softened his tone. Very well. You may recruit the recently graduated genin from the civilian class, but it must be voluntary. Danzo was unsatisfied. A few civilians are hardly of any use. Hiruzen countered. Do you expect me to hand over elite students? I could do that, but should any trouble arise, I take no responsibility. Danzo appeared contemplative, but ultimately relented. Hiruzen, you underestimate me. Everything I do is for Konoha. I will not engage in actions that undermine unity. Yet, the shortage of personnel is a reality that must be addressed. Hiruzen sensed the pivotal moment approaching. He understood exactly what his old friend was after. Speak plainly. Who do you truly desire? Danzo replied slowly, the son of White Fang. Hatake Kakashi. He has minimal entanglements and possesses unparalleled talent. I assure you, I can mold him into Konoha's next sharp blade. Hiruzen was taken aback by Danzo's intention and immediately interjected. Kakashi is out of the question. He is a candidate I hold in high regard, embodying the will of fire. And I will not allow him to be involved in the darkness. After a pause, he continued. How about this? The top graduate this year, Uchiha Obito? Though born of the Uchiha clan, he is an orphan, with little connection to them. I can discuss the possibility of his joining Root. Danzo's expression darkened. Uchiha Obito, who became the top graduate this year through proficiency in the body flicker technique and theoretical knowledge. Yet, as an Uchiha, he lacks fire release techniques and his Sharingan is dormant. While his physical prowess is commendable, it is limited to academy duels. What use is such skill against true strength? He is virtually indistinguishable from a civilian. Recruiting him into Root would invite the wrath of the Uchiha clan, a risk that outweighs the potential benefits. Hiruzen, do I appear foolish to you? Feigning a look of resignation, Hiruzen replied, if you dismiss the elite class's top graduates, then it is your responsibility to devise another solution. Danzo squinted. Hiruzen, are you truly unwilling to part with Kakashi? Hiruzen turned slowly. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen. With a loud bang, Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office, his face a mask of anger. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito remained unaware of the discussions taking place within the Hokage's office. In truth, had he known, he would have eagerly sought to join Root. Over the course of 4 years at the Ninja Academy, he diligently absorbed various theoretical knowledge and honed his fundamental skills to an exceptional degree. This was part of a dual purpose. First, to meet all prerequisites for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. As the possessor of a space-time Mangekyō Sharingan, Obito was uniquely positioned to learn this technique, having previously failed due to insufficient foundational skills. Thus, he dedicated himself to mastering the body flicker technique, achieving a remarkable level of proficiency. As his body matured over the years, his fundamental abilities improved significantly. He was now far stronger than at the time of his rebirth. Without activating his Mangekyō, he had likely reached the level of a standard Kage. Should he master the Flying Thunder God technique? The combination of his 3 Tomo Sharingan's phasing ability and the mobility of the Flying Thunder God would render him one of the most formidable opponents among standard Kage. In addition to learning the Flying Thunder God, acquiring extensive knowledge also laid the groundwork for his future transplantation of Hashirama cells. The Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of eruption. Rin's death, Nagato's descent into darkness, and the formation of the Akatsuki all occurred during this tumultuous period. In order for Obito to alter the course of events, he must traverse numerous locations, encounter a plethora of individuals, and undertake a multitude of tasks. This endeavor heavily relies on the prowess of Kamui. Thus, addressing the adverse effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan has become a matter of utmost urgency. To mitigate the repercussions of the Mangekyō Sharingan, in the absence of a blood relative possessing the same ocular prowess, the only recourse is to transplant Hashirama cells. However, the transplantation of Hashirama cells is no trivial matter. In his previous life, it was Madara and White Zetsu who accomplished everything for him. In this lifetime, constrained by his inability to leave the village temporarily, he is inclined to seek collaboration with Danzo and Orochimaru. At this juncture, the two have already embarked on experiments with wood release, resulting in the demise of numerous Senju clan members, ultimately yielding a successful experimental subject, Yamato. They possess both the raw materials and comprehensive experimental data. Yet, obtaining the data is merely the first step. One must also comprehend and be capable of executing it, which necessitates a wealth of knowledge. Fortunately, such knowledge is indeed encompassed within the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. Although the Academy maintains secrecy concerning advanced ninjutsu, it is remarkably open regarding scientific and biological knowledge that appears unrelated to ninjas, offering a diverse array of subjects. Therefore, Obito absorbs as much as he can from the Academy, embracing all knowledge without demanding mastery in every field, but rather seeking a solid foundational understanding. He is no longer the underachiever of his past life, but has transformed into a veritable academic prodigy of Konoha. Following his graduation today, his subsequent plan is to undergo the transplantation of Hashirama cells. Thus, should Danzo extend an invitation for him to join the Root, he would indeed acquiesce. Joining Root would afford him the advantageous opportunity to access first-hand information regarding the wood release experiments. Alas, entry into Root is not an easy feat, as Danzo holds little regard for a seemingly unremarkable Uchiha who has yet to awaken his Sharingan. Chapter 22. Itachi will be very filial in the future upon exiting the Ninja Academy. Obito's thoughts were consumed by the matter of Hashirama cells. Although he was oblivious to the conversations transpiring within the Hokage Tower or the fact that he had been decisively rebuffed by Danzo, he harbored his own plans. Engaging with Danzo and Orochimaru was hardly a daunting task. Utilizing his public identity would undoubtedly be ineffective. Thus it was time for the persona he had adopted for over a decade, the Masked Man, to make an appearance. However, that is a tale for another time. Today, Rin has organized a graduation celebration, with plans to gather in the evening at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. Many individuals are expected to attend, including not only fellow graduates but also Kakashi, who has been a ninja for 4 years. Although Obito was not particularly fond of such activities, Rin was the initiator, and he felt compelled to attend regardless. However, as he was the chief student and the first to be evaluated, there was still some time before all his classmates completed their exams. He decided to utilize this interval to address certain matters concerning himself and the Uchiha clan, and also to negotiate some benefits from them. Thus, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. He was met early on by 2 Uchiha clan members who were waiting for him. Upon noticing the forehead protector on Obito's head, they swiftly appeared before him. "Obito, the clan leader has summoned you. You must go see him," one of them stated. Their demeanor was haughty, and the tone of the speaker was far from cordial. It felt less like an invitation and more like a command. Obito furrowed his brow slightly. This was the very reason he harbored disdain for the majority of the Uchiha clan. They strutted around as if they were the epitome of superiority. And while pride is a natural sentiment for one of the Uchiha lineage in his past life, he too had felt a sense of pride. However, pride does not equate to arrogance, nor does it justify haughtiness in the presence of the weaker. If they possess such capabilities, why not adopt that demeanor when conversing with Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo? In his previous existence, each time he visited the Uchiha, he was met with a congregation of inept individuals, secluding themselves while pretending to be leaders. Reduced to such a state, they spent their days concocting schemes, which ultimately bore no fruit. Contemplating this, Obito could hardly be bothered to engage further and simply stated coldly, "Lead the way." The two Uchiha were momentarily taken aback. Obito's humility and amiability starkly contrasted with their own clan's demeanor, rendering him an outlier they found rather distasteful. Yet, at that moment, Obito unexpectedly adopted a more aloof attitude, exhibiting a hint of kinship. They exchanged no further words, tempering their presence as they guided Obito to the residence of the clan leader. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku had already prepared tea in the reception room, having received word of Obito's arrival. Typically, such matters would fall to Uchiha Makoto, but she was preoccupied with their infant, leaving the clan leader to attend to himself. Upon Obito's arrival, Fugaku gestured for him to come closer, maintaining an air of authority befitting his status, albeit with a considerably less arrogant demeanor compared to the two earlier. "Obito, come here and take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon observing the situation, Obito did not dismiss it but instead approached and seated himself before the two individuals. He was not taken aback by this encounter. It mirrored an event from his previous life. In that past existence, Fugaku had visited his home to deliver some monetary gifts along with certain techniques belonging to the Uchiha clan. However, in this present life, he had been directly invited to the clan leader's residence for tea. Perhaps it was the difference in their standings that accounted for this change. In his former life, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy, while now he found himself at the pinnacle. The rationale behind Fugaku's actions was rather straightforward. The distribution of graduates from the Ninja Academy had been predetermined well in advance, and Fugaku had already received intelligence regarding his assignment to Minato's class. Minato had always been regarded by Fugaku as a promising talent. Furthermore, the clan leader's wife, Makoto Uchiha, had established a close friendship with Kushina, the head of the Uzumaki family, laying a foundation for mutual support. With the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War and the rising fame of the Yellow Flash, Fugaku placed all his bets on Minato. It must be acknowledged that the clan leader had indeed triumphed in his gamble. Had it not been for the subsequent Nine Tails incident that led to the tragic demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, the Uchiha clan might have genuinely coexisted in peace with Konoha. Yet, everything unfolds without the luxury of what-ifs. Contemplating this, Obito regarded Fugaku's expression with a hint of complexity, casting a glance at the infant cradled in Makoto Uchiha's arms. Noticing Obito's gaze, Fugaku introduced, "This is my son, Itachi Uchiha." "Obito, do you have an affinity for children? I have heard you are particularly attentive to the elderly." Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. "The elderly indeed hold a special place in my heart. Whenever I encounter those whose legs falter with age, I cannot help but reminisce about my grandmother." After a brief pause, he continued, "As for your child, he appears to be remarkably filial." Makoto Uchiha couldn't suppress a faint smile. "Tobirama, you truly possess a kind heart." While others praise Itachi's potential to become a formidable warrior, I must confess, I have grown weary of such accolades. Only you commend him for his filial piety. Gently shaking Itachi, Makoto extended a finger for him to grasp, playfully teasing him. "Itachi, all I wish for is your safe and sound growth, with our family living in harmony." "Did you hear what Brother Tobirama said? You must strive to be a dutiful child." A sudden fit of coughing seized Tobirama, prompting him to hurriedly sip from his teacup. Observing this, Fugaku Uchiha immediately remarked, "I apologize, Tobirama, for bringing up painful memories. As the clan leader, my duties often keep me preoccupied, and I regret not remembering that there exists Uchiha orphan like you. It is my failure to care for you adequately, and thus, I wish to make amends. Be it wealth or the advanced techniques of the Uchiha clan, whatever you desire, do not hesitate to ask." Inside, Tobirama let out a cold scoff. It seemed this esteemed clan leader was now aware of his status as an Uchiha orphan. Where was this concern before? The desire to compensate now only stemmed from recognizing his worth. After taking a sip of tea, he spoke slowly. "Clan leader, I do not wish to feign gratitude. Throughout my life, my daily expenses have been sustained by my grandmother and my parents' legacy, as well as the kindness of my grandmother's friends, those elderly benefactors. I have never enjoyed the Uchiha's favors. Thus, the Uchiha owe me nothing, and I owe them nothing in return." Fugaku's expression darkened, though he also appeared somewhat taken aback. In the presence of his clan leader, Obito remained remarkably composed. He neither exhibited excitement at being summoned nor harbored resentment from his childhood experiences of neglect and exclusion. It was as if nothing stirred the surface of his thoughts. Faik found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Obito spoke. However, since the clan leader wished to convey concern and mend the rift between them, there was no reason for me to decline the benefits offered. While I do not require the advanced ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, I certainly would not refuse monetary support. Moreover, if you can demonstrate your resolve, I possess numerous strategies that could enhance the Uchiha clan's standing in the village. Chapter 23. The unveiling of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Faik was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of concern as he furrowed his brow. "Obito, I fail to comprehend your words. The Uchiha clan is the foremost clan in Konohagakure, overseeing the police force and enjoying autonomy. Aside from the fact that no Uchiha has ever held the position of Hokage since the village's inception, we are otherwise unparalleled in Konoha." Fayek's gaze sharpened, his aura growing increasingly imposing. Please clarify, what circumstances are in dire need of alteration? Toby maintained a calm demeanor, acknowledging that Fugaku's words were not entirely unfounded. Indeed, compared to the Uchiha clan following the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails, the current Uchiha stood as the foremost clan in Konoha. They enjoyed considerable autonomy and were held in high esteem and affection by the villagers, being one of the two principal founding families of the village. Although some harbored grievances against the Uchiha due to issues surrounding the police force, such discontent was largely kept hidden. When the Uchiha ventured into public, they often carried an air of superiority, sometimes even more so than the Hyuga clan. This sense of superiority only served to exacerbate the Uchiha's arrogance. However, following the Nine Tails incident, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village soured rapidly, primarily because the beast had been controlled by the Sharingan, a fact witnessed by numerous ninjas present at the time. These ninjas came from diverse backgrounds, ranging from prominent clans to commoners, effectively representing a significant portion of the Konoha populace. Once the news spread, the Uchiha found themselves ostracized by all. A notable characteristic of Konoha's villagers is their tendency to overlook the nuances of right and wrong and to misplace their anger. The rumors suggested that Naruto Uzumaki, transformed from a fox demon, was the primary target of their ire, with the Uchiha becoming the second. Consequently, the Uchiha lost the support of the people and became the subject of widespread disdain. Danzo, seizing the opportunity, felt a surge of delight, as he had long sought a pretext to suppress the Uchiha. The higher echelons of Konoha, particularly those aligned with Shinja Tobirama, had been covertly undermining the Uchiha, though they had previously refrained from making their intentions overt. Now, with justification at hand, Danzo grew increasingly brazen, employing various extreme measures that left the Uchiha struggling to breathe under the pressure. The proud Uchiha could hardly tolerate such treatment, and many quickly gravitated towards a radical faction led by Uchiha Shursui. The growth of this radical faction only intensified the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, ultimately culminating in a rebellion. Reflecting on the plight of the Uchiha, Toby could not help but concede that he bore significant responsibility for their downfall. Nevertheless, while the Uchiha currently held a high position within Konoha, it did not negate the reality of being targeted by the higher-ups. Thus, Toby slowly began to speak. Fugaku, what you state is indeed factual, but the Uchiha's greatest dilemma lies in the absence of their representatives within the upper echelons of Konoha. The governance is firmly in the hands of Tobirama's disciples, leading to the Uchiha being subtly ostracized. The overall sentiment among Konoha's leadership was one of disdain towards the Uchiha. Their situation hardly seemed favorable. Fugaku was taken aback, realizing that a mere 9-year-old child like Toby possessed such intricate knowledge. He sharply retorted, "Who has fed you such divisive rhetoric? Have you had dealings with the radicals? Who is behind you? The second elder, the fourth elder." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito set down the tea, and at that moment, Fugaku's interest in him was subtly piqued. Much of what Obito articulated resonated with Fugaku's own thoughts. However, merely recognizing a problem is insufficient. Fugaku spoke slowly, noting that awareness of an issue does not equate to the ability to resolve it. Indeed, many members of the Uchiha clan had acknowledged this reality, yet none had proposed a viable solution. "What do you suggest?" Fugaku inquired. Obito replied, "The solution is rather straightforward. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha is confined to the upper echelons. Within that hierarchy, the most formidable threat is Danzo. If we eliminate Danzo, the matter would be settled." As soon as Obito finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. In his eyes, 3 tomo continuously revolved. He glanced around, and upon confirming that no one was present, he let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, an aura of murderous intent emanated from him as he fixed his gaze intently on Obito. In that instant, Obito felt as though the clan leader was unleashing a genjutsu upon him, drawing him into an illusory realm. An illusory realm. Uchiha Obito was slightly taken aback. This was no mere genjutsu of the 3-tomo Sharingan, but rather a capability that could only be manifested by the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It appeared that Uchiha Fugaku had indeed awakened those extraordinary eyes. In his past life, Uchiha Obito harbored suspicions, which were now unequivocally confirmed. With this realization, he offered no resistance, allowing Fugaku to fully draw him into the illusionary realm. Within Fugaku's genjutsu space, vibrant hues enveloped them. The two appeared in this ethereal setting. Uchiha Obito's expression remained unchanged as he silently regarded Uchiha Fugaku. He smiled faintly and remarked, "Is this how you choose to greet me, clan leader Fugaku? It would be preferable to converse elsewhere. Engaging in dialogue within this illusionary world ensures that certain entities cannot eavesdrop." Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, swiftly transitioning to astonishment. How can you maintain your clarity? This is inconceivable. His initial intent had been to ensnare Obito within this realm for interrogation, as anyone ensnared by his genjutsu would succumb to a stupor, effortlessly divulging the information he sought. Yet, Uchiha Obito appeared unaffected, leading Fugaku to contemplate a troubling possibility. His countenance shifted dramatically, adopting an unprecedented seriousness, with three tomos swirling in his pupils, gradually indicating an evolution into a new form. Observing this, Uchiha Obito's demeanor grew more somber as he hastily interjected, "Stop. Clan leader Fugaku, should you truly activate your Mangekyō, I would be compelled to resist, and this illusionary realm would collapse. Let us converse for a moment before deciding whether to resort to combat." Only then did Uchiha Fugaku gradually retract from his previous state, stabilizing his gaze upon the three tomo. However, within him, tumultuous waves surged. Do you truly possess that pair of eyes? Upon Obito uttering the words Mangekyō, Fugaku was already convinced of the likelihood. Though it seemed excessively implausible, this was the most logical explanation. The Mangekyō Sharingan poses a dimensional advantage over the ordinary Sharingan. Although he had cast his genjutsu while in the three tomo state, it was evident he wielded the power of the Mangekyō. An ordinary three tomo could hardly withstand it. Only the Mangekyō could contend with another Mangekyō, thus the reason for Uchiha Obito's clarity lay in his possession of an equivalent capability. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito realized that he could no longer conceal the truth and let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, it was not a simple feat to hide everything from Uchiha. Fugaku, since you have disowned this, I shall no longer keep it hidden. It is true, I have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. After a brief pause, Obito continued, So, Fugaku, you are now aware of my negotiating leverage. Shall we engage in a meaningful discussion? Uchiha Fugaku, momentarily taken aback, remained in a state of shock. His emotions surged to the point where he nearly lost control of the illusionary space. He could not help but ponder whether, had he not activated his own Mangekyō, he would have been startled into awakening a pair of his own. Hesitantly, he inquired, Obito, if I may be so bold, how old are you this year? Chapter 24, The Might of the Third Generation at its zenith. Observing Fugaku's expression of disbelief, Obito shrugged. Fugaku, since you have taken the time to meet with me today, I presume you have scrutinized my background thoroughly. Are you truly uncertain of my age? Uchiha Fugaku remained unable to accept the reality, muttering to himself. But to awaken the Mangekyō at 9 years old, how can that be possible? In the next moment, as if struck by a revelation, he grew anxious and asked, Obito, how many times have you utilized these eyes? Has your vision deteriorated? Listen to me. While they are immensely powerful, do not use them unless absolutely necessary. Obito felt the urge to laugh but restrained himself. Rest assured, I have only used them a few times since awakening. My vision has barely diminished, and I will not resort to them unless faced with dire circumstances. Uchiha Fugaku exhaled in relief, then turned serious. Obito, now that you have awakened these eyes, from this moment forth, you shall be one of the esteemed members of our Uchiha clan. To be frank, I did not take your previous words seriously. In fact, I contemplated the notion of eliminating you due to your perilous ideology. However, the situation has changed entirely. Possessing these eyes grants you boundless potential, and considering your youth, your future will undoubtedly surpass my own. Thus, I am willing to earnestly listen to your thoughts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito could not help but once again enter his mode of persuasion. Fugaku. Before we delve into serious matters, may I pose a small inquiry? What is your perspective on the overall strength of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku was taken aback by the unexpected question. After a moment of contemplation, he confidently replied, The strength of our Uchiha clan is formidable. We have over 20 members who have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Even among Jonin, they are exceptional talents. I can assure you that, at this current stage, following the Senju's integration with the common folk, no other clan in Konoha possesses strength that can rival ours. Moreover, with the possession of 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, the disparity between us and the entire Hokage lineage has diminished considerably. Toby smiled slightly and remarked, So, the clan leader Fayake believes that we still fall short compared to the Hokage lineage? Fayake nodded in affirmation. I have had dealings with Orochimaru, and his strength fills me with considerable trepidation. If each of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha possesses such power, then they would each require the Mangekyō Sharingan to contend with them. Furthermore, esteemed veterans such as Shimura Danzo and Mido Gate-in also wield overwhelming strength that surpasses that of the three-tomo Sharingan. A profound sense of apprehension flickered in Uchiha Fayake's eyes as he continued. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his renowned title of the strongest Hokage may be somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps he does not quite measure up to our ancestor Madara or the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, but he is not far behind. And I am by no means his equal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito was taken aback. Could the third Hokage truly possess such formidable strength? He had witnessed the third's prowess in the Edo Tensei state, able to stalemate with the Ten-Tails using the 5 nature transformations, which was indeed impressive. Yet, in the face of his 6 paths form, he was swiftly vanquished in a single move. Admittedly, he had been exceedingly powerful at that time. Nevertheless, the third could never reach the level of Hashirama Senju. Even if he were robust in his youth, capable of employing techniques to combat the Ten-Tails for several rounds, he would still fall short of Nagato's capabilities. Wait a moment. If the third at his peak possessed strength akin to that of Nagato, while certainly not as unique as the powers granted by the Rinnegan, he would still be remarkably close to surpassing the level of a Kage. For those who had never encountered Hashirama or Madara, the realm beyond Kage was already considered a transcendence beyond mere mortals. For instance, Nagato believed himself invincible, often proclaiming himself a god. With this realization, everything began to make sense. If the third at his zenith indeed held strength approaching that of a superior Kage, it was evident that ordinary Sharingan could not contend with him. At this moment, the third had not yet succumbed to the frailty that would come in the future. Thus, he was, at least, a formidable Kage. Understanding this, Obito acknowledged, Fugaku, I believe I now comprehend the current strength of the Uchiha. If we were to openly confront the Hokage lineage, we would indeed be at a significant disadvantage. Fugaku replied, it is good that you understand. Thus, it is wise to abandon any thoughts of engaging the Hokage lineage directly, if we truly intend to confront them head-on. Our clan must possess at least 6 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, and the side effects of the Mangekyō are considerable, leading to blindness. We are not in a position to engage in a direct confrontation. Obito remained speechless, concerned about the youthful arrogance he displayed. He articulated, in truth, we need not engage in a futile struggle. Lord Fugaku, you have misconstrued a crucial point. The Hokage lineage does not possess the singular cohesion of the Uchiha clan. They do not embody the unity of the Senju clan, but represent their respective families. Therefore, both in your perception and that of the entire Uchiha, you have overestimated the strength of the Hokage lineage. They are not particularly formidable foes. Obito comprehended this matter with great clarity. Often, it is challenging to grasp the situation without stepping outside of established confines. The Uchiha residing in Konoha lack the expansive vision that I, as an Uchiha who has long departed from Konoha, possess. What does the title of a village leader truly signify? After witnessing so much, it becomes apparent that it is merely that. Would the Uchiha of Konoha dare to declare war against all the Kage simultaneously, as I would? Fugaku furrowed his brow and inquired, so, your intent to take action against Danzo is indeed your own, and you have yet to abandon this notion? Are you aware of the difficulties involved and the potential consequences of being discovered? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Toby nodded and said, I have devised a plan to eliminate Danzo, ensuring that it remains completely undetected and bears no trace of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 25. If Danzo can engage in diplomacy, why cannot the Uchiha? Fugaku expressed his doubts. Is there truly such a plan? Danzo is an exceedingly cautious individual, unlikely to stray far from his stronghold. Even if he does venture out, he is invariably accompanied by a multitude of guards, enveloped in layers of protection. Furthermore, he is a master of wind release. I would venture to say his proficiency rivals that of the Wind Shadow. Unless I personally lead a significant force of our 3 Tomo clan members in a full frontal assault, the chances of success are minimal. However, such an approach would create considerable commotion, thereby negating the essence of an assassination. In that scenario, a large contingent of Konoha ninjas would swiftly provide support, and an Uchiha attack on the Hokage's aid would be tantamount to betraying the village. Toby chuckled softly. Fugaku, who says that eliminating Danzo requires action within the village, who dictates that we, the Uchiha, must take matters into our own hands. We could simply wait for him to leave the village and employ external forces to carry out the deed. Fugaku shook his head. Toby, your assumptions are overly simplistic. Danzo rarely ventures outside the village, and even if he does, the movements of a figure such as him are meticulously concealed. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to ascertain when he departs or where he intends to go, making it nearly impossible to seize an opportunity. Furthermore, to orchestrate Danzo's assassination through the hands of outsiders, how many possess the requisite strength? Aside from the other 4 great villages, I can think of no one else. While I hold Danzo in disdain, my principles prevent me from engaging in such treachery against the Hokage's advisor. Obito cast a glance at Fugaku, surprised to find him even more principled than he had imagined. You speak of righteousness with Danzo, yet Danzo does not abide by such principles. He has engaged in numerous conspiracies with outsiders. However, who claims that eliminating Danzo necessitates collusion with the 4 great shinobi villages? Obito cunningly remarked, Chief, I possess a method to ensure that Danzo will leave the village at a future moment, ultimately arriving at the destination I desire. This will be a decision made solely by Danzo himself, with no ties to our Uchiha clan. Furthermore, I can also facilitate the emergence of forces capable of eliminating Danzo at that location. Afterward, the possibilities for manipulation will be vast. And I can even guarantee that these forces will not align with any of the 5 great villages. Fayek felt a stir of intrigue, yet skepticism prevailed in his mind. Obito, with a sense of assurance, began to articulate his thoughts. Let me elaborate step by step. Firstly, persuading Danzo to leave the village is not an insurmountable challenge. With the imminent eruption of the Third Shinobi World War, it is reasonable to assume that clan leader Fugaku is not oblivious to the situation. Fugaku Uchiha nodded in agreement. Aware of the intelligence network that his clan possesses, naturally, he was cognizant of the recent anomalies within the ninja world. He immediately grasped Obito's intentions. Realizing that Obito aimed to take action during the turmoil of war, when Danzo would be unable to resist the temptation to instigate chaos. This thought indeed seemed plausible. He continued to speak. Obito continued, recently, a new organization has emerged in the Rain Village, known as Akatsuki. Their philosophy centers around the avoidance of war through dialogue, striving for peace by often aligning themselves with the weaker side in conflicts to balance the power dynamics. Although this organization is still in its infancy, it possesses considerable potential and is rapidly expanding. Its leader is none other than Jiraiya's disciple from the legendary Sannin of Konoha. This point, clan leader Fugaku. You may verify through your own channels. Jiraiya's disciple? A peace-oriented organization? This is indeed invaluable intelligence, Fugaku nodded. I shall investigate further. But what is the connection between this Akatsuki and the assassination of Danzo? Obito continued. The fact that Hanzo the salamander allowed the existence of the salamander fish within his territory speaks volumes. Obito extended a finger, symbolizing a fragment of Hanzo's attitude. Hanzo, in truth, acknowledged this notion of peace. Perhaps he intended, through this gesture, to convey a message aimed at calming the turmoil within the Rain Village. Obito extended his second finger, stating, secondly, the strength possessed by the Akatsuki, though perhaps not overwhelming, is certainly not negligible, instilling a sense of caution even in Hanzo. Otherwise, would the Land of Fire allow an organization, even one that advocates for peace, to flourish right beneath their noses? Fugaku grew increasingly perplexed. What does this signify? Madara Uchiha remarked. It is quite simple. A united and peaceful Rain Village does not align with the interests of Konoha, particularly those of Danzo. Consider for a moment, if the Rain Village were to regain its strength akin to the pre-Second Shinobi War era, would the higher-ups of Konoha rest easy? Furthermore, for Danzo to ascend to the position of Hokage, he must garner substantial support from many. However, given his lack of prominence within Konoha, he can only resort to unconventional means, such as seeking the backing of a demigod. But what incentive would Hanzo have to support Danzo? Unless the Rain Village is embroiled in continuous conflict, suffering from scarcity in both resources and sustenance, only then could they appeal to Konoha for assistance, allowing Danzo to forge a partnership. Thus, the ideology of peace espoused by the Akatsuki appears exceedingly perilous in Danzo's eyes. Simultaneously, the Akatsuki possesses formidable strength. If they could instigate a confrontation with Hanzo, the Rain Village would inevitably descend into further internal strife. Fugaku Uchiha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If the Akatsuki truly harbors such potential, it is quite plausible that Danzo would venture to the Land of Rain. So, is this your scheme? The more Fugaku pondered, the more brilliant it seemed. The Land of Rain indeed holds the potential to eliminate Danzo, provided that Hanzo the Salamander is willing to intervene. Moreover, why should we not establish contact with Hanzo as well? The wealth and provisions that Danzo can offer, the Uchiha can equally provide. If Hanzo is inclined to support Danzo, why should he not extend his support to us, the Uchiha? A glimmer of excitement crossed Fugaku's face. For from this plan, he envisioned not only the possibility of vanquishing Danzo but also, more crucially, a chance for the Uchiha to wield greater influence within Konoha. Obito was taken aback. Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku had indulged in a bit too much imagination. His initial intention was to leverage the Akatsuki's need for expansion, which was hampered by a lack of financial resources, as an excuse to solicit funds from Fugaku. The plan was to use Uchiha wealth to sustain his organization while simultaneously eliminating Danzo, achieving two objectives with a single action. However, upon hearing Fugaku's words, he began to reconsider. Indeed, the Uchiha clan possessed both personnel and wealth. Why should only Danzo be responsible for diplomacy? The Uchiha, as one of the founding clans of Konoha, should not have their position questioned unless they committed a fundamental error, even if the Hokage's faction opposed them. The Uchiha clan had a voice. All their actions were for the sake of Konoha, were they not? Konoha belonged to everyone, not merely to Sarutobi or Shimura. The eyes of Obito sparkled with renewed vigor. Indeed, engaging in diplomacy appeared to be a promising avenue for revitalizing the Uchiha clan. He nodded in agreement, articulating his thoughts. Yes, precisely. The Uchiha must harness political power, but such influence should not be confined to Konoha alone. It can also emanate from external realms, perhaps even from a demigod. We ought to broaden our horizons and not limit ourselves to a single village. Fugaku Uchiha regarded Obito with newfound respect, unable to restrain his admiration. Obito, I must say, you are a prodigy. Not only have you awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, but it is even more remarkable that at the tender age of 9, you possess the mindset of a Hokage. No, To describe it merely as the mindset of a Hokage is somewhat reductive, in essence. Your insights have illuminated the path for the Uchiha to establish themselves not only within the village, but throughout the entire shinobi world. Therefore, I shall dispatch someone to reach out to Hans. Chapter 26, Cultivating Relations with the Akatsuki. Establishing contact with Hans seems to bode well for the Uchiha, however. What shall become of the Akatsuki? With a vigorous cough, Obito remarked, Fugaku, rather than reaching out to Hanzo. I believe it would be more prudent to first establish contact with the Akatsuki organization. Fugaku paused, taken aback, although the Akatsuki may possess considerable strength. It seems to me that they are, in any case, not as pivotal as Hanzo. In his heart, Obito contemplated, that is because you are unaware of Nagato's Rinnegan, which bears the power of the Uchiha. Yet, he certainly could not express such thoughts openly. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, and Hanzo, the de facto ruler of the Hidden Rain, no matter the advantages presented, it would be challenging for him to perceive the Uchiha as kin. The Akatsuki, however, is a different matter. Currently, they are devoid of resources, and their leadership consists of vibrant young individuals. If we were to extend a helping hand at this juncture, we could cultivate a wealth of camaraderie. Fugaku Uchiha furrowed his brow. However, what significance does the friendship of a small power from a minor nation hold for us Uchiha? Obito smiled and said, Fugaku, have you forgotten that I once mentioned the leadership of Akatsuki comprises Jiraiya's disciples? Fugaku was taken aback, slowly realizing that fostering a connection with Akatsuki could also forge a link to Jiraiya. This revelation significantly altered its value in his mind. Despite Hanzo's formidable strength, he remained an outsider with limited support for the Uchiha clan. In contrast, Jiraiya was a true Leaf Village inhabitant and a staunch member of the Hokage lineage, possessing the potential to directly influence the thoughts of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Establishing a rapport with Jiraiya, even at some cost, would be worthwhile. Moreover, could Jiraiya's disciples be ordinary individuals? He held high hopes for Minato Namake's future. If the leadership of Akatsuki possessed even half of Minato's talent, this investment would undoubtedly yield substantial returns. Fugaku immediately broke into a smile, saying, Obito, your considerations are thorough. I will dispatch someone to investigate. If the leadership of Akatsuki truly consists of Jiraiya's disciples, I will reach out to them. The Uchiha clan is not lacking in resources. Tobi nodded thoughtfully. The Uchiha clan, from the Warring States period to the present, has amassed a considerable fortune, undoubtedly making it the wealthiest family in the entire ninja realm. The resources at his disposal were sufficient to help Yuhiko, Nagato, and Konan navigate the most challenging initial stages of their journey, facilitating his subsequent interactions with the Akatsuki organization. However, what consequences might arise from the expansion of the Akatsuki? The stance of Hanzo must also be taken into account. Clan leader Fugaku noted that Hanzo was not insignificant either, thus forging an alliance with Akatsuki could lead to further engagement with Hanzo. Ideally, this could culminate in a coalition between the Akatsuki and Hanzo, thereby granting the Uchiha clan a measure of influence within the Land of Rain. Fugaku paused, then pondered, yet such actions might inevitably be perceived as interference in another nation's internal affairs. I fear that Hanzo might grow wary of us, leading him to withdraw from any interactions. Tobi considered this point. It was indeed a concern. However, he remained untroubled. Why not wait a few years until the war is fully ignited? Perhaps even spilling onto the soil of the Land of Rain? At that time, if we merely present ourselves with a semblance of goodwill, it may be they who seek us out rather than the other way around. Fugaku could not help but shake his head, suddenly feeling like a mere na-f in comparison to Tobi, who was so adept at manipulating the hearts of others. How could a 9-year-old possess such a sophisticated mindset? He found this perplexing, yet there were many peculiarities in the ninja world. Perhaps Tobi was simply one of those anomalies. You seem to have accounted for everything, Tobi. I shall entrust this matter to you. Whenever you are ready to commence action, do inform me, and I shall cooperate unconditionally. Tobi nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, let us conclude today's discourse and venture outside. Uchiha Fugaku reciprocated with a nod, his eyes illuminated by the spinning tomo of the Sharingan, dispelling the illusion. In an instant, the two figures returned to reality. Although an extensive duration had elapsed in the realm of illusion, merely 5 seconds had passed in the real world. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto, her expression laden with gravity, stood up while cradling Itachi. Noticing the two men frozen in place, she surmised that Tobi had fallen victim to her husband's genjutsu, and they were likely engaged in an interrogation within the illusory space. As the two regained their lucidity, she promptly approached Fugaku and said, Fugaku, Tobi is merely a child. A reprimand is sufficient. There is no need for such seriousness. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled softly, shaking his head. I cannot afford to regard him as merely a child. We just had an exchange in the realm of illusion. The specifics can be discussed in the chamber. At this revelation, Makoto's astonishment was palpable. She glanced at Tobi, who remained notably calm on the other side, and incredulously queried, Tobi was able to maintain his composure within your genjutsu. She was well aware of Fugaku's prowess in illusions. Typically, even the most skilled would struggle to escape. Fugaku nodded, assuring her, rest assured. The tensions between Tobi and myself have been alleviated. He can now be considered one of us. worthy of trust. Mikoto exhaled in relief. She did not wish for a simple conversation to culminate in a dire outcome. As Obito realized that his objectives were largely achieved, he said, "Madam, you may inquire further with clan leader Fugaku later. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I must attend a graduation gathering shortly. So I shall take my leave now." Upon finishing his words, Obito turned to depart. At that moment, Fugaku spoke up. "Wait, take these before you go." Suddenly, Fugaku pulled out a sealed scroll from his sleeve and unsealed it. Inside lay a considerable sum of wealth and several ninjutsu scrolls belonging to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku remarked, "These were originally intended for you today. Although not substantial, it is a token of my goodwill." Toby cast a quick glance, noticing a far more generous offering than in his previous life, and smiled. "Since this is the gift intended by clan leader Fugaku, I shall graciously accept it." With that, he stepped forward, took the sealing scroll from Fugaku's hands, formed a hand seal, and returned the items to their original state. Afterwards, he nodded slightly to the two before departing from the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes flickered with surprise. He can use sealing techniques? Moreover, he seems quite adept. I thought he would simply take these items away. Fugaku chuckled. He possesses many skills. I have gone from astonishment to near apathy at this point. On another note, after parting from Uchiha Fugaku, Toby returned home to store the ninjutsu scrolls from the sealing scroll. He was already familiar with the advanced techniques contained within these scrolls, including Uchiha clan's B rank and above fire techniques and various throwing jutsu. Thus, they held little value for him, serving merely as collectibles. However, he found satisfaction in the additional 500,000 ryo he now possessed. Having lived a rather frugal life due to a lack of funds, he had been unable to treat Rin to a decent meal. Now, at last, he could afford to improve his circumstances slightly. With this thought, Toby set out once more. Returning to the Ninja Academy. Chapter 27. Red Bean. Unless the legendary 3 ninja take me as their apprentice, I shall never gain weight no matter how much I eat. At the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the elite class students who had already taken their exams gathered, proudly donning their ninja headbands. Their faces alight with excitement as they anticipated their forthcoming ninja careers. Rin, also adorned with a headband, observed this scene and merely shook her head with a sigh. Having been informed by Toby of many future events, she knew that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent, and these academy students would soon find themselves on the battlefield. She wondered how many would survive. What is Rin sighing about? Someone might ask. Was it because she couldn't see that Toby fellow? Just then, Yuhi Kurenai appeared beside her, gently patting her shoulder. Rin's cheeks flushed slightly as she could not help but retort, "No." Toby said he had to handle some matters with the Uchiha and would return in time for the gathering. Kurenai teased with a smile, "Of course. Who doesn't know how obedient Toby is to my Rin? Just give him a nudge east, and he would never dare venture west. Oh, how I wish I had such a strong, handsome, and compliant boyfriend." Rin's face reddened further. "Kurenai, you misunderstand. Toby and I are not that kind of relationship. Speaking of which, Asuma has been pursuing you for quite some time. He is a good guy and the 3rd Hokage's son." Kurenai's expression shifted to one of disdain. "Asuma? He is just a rebellious boy who refuses to grow up, always claiming that the 3rd Hokage's position was bought with money. It's clear how much the 3rd Hokage has done for Konoha. He treats me well, but overall, he pales in comparison to your Toby." Rin donned an amused smile. "Is that so, Kurenai? But I believe you don't entirely dislike that attention. You're merely playing hard to get." Kurenai's face flushed in response. "Nonsense. What about you, Rin? The entire class can see your relationship with Toby is peculiar. Why haven't you defined your relationship yet?" Rin's gaze deepened. "Well, Toby and I share a unique situation. It's different from what you might imagine, yet somehow, it feels even closer. Perhaps in this lifetime, we are inseparable." Kurenai scratched her head in confusion. "Ah, such a complicated relationship is beyond my understanding. Never mind that. I have plans with Red Bean tonight. We're going to have some dumplings." "Dumplings? Isn't she skipping class today? Do they serve dumplings at the barbecue place?" Rin asked curiously. "Most of the teachers are occupied with assessments today. The younger classes were dismissed after the morning session. As for the dumplings at the barbecue place, we can certainly bring some in. I already asked Asuma to get some." Kurenai replied mischievously. Rin grew a bit worried. Will they throw us out for bringing in outside food to the Akimichi's home? Meanwhile, more students emerged, each having passed their assessments with ease. Outside the academy, a white-haired figure wearing a mask sauntered over, instantly capturing the attention of many students. "Look, it's Kakashi. Wow, it's really Kakashi. He has come." "Yes, I heard he graduated from the academy and was promoted to CH Nin shortly thereafter. That is impressive." In contrast to most of the students present, who had just become genin, Kakashi's status as a CH Nin made him stand out distinctly. He approached Rin, maintaining his usual laid-back demeanor after greeting others. "Hey, long time no see. Where's that guy Toby? He didn't show up?" Rin smiled. Toby said he was handling some matters but would return shortly. Kakashi could not help but tease. He truly is a busy one. "By the way, Rin, did you receive your class assignment?" Rin glanced around. Since there were many classmates nearby, she couldn't speak too plainly and simply replied, "Yes." We've been placed in the same class, with our instructor being the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi nodded, having received the same news, indeed, as Toby had said. Their teacher was Minato. This meant that Minato would eventually become the fourth Hokage. Kurenai, overhearing, was surprised. Kakashi, didn't you graduate long ago? I heard you become a nin by now. Shouldn't you have teammates? Do you still need to be assigned to a class? Kakashi explained. After becoming a nin, I applied to be an independent ninja, primarily taking missions from the task hall and dedicating my remaining time to training. Thus, I have yet to be assigned to a class. Kurenai nodded. I never knew it could be done that way. I envy you, Rin. Having Kakashi and Toby as teammates is exceptionally reliable. Rin smiled inwardly. She couldn't reveal that she had known about her future class assignment for 4 years. At that moment, discussions about class assignments filled the air, with some expressing joy and others dismay, a reflection of life's myriad circumstances. Until someone exclaimed, have you heard? The legendary 3 ninja are planning to take on apprentices. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village and intends to select a student from the graduates. Orochimaru is also inclined to do the same. This news sent a ripple of excitement through the academy students. Is that true? Of course it is. But we already have a guiding teacher. Will they still choose us? Even with a guiding teacher, the legendary 3 ninja taking apprentices means they will likely make new arrangements. Who knows who will be fortunate enough to be chosen by them? I want to be a student of the legendary 3. In contrast to their ignorance about their own guiding jounin, the prestige of the legendary 3 ninja was undeniable. Who wouldn't he wish for a mentor of such caliber right out of graduation? Even Rin found herself daydreaming. She had idolized Tsunade since childhood. And if Tsunade were to choose her as an apprentice, she would be at a loss on how to refuse. At that moment, Red Bean hopped over, her face brimming with curiosity. Rin-senpai, Kurenai-senpai, good afternoon. What are you discussing? Hong smiled and remarked. I have heard that the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha are seeking disciples among the graduates of the Ninja Academy. Even Rin could not help but consider abandoning Obito and Kakashi. Hongdo, would you not desire to have one of the 3 ninjas as your mentor? Hongdo rolled her eyes in response. While I may wish for it, I am not a graduate. Besides, how could such formidable ninjas possibly take notice of someone like me? Rather than pondering over the possibility of becoming a disciple of the 3 ninjas, I am far more concerned about what delectable food awaits me tonight. I have heard there are delicious dumplings. Hong teased. All you ever think about is eating dumplings. Aren't you worried about becoming a plump figure in the future? Hongdo glanced at her slender frame, resembling a petite bean, and retorted. The notion that I would become a plump person in the future is as implausible as the idea of the 3 ninjas accepting me as their pupil. Rest assured, unless the 3 ninjas truly choose me as their disciple, I shall never gain weight no matter how much I eat. Chapter 28. Where art thou, Haiden? I am in dire need of you. Hong couldn't help but smile, shaking her head in amusement at Hongdo's exasperated expression. Meanwhile, Rin appeared somewhat embarrassed. Who said I would abandon Kakashi and Obito? Hong replied with a grin. But Rin, if Lady Tsunade were willing to take you as her disciple, would you not hesitate? After contemplating for a moment, Rin candidly confessed, I would indeed hesitate, but if the price for that were to forsake Obito, I could not accept. Her expression then transformed into one of confidence as she declared, even without Lady Tsunade, I am determined to become an exceptional medical ninja in the future. Kakashi, standing nearby, could not help but narrow his eyes, contemplating how fortunate it would be to have Rin and Obito as teammates in the future. Just then, a voice interjected. Enough of your musings. This time, it is indeed Lady Tsunade who is accepting disciples, but the candidates have already been decided. It will not be open to others. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito. With a slightly awkward demeanor, remarked, just now, Rin mentioned that she couldn't abandon me. Rin's petite face flushed a deep crimson. And she couldn't help but let out a soft huff, saying, Obito, why have you become increasingly frivolous? However, her curiosity soon took hold as she inquired. What did you mean when you said the candidate has already been decided? Obito elaborated. Lady Tsunade had a lover who perished on the battlefield. I believe you are aware of this, Rin? Rin nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I have heard about it. That incident had a profound impact on Lady Tsunade. Toby continued. Lady Tsunade's lover is named Kato Dan. You may wish to inquire among the graduates of the Ninja Academy to discover who among them remains unassigned to a class. You will understand why Lady Tsunade has taken on an apprentice. Sighing, Red expressed her astonishment and began to ponder. Indeed, there is someone in our cohort who has yet to be assigned, and that is Shizun. Unable to resist, she cast her gaze towards a solitary figure in the distance. Following the conclusion of the graduation examinations, Shizun had not yet received her class assignment and believed herself to have been forsaken. At that moment, she stood alone, disheveled in the wind, oblivious to the attention she had garnered. Is that Shizun? Kato Shizun, sharing the same surname as Kato Dan? Now I comprehend. Lady Tsunade must have taken on an apprentice due to her relationship. Rin's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a glance of mild reproach towards Toby. Earlier, she had witnessed Shizun's unassigned status and had taken the time to offer her comfort. only to find that the true jest lay with herself. All of this could be attributed to Toby's failure to convey such a significant piece of information. Obito could not help but awkwardly remark, "It's merely trivial matters. I've completely forgotten about them." He then adopted a serious demeanor and continued, "In any case, the class assignments are generally predetermined, typically based on each individual's strengths and bonds. For instance, the renowned Ino Shikicho trio from Konoha will undoubtedly be placed in the same class after graduation. Similarly, given that we have played together since childhood, there is a significant likelihood that we will also be assigned to the same class. Once these class assignments are established, they are seldom altered. Therefore, even if the legendary Sannin take on apprentices, they must have already made prior arrangements, listing out their desired disciples separately. Those of us who have already been confirmed for guidance from a Jonin need not concern ourselves with such matters." Kurenai nodded in understanding. "No wonder I ended up in the same class as Asuma." She then glanced at Shizen beside her and added, "Ah, Shizen is indeed fortunate." Rin also felt a sense of relief. This spared her from the dilemma of choosing between Tsunade and Obito. However, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart at the thought of not being able to be Tsunade's apprentice. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito hurriedly reassured, "It's all right, Rin. Just because there are no opportunities now does not imply there will be none in the future. Besides, our Jonin instructor is exceptionally skilled as well." Hearing this, Hong couldn't suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Obito, is your Jonin instructor truly that formidable? I haven't even heard of Minato Namikaze." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito deliberately cast a glance at Kakashi, remarking that he was a genius surpassing even Kakashi himself, which was precisely why the third Hokage entrusted Minato-sensei with Kakashi's guidance. Kakashi scoffed in response, aware that Obito was once again teasing him. However, reflecting on the fact that his mentor would eventually ascend to the position of fourth Hokage at a mere 20-something years of age, he couldn't help but concede that Obito's words held some truth. Nevertheless, Kakashi opted to retort, acknowledging Minato-sensei's exceptional prowess while pointing out that unlike certain individuals, he had not graduated early from the Ninja Academy and was merely at the bottom of the class. It seemed that in this class division, some individuals were relegated to mere supporting roles. Inside Obito's heart surged a tempest of fury. "Kakashi, you." Kakashi's words were indeed not without merit. In their previous life, his admission into Minato's team was largely due to the third Hokage's somewhat benevolent disposition towards the Uchiha clan, but primarily because of the bond he shared with Kakashi. Choosing others would be less favorable than selecting him. "What do you mean, what? Am I not speaking the truth?" "You fool," Kakashi retorted. Rin, with a cheerful demeanor, observed the playful banter between Obito and Kakashi, then turned her gaze towards the last elite classmate exiting the Ninja Academy, urging, "All right, you two, cease your bickering. Everyone has passed the assessment." Subsequently, she raised her voice to address her peers. "Let us gather and head out for barbecue." Some classmates, unable to contain their excitement, jubilantly shouted, "Hooray, let's go." At that moment, Asuma Saratobi hurriedly entered, clutching a bag filled with dango. He approached Kurenai with an endearing smile. "Kurenai, I have brought the dango you requested." Kurenai gladly accepted the dango, effortlessly distributing some to Shino and Rin, savoring the treat with evident satisfaction. "Asuma, you are not entirely useless. The dango is delightful. Thank you." Upon hearing Kurenai's praise, Asuma felt a surge of exhilaration, convinced that all his efforts were worthwhile. This scene was not lost on Obito, who regarded Asuma as rather pitiable, questioning if such humility in pursuit of a girl was truly worthwhile. However, Rin, with her hands clasped in gratitude, addressed Asuma, "Asuma, thank you for treating us to dango. In the future, I will bring Kurenai along to treat you to something delicious." Asuma's eyes lit up. "Really?" Rin nodded, smiling, "Indeed." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In his heart, Obito roared, "Haiden, where are you? Hurry, I need you desperately right now." Chapter 29. A reunion with Minato. Obito's guilt as the sun descended in the west, a group of Ninja Academy students gathered together to relish a delightful meal. Due to the restrictions imposed by the Ninja Code, minors were unable to partake in alcohol, thus, they opted for juice as a substitute. "Cheers," they exclaimed, clinking their cups together before consuming the refreshing juice in one go. The scene before them was idyllic, each face illuminated by innocent joy. Even Obito, enveloped in such a vibrant atmosphere, could not help but be affected by it. Yet, he pondered how long this blissful moment could endure. For war brings forth suffering and fosters growth within individuals. Well, one must savor the moment, Obito mused, joining the throng indulging in the extravagant barbecue feast. The gathering was filled with laughter and merriment, to the extent that even the staff of the Akimichi barbecue restaurant tolerated the audacity of these students bringing their own skewers to enjoy. The following day, Obito rose early, engaged in some exercise, and set off towards the Ninja Academy to attend the graduation ceremony. Along the way, he encountered an elderly woman struggling under the weight of her burdensome packages. No way, I've arrived a bit early this time, and yet here we are? Obito could not help but harbor doubts. Could these elderly gentlemen and ladies have transformed into white Zetsu, specifically to thwart him? Such a predicament was one he could not afford to overlook. Fortunately, he was no longer the Obito of yore. With a swift formation of hand seals, he conjured the shadow clone technique, and in an instant, a perfect replica of himself appeared at his side. I shall attend the graduation ceremony. You remain here to assist the elderly, Obito instructed his clone. The clone promptly thumped its chest, assuring, rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Thus, Obito continued his journey towards the Ninja Academy, finally managing to arrive on time. After enduring a rather brief graduation address and a discourse on the will of fire from the third Hokage, Obito successfully received his diploma. Subsequently, he and Rin made their way to the training ground to meet their guiding jonin. Upon their arrival, they found Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki already awaiting them. Tobirama immediately spotted that golden-haired figure, unchanged from their encounter decades later during the Fourth Great Ninja War. A pang of guilt washed over him, causing him to lower his gaze. Since his rebirth, he had been deliberately avoiding his sensei, Minato. Yet, what was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Minato was, in fact, a person of remarkable punctuality. In his memories, it was always he who was tardy while Minato patiently awaited his arrival. When did this dynamic begin to shift? It all commenced with the onset of war. From that point onward, Minato became increasingly occupied, frequently traversing between the village and the battlefield, often arriving late after their prearranged meetings. Perhaps it was due to Minato's unparalleled speed that he bore a heavier burden of responsibilities, constantly rushing to provide support, never resting, which led to his delays at crucial moments. In his previous life, he had spent a considerable amount of time blaming Minato for not arriving in time to save Rin. However, upon reflection, such resentment was misplaced. How could Madara not intentionally divert Minato's attention during the execution of his plan? Tobirama was utterly unreasonable. As Obito pondered, his head lowered further, to the point where he could not help but retreat slightly, concealing his figure behind Rin. Minato, observing this scene from a distance, felt perplexed. He awkwardly smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi, do I appear particularly fearsome? Have I frightened Obito? Kakashi could not suppress a sigh. If the future Obito envisioned were indeed true, then he simply did not know how to confront you, Minato-sensei. However, outwardly, Kakashi could not express such thoughts. He responded somewhat awkwardly, perhaps Obito harbors some guilt towards you. Minato-sensei. Minato, intrigued, inquired, is that so? But Obito has not done anything to wrong me, has he? Just as Minato hesitated, contemplating whether to soften his demeanor and approach for a greeting, Rin quietly grasped Obito's hand. Obito, do not be afraid. I promised, whatever happens, I will face it with you. With that, Rin led Obito forward, and before he could react, she bowed deeply to Minato, exceeding a 90-degree angle. Minato was taken aback. This gesture surpassed the usual disciple's courtesy, resembling a formal apology. He quickly reassured them, you are not late. Kakashi and I arrived early because we had no engagements this morning. You need not go to such lengths. Rin shook her head earnestly. No, Minato-sensei. Obito has indeed wronged you gravely, exceedingly so. Even I find it unacceptable. I am here to apologize on his behalf, hoping for your understanding. Minato was momentarily stunned, pondering whether his interactions with Obito had left a significant psychological impact on the boy. Yet, after much contemplation, he could recall no such incident and merely scratched his head. Perhaps it was a trivial matter that I have forgotten. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Obito finally mustered the courage to raise his head and spoke slowly. Minato-sensei. There are things I cannot disclose to you at this moment, but I will share them with you in due time. Rin is correct. I have indeed committed a grievous wrong, and I do not even dare to hope for your forgiveness. With that, Obito knelt, offering a profound bow to Minato, however. I will strive to make amends. If one day you learn the truth and wish to take my life, I shall not protest. Minato listened, increasingly bewildered. But he swiftly approached Obito, helping him to his feet. He smiled, Obito, although I am unaware of what transpired, let us assume something indeed did happen. You are reluctant to share, and I shall not pry. Nevertheless, no matter what has occurred, I forgive you. You are now part of Team 7, my disciple. If a disciple errs, it is the responsibility of the master. Tears streamed down Obito's face, unable to be contained. As always, Minato-sensei forgave him. Yet this only intensified the guilt that weighed heavily on his heart. He choked out, Minato-sensei, you will always be my greatest teacher. The gentle Minato patted Obito's head. But then his expression grew serious as he produced a pair of bells, attaching them to his waist. However, to become my disciple, you must first pass one final test. Seize the bells from me. He paused before continuing. Initially, I intended to say that there are only 2 bells, and those who fail to acquire one shall be eliminated. However, based on what I've observed, it is clear that your bonds are profound. So I shall not assess whether you see each other as comrades, but rather your strength and teamwork. Minato's gaze sharpened. Now, let us begin. Approach this with the intent to defeat me. If you secure the bells, all will be deemed worthy. Chapter 30. The Bell Snatch. Seeing Minato assume a combat stance, Obito regained his composure. He stood up and exchanged a knowing glance with Kakashi and Rin. In an instant, they understood and quickly positioned themselves beside him, forming a defensive formation. In this lifetime, due to Kakashi's earlier awakening, he no longer exhibited the cold, distant demeanor he had in his previous life. Instead, the three often trained and fought together. Their teamwork significantly improved compared to before. Minato, observing their swift defensive setup, couldn't help but express admiration. As expected, "Your coordination is quite proficient," he noted. Faced with a more formidable Jonin, they wisely prioritized defense rather than launching an immediate attack. However, Minato chuckled. "Since you wish for me to take the initiative, I shall oblige. Simply standing your ground against a ninja like me is not a wise choice." With that, Minato's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Kakashi. So fast. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, instinctively attempting to evade, yet he was still struck by Minato's rapid punch. The impact sent him flying, and he barely regained his footing midair before landing in a rather disheveled manner. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Had Minato's strike been a kunai instead of a fist, he would have faced severe injury or worse. Having trained for years, Kakashi had thought he had nearly caught up to a Jonin's level. To his dismay, he realized he was still inferior to Obito, the reincarnated one, and vastly outmatched by Minato. Truly, as Obito had said, Minato-sensei was indeed the swiftest in the ninja world, the yellow flash of Konoha, a title well-deserved. Meanwhile, after Kakashi was sent flying, Rin belatedly reacted, reaching into her ninja tool pouch to retrieve a kunai, aiming it at Minato as she hastily retreated. Being a healer-type ninja, she remembered Obito's advice: prioritize self-preservation in battle, and if an attack fails, retreat promptly. However, contrary to her expectations that Minato would need to slow down to dodge her kunai, he merely sidestepped slightly, evading it effortlessly and quickly adjusting his course toward her without a hint of disruption. Rin was taken aback. Was this the remarkable adaptability and reflex speed Obito spoke of? It was almost beyond human capability. At that moment, Minato felt quite pleased with the members of Team 7 he was about to mentor. Their initial defensive formation had posed a challenge, making it difficult to breach with conventional methods, necessitating a serious approach on his part. Given his fighting style, it was only natural that he would aim to conclude the battle swiftly. To his surprise, Kakashi had reacted first, although he had taken a hit. He had not been rendered completely incapacitated. This level of resilience was comparable to that of an average Jonin. Rin, too, played her part well, assuming a supportive role without greedily seeking glory, leaving no immediate openings for him to exploit. This forced Minato to expend more effort to subdue Rin. Though it merely added to his troubles, presenting challenges against such an opponent was already a notable accomplishment. However, he knew that once Rin was incapacitated, Team 7 would be left with a singular formidable Kakashi, temporarily unable to assist, while Obito remained stationary, unable to coordinate effectively. Minato contemplated this, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Yet, at that moment, Obito, who had remained inactive until now, sprang into action. As Minato soared toward Rin, Obito surged forward, his speed increasing dramatically as he leaped into the air, hands reaching for the bells at Minato's waist. Oh no, Obito's target is the bells. Minato immediately recognized Obito's intent. But due to the impeccable timing of Obito's move, he found himself in a precarious situation. After executing a series of swift maneuvers, striking Kakashi, dodging Rin's kunai, and adjusting his stance to attack Rin, Minato's body coordination, despite its excellence, had slightly worn down, leaving him unable to redirect his movements in time. Oblivious to the fleeting moment, Obito seized the opportunity to launch an attack, moving with such swiftness that he could discern every detail, yet remained powerless to alter the outcome. This cannot be. I must not allow Obito to easily grasp the bell. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique. With a wry smile, Minato lamented the necessity of unveiling a strategy he had intended to withhold during this assessment. At that very moment, Obito's hand was on the verge of touching the bell, his face alight with triumph, feeling quite pleased with his impeccable timing. At last, I shall triumph over you, Minato-sensei, he mused as his fingers grazed the bell. However, just as he prepared to seize it, the entirety of Minato's form abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, Minato reappeared, crouching before a kunai not far away. Obito grasped at emptiness, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of déjà vu. Instinctively, he turned his head and, indeed, beheld the figure of Minato Namikaze not far away, poised before a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito could not suppress the gloom within his heart. Was this not merely an ordinary evaluation? To employ the Flying Thunder God technique, it seemed rather excessive, did it not? Beside him, Rin and Kakashi were equally taken aback. Moments ago, they had witnessed Obito nearly seize victory, believing the examination would conclude without incident. To their astonishment, their teacher Minato's figure abruptly vanished midair, only to reappear in an entirely different location. This was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere body flicker technique. Could it indeed be the Flying Thunder God that Obito had mentioned? The ability to manifest at one's enemy's side at any given moment, to launch an attack and retreat instantaneously, was an insurmountable power. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, wielding the kunai of the Flying Thunder God, gradually stood. He regarded Obito with a hint of astonishment. I must admit, Obito, your prowess exceeds my expectations. You have compelled me to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. In truth, to force me to resort to such a move signifies that all participants are at least competent, for even a typical jonin would struggle to elicit this from me. However, I find myself increasingly curious about you. You seem to possess strength surpassing that of Kakashi, thus, reveal your true abilities. With that, Minato's figure once again vanished. Reappearing beside Obito, Obito offered a wry smile. Even with his knowledge of Kakashi's fighting style, he found himself struggling to keep pace without activating his Sharingan. He could only barely shift his body to evade a punch, but that was the extent of his capabilities. The next strike was already upon him. Bang! Obito was struck directly. However, his form transformed into a wooden post, while his true self manifested in midair behind Minato Namake's. Though he had barely managed to employ the body replacement technique at the last moment, the situation remained dire. Minato, having swiftly reacted, turned to face him and continued his assault. At that moment, suspended in the air, Obito found himself unable to change direction once more. He could only. Toby swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the fire release, great fireball technique. Instantly, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, propelled by scorching flames toward the direction of Minato Namake's. Chapter 31, Qualification. Such a ninjutsu as the Great Fireball posed little threat to a ninja of Minato's caliber. Toby's intention was not to strike the opponent, but rather to delay his advance. Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes, compelling him to pivot his body just in time to evade the massive fireball. The fireball descended violently, crashing into the ground and resulting in a tremendous explosion, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the moment, Obito landed gracefully. However, he understood that merely escaping peril was insufficient. Allowing Minato-sensei to seize the initiative was a perilous prospect. Memories of the night of the Nine-Tails rampage flooded his mind, recalling how he had been outmaneuvered by Minato's successive displays of skill. Contemplating this, he resolved to strike first. With swift precision, he drew a handful of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and formed seals once more. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Instantly, a multitude of fiery shuriken flew towards Minato. This technique proved ineffective against resilient ninjas, yet it was particularly effective against Minato's agile and fragile form. After evading the Great Fireball, Minato found himself compelled to dodge the onslaught of Phoenix Fire. While evading, Minato marveled at Obito's unexpected mastery of fire release techniques, noting the impeccable timing and power with which they were unleashed. These were techniques undocumented in the Ninja Academy. It seemed Obito was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Although he had yet to awaken his Sharingan, his prowess exceeded that of an ordinary genin, approaching the threshold of a Nin. As Obito's consecutive jutsu created delays, Kakashi seized the opportunity to readjust himself. Faced with a formidable adversary like Minato, he dared not conceal his abilities. Channeling lightning, he unleashed a significant portion of his Raikiri. In an instant, the air crackled with thunderous sounds as Kakashi, bolstered by the lightning release, surged towards Minato. Meanwhile, Rin, also retreating steadily, took the opportunity to hurl shuriken around Minato, not to strike him, but to restrict his evasion options, thereby creating an opportunity for Kakashi's advance. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Obito could not help but smile. Having just unleashed two techniques, he felt a notable depletion of his chakra, particularly in his unaugmented state. However, the remaining chakra was sufficient to execute his intended jutsu. He doubted that his mentor, Minato, would lower himself to resorting to another Flying Thunder God technique. So he had prepared a grand surprise. Once again, he formed the necessary hand seals. Fire release, Storm Dance. Instantly, Obito expelled a swirling inferno that rapidly expanded into a colossal fire dragon, directed toward Minato. Although lacking the enhancement of Kamui, this technique, despite its diminished power and speed, remained the most familiar and formidable ninjutsu in Obito's arsenal. Even Minato could sense the palpable threat it posed. Amidst Kakashi's charge, Rin Shuriken, and Obito's Storm Dance, Minato was compelled to make a critical decision. He abruptly halted and altered his trajectory, his form shifting from left to right, narrowly evading the swirling flames. However, he could not avoid colliding with one of Rin's shuriken. Yet, undeterred, he brandished the kunai he had just retrieved, executing a swift motion forward. With a resounding clang, Rin's shuriken was cleaved in two. Without hesitation, he swiftly turned to face the approaching Kakashi. Kakashi's intentions were equally clear as he lunged for the bell attached to Minato's waist. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Minato found himself in a predicament where he could not alter his course in time. The trio exhibited remarkable coordination, their relentless assaults leaving him in a state of discomfort. In the final moments, he managed to twist his waist just enough. Kakashi's hand grazed the bell, and he was propelled forward uncontrollably, skidding to a halt. Minato wiped the sweat from his brow, having deduced Kakashi's predicament. Was he utilizing lightning release for rapid movement? Fortunately, this technique was not yet fully developed. And coupled with a lack of acute dynamic vision, it hindered his ability to perceive the subtle movements of his attacking foes, resulting in a miscalculation. Nonetheless, at this age, such mastery of lightning release ninjutsu was indeed indicative of genius. Ultimately, he had managed to protect the bell, avoiding disgrace before his peers. However, just as he thought to relax, Obito, who had previously unleashed his jutsu, materialized at his side. In the hidden path of Obito, he remarked, "Teacher Minato, one must not be distracted during battle. This is the lesson you imparted to me." Without hesitation, he reached once more for the bells at Minato's waist. Minato Namikaze could not help but smile wryly, astonished that Obito could still move after unleashing 3 techniques of such intensity. This time, he had underestimated him. Instinctively, he considered employing the Flying Thunder God technique again, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. How could he bear the embarrassment of using it once more? In the blink of an eye, Obito swiftly seized 2 bells, claiming them as his own. Kakashi and Rin, witnessing this, instantly displayed expressions of delight. Obito lifted the bell and gave it a gentle shake, turning to face Minato, who had ceased to adopt an aggressive stance. "Master Minato, have we qualified?" A faint smile graced the face of Minato Namikaze as he nodded in affirmation. "To be honest, your excellence has far exceeded my expectations. I hereby declare that all of you have qualified." "Yay!" Rin exclaimed with joy, rushing back from a distance to grasp the hands of Obito and Kakashi. "From now on, we shall be official members of Team 7. I look forward to your guidance." Obito sensed Rin's joy. Often, due to their frequent companionship, Rin and Kakashi had matured significantly. Yet it was in moments like this that he truly felt the vivacity of youth emanating from her. This sensation was indeed quite delightful. Obito squinted his eyes, while Minato, beaming with joy, remarked, "Since Team 7 has officially been established, we must commemorate this occasion. Let us visit the photo studio tomorrow morning. Remember, do not be late." Rin nodded, then, with a curious expression, inquired, "So, Minato-sensei, what shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Minato replied, "Once the assessment concludes, we will conduct a debriefing. I will analyze the shortcomings encountered during our operation and concurrently devise a subsequent training regimen. Firstly, regarding teamwork, you all have demonstrated exceptional performance, surpassing even many long-established squads in terms of coordination. I find little more to instruct you on this matter. Secondly, we must focus on individual capabilities." Minato turned his gaze toward Rin. "Rin, I have heard that you are studying medical ninjutsu. I will procure some advanced medical ninjutsu scrolls for you. You should continue to enhance your skills in this area. As the medical personnel of our team, your conscious effort to protect yourself during the recent battle was commendable. Our squad composition, aside from you, is highly mobile. We can take the initiative in our regular missions, and your task is to further bolster your survival skills. As long as you remain safe, we can easily execute both offensive maneuvers and strategic retreats. Moreover, with you providing medical support after our withdrawal, the overall survivability of our team is significantly assured." Rin nodded affirmatively, saying, "Rest assured, Minato-sensei, I am well aware of my responsibilities. I understand that my role as a support will make me the primary target of enemy attacks in battle, and I will take measures to protect myself." Minato nodded in agreement before turning his attention to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you truly are a prodigy. If not for my presence, it would be nearly impossible for an average J-nin to subdue you so easily. With further training, you could even be promoted to a full-fledged J-nin. However, your recent lightning-based ninjutsu has a significant drawback. Due to its incredible speed, you lack the necessary dynamic vision to adjust yourself effectively during your advance, which poses a considerable danger in combat. I can assure you that my speed is not inferior to your lightning release, and my visual acuity may not surpass yours. Yet I can adjust my position during an assault to execute the most effective strikes. Do you know why?" Kakashi pondered for a moment, recalling the recent skirmish, and uncertainly replied, "Minato-sensei, during the battle, you seem to rely more on your instincts than on visual observation." Minato affirmed, "Precisely. In many battles, one does not always need to rely on sight. One can also sense through the body. As you become accustomed to perceiving combat through physical sensation, your dependence on vision will diminish significantly. This shall be the focus of your upcoming training." Kakashi's eyes lit up. He had already recognized the issue of his speed outpacing his visual tracking, having discussed it with Obito without finding an effective resolution. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. His father had once told him that sometimes battles could be navigated by sound rather than sight, a notion he had not fully comprehended until now. Kakashi nodded earnestly. "Minato-sensei, I understand how I should proceed with my training." As Obito listened to Master Minato's guidance, he found himself enlightened. In his previous life, Master Minato did not impart this wisdom at the inception of Team 7, perhaps because, at that time, Kakashi had yet to master Raikiri. Indeed, under the influence of his reincarnation, Kakashi had consciously begun to develop Raikiri ahead of schedule, resulting in a considerably accelerated progress compared to their past. In contrast, by the time Raikiri took shape in his previous life, they were already engaged in the mission at the Kamui Bridge. He swiftly gifted his eye to Kakashi, alleviating Kakashi's issues with dynamic vision, thus redirecting the focus of his training. Therefore, for speed-oriented ninjas without the Sharingan, it seems that rather than relying solely on sight in battle, it is more about feeling with the body. Perhaps this is the correct training approach for Kakashi. Obito found himself deep in contemplation. While his Sharingan had greatly aided Kakashi, even earning him the esteemed title of the Copy Ninja, it had, to some extent, constrained Kakashi's growth. As Obito pondered, Minato cast a glance in his direction. Obito, your fire release techniques are commendable. They can densely cover the battlefield. Even when faced with formidable opponents, while they may not inflict significant damage, they create exceptional opportunities for your comrades. Pairing with Kakashi is indeed a perfect match. However, Minato hesitated for a moment. Earlier, after evading my initial attack, your use of the body flicker technique, and prior to that, seizing the moment after my attack to snatch the bells, even compelling me to utilize Flying Thunder God, your timing was impeccable. Obito, your combat style does not resemble that of a ninjutsu specialist. It is more akin to that of a close combat speedster, is it not? Toby nodded slightly. Indeed. I primarily specialize in close combat. With his ability to phase, engaging powerful adversaries does not heavily rely on ninjutsu. Rather, it involves closely observing for opportunities to absorb or evade enemy attacks and capitalizing on their movements. In this lifetime, he has naturally focused on enhancing and honing these skills. Minato spoke earnestly. Although I am unaware of the origins of your combat experience, it is nearly fully developed. If I were to utilize your abilities, I could not surpass your proficiency. Consequently, I am unable to provide guidance in this area. What you require now is a robust ninjutsu capable of maximizing your talent for exploiting weaknesses, which would serve as a decisive factor in your overall strength. I possess such ninjutsu, as you have just witnessed. It is the space-time ninjutsu known as the Flying Thunder God technique, established by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. However, this technique is not accessible to everyone. I must submit a request for approval to teach it to you. Given your recent display of proficiency with the body replacement technique, you would have a 30% chance of mastering it. At this juncture, Rin interjected, Minato-sensei, is it truly only a 30% chance for Toby, given his abilities? Minato sighed. Yes, regrettably, it remains a mere 30%. The Flying Thunder God is an intricate technique. Even though Toby has a solid foundation, he only meets part of the prerequisites for learning it. To truly master this technique, one must possess a formidable spatial awareness. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible to apply it effectively in combat. I am uncertain if Toby possesses this skill. Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances, their expressions becoming peculiar. They had witnessed Toby's enigmatic space-time ninjutsu. It seemed ludicrous to suggest that he lacked spatial awareness. Had Toby's preparations over the past few years been aimed at mastering this technique? Rin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. So, Minato-sensei, if Toby were to master this technique, how formidable would he become? Minato smiled gently. Toby, much like Kakashi, is on the verge of rivaling Jonin-level prowess. If he were to master this technique, he would likely ascend to the rank of an elite Jonin, possibly even becoming one of the most distinguished among them. Elite Jonin. Rin and Kakashi exclaimed in unison. Minato chuckled. To be precise, the ranks of ninja are categorized as Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, and our unique designation in Konoha, the special Jonin, who possesses certain Jonin capabilities but has yet to be promoted. However, there are distinctions among Jonin. Those who have achieved great renown in the shinobi world and possess their own titles are considered elite Jonin, distinct from regular Jonin. Rin inquired curiously, and what about the most distinguished among the elite Jonin? Minato's gaze deepened. You are all aware of the Kage of the 5 great nations, typically the strongest ninja from their respective villages. However, even Kage age and eventually pass away. When that time comes, a new Kage must be chosen. From which ninjas will the new Kage be selected? Kakashi paused, then glanced at Toby. So, the Kage is chosen from the ranks of the elite Jonin? Minato nodded. Precisely. You can gauge this. Any Jonin who has earned their own title can be referred to as an elite Jonin. If that title is particularly formidable, even legendary, then such an elite Jonin would be among the most distinguished. For instance, the legendary Sannin of Konoha or the famed White Fang. Minato smiled. Upon hearing such titles, you likely perceive the distinction between them and ordinary Jonin, do you not? Rin nodded, recognizing that such ninjas were akin to legendary figures, their prowess seemingly comparable to that of a village leader. This admiration was especially true for Tsunade, revered as the strongest kunoichi. Kakashi, however, bore an expression of sorrow. Fully aware of his father's formidable legacy, once touted as a prime candidate to succeed the 4th Hokage. Chapter 33, Minato's misunderstanding at that moment. Minato belatedly realized Kakashi was the son of the White Fang. Embarrassed, he remarked, My apologies, Kakashi. I did not mean to bring up your father's name. Kakashi shook his head. It's quite all right, Minato-sensei. I do not dwell in the past sorrows. Your mention of my father indicates he is a strong figure, acknowledged even by you, and I should feel honored. Minato was pleasantly surprised by Kakashi's openness. Kakashi, your father was indeed a true powerhouse. I am confident you will grow to be as formidable as he was. In fact, I must tell you, upon learning of your father's legacy, I came to greatly respect him and do not believe he erred. Kakashi felt a surge of emotion. Was this what Toby referred to as the sun in everyone's eyes? Minato-sensei was indeed a commendable mentor. Meanwhile, Rin had focused on another point, her eyes sparkling. Minato-sensei, you just said that if Toby masters the Flying Thunder God technique, he could become one of the most distinguished elite Jonin, akin to the legendary Sannin? Minato hesitated. Perhaps not to that extent. as the Sannin are seasoned veterans with extensive knowledge and experience that cannot be easily matched. However, a ninja's strength cannot be quantified so simplistically. Battles are fraught with variables, such as intelligence and counteracting abilities, which can lead to varying outcomes. Minato elaborated. Thus, in my view, an elite jonin among the distinguished is simply one who excels exceptionally in a particular aspect, to the extent that conventional means cannot counteract it. For instance, while Jiraiya-sensei is formidable, in terms of mobility, I surpass him. If I can fully leverage this advantage in combat, Jiraiya-sensei would struggle to counter me, and I might have the potential to defeat him. In that light, why should I not be considered among the elite jonin? Toby, similarly, if he mastered the Flying Thunder God, would possess the capability to engage true powerhouses on equal footing and potentially inflict harm, thus qualifying as one of the distinguished elite jonin. Rin nodded, her eyes filled with hope, though she was aware of Toby's strength. Capable of challenging the 5 Kage and opposing the world single-handedly, many of his abilities relied heavily on his eyes, which came with severe repercussions. She wished for him to refrain from overusing them. From Minato-sensei, she envisioned a possibility where Toby could rival the strongest without relying on his eyes. How could she not be hopeful? Kakashi, however, noted another intriguing detail from Minato-sensei's words and inquired, Minato-sensei, are you a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei? Minato nodded, indeed. Jiraiya-sensei is my mentor, and under his guidance, I have acquired much knowledge that has enabled my growth. Kakashi expressed genuine gratitude. I see. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Your insights today have deepened my understanding of what it takes to become Hokage. Minato found himself slightly embarrassed. Chuckling, do you all not question the veracity of my claim that I possess the strength to surpass Jiraiya-sensei? After all, my reputation is not particularly widespread at present. Obito smiled silently, jesting that in his eyes, Master Minato was far more formidable than Lord Jiraiya, although the Third Great Ninja War had yet to commence. And perhaps Minato had not yet attained his future prowess, as he had articulated, once a ninja possesses an uncounterable technique, one can no longer rely on conventional reasoning. The ethereal ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan Kamui could not be countered, and he held no fear against the more advanced Rinnegan. Rin and Kakashi shared no dissent, for they were well aware that this individual was destined to become the 4th Hokage, a leader of the village, and it would be peculiar for him to lack strength. Seeing the unwavering faith in his disciples' eyes, Minato felt a surge of emotion, realizing how much they believed in him. He then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, your interest in becoming Hokage is evident. Are you striving towards that goal? Kakashi replied, no, I possess no great desire to become Hokage. I merely recalled a certain individual from my childhood who incessantly boasted about his ambition to achieve that title, and I wish to evaluate the difficulty of his aspiration. Obito snorted, Kakashi, do you think I can't hear you? Minato chuckled and turned to Obito, saying, so, it seems that Obito aspires to become Hokage? That is indeed a commendable ambition. However, I must remind you that mere strength is insufficient to attain the title of Hokage. One must also earn the recognition of the entire village. Obito's eyes suddenly reflected a hint of melancholy. Kakashi-sensei, becoming Hokage was indeed my childhood dream. But now I have entrusted that aspiration to another. I no longer wish to become Hokage. Minato Namikaze was taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why is that? Obito revealed a hint of nostalgia. Perhaps I am unworthy, or perhaps I have come to understand many matters. In truth, becoming Hokage is not such a monumental achievement. Ultimately, the one to whom I have entrusted my dreams is far more deserving of the title of Hokage than I. Minato, increasingly intrigued, responded, Obito. While I am unaware of the circumstances that led you to renounce your aspiration of becoming Hokage, it is evident that the person to whom you have entrusted your dreams holds significant importance in your life, is it not? Obito gazed at Minato. The image of Naruto surfacing in his mind, radiantly cheerful, with golden hair and formidable strength. Minato-sensei, he resembles me in my youth. We were rivals for quite some time. I was swayed by his words. However, I apologize, Minato-sensei, for I cannot reveal to you who he is just yet. I can only tell you that he is equally significant in your life. Minato was taken aback by Obito's unexpected response. Someone significant in my life? Surely. It must be connected to the guilt you harbor towards me. Obito nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, his tragedy was wrought by my own hands. This is the wellspring of my guilt. In any case, I shall gradually reveal the truth to teacher Minato. However, Minato suddenly contemplated a possibility, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Could it be that this individual bears the surname Uzumaki? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito shook his head and reassured, do not worry, Sensei Minato. The person I referred to is not Sister Kushina. However, akin to the guilt I harbor towards you, my remorse towards Sister Kushina is even more profound, though I cannot divulge the reasons just yet. In Chapter 34, the disappearance of the Senja clan, Kakashi and Rin shook their heads in dismay, recognizing Obito's unspoken burdens. Rin interjected, Sensei Minato, rest assured that Obito has yet to commit any acts that could harm others, especially not Lady Kushina. His situation is rather unique, and I will clarify it to you in due time. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that as long as Kushina was unharmed, he could overlook other matters. With this in mind, he smiled and said, "Well, since you are unwilling to share, I shall not press further. I had initially intended to introduce you to my fiancée, but it seems that is unnecessary now. How about we have dinner at my home? Kushina's culinary skills are quite remarkable." This proposal was met with Rin's immediate dissent. "Sensei Minato, while I am eager to taste Lady Kushina's cooking, look at Obito. If he reacts this way upon seeing you, I fear for how he might respond to her." The concern in Rin's eyes was palpable. Minato glanced at Obito, noticing his body trembling, and let out a resigned sigh. "In that case, it is best to postpone the meeting between Kushina and Obito for now. Let us change our dinner plans to an outing instead. I shall treat everyone to a feast to celebrate the establishment of Team 7. "Really? Sensei Minato, you are wonderful," Rin exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation. Minato nodded. "It is still early. Everyone can disperse for now. I will make a brief visit to the Hokage building to apply for permission to teach the flying Raijin technique. Let us convene outside the Hokage building at 6 o'clock. No one voiced any objections, and seeing this, Minato departed without hesitation. Once he was gone, Rin turned her anxious gaze towards Obito. "Obito, did we not agree to prepare ourselves mentally? Why are you still in this state?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Obito murmured. "It is precisely because of this that my guilt has intensified. How could I possibly deserve to make master and mistress proud?" Rin shook her head gently and replied, "Obito, I understand your desire for redemption, but you must not rush. Since you have chosen to bear the weight of everything and save the world, it is even more crucial that you remain calm. Otherwise, in the end, you may achieve nothing and save no one." Rin's words gradually soothed Obito's troubled spirit. After a while, he regained his composure and smiled. "Thank you, Rin. I truly cannot allow myself to wallow in self-pity over what happened with Kakashi-sensei." However, Kakashi interjected suddenly, "Obito, why didn't you inform Kakashi-sensei right away? Just as you did with us? Given his character, I believe he would forgive you." Obito chuckled wryly. "Kakashi, you remain so naive. Do you recall what Lord Minato did first?" Kakashi glanced at the Hokage Tower and replied, "To report to the Hokage Tower. Is there an issue?" With a flicker of determination in his gaze, Obito declared, "I place my trust in Lord Minato and in all of you. However, I harbor doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given Lord Minato's character, I have confided all the details to him, and there is a possibility he may relay everything to the third Hokage. I am uncertain how the third will respond upon learning the truth. Personally, I fear not, but you are also privy to this knowledge, and I worry for your safety." For a moment, the trio found themselves at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Rin turned to Kakashi, voicing a question that had lingered in her mind. "Kakashi, you have attained the rank of CH Nin and must have acquired a wealth of intelligence. Is it true, as Obito claims, that the third is indeed such a person?" Kakashi's expression was a tapestry of emotions as he replied, "The third does not strike me as malevolent. However, the information I have gathered suggests that he has not played a role that is entirely virtuous." Rin's breath quickened. "Does this extend even to the disappearance of the Senju clan?" Kakashi, lost in contemplation, responded, "I cannot say for certain. My investigation revealed that the Senju indeed relinquished their surname to integrate into the village. Yet, some individuals, despite abandoning their lineage, are still remembered by the villagers. These individuals either met untimely ends on the battlefield during the Second Great Ninja War or vanished under mysterious circumstances." Rin's demeanor faltered as she pressed on, "Kakashi, Obito once asked you if you believed this to be mere coincidence. What is your answer now?" Kakashi managed a wry smile. "Rin, Obito posed the same question to you. So what do you believe?" The two fell into a profound silence. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito offered words of comfort, saying, "It's all right. I believe this is merely a coincidence. If not, then it must be the doing of Danzo." Danzo? Kakashi's gaze flickered with intensity. At the heart of Konoha, power looms large and is often unreasonable. Many harbor a deep-seated disdain for this organization, as numerous individuals have suffered at its hands, according to the information I have gathered. Rin, perplexed, inquired, "Why does such an organization exist within Konoha?" Kakashi replied, "Perhaps, as Obito suggested, matters are not simply black and white. For every light in Konoha, there exists a shadow. Yet, at this moment, I bear no hesitation in confronting Danzo. He has indeed committed many reprehensible acts." Obito, with a serious expression, remarked, "Enough. I have already orchestrated Danzo's demise. He will not survive for many years. In contrast to Danzo, my plans are about to commence." "What plans?" the two inquired. Unable to contain their curiosity, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Toby remarked. Indeed, he may not be exceptionally powerful, yet he undoubtedly poses a significant threat that cannot be underestimated. Kakashi ceased his persuasion. While Rin inquired, Toby, when does your plan commence? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the statement, yet he revealed an additional purpose to ascertain the current stage of the experiment. Experiment? Rin and Kakashi exchanged bewildered glances. Obito spoke slowly. I have previously mentioned that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, stood merely a step away from the realm of the Sage of Six Paths, epitomizing the true essence of a ninja deity. His strength was unparalleled, capable of effortlessly quelling chaos and establishing a peaceful ninja village. His power was so immense that no other member of the Senju clan possessed such abilities. Thus, following his demise, his remains were reclaimed by Konohagakure in a quest to comprehend the source of his extraordinary strength and to replicate a ninja deity. The village embarked on various experiments concerning Hashirama's cells. Given that Hashirama's Kekkai Genkai was wood release, these experiments came to be known as the wood release experiments. Yet, does this not tarnish the memory of the deceased? Rin felt a sense of discomfort. With a tone laced with sarcasm, Obito remarked, many are willing to do anything in pursuit of power. Do not be surprised if they defile the deceased. They would not hesitate to dissect the living as well. Moreover, it was not anyone else who first decided to study the primordial cells, but rather the younger brother of the original, our esteemed second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Ah, Rin gasped, her lips slightly parted. She was taken aback to discover that such a disgraceful act was committed by none other than the brother of Lord Hashirama, the former Hokage of Konoha. In that moment, Rin found herself at a loss for words. Beside her, Kakashi furrowed his brow. So those experiments have yet to cease? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito chuckled and remarked, I have previously stated that the Sharingan can suppress Hashirama's cells. In my past life, half of my body was shattered. Yet it was the Hashirama cells that allowed me to survive. Thus, while these cells may be venomous to others, to me, they are indeed a life-saving remedy. Rin then breathed a sigh of relief. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, remarking, you have yet to experience the battlefield. Although you have likely taken many lives during missions in recent years, you have not truly grasped the cruelty of war. That is the real hell. It is not merely hundreds, but even thousands of lives that are as insignificant as blades of grass, harvested at any moment. Therefore, if sacrificing a few hundred lives can safeguard the village, it may not be considered an exorbitant price to pay. Kakashi stood in stunned silence, murmuring to himself, is that so? In that instant, he began to comprehend Obito's unwavering dedication to peace. Meanwhile, Rin, filled with curiosity, inquired, Obito, did you not mention that one experimental subject survived and gained the power of wood release? Could he potentially become the second sage of the shinobi? Obito could not help but chuckle, remarking, it is not as simple as it seems. In my previous life, I also underwent the transplantation of Hashirama's cells and mastered wood release. However, in high-level battles, the impact was not negligible, yet it was indeed minimal. The true strength never lay in the wood release Kekkai Genkai, but rather in the person of Hashirama Senju himself. The same applies to Yamato, who, despite possessing wood release techniques, wielded power that paled in comparison to Hashirama's. Yet, he could construct a sturdy house in an instant using wood release, making it an essential technique for home and travel. Perhaps in this regard, Hashirama might not excel as much. Rin couldn't help but stifle a laugh, saying, Obito, after transplanting Hashirama's cells, you should learn this technique as well. Kakashi displayed a look of resignation, letting out a heavy sigh. So, after the sacrifice of so many lives, is it merely to build sturdier houses? Chapter 36. Permission to teach the Flying Thunder God technique. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Obito continued, stating that in truth, Orochimaru was not only involved, but was also the primary experimenter. Without his assistance, Danzo would likely have never achieved even a single successful case. Kakashi smiled wryly and remarked, "So, Obito, are you planning to collaborate with Lord Orochimaru?" Obito pondered, "It would be most appropriate to seek him out. As long as I can present something that piques his interest, he might grant me all that I desire." Rin, however, felt a sense of disappointment. She had not anticipated that even Lord Orochimaru could be such a person. She hoped that Lady Tsunade would not be the same. Toby gazed at Rin and remarked, "Rin, in truth, Orochimaru is a person of profound complexity. To evaluate him merely in terms of good and evil is rather simplistic. This realization came to me only after my demise, when I ventured into the afterlife." He added with a smile, "As for Lady Tsunade, she is indeed a remarkably virtuous individual." At this, Rin's previously overwhelming sense of insecurity began to dissipate. In the subsequent period, Toby engaged in further discussions with the two, sharing more about his plans. Noticing that time was still on their side, the trio then proceeded to train at the practice field. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi regarding Team 7's progress. Hiruzen was taken aback. "What? Are you saying that Toby and Kakashi are nearing the rank of Jonin? And Rin possesses the strength of a Chunin?" Minato nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, they are exceptionally talented, surpassing my expectations by far. Particularly Toby, whose foundational skills are remarkably solid. Reminding me of my own past self. Although he has yet to awaken his Sharingan, I believe he possesses the aptitude to learn that technique." A glint of excitement flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. "You mean to say that Toby has the potential to learn Flying Thunder God?" Minato, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "Thus, I earnestly implore you, Third Hokage, to permit me to teach the Flying Thunder God technique. I would also like Rin and Kakashi to have the opportunity to attempt it." Hiruzen's expression shifted from joy to concern. While there is no issue with Rin and Kakashi learning this technique, Toby is a Uchiha. Minato, perceiving the third's apprehension, reassured him with a smile. "Third Hokage, Toby is unlike any Uchiha I have encountered before. He is a good-hearted child. I have reviewed your reports, and he has assisted nearly every elder in the village." Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, pondering for a moment before murmuring, "Toby, indeed, is different. He embodies the will of fire." After a tumultuous internal debate, Hiruzen ultimately made a decision. "Minato, from now on, regarding matters of the Flying Thunder God, you are free to make your own judgments without consulting me." Minato responded with a grin, "I shall not disturb you any further, Third Hokage." Just as he was about to take his leave, Hiruzen called out, "Wait, Minato, how is your relationship with Kushina progressing?" Minato hesitated briefly before replying, "We are already engaged and will likely marry soon." Hiruzen sighed in relief but, after a moment's hesitation, spoke up, "Minato, you must understand that Kushina is the host of the Nine Tails and a crucial asset to the village's combat strength. If the battle intensifies..." Before Hiruzen could finish, Minato interjected with unwavering determination, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, such a day will never come. If it does, I am confident that I can end the war single-handedly." A smile crept onto Hiruzen's face. "Is that so? Then, Minato, you must strive diligently. This war may also present an opportunity." Minato, an astute individual, suddenly sensed a deeper meaning in Hiruzen's words but could not decipher it at that moment. So he simply replied, "I will do my best." "Very well, you may leave." Hiruzen waved him off. Minato acknowledged and vanished in an instant. Once Minato departed, Hiruzen stood and unconsciously moved to the window, murmuring to himself, "Minato, I hope you seize this opportunity." He sighed, then recalled his former disciple, Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you have grown too close to Danzo. I had already ordered the cessation of your experiments, yet." Elsewhere, on the training field, Kakashi and Toby engaged in yet another round of sparring. With Toby having activated his three-tomo Sharingan and employing the technique of intangibility, Kakashi faced yet another inevitable defeat. Frustration began to mount within Kakashi. "This is simply unfair. Why didn't you use that technique in front of Teacher Minato just now?" Obito chuckled, "Kakashi, the enemy will not engage in reasoned discourse with you. Just moments ago, in front of Sensei Minato, I merely wished to avoid prematurely revealing my Sharingan. Otherwise, possessing such eyes would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of the higher-ups." Kakashi remained unconvinced. Had it not been for his limited vocabulary, the phrase virtual hound would have surely slipped from his lips. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito had spoken to him, recounting how Minato-sensei had once identified the flaw in the intangibility in an instant, and then seized upon that very flaw in the subsequent moment of their clash. If Minato-sensei could achieve such a feat, then why could he not? However, glancing at the sky, Kakashi remarked, "Let's save the fight for another time. We should head to the Hokage office for our gathering, as time is already pressing." Meanwhile, Rin, who had been practicing her chakra control, also rose to her feet, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Kakashi was right. She was already eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Oblivious to Lin's reservations, Obito replied, "Then let us first indulge in a meal. Once we are satiated, I have matters to attend to this evening." Thus, the trio departed the training grounds and enjoyed a delightful repast with Minato. Chapter 37. Deceiving Orochimaru as night enveloped the Hidden Leaf Village. A clandestine laboratory lay shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting the vibrant lights of the nearby bustling district. A figure clad in a flowing white robe, with pallid skin, emerged from the laboratory. Should any leaf ninja have been present, they would have recognized this individual as Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. At this moment, Orochimaru's mood was far from jubilant. The development of his immortality technique had encountered numerous obstacles, and his recent collaboration with Danzo on a would-release experiment had been abruptly halted by Master Hiruzen, forcing him to retreat into the shadows. As he walked, he pondered whether to delve into that forbidden technique, the one developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, which could, in a certain sense, resurrect the deceased. Such a technique would undoubtedly provide him with significant insights, yet it was strictly prohibited by Master Hiruzen. Once he embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. Had he truly resolved to pursue it? Just as Orochimaru wrestled with his indecision, the surrounding space warped abruptly, and a figure materialized before him. A flicker of alarm crossed Orochimaru's gaze. This was a space-time ninjutsu. It was an exceptionally refined space-time technique, executed without the Flying Thunder God mark or any external assistance. Instantly alert, Orochimaru narrowed his slitted eyes, scrutinizing the enigmatic figure before him. The newcomer sported long hair and donned a dark brown cloak that enveloped their entire form, with a white mask obscuring their features, exuding an aura of coldness and foreboding. This presence was both mysterious and ancient, accompanied by an undercurrent of danger, which ignited a spark of excitement within Orochimaru. "Are you here specifically to seek me out?" Orochimaru cackled. "My laboratory is quite concealed. To locate me is indeed commendable. Might I inquire as to your identity, masked one?" The masked figure spoke slowly, their voice imbued with an ineffable weariness. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am but a forgotten specter of the ninja world. However, you possess something of great interest to me, and I wish to propose a transaction." "A transaction, you say? Pray, allow me to guess," Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile. "Is it the cells of Hashirama that pique your interest? Were you a contemporary of Lord Hashirama?" The masked figure's voice remained emotionless. "No need for speculation. I can reveal that I predate Hashirama. Any trace of my existence should have long since faded. Were Hashirama to recognize me, he might even address me as grandfather. Is that so?" "This is becoming increasingly intriguing," Orochimaru mused, a blend of skepticism and curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, I possess Hashirama's cells, but why would I part with them for you? You, with your ulterior motives, have infiltrated Konoha under the cover of night. Should I not ascertain your origins before considering your proposal?" With that, Orochimaru licked his lips, and in the next instant, he launched an unanticipated assault. His arms transformed into a swarm of white serpents, darting towards the masked figure. This was a technique he had mastered, hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru did not expect to subdue this formidable individual, adept in advanced space-time ninjutsu. He was merely testing the waters, curious to see how the other would respond. To Orochimaru's dismay, the figure remained motionless, even uttering words. "Such a test holds no significance for me, young one." As the attack of hidden shadow snake hands approached, Orochimaru felt as though he struck nothing but an illusion. Time and again, his serpents passed through the figure as though it were mere air. Was this a mere clone technique or an illusion? Was the figure before him merely a figment? Orochimaru pondered. But just then, the elusive figure seized one of his serpents that he had failed to retract. "No, it is not an illusion." Orochimaru's pupils dilated in shock. This person was indeed real. This ability was unlike anything he had encountered before, and he felt a twinge of trepidation. Clearly, he was facing an elder, and he had been rather presumptuous. Orochimaru readily acknowledged his misstep, primarily driven by curiosity towards this masked figure. The masked individual shrugged. "You younger generations are amusing. I have stated, I am merely a forgotten specter. Having been forgotten, this world can appear real or illusory, depending on my whims." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's brow. He did not trust the figure's words. If they possessed such prowess, what need would they have to seek him out? Yet, their abilities were undeniably peculiar. "Then, esteemed elder, let us engage in a proper discussion regarding this transaction. What is it that you can offer to pique my interest?" The masked man appeared to contemplate, stroking his chin thoughtfully before seemingly arriving at a conclusion. "What is it that you desire? Speak freely, perhaps I possess it." Orochimaru licked his lips. "Truly? I find you quite fascinating, esteemed elder. If what you say is true, you must have lived for over a century." The masked figure feigned reproach. "Inquiring about an elder's age is rather impolite. However, young one, are you interested in longevity? I could grant you that." Orochimaru chuckled softly. Rather than longevity, I seek immortality. If you can fulfill my desires, I would not be averse to parting with Hashirama's cells. The masked figure shook his head. You seem to misunderstand, young one. Hashirama's cells are something I can acquire myself. I assure you, you cannot impede me. Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. He discerned that the figure spoke the truth, merely stating a fact. You are indeed self-assured, esteemed elder. So, what else do you seek? Knowledge. The most precious commodity is the knowledge residing within your mind, especially regarding Hashirama's cells. Ah, I see, Orochimaru replied, regaining his composure. Knowledge is a mere exchange. If you can offer me the same in return, I would be amenable. The masked figure resumed a thoughtful posture. I possess a wealth of knowledge concerning immortality. He extended a finger. First, there exists a secret technique in the village hidden in the waterfalls known as the heart-snatching technique, which allows one to seize another's heart for personal use. A total of 5 hearts can be held, and theoretically, as long as these hearts remain alive, one cannot perish. These hearts can be exchanged, should one lose vitality. Simply replace it with a more vibrant one. A sudden flash of insight illuminated Orochimaru's mind, and he involuntarily echoed the masked man's last words. If a heart can be exchanged, then what of the body? As the body ages, could one not replace it with a more youthful vessel? Chapter 38. Lin lies beside him in that moment. Orochimaru felt that his quest for immortality had finally found a direction. He licked his lips and chuckled softly, esteemed elder. The heart-snatching technique resides with the bounty hunter, Kakazu. I possess some intelligence on him. He is quite a formidable opponent. The masked figure chuckled lightly. That is your concern. The information I have provided is entirely authentic. Orochimaru, filled with curiosity, responded. You have mentioned before that there is more than one method to achieve immortality. The masked man let out a soft laugh. Ah, what a greedy junior you are. Very well. He extended a finger. The second method, have you heard of the puppet technique from the hidden sand village? Orochimaru paused, then darkly smiled. Can the puppet technique truly confer immortality? The masked figure explained, of course. The puppet technique allows one to transform the living into puppets. This art is known as the human puppet technique. The pinnacle of this technique is to transform oneself into a puppet. Do you grasp my meaning? Orochimaru could no longer suppress the smile creeping upon his lips. I understand. By becoming a puppet oneself, one can evade the ravages of aging. You are indeed a person who has lived for a long time. Merely a few words from you have inspired me greatly. But is there more? Hey, Junior. Do not be insatiable. Do I seem like the kind of person who would generously share knowledge? The masked man pointed to himself. Orochimaru wore an expression of understanding as he retrieved 2 scrolls from his robe and tossed them forward. Senior, one scroll contains cells from Hashirama, and the other holds some incomplete data on wood-release experiments. The masked figure accepted the scrolls casually, sliding them into his own attire. I trust you. Just as I have not deceived you, you need not deceive me, for doing so would exact a hefty price. He slowly extended a third finger. What do you think of animals in comparison to plants? Orochimaru marveled. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The lifespan of animals pales in comparison to some plants. The masked figure continued. I possess knowledge of a technique that can transform a human into a certain plant form, which bears remarkable similarity to your studies of wood release. Moreover, there are individuals who have successfully undergone this transformation. I have one readily available. Orochimaru, now agitated, licked his lips and said, if you can indeed provide me with such a plant body for experimentation, I will offer all my data on wood release. The masked man nodded. Then I shall bring the materials you require next time. I hope you are prepared with the information I desire. With that, the masked figure raised his hand and swept it before him, causing his figure to vanish as if he had wiped himself away. Orochimaru quietly observed this scene, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He suddenly felt that succeeding the 4th Hokage was no longer of paramount importance. Perhaps, letting go of such aspirations was inconsequential. The figure of Obito, adorned in a mask, gradually emerged, and he removed the mask to reveal his matured visage. Suddenly, the transformation technique's effect dissipated with a resounding thud. Obito restored his original appearance. Not far away, Rin sat on a stool in the living room. Upon hearing the commotion, she immediately stood up and hurried over. Obito, are you all right? Rin took out a pristine white handkerchief and gently wiped away the blood tears that streamed down Obito's face, obtained from within his garments. Toby produced 2 scrolls bestowed upon him by Orochimaru, and with a smile proclaimed, I have successfully acquired the cells of Hashirama, along with some invaluable research materials. Thank you, Rin, for waiting for my return at such a late hour. Rin, deeply concerned for Toby's endeavors that day, had come to his residence specifically to await his arrival, prepared to offer assistance and care should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she replied, it is wonderful to hear of your success. I shall not intrude any longer. Until tomorrow. Obito firmly grasped Rin's hand, saying, Rin, it's quite late. I cannot bear to let you return home alone. Rin turned to Obito with a cheerful smile and replied, it's all right. If it comes to it, would you accompany me back? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Obito swiftly extinguished the light and nestled into his own bedding. The distance between the two was merely a slender gap, through which Obito could even discern Rin's somewhat anxious breaths. Do not worry, Rin, Dato consoled. Your presence beside me is the greatest blessing I could ever receive. I do not deserve such joy. This is more than sufficient. Rin indeed found solace in his words. Falling into a moment of silence before suddenly turning to gaze intently at Dato. Dato, do not burden yourself excessively. Ensure you rest well. The two shared a gaze, words unspoken, until they unknowingly closed their eyes. The following day, at the photography studio, Kakashi and Minato waited with growing impatience. The studio owner was visibly annoyed, exclaiming, "How much longer must I wait?" Minato wore an awkward expression, replying, "I apologize, they will arrive shortly." Kakashi, arms crossed coolly, thought it was one thing for Dato to be late, but Rin as well? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that last night's plan had encountered an unforeseen complication? Yet, if that were true, Rin would have sought him out. The fact that she had not indicated all was well. But what if? It seemed Rin had gone to wait at Dato's home. Could it be? As a troubling possibility dawned on him, Kakashi could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. His eyes rolled in disbelief. Surely not. They are only 9 years old. Chapter 39. Flying Thunder God Technique. At that moment, two hurried figures appeared in the distance of the photography studio. It was none other than Rin and Dato. They rushed into the studio, and Rin cast a mildly reproachful glance at Dato before clasping her hands together and apologizing. "Forgive us, Minato-sensei. We are late." Obito stepped forward. Scratching the back of his head, "I apologize, Minato-sensei. I slept far too soundly and forgot to set my alarm." Minato observed the synchronized behavior of the two, his imagination running wild. "Could it be that you spent the night together?" Rin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment due to unforeseen circumstances. "I indeed stayed over at Obito's house for the night." Rin was typically a person with a keen sense of time, but for reasons unknown. After Obito drifted off to sleep, she found herself unable to slumber. Listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing, her heart was in disarray. And by the time she finally fell asleep, it was already quite late, which explained why she, like Obito, overslept that morning. Tobi's face tinged with a slight blush. "Haha, Rin indeed spent a night at my home. It's all my fault, Sensei Minato. Otherwise, Rin would surely not have been late." Minato shook his head, revealing an expression of helplessness. Although the ninja code does not prohibit romantic relationships, he and Kushina had been together since childhood. However, cohabiting at the tender age of 9, wasn't that a bit premature? At that age, one hardly had any hair to speak of. Minato advised, "You are still young. You must understand moderation and restraint, and not indulge excessively." Rin's face turned even redder, a vivid crimson. As a medical ninja, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge about physiology, and thus grasped the implications of Minato's words. She stammered, "We really didn't do anything. We merely had a perfectly normal sleep." At that moment, Kakashi leaned in, his expression skeptical. "Is that so? Tobi is certainly no paragon of virtue, Rin. You must be cautious not to be taken advantage of." Rin nearly transformed into a flustered princess, steam practically rising from her. Obito, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Hey Kakashi, what on earth are you thinking? How could I possibly take advantage of Rin?" Kakashi, with a nonchalant gesture, replied, "Well, that's uncertain." The two seemed on the verge of another quarrel when the photographer's expression grew increasingly grim. He bellowed, "Are you going to take the photo, or not? If not, then get out." Minato quickly interjected with an apology, "I'm terribly sorry." He then turned to the younger ones, "Team 7, gather around me swiftly. It's time for our photograph." With a cold snort, Obito pulled Rin towards Minato, while Kakashi rarely displayed a subtle smile and joined them. Thus, the group gathered together, striking a pose and capturing the very first photograph of Team 7, before hastily retreating under the proprietor's urging. The following days unfolded in a tranquil period of training. The newly formed team was tasked with undertaking numerous low-level missions. However, due to Obito's amiable reputation within the village, with the assistance of various kind-hearted elders, they effortlessly completed simple tasks such as searching for lost pets. This fortunate circumstance allowed the team to conserve significant time for their training. Having already shared the techniques of traversing water and climbing trees, Obito ensured that both Rin and Kakashi had mastered these skills. Each member commenced their respective advanced training. Rin practiced the advanced medical ninjutsu she acquired from Minato, while Kakashi, at Minato's insistence, blindfolded himself to rely solely on his sensory abilities to evade attacks and engage in combat. As for Obito, he finally obtained the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike his previous life, where he struggled to grasp it, this time he mastered the ability to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal with his chakra and complete reverse summoning within less than half a month. Both Rin and Kakashi had initially attempted these two steps, but soon found the difficulty overwhelming. Even if they managed to complete them, the time consumed rendered them impractical for real combat, leading them to abandon the endeavor. Only Obito persevered, advancing to the third step without faltering, earning praise from Minato for his remarkable progress. Obito, you have done excellently. The time you spent on the first two steps is quite comparable to mine, Minato remarked, though his expression turned serious. However, the greatest challenge of the Flying Thunder God lies not in the first two steps, but in the third. Minato produced a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal and continued to explain, at close range. You can easily sense the seal you have inscribed and perform reverse summoning through it. But what if the distance is great? Or if the target is moving? Just like this. With a swift motion, Minato hurled the kunai, which sped through the air and ultimately embedded itself in a distant tree. Toby appeared contemplative. Indeed. In close proximity and remaining still, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to execute reverse summoning is not particularly challenging. With diligent practice, it can certainly be mastered, much like the body duplication technique. However, once the Flying Thunder God mark begins to move, especially when it traverses considerable distances, the difficulty of reverse summoning escalates from simplicity to an almost insurmountable challenge, for all rote knowledge becomes irrelevant. It is imperative to genuinely sense the mark, ensuring it remains within the realm of one's awareness at all times. Minato continued, Toby, you have likely realized that once the Flying Thunder God mark is in motion, especially at a distance, perceiving and manipulating it becomes a formidable task. I spent an entire year mastering this step, and I hope you are mentally prepared as well. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito produced a specially crafted kunai, inscribing his own mark upon it before casting it into the distance. He closed his eyes, beginning to sense. Minato gently shook his head, advising that there was no need for haste. Initiating this step right away was rather ambitious. He suggested starting with a 5-meter radius for sensory perception before gradually extending it. However, before Minato could finish his sentence, Obito opened his eyes. Sensei, I can distinctly perceive the mark I threw, both during its flight and now as it has come to rest far away. If I merely complete the reverse summoning, can I transport myself there? It's natural not to sense immediately. There's no rush, Minato instinctively reassured him, but soon, astonishment washed over him. What? Obito? You mean to say you can clearly sense the existence of the mark? You're not deceiving me, are you? Minato turned to look at the kunai Obito had thrown, which was now embedded in a tree even farther than where he had cast it. If you truly can sense it, you should attempt the reverse summoning. However, given the considerable distance, unless your spatial aptitude is exceptionally remarkable, I would advise proceeding step by step. After all, one cannot achieve greatness in a single leap. Yet, before Minato could finish his thought, Obito had already vanished, reappearing at the location where he had thrown the kunai. In that moment, Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. What he perceived as the most challenging step, one that had taken him a year to master, seemed to Obito as effortless as eating or drinking. Chapter 40. Kakashi's tendency to recklessly discard items in Kamui space. Obito slowly withdrew the specially crafted kunai that his teacher, Minato, had prepared for him. In truth, after accomplishing the initial 2 steps, he felt that mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was within his grasp. The final phase of the Flying Thunder God bears a striking resemblance to his own Kamui, both relying on spatial perception to relocate to the corresponding position. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God necessitates a tangible mark to act as a bridge, while Kamui eliminates even this requirement. Essentially, Kamui transcends the Flying Thunder God, representing a more advanced space-time ninjutsu, a fact that even Minato has acknowledged. Thus, what appeared to be the most challenging step for Minato was, in fact, a capability that Obito had employed countless times in his previous life, rendering it as effortless as the most mundane of tasks. In the present moment, Obito found himself contemplating whether it was possible to bypass the necessity of marking his movements with the Flying Thunder God technique, and instead, akin to Kamui, achieve instantaneous teleportation. However, this feat was not easily attainable. Both the second Hokage and his mentor, Minato, were prodigies who ultimately failed to realize such a capability. His desire to further develop this ability would likely require the assistance of Kamui, thus prompting the need to swiftly capture a white Zetsu for a potential exchange with Orochimaru. Only by transplanting Hashirama cells could he wield his eyes without restraint, allowing for a multitude of tasks to become considerably more manageable. As Obito pondered these thoughts, Minato could no longer contain his laughter. Obito, I originally believed that even if you could master the Flying Thunder God technique, it would take you years. To my astonishment, your talent surpasses my expectations. I thought the most challenging step would be the one you would struggle with, yet you have effortlessly transcended it. Mastering the Flying Thunder God at the age of 9, surely even the second Hokage would find that astonishing. What lies ahead is its application in real combat. I will provide you with specialized training until you achieve proficiency, but that is a matter for later. Minato called out, Team 7, assemble. Kakashi and Rin, who had been training nearby, quickly gathered around. Rin, concerned, inquired, Minato-sensei, how is your training with Obito progressing? Did you encounter difficulties in the third phase? Kakashi, curious, shared her sentiments. He understood the challenges of mastering the Flying Thunder God, having struggled with it himself, and wondered how far Obito had advanced. Minato chuckled wryly, perhaps. Just perhaps, Obito has fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. What? Rin and Kakashi exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. He learned it already? Kakashi felt as though he were in a dream, everything appearing surreal. Seeing their astonishment, Minato could only laugh heartily. Rin, Kakashi, I too find this hard to believe and feel as though I am dreaming, yet the truth stands. Just moments ago, I was equally astonished. However, since Obito has already mastered the Flying Thunder God, it is time for us to advance to the next level. Advance to the next level? Rin and Kakashi were taken aback, suddenly realizing the implications. Rin's breath quickened. Minato-sensei, are you suggesting that we can undertake more advanced missions? Having been engaged in mundane, low-level tasks, both Rin and Kakashi yearned for progress. Minato nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we have accumulated enough D-rank missions to warrant an application for higher-ranked C-rank missions from the Hokage. I will report this to the Hokage shortly. Starting tomorrow, our mission rank will be elevated. Is that so? Kakashi felt a surge of energy. He would finally return to his usual mission level. Well then, Obito, Rin, Kakashi, for today, you may disperse and take some time to prepare yourselves. Many C-rank missions will require us to leave the village, some involving arduous journeys that may last 10 days to half a month. Be sure to make the necessary preparations. Minato advised earnestly. The group nodded, and with that, Minato vanished in an instant. Once he departed, Rin and Kakashi turned their attention to Obito. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito reminisced about his past life with a bitter smile, saying, in my previous existence, I was utterly devoted to realizing the Moon's Eye plan. I often slept in secluded caves, without even preparing a bed, collapsing into slumber wherever I fell. I have experienced the hardships of living in the wild. Yet this seems rather unsuitable for our small team, doesn't it? Rin's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy as she replied, so much time has passed since those days. Obito, you truly suffered. This lifetime cannot be endured in such a manner. At the very least, we could bring a bed into the Kamui space for a restful sleep. It is so secure there, and we need not fear being carried away by wild beasts in our slumber. Obito chuckled, then cast a peculiar glance at Kakashi. Well, that's a question for Kakashi. He frequently tossed various items into the Kamui dimension, such as severed limbs and explosive shurikens. I dread the thought of being inexplicably blown to bits while resting inside. Rin stifled a laugh, having heard Obito's explanation of the dual Kamui abilities. She understood that in his previous life, Kakashi's Kamui was used for the transfer of objects. Obito pondered for a moment and remarked, however, Rin's idea is rather splendid. If I could transplant the cells of Hashirama, utilizing Kamui without any side effects would indeed transform the Kamui dimension into a clandestine stronghold for us. Whether for survival in the wilderness or logistical support, it would be exceptionally advantageous. For now, it would be prudent to employ sealing scrolls to carry additional food and tents, ensuring a more comfortable experience during our outings. I find myself increasingly yearning for the capabilities of Yamato. That 3-room, 1-hall technique is truly remarkable. Kakashi, visibly embarrassed, replied, Obito, do you have any notion of the exorbitant cost of sealing scrolls? Especially the large capacity ones? Using them to store mundane necessities seems rather extravagant, doesn't it? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oblivious to the objections, Obito promptly rejected the notion, asserting, no, if conditions permit for a sumptuous meal, why settle for less? I can endure hardship myself, but I cannot allow Rin to suffer. Rin beamed at Obito, her cheeks flushed, for as long as she was present. Obito could also learn to savor life's pleasures. Kakashi, displaying an exasperated expression towards Obito, conceded, very well, it is merely a matter of preparing a few fish. I shall undertake it. However, those fish alone will not suffice for both us and teacher Minato. We shall need to prepare some bento, which I am not adept at. Obito suddenly recalled something, his expression turning somewhat somber. Rin keenly noticed this change and gently inquired, Obito, what troubles your mind? Have you been reminded of something unpleasant? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oblivious to the world around him, Obito remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken tension. Kakashi stepped forward and placed a comforting hand upon Obito's shoulder, urging him, "In this lifetime, Obito, you must refrain from committing such heinous acts again. Otherwise, not just mother, but both Rin and I shall never grant you our forgiveness." Chapter 41. Uchiha Shursui. The following day, the mission rank for Minato's team was indeed elevated by 1 level, allowing them to undertake C-rank assignments. Without hesitation, Minato accepted a mission to eradicate a band of mountain thieves. The task was not particularly challenging, as encountering ninjas was rare. However, it necessitated leaving the village, and, given the considerable distance, they might need to spend a night outdoors. This was a deliberate decision by Minato, aimed at honing Team 7's survival skills in the wild, as it was their first venture outside the village, and with the mission arranged rather hastily. Minato allotted them half a day for preparations. Little did they know that the matters discussed the previous day would soon come into play. Reluctantly, Obito had to muster the courage to approach Fugaku to request a few sealing scrolls. Fortunately, in the lead-up to the war, the esteemed clan leader had been rather reclusive, seldom venturing beyond the clan grounds, making it quite easy for Obito to find him. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku was entertaining another Uchiha clan member at home, and upon noticing Obito's visit, he graciously invited him in as well. As Obito entered the familiar living room, he beheld the sight of a beloved individual preparing tea in a comforting ritual. Mikoto Uchiha continued to playfully dote on Itachi, while an additional little one occupied the guest seat. Obito could not help but express his thoughts. Did Fugaku, the clan leader, truly enjoy inviting the young scions of the Uchiha clan to his residence for tea? Yet, he recognized this little one, Uchiha Shursui, a veritable prodigy of the Uchiha family, destined to carve out a name for himself as Shursui of the Body Flicker during the Third Great Ninja War. From a tender age, Shursui was a genius, which certainly explained Fugaku's eagerness to host him. However, upon recalling the fate that awaited Shursui in his previous life, Obito could not help but let out a faint sigh. Though he awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan at such a young age, he was tormented by the ties to his village and clan, and his unwavering trust for Konoha. He reported the capabilities of his Mangekyō without reservation, only to be betrayed by that old schemer Danzo, who cruelly took one of his eyes. Ultimately, caught between the village and his family, he was left with no choice but to leap from a cliff, meeting an untimely demise. Moreover, Shursui's death profoundly affected Itachi, compelling him to awaken his own eyes, which indirectly led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Contemplating this, Obito found himself somewhat intrigued by Shursui. In his former life, he had little interaction with him. Before the Third Great Ninja War, he was an orphan, the very definition of a misfit, and his incompatible nature led to his ostracization within the clan. In contrast, Shursui was a paragon of brilliance, scion of a prestigious lineage, and a shining hope for the Uchiha clan's future. Their worlds were inherently disparate, and they rarely crossed paths. Perhaps they had encountered each other fleetingly. Yet they were not even acquaintances. After the war, Obito no longer belonged to Konoha, severing any remaining ties. Obito indeed harbored a strong desire to entice Shursui into joining the Akatsuki. However, by that time, the Ninetales incident had already transpired, and the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had grown exceedingly strained. Shursui's heart was wholly devoted to his family and village. Obito understood that individuals with such rigid mindsets were unlikely to betray their village, thus extinguishing his desire to recruit Shursui. However, through Shursui, he stumbled upon the treasure that was Itachi, and subsequently forged a connection with him. Itachi, having invited him to join in the massacre of their clan, facilitated Obito's acquisition of an entire wall adorned with Sharingan. Reflecting on this, Obito's expression became rather peculiar. At that moment, those capable of determining the future trajectory of the Uchiha clan had gathered in one place, and none understood the meaning of clan annihilation better than the individuals in this room. It was Fujitaka who, upon noticing Obito's arrival, was the first to display a smile and beckon him over. "Obito, why do you linger? Come, have a seat. Allow me to introduce you to another prodigy of our clan, Uchiha Shursui, the descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a member of the 2nd Hokage's elite guard." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Toby. A name well known among the elite of this generation of ninjas, graduated with the distinguished title of valedictorian. However, within the Uchiha clan, his reputation is less than favorable. He is regarded as an anomaly, having not awakened the Sharingan, a symbol of strength. Nevertheless, an unusual occurrence today has led Shursui Uchiha to sense something amiss. When clan leader Fugaku summoned him, he appeared cold and aloof. Yet, in the presence of Toby, his demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a subservient posture that was almost shocking. Shursui couldn't shake the feeling that Fugaku was attempting to curry favor with Toby. Confounded, he pondered how a clansman without the Sharingan could wield such influence. Nonetheless, ever the epitome of politeness, he approached Toby and greeted him with the utmost decorum. "Are you the esteemed Toby?" I've heard of your remarkable talents. I look forward to your guidance in the future. With a gentle smile, Obito glanced at Shursui and then turned his gaze to Itachi, inquiring, Shursui, do you have feelings for Itachi? Shursui, upon catching sight of Itachi nestled in Mikoto's embrace, nodded earnestly, revealing a sincere smile. I hold him in great affection. The moment I laid eyes on Itachi, I sensed his uniqueness. Perhaps he will grow to be a remarkable figure who will transform our clan's destiny. Mikoto, overhearing Shursui's praise, felt a wave of joy and playfully teased Itachi, saying, Itachi, did you hear that? Big brother Shursui has complimented you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? At that moment, the little Itachi was still incapable of speech, yet he seemed to grasp his mother's intent. Moreover, his fondness for Shursui was evident as he displayed a gesture indicating his desire for a hug. Observing this, Shursui tenderly took Itachi from Mikoto's arms and began to play with him. Thus, the bond between them had formed from the very beginning, and their relationship was indeed one of profound warmth. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito shook his head, saying, no, it is to carry some convenient living items for missions, such as tents and bedding. Upon hearing this, Shursui could not help but glance sideways, pondering that such extravagant behavior would surely not meet with the approval of clan head Fugaku. However, Fugaku's response left him utterly astonished. With enthusiasm, Fugaku remarked, I see. Then Obito, you should take several more scrolls, otherwise, some items may not fit. We have plenty of these in the Uchiha storeroom, and I shall have someone deliver 10 of the largest capacity ones to you shortly. Shursui could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly inquired, clan head, what is the relationship between Obito-senpai and you? He refrained from voicing his unspoken thought. Could it be that Obito is your illegitimate son? Fugaku looked at Shursui, revealing an enigmatic smile. Shursui, Obito is an unparalleled genius, the likes of which our Uchiha clan has never seen throughout history. You should cultivate a close relationship with him. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, do not hesitate to seek his guidance. At this moment, Obito felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking to himself, when did I agree to mentor Shursui? However, recalling Shursui's exceptional abilities, he considered that perhaps offering a few pointers would not be amiss. Shursui was taken aback, not expecting clan head Fugaku to speak in such a manner. It seemed the rumors circulating outside were indeed unreliable. Their relationship was far from strained, as demonstrated by the clan head's warm demeanor. He politely addressed Obito once more, then Obito-senpai, if I encounter anything I do not understand in the future, may I come to you for assistance? In truth, Shursui felt a sense of pride as a genius himself, believing he was not significantly inferior to Obito. He sought an opportunity to spar and exchange insights with him. As Obito gazed at Shursui's expression, he could not help but discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. With a smile, he remarked, Shursui, you are always welcome to seek me out, but do prepare yourself, I am quite the taskmaster. Chapter 42. Uchiha Madara senses something amiss after conversing with Shursui. Obito turned his curious gaze towards Fugaku. Fugaku, my esteemed clan leader, might I inquire what prompted you to summon Shursui on this occasion? Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat a few times, his complexion slightly flushed. It is nothing of great significance. I merely heard that the descendant of Elder Kagami has been performing admirably at the Ninja Academy. As an elder, I felt it my duty to express my concern. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Fugaku would bestow upon him this prestigious token, the Elder's Plaque, a rarity possessed by only a select few within the Uchiha clan. Observing his surprise, Fugaku chuckled and remarked, what is this? The newly appointed 8th Elder has no desire to embrace the responsibilities of our esteemed Uchiha clan? Obito let out a snort, expressing his disinterest in the position of Elder. However, he mused that wielding power for personal gain could be quite appealing. Since it was offered to him, he decided to accept it. The others present, aside from the oblivious Itachi, displayed a hint of embarrassment. Must you be so brazen about using power for personal advantage? Especially Shursui, who could no longer doubt that Obito was indeed Fugaku's illegitimate child. How could a mere illegitimate child inspire such generosity from Fugaku? Clearly, this was a matter of familial ties. Regardless of Shursui's thoughts, Obito grasped the command tag and left without hesitation. Fugaku, watching his departing figure, wore a smile that hinted at a successful scheme. Obito had become entangled with the Uchiha clan, and extricating himself would not be so simple. No amount of wealth or influence could overshadow the prowess of a 9-year-old with a Sharingan. Had Obito been older, Fugaku might have even considered relinquishing the role of clan leader. Meanwhile, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan's exclusive supply depot, the heart of their operations, guarded by formidable warriors. 2 3-tomo Sharingan activated simultaneously, blocking Obito's path. Kid, halt. This is not a place for you. Tobirama cast a glance at the 2 individuals before him. What a coincidence. They were indeed the members of the police force he had once obstructed during his previous life while assisting Uchiha Itachi in the extermination of his clan. Engaging in a civil conversation with such individuals was an impossibility. A hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he brandished his command emblem. What is the matter? Are you not planning to let me pass? The 2 were taken aback. This was the Elder's emblem. How could it possibly be in the hands of a mere child? Yet, beyond the emblem's significance, they were more taken aback by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Tobirama, which instilled a sense of trepidation within them. They exchanged glances and, in unison, released their grip. Perhaps a simple emblem alone was insufficient to deter them, but knowing that provoking Tobirama would be unwise. They ceased their arrogance as Uchiha and embraced their folly instead. With a cold smirk, Tobirama acknowledged their prudence and confidently strode into the storeroom. After retrieving 10 sealing scrolls along with numerous exquisitely crafted kunai and shuriken, he contemplated for a moment before deciding against emptying the storeroom entirely. It wasn't that he lacked the resolve. Rather, he understood that overreaching might jeopardize the Uchiha's future support of Akatsuki, rendering the effort futile. Thus, he took only what was necessary and departed. Meanwhile, far from Konoha in the land of grass, near the Kaminara Bridge, an underground cavern lay concealed. An elderly man, his body entwined with the tubes of the outer path's golem, was roused from slumber by 2 whimsical white zetsus. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, revealing a pair of Sharingan adorned with 3 tomo. What is it? What news do you bring? Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing my slumber unless it was of utmost importance? The white zetsu with a whirlpool face grinned, this time. It's significant news. The 3rd Great Ninja War is on the verge of commencing. Madara's eyes reflected a flicker of disdain. This is something I had long anticipated. He then murmured, Hashirama, it has been proven that you were mistaken. In the mere few decades since your departure, the ninja world has erupted into countless conflicts, claiming innumerable lives, more than during the Warring States period. After a moment of silence, he continued, what else? Surely, you would not disturb me for mere tidings of war. The other white zetsu interjected, of course, there is more. The child you instructed us to observe, named Obito, has recently exhibited some unexpected behavior. At this, Madara finally perked up. Oh, elaborate, if you will. The white zetsu explained, that boy is indeed, as you described, exceedingly passionate. However, he is not just enthusiasm personified. He graduated at the top of his ninja academy, showing no signs of being a fool. Madara was somewhat taken aback. I did not anticipate that he would achieve the top rank. That is indeed surprising. However, a mere title of top graduate does not imply he lacks strength. He was merely overshadowed by one named Kakashi. Madara remained unconcerned. The individuals he deemed worthy could not possess genuinely poor talent. The Mangekyō Sharingan required not only emotional stimuli but also a corresponding bloodline, and Obito had proven himself to be the most outstanding of the Uchiha clan through rigorous evaluations. The whirlpool-faced white zetsu remarked, so, Madara, it is only natural for him to ascend to the position of elder within the Uchiha clan, correct? What? Madara's eyes widened in astonishment. White zetsu, this time you have indeed brought back valuable information. He fell into contemplation. How could Obito have suddenly become an elder of the Uchiha clan? It seemed rather implausible. Could it be that the current leaders of the Uchiha had lost their senses? Have you discovered the reason for his elevation? Madara inquired. The whirlpool-faced white zetsu nodded. We have gathered some insights. After his graduation, he accepted an invitation from the clan leader, Fugaku, to have tea at the Fugaku residence. We dared not approach too closely for fear of detection, but after Obito emerged, Fugaku promptly ordered an investigation into 3 individuals you will surely find intriguing. Madara furrowed his brow. Who are they? Hiki, they're Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Madara's surprise deepened. Could it be that Fugaku has sensed some subtle clues? White zetsu shook his head. Not at all. Fugaku showed no interest in investigating matters related to the Rinnegan. Instead, he focused on the recently established organization named Akatsuki and whether these 3 were disciples of Jiraiya. Madara nodded. Why would Fugaku investigate such matters? Could this intelligence have originated from Obito? There is a possibility, White zetsu replied. Fugaku's primary aim in his inquiries seems to be to support this Akatsuki organization while also collaborating with Hanzo of the Salamander and fostering good relations with Jiraiya. Being a wise man, Madara recognized that such actions would greatly benefit the Uchiha. An astute strategist indeed, but this is not something that the fool Fugaku could conceive. Therefore, the plan must have originated from Obito. When did he become so intellectually adept? Madara's demeanor grew solemn. Yet, this alone was insufficient for Obito to attain the status of elder. Uchiha elders were typically either venerable members of the clan with high seniority or individuals of extraordinary strength, such as those who had awakened the Mangekyō. Could it be that Obito awakened the Mangekyō for reasons unknown? How could that be possible? He was merely a child. 9 years old, Madara, the white zetsu clarified. but he has yet to awaken his eyes, at least based on the intelligence we have received. Madara exhaled a sigh of relief. Were Obito to awaken the Mangekyō at 9, it would indeed be astonishing. However, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. What, then, grants Obito the right to become an elder of the Uchiha clan? The whirlpool-faced White Zetsu pondered. Perhaps it is due to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique? What? Madara exclaimed, astonished. The technique invented by Tobirama that severely injured Izuna? Is it not a technique of the same name? Madara was taken aback. If Obito had indeed learned the Flying Thunder God technique, it would rival the significance of awakening the Mangekyō. White Zetsu confirmed it is indeed that technique. I witnessed it during their training. His body vanished from one spot and reappeared a considerable distance away. Although we feared detection and did not draw near, it was unmistakably the Flying Thunder God. Madara's mood soured immediately. If Obito truly masters this technique, then his elevation to elder within the Uchiha clan becomes understandable, especially considering that even Izuna, who awakened the Mangekyō, had White Zetsu interjected. Even if he has learned this technique, it does not necessarily equate to strength, does it? Madara scoffed. What do you know? This technique may not be the most formidable in battle, but it is unparalleled in terms of evasion. With this technique, his survivability will greatly increase, making it difficult to manipulate the course of his life. The whirlpool-faced White Zetsu chuckled. So, Madara, do you intend to abandon him and seek a different target? Madara confidently shook his head. No, it will still be him. As long as he comprehends the world's harshness, his disposition will transform all love into hatred, and he will inevitably become one of us. White Zetsu inquired. What will you do, then, Madara? Madara contemplated for a moment. The one he loves is that girl named Rin, correct? White Zetsu nodded. Indeed, and their bond has only intensified compared to the past. We have even observed that Rin spent a night at his home. Madara smiled. Then, that is sufficient. As long as he witnesses Rin's demise, he will surely descend into despair. It appears I shall have to make a trip to the Hidden Mist Village. Madara devised a cunning plan during the tumultuous times of war. He intended to implant the three tails within Rin while she was away on a mission, subsequently unleashing chaos in Konoha. In the face of such peril, the village would undoubtedly deem it necessary to eliminate Rin for the safety of all. At that moment, Obito would be engulfed in despair over the war and the world itself, creating the perfect opportunity for him to unveil the Moon's Eye plan. A subtle smile graced Madara's face. Meanwhile, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had arrived at the designated meeting point, equipped with carefully prepared supplies. Kakashi was taken aback by the 10 large sealing scrolls brought by Obito. Obito, have you plundered the Uchiha clan? Kakashi inquired, fully aware that such scrolls were often beyond the reach of wealth alone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito effortlessly ascended to become the head of the Uchiha clan, which was at the zenith of its glory. Obito continued in a hushed tone. In any case, this matter is likely to trigger a series of repercussions. Currently, not many are aware of it in the open, so I need you to keep it confidential. The two nodded. Obito had far too many secrets to safeguard, and they resolved to maintain discretion regarding each one. Kakashi furrowed his brow and inquired. Your mention of few being aware in public implies that there are those who know in secret. Who might that be? Danzo? Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Kakashi, your reasoning is astute. Any misfortune can indeed be attributed to Danzo. However, when I mention that someone in the shadows is aware, I refer to an individual possessing an exceptionally formidable intelligence network. In the ninja world, unless the information is exceedingly clandestine, as long as there are traces left behind, he will be privy to it. The two were not particularly astonished this time. Obito usually disclosed information with great caution, perpetually attuned to his surroundings, perhaps due to his connection to this person. Yet, the thought of being constantly surveilled by someone lurking in the shadows sent chills down their spines. Is there truly such a person in the ninja world? Rin shivered, unable to suppress her inquiry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito cautioned. Lower your voice. Madara possesses an intelligence operative known as White Zetsu, who can meld with plants and the earth. Even ninjas with exceptional perception might fail to notice it, for it is inherently a part of nature. The two immediately composed their expressions, and Rin, with cautious observation of their surroundings, whispered, Are there many of these White Zetsu intelligence operatives? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito pondered and remarked. The true difficulty posed by white Zetsu lies in its exceptional sensory abilities. If it detects that you might become aware of its presence, it will swiftly retreat to a considerable distance. For instance, many formidable individuals possess an enigmatic sixth sense, which causes white Zetsu to refrain from approaching them easily. Consequently, these powerful beings are deprived of the opportunity to detect white Zetsu. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Does that mean white Zetsu is invincible? Obito scoffed with disdain. Kakashi, the challenge of dealing with white Zetsu lies in the fact that while you remain oblivious to their existence, they are fully aware of you. However, once their intelligence is divulged, humanity, with its remarkable intellect, can indeed devise numerous strategies to counter them. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, mankind employed various methods to uncover white Zetsu's presence. Kakashi and Rin both exhaled in relief. Rin inquired, then what about us? How shall we locate white Zetsu? Obito smiled. Remarking on their unique circumstances, due to my resurrection, we find ourselves in a peculiar position. We operate in the shadows while white Zetsu is illuminated. We possess foreknowledge of white Zetsu, yet he remains oblivious to our existence. Thus, with a careful design, capturing white Zetsu is not an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 44. The Art of Resurrection Capture White Zetsu? Kakashi pondered. A more pragmatic approach suggests the necessity of implementing preventive measures first. Tobirama shook his head and remarked, the white Zetsu are interconnected. If you anticipate one, all others will become aware of your preventive measures, and that is unacceptable. Therefore, upon discovering a white Zetsu, it is prudent to seize it immediately, for this way it cannot relay any information. Although this approach may still divulge some intelligence, it is preferable to allowing all white Zetsu to be aware that we have uncovered their existence. The exchange of information becomes exceedingly troublesome. Even Kakashi felt a throbbing headache at the complexity of the situation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Toby nodded and said, indeed. Rin, feeling a throbbing headache, remarked, it is said that Uchiha Madara, shortly after founding Konohagakure, had a falling out with the first Hokage and left. A few years later, he returned to attack Konoha and was ultimately slain by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Although the first Hokage defeated him, legend suggests that Madara's power was nearly on par with his. If the first Hokage is truly as formidable as you claim, and Madara were still alive, wouldn't that mean that the ninja world has another deity among its ranks? Contemplating this, Rin could not help but feel anxious, especially since this ninja god had set his sights on Toby, and consequently, on her as well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito spoke slowly. Nagato. You have heard this name before, associated with Nagato. Rin reflected for a moment. I recall now, it is the person from the land of rain, the unfortunate soul who lost their homeland. Obito chuckled. Surprisingly, Rin, you still remember. Indeed, it is he. Madara will not easily reclaim his eyes, for he still relies on Nagato to wield the jutsu of those eyes to resurrect in the future. Resurrect. Rin and Kakashi were taken aback. Could it be that such a technique of revival exists in this world? Kakashi inquired. Is this also a capability of the Mangekyō Sharingan? Obito remarked, perhaps. After all, Kamui possesses the extraordinary ability to transcend life and death, channeling power from the afterlife to Kakashi. Although this can only be sustained for a brief moment, and is achieved through the infusion of Sage of Six-Path Strength, it is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Furthermore, whether his return to the past is also a consequence of Kamui remains uncertain to me. Thus, it is conceivable that there exists a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan capable of effecting a true resurrection akin to the rebirth of the samsara. Perhaps that explains why the capability of the Mangekyō to instigate resurrection has yet to be confirmed. Why then did Madara boldly assert his ability to accomplish it and even relinquish his eyes? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito shook his head, stating that Indra and Ashura have perished, yet their chakras continue to reincarnate. Madara and Hashirama are the reincarnations of the previous Indra and Ashura. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara feigned death and bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh, allowing the chakras of Indra and Ashura to merge, thus giving rise to the Rinnegan. Naturally, this chakra fundamentally connects to the essence of the soul. Without the individual involved, merely transplanting cells proves futile. In my previous life, I also underwent the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, being a member of the Uchiha clan, yet I was unable to awaken the Rinnegan. Rin was taken aback, realizing that chakra could indeed reincarnate through the soul, and that the combination of two distinct chakras could lead to the awakening of the Rinnegan. This was simply astonishing. However, Rin soon found herself in doubt. If Madara possessed the Rinnegan, had he not reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, becoming invincible? Why then did he choose to relinquish his eyes to revive himself? Obito denied, stating that perhaps possessing the Rinnegan could, in a certain sense, be considered a step into the realm of the Six Paths. However, the Sage of Six Paths possessed not only a pair of eyes, but also an immense reservoir of chakra and the ability to wield yin and yang release, which necessitates becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Indeed, even with 1 foot in the realm of the Six Paths, it is still a part of that domain. If he had possessed such power during his prime, he would have been truly invincible. Unfortunately, in order to awaken the Rinnegan, Madara took an extensive amount of time. And it was only when he was nearing the end of his life that he finally succeeded. Kakashi instantly understood, thus, he relinquished his eyes, hoping to resurrect a version of himself at the height of his power. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito hastily interrupted Kakashi. Kakashi. The conditions for resurrection are rather stringent. Firstly, the one who performs the technique must inevitably perish unless one possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths, which is unattainable for the average individual. Furthermore, the technique known as the rebirth requires a host akin to Nagato, nurtured for over a decade, or a member of the Uchiha clan, like myself, who has transplanted Hashirama cells and awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the entire ninja world. Kakashi gradually regained his composure. Obito, I will not recklessly endanger lives for the sake of resurrecting my father. Yet, a glimmer of insight flickered in Kakashi's eyes. I understand now. As long as one reaches the level of the Sage of Six Paths, one can resurrect the deceased with minimal or even no cost, correct? Chapter 45. Sister Kushina. The leader Toby nodded thoughtfully, affirming, indeed, in theory, as long as one possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths and the Rinnegan, it is possible to resurrect the deceased without cost, provided that sufficient power is available. Each being of the Six Paths level is truly formidable, to the extent that they can achieve immortality themselves. Kakashi acknowledged with a nod, yet he quickly discerned a point of contention. Toby, what you refer to as the Six Paths level. Obito chuckled, this is my own definition for individuals of this caliber. It would be rather absurd to refer to every person who reaches such a level as a sage of the Six Paths, thus, akin to the classifications of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, we shall designate them as ninjas of the Six Paths tier. Rin giggled softly. Obito, are you perhaps reluctant to let anyone usurp your title of the second sage of the Six Paths? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito pondered for a moment before responding. It ultimately depends on how we define the concept of death. Typically, when individuals journey to the underworld, they succumb to a deep slumber, losing all consciousness. However, the Sage of Six Paths transcended this fate, effortlessly transferring his power from the realm of the dead back to the living world. Tell me, if someone retains their consciousness and observes the world of shinobi for a millennium, even if they are no longer among the living, would you consider them dead or alive? Rin and Kakashi were immediately ensnared in contemplation. Obito, are you suggesting that the Sage of Six Paths still lives? Kakashi inquired. Obito chuckled. You see, you too believe he is alive. Thus, I can unequivocally inform you that the Sage of Six Paths not only exists but is currently observing the entire ninja world from a distant location. Should a cataclysmic threat arise, he will bestow his powers upon his sons to save the world. Rin gasped in astonishment. Is it truly possible for the Sage of Six Paths to accomplish such feats? How do you possess such profound knowledge, Obito? Obito chuckled bitterly, for he had witnessed the future with his own eyes. The Sage of Six Paths bestowed his powers upon the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, instantly creating two formidable beings of Six Paths caliber who were destined to save the world. Indeed, had I not ultimately failed and had I truly initiated the infinite Tsukuyomi, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura would have had to defeat me. Is that so? The Sage of Six Paths is remarkably powerful. Such occurrences seem too far removed from reality, leaving Rin with little sense of authenticity, merely feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito's face instantly flushed. Is that so? Huh. Then the Sage of Six Paths is quite admirable. However, Kakashi suddenly inquired, Obito, you just mentioned that you witnessed the Sage of Six Paths bestow the powers of the Six Paths upon his two sons. But if the adversary was not you, then who could it possibly be? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a sigh, Obito realized that indeed, when embarking on a journey, it was unlikely for Minato-sensei to come alone. To be honest, in his previous life, the relationship he shared with Minato was less of a master-disciple bond and more akin to that of a subordinate. Although Minato treated him with kindness, it paled in comparison to the regard he showed in this life after recognizing Obito's innate talent. In this incarnation, Minato truly regarded him as a disciple. Thus, while Obito felt a sense of guilt towards Minato, it was tempered by the fact that Minato was not as significant to him as Rin, and he had not deliberately caused Minato's demise. However, the affection that Kushina had for him was genuine. She cared for him as if he were her own son. In stark contrast, his actions in unleashing the Nine Tails had indeed led to her tragic end. Consequently, in that fleeting moment, Obito's legs weakened. Rin, I can't hold myself up. Support me a little. My legs refused to obey. Sensing his distress, Rin and Kakashi instinctively moved to his sides, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Kakashi could not help but mock. Obito, since your rebirth, have you not looked down upon everyone? You scorned the second-in-command of Konoha, calling him a rat in the sewer, and dismissed the Sage of Six Paths, claiming he was aloof. Now what has caused you to falter? With a bitter smile, Obito remarked, Kakashi, even at this moment, you still mock me. Help me over there. I must sincerely apologize to the lady. Thus, the two supported Obito as they made their way toward the couple, Minato and Kushina. Kushina, observing the weakened Obito being assisted by Team 7, inquired with a hint of curiosity, Minato, what is the matter with that child? Minato, noticing his fiancée's puzzled expression, heaved a sigh of relief. Kushina, it's perhaps better that you do not recognize him. Why would I know him? Kushina replied, her face a mask of confusion. Minato awkwardly explained, he claims to harbor a deep sense of guilt towards a member of the Uzumaki clan, as the tragedies that befell this clan were largely due to his actions. This Uzumaki resembles him in his youth, aspiring to become Hokage. And I initially thought he was referring to you. Kushina, bewildered, responded, what nonsense is this? I do not know him at all. Nevertheless, she clenched her fists. So that boy is the one, is he? Regardless, he has bullied our Uzumaki clan, and I shall teach him a lesson. Seeing her determination, Minato quickly interjected, Kushina, please do not be so fierce. That child, for reasons unknown, feels a profound guilt towards us, especially you. His guilt towards you exceeds even mine. Look, he is trembling with fear. Please spare him. Kushina, taken aback by this revelation, pondered the notion of his guilt towards her. What could he possibly feel guilty about? No matter, she resolved to confront him first. Ignoring Minato's pleas, she stepped forward, fists raised, directing her ire at Obito. Hey you, I heard you've been bullying our Uzumaki clan. Is this true? Chapter 46, A Beating from the Lady and Rin's Confession. As Obito gazed at his elder sister's ever-volatile temperament, brimming with vigor, he could not help but nod tearfully. Suddenly, Kushina's crimson hair billowed as she struck him on the head. Now, tell me, how did you mistreat him? The blow was indeed painful, yet inexplicably. Obito felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Locking eyes with Kushina, he slowly confessed, I caused the death of his parents, leaving him an orphan, deprived of familial care during his childhood, and he grew up amidst ridicule and scorn. Every misfortune he endured was wrought by my own hands. With that, tears streamed down Obito's face once more. Kushina paused, taken aback. Was it truly that grave? She glanced at the small frame of Obito, barely 9 years old, contemplating such malevolence. However, the moment their eyes met, she sensed a myriad of emotions within his gaze, particularly the guilt directed towards her. You certainly deserve a beating, she declared, delivering another forceful punch to Obito's face, sending him sprawling and causing his visage to swell. Rin and Kakashi, witnessing the scene, were alarmed. Rin exclaimed, Lady Kushina. Obito, initially, Rin intended to argue that Obito did not act with malice, but upon reflection, she realized that if this was not intentional, then what could be? Thus, her words transformed into, Obito is indeed a beast, but I implore you, spare him. Kushina, increasingly perplexed, regarded Rin. The girl, clearly concerned for the boy she had just struck, could not find the words to intervene, indicating the severity of Obito's actions. So it is you, Obito. Kushina approached him fiercely, grasping his collar. It seems you yearn for another thrashing to alleviate your guilt. Very well. I shall oblige until you are left searching for your teeth. However, she added, I shall not kill you. After all, your little girlfriend seems quite endearing. She has pleaded for your life, so do explain yourself afterward. With that, Kushina unleashed a torrent of blows upon Obito, unrestrained and genuinely ferocious. The onslaught left Rin trembling and Minato unable to bear the sight. Kushina, we haven't yet discerned the truth. Perhaps we should cease this, he chuckled nervously, hastily intervening to grasp her hand, fearing the dissolution of Team 7. At that moment, Obito lay battered and barely clinging to life. Observing this, Kushina finally released her grip on his collar. Minato, do you not understand? Despite his grievous condition, this boy is likely relieved. I surmise that his words ring true. As your disciple, he is also mine. Such grave mistakes warrant strict discipline. Minato sighed, but he is still so young. Kushina's demeanor softened instantaneously as she looked down at the fallen Obito. As comrades, should you not rush to his aid? Rin, previously hesitant, immediately stepped forward to perform medical ninjutsu, tears streaming down her face. Obito, are you all right? You must recover. I promise to spend more time at your home and sleep by your side. Kushina, witnessing this, could not help but tease Minato. Are children today truly so mature? Look how young they are, yet they speak of cohabitation. Minato chuckled ruefully before responding. Kushina, your strikes were rather excessive. You typically exercise more restraint. May I inquire as to your reasoning? Kushina's expression shifted. Minato, he essentially invited me to strike him. Do you believe it? After a good beating, he will feel significantly better. Otherwise, the pain will linger unrelieved, and I do not wish for him to live such a burdensome life. Minato was taken aback. Is that so? Oh dear, Obito, why must you endure this? Kushina shook her head. I am uncertain. Let him explain. If necessary, I shall prepare him some delightful treats as recompense. At that moment, Obito regained consciousness, hearing Rin's words, and instantly perked up, his speech slurred as he asked, Rin, do you truly mean what you said? Rin's face flushed, but she continued to channel her medical ninjutsu with fervor, given the circumstances. Perhaps we should save our words for later. Obito gazed at Rin and smiled. Rin, do you realize that Sister Kukina wields her power with remarkable restraint? I truly blame myself for being a coward. Rin gently traced the scar on Obito's face, tears cascading down her cheeks. I understand. After enduring this beating, you feel a sense of relief in your heart. You deliberately chose to bear the pain, knowing that Mother Shifu would never kill you. Thus, you chastise yourself for fleeing and for your own weakness, am I right? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently at Rin. Rin, I no longer wish to evade reality. I apologize. This is a burden I must bear. Rin collapsed into Obito's embrace, weeping bitterly. You always say that only through loss can one truly understand pain. I comprehend it now. I truly do not wish to lose you, Obito. Taking a deep breath, she continued. Haven T, you always wanted me to be your girlfriend, to be in a relationship with you? I agree. But you must promise me that from this moment on, you must not contemplate ending your life. In that instant, Obito felt an absence of pain. It was as if he had matured significantly, not as the dark Obito of his past life, but as the foolish child he once was. Rin, in truth, this no longer matters. We have long since transcended that stage, Haven Tiwi. At this moment, I even feel a touch of ignobility. Rin could not help but chime in. Obito, you are aware of your own ignobility. She playfully punched him, exclaiming, you are not only ignoble but also a scoundrel. Yet, she remained nestled in Obito's arms, unwilling to part. Nearby, the onlookers, who had been unwittingly fed a dose of romantic drama, wore expressions of exasperation. Minato, reluctant to disrupt this tender moment, knew that their mission must still be fulfilled. Kushina, perceiving the situation, turned to Minato and said, Minato, you should use the Flying Thunder God technique to travel. Given the circumstances, make an exception this once. I would prefer to spend time listening to the tales of that young boy. She then looked at Kakashi, the prodigy who graduated at 5, right? I have heard of you, and you must be familiar with Obito's story. Please, you elucidate it. Kakashi hesitated, glancing at the prostrate Obito. However, this involves many secrets, and revealing them could lead to significant consequences. Kushina, having sensed something amiss, inquired, are you afraid that Minato might disclose it to the third Hokage? Rest assured, I guarantee that what you reveal will not reach anyone else's ears. Subsequently, she turned to Minato, her tone slightly playful. Darling, is it acceptable for him to speak? Chapter 47. Revealing the truth having been addressed as darling, Minato found himself at a loss, merely responding with a sheepish smile. Do not worry, Kushina. I will keep it confidential. Kakashi remained hesitant, even if he refrained from disclosing it to the third Hokage. He had suddenly come to the realization that Uchiha Madara and Kagaya were clandestinely stirring up trouble in the shinobi world. At that moment, Obito managed to turn his gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi, speak freely. You can share everything you know. Teacher Minato is trustworthy, and since Sister Kushina has spoken, Teacher Minato will not leak any information to the third Hokage. Kakashi nodded, looking at Minato and Kushina with utmost seriousness. Sensei and Sensei's wife. The information I am about to disclose is of the utmost secrecy. Please ensure that it remains strictly confidential. Seeing Kakashi's grave demeanor, Minato took it seriously as well. Kakashi, let us find another place to talk, allowing Obito and Rin some peace. With that, Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and clasped Kushina's hand, and in an instant, the three vanished from their location. Moments later, they arrived in a dimly lit chamber. Had Obito been present, he would have recognized it as the place where Kushina had given birth to Naruto. After making some arrangements around the room, Kushina confidently declared, Kakashi, you can speak freely now. I have set up a high-level barrier around us, preventing anyone from eavesdropping on our conversation. Kakashi nodded, fully trusting her assurance. Obito once remarked that his teacher's wife was a master of sealing techniques, unparalleled in the ninja world. Gazing at the two before him, he slowly began to speak. Minato-sensei. Kushina-sensei, I have known you both for quite some time. My acquaintance with you stems from an incredible event involving Obito. He is a person who has been reborn from the future into the past. In that future, he committed numerous heinous acts. The most unforgivable being the death of both of you, which indirectly caused immense suffering for your child. Everything begins with a tearful tale of divine prowess. Kakashi spoke at length, revealing most of the pertinent information, including how Obito succumbed to darkness and why he ultimately caused the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Throughout, Minato and Kushina posed questions, and Kakashi, exhibiting the same patience Obito once showed him, provided thorough answers. Once he had finished, Minato and Kushina appeared stunned. Kushina turned to Minato and asked, "Do you truly believe this notion of being reborn from the future?" Minato pondered for a moment. Much of this information cannot be fabricated. For instance, my ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, your mastery of sealing techniques, and being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Moreover, a great war is destined to unfold in the ninja world, and I will gain renown. The third Hokage did indeed encourage me to perform well, at the time. I did not fully grasp his meaning, but now it is clear. Thus, the credibility of this information is exceedingly high. Kushina chuckled, to be honest. I began to believe it as you spoke. She became animated. So, darling, in the future, you will become the fourth Hokage. And we will have a child named Naruto Uzumaki. If the Nine Tails incident were to be averted, that future sounds rather delightful. Minato could not help but exclaim, indeed. I initially believed the fourth Hokage would be Orochimaru, and I was merely aiming for the position of fifth Hokage. Who would have thought it would be me? Kushina kissed Minato affectionately. My husband is indeed the best. If not Hokage, being the Hokage's wife is also quite splendid. She then cast a disapproving glare at Kakashi. That Obito truly is a treacherous beast. In the future you described, I treated him with kindness, yet he betrayed me and condemned Naruto to a miserable childhood. I suddenly feel that my previous punishment was too lenient. Kakashi broke into a cold sweat, hastily responding, Sensei, I am not Obito. Please do not take your anger out on me. Kushina retorted, who told you to conspire with that scoundrel? Besides, if it weren't for you leaking information, would Obito have known the timing of my childbirth? Kakashi was rendered speechless. He was truly innocent, for those actions were not his present self, but rather the future him. After a moment of frustration, Kushina regained her optimism. All right, grievances have their roots, and in that future, you two are a pitiful soul. I do not intend to vent my anger on you. However, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Obito is indeed a treacherous wolf. How could I ever forgive him? Minato felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps it is my fault. As his teacher, I failed to fulfill my responsibilities, always absent in times of danger. Kushina interrupted. What does this have to do with you? If anyone should bear responsibility, it was Kakashi, who was the leading jonin at that time. Moreover, once the war commenced, you were the busiest of all, darting around to save lives, only to be met with ingratitude and Obito's misplaced wrath. Minato acknowledged this but could not suppress his self-reproach. Kushina, I do bear an undeniable responsibility for Obito's actions. I did not educate him properly. If you wish to blame someone, blame me. Kushina's heart softened instantly. You just want to shoulder the blame to make it easier for me to forgive him. Rest assured. I do not plan to kill Obito, as he has you as an exemplary teacher. Minato smiled brightly. Then, Kushina, can you forgive Obito? Kushina's expression turned contemplative, logically. I do not intend to forgive him. He is well aware of the atrocities he has committed and cannot even forgive himself. Furthermore, even if Obito is a good person now, there is no guarantee he won't fall into darkness in the future, posing a threat to our safety. Minato, this is something I absolutely cannot allow, which is why I have contemplated taking preemptive action. Minato and Kakashi exchanged worried glances, realizing this was Kushina's approach, simple and brutal, yet undeniably effective. However, given all that Obito had endured, he had already transformed. Kushina mused, he has emerged from darkness in this life. He should not repeat the heinous act of harming his mentor. The danger has significantly reduced. Besides, I have already vented my anger on him. And those past events did not genuinely transpire in my life. Minato and Kakashi looked at Kushina with anticipation. What are you two staring at me for? She snapped. I merely do not wish to disrupt the harmony of our team. Otherwise, I would have killed Obito by now. But the consequence would be that Rin would cry out to create a world with Obito in it. Rin was so endearing that even Kushina could not help but feel fondness for her. Thus, I have decided to spare Obito for her sake. Minato scratched his head, chuckling. Is that so? Kushina smiled sweetly at him. Indeed. But, suddenly her expression darkened as she struck Minato several times, exclaiming, You are forbidden from engaging in reckless heroics. I warned you against such foolishness during the Nine Tails incident when you clearly could have survived. In the midst of scolding, Kushina suddenly broke down in tears, and Minato gently embraced her, allowing her to nestle in his arms as he comforted her. Rest assured, this time I will protect you. Kakashi watched from the side, feeling a sudden pang of loneliness, realizing that in their team, he was the only one without a partner. Chapter 48. Rin's intentions. Meanwhile, Obito lay with his head resting on Rin's lap, blood oozing from the wounds on his face. Rin felt a pang of concern and wished to wipe away the blood. But knowing this was Obito's way of atoning for his sins and alleviating his inner guilt, she refrained. She softly said, Obito, this is ultimately futile. We still have a mission to undertake today. Punishing yourself in this manner does not benefit the team. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A tremor coursed through Obito's heart as he subsequently explained, Lin. I am aware that Sister Kushina possesses a kind heart. Her temper may be fiery, yet she would never resort to taking my life. Lin shook her head gently, raising her gaze to the heavens, and spoke with tranquility, Obito, do you know? I am merely an ordinary girl. One who dreams of a day when a boy will grace my life, cradling me in his hands and bestowing upon me the entire world. I consider myself fortunate. For that boy truly came into my life. Though he often appears to neglect himself and requires my concern, exhibiting a somewhat foolish demeanor, he cherishes me profoundly. To the extent that should he lose me in the future, he would not hesitate to stand against the entire world. Obito's heart was struck with a profound pang. Rin smiled gently and continued, Obito. When I heard that you declared war on the 5 great nations during the 5 Kage Summit in your fervent desire to create a world with me, I knew it was an act of defiance, yet I couldn't help but find you incredibly handsome at that moment. You embodied the ideal image of a perfect beloved that girls often discuss in private, mysterious yet powerful, charming yet tender, willing to give everything for the girl he loves. Such a person should only exist in dreams, yet here you are, truly by my side. Reflecting on this, I realize how fortunate I am. In that moment, Obito's heart was a tapestry of emotions. In his past life, during his youth, he too had harbored dreams of vanquishing Kakashi, the strongest figure in his eyes at the time, and presenting himself before Rin in a dazzling display of strength and charm to win her affection. Ultimately, he achieved that formidable power, yet by then, Rin had perished, leaving a vast emptiness within him. What significance did strength hold in such a void? He would have preferred if nothing had changed, wishing instead for the awakening of no extraordinary ocular prowess, longing solely for Rin's existence. Alas, everything had transformed. The world had morphed into a hellish realm, and he could not bear the thought of Rin enduring such torment. Rin continued, Obito. I told you years ago that I realized from a very young age that I am but an ordinary girl. Yet, the more mundane I am, the stronger my spirit must be. I aspire to become a powerful kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. However, this is no simple feat. Which is why I found myself drawn to Kakashi. He embodied the strength I had always envisioned in my dreams, captivating me. Yet, I later came to realize that I had overlooked you. Kakashi shone like the sun. Everything about him was so perfect, yet I could only gaze upward in admiration. Conversely, you, though not as radiant, were bright and cheerful, embodying an indomitable spirit. You were the one who fell time and again, yet rose each time with unwavering resolve. That spirit within you is what I sought to emulate. It inspired me to grow stronger. From that moment, you had already become my pillar of support, the beacon of light in my world. Unbeknownst to me, I wished to be your support, to illuminate your universe as well. Then, when you returned from the future, you bore an even greater semblance of strength, perhaps even more dazzling than Kakashi. Thus, the sunny boy and the enigmatic powerhouse gradually merged into the person you are now. Perhaps it was then that I succumbed to my feelings. Rin's voice began to carry a hint of shyness as she unveiled her sentiments before the one she cherished. Yet, her tone also grew increasingly resolute. Obito, you have assured me more than once that I need not worry, that you would protect me. Now, I ask you again. Can you truly uphold that promise? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oblivious to his own thoughts, Obito found himself momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that Rin would contemplate in such a manner. In that very instant, he began to comprehend the weighty responsibility he bore upon his shoulders. Rin continued, Obito, in your past life, why did you hold such disdain for Kakashi? What compelled you to engage in conflict with him repeatedly? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito stood frozen in place, finally comprehending the reason behind Rin's overwhelming reaction today. It was not merely due to his reprimand by Sister Kushina, but rather the indifference towards life and death that he displayed during the reprimand. Toby involuntarily closed his eyes. His existence was filled with Rin, yet it was not solely defined by her. This seemed to pose an insurmountable dilemma. If at this moment, his elder sister Kushina were to appear before him, demanding that he atone with his life, could he possibly refuse? It seemed he could not. Chapter 49. Acceptance and Reconciliation. Reflecting on this, Toby let out a bitter smile. I am sorry, Rin. It appears I have failed to protect you once more. I long to promise that I shall no longer entertain thoughts of ending my own life, that I will forever guard you. Yet, I have committed too many wrongs in my past, and in the presence of those I owe an apology. I can only relinquish the power over my own life and death to them. I fear I shall disappoint you. Rin shook her head. No, Toby, you need not apologize. I have seen your true intentions. I am aware of your heart. I will not be so selfish, nor should I be. I do not wish to compel you to forsake your redemption for my sake. However, Toby, I have said this before, whatever challenges arise, we shall face them together. Should we encounter a similar situation again, allow me to share in the burden of your guilt. Do not abandon me, all right? Obito's heart was warm, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to immediately agree. However, could he truly bear to watch Rin shoulder even a fraction of the formidable blows from Kyuubi's elder sister? It was simply an unthinkable notion. Contemplating this, Obito couldn't help but feel a flicker of irritation and asked, So, Rin, what would you do if Madara were to once again place the three tails within you? Rin chuckled softly. Of course, I would seek out Lady Tsunade. Did you not once say that if I had returned to her at that time, my predicament could have been resolved perfectly? If the Mist Village does not mind aiding the enemy, I would be more than willing to accept such a generous gift. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito sat up, gently stroking Rin's head, and remarked with a smile, See, you foolish girl, in such circumstances, why do you not consider my feelings? It would be my greatest sorrow if you were to perish. Yet, I suspect you would make the same choice as in your previous life, sacrificing yourself to protect the village. Rin momentarily felt lost, uncertain of how she would choose. Perhaps only by confronting a similar situation would she truly comprehend. However, such an occurrence was one she hoped to never encounter in her lifetime. Subsequently, she revealed a resigned smile and said, Obito, I understand your sentiment now. You are a fool, and so am I. Indeed, we are both great fools. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito pondered for a moment, grasping Rin's hand and placing it against his cheek. Rin, you are right. Inflicting harm upon myself as a means of atonement is utterly futile. The damage has been done. We must focus on how to rectify it. Rather than transforming ourselves into something unrecognizable, neither human nor ghost. This will resolve nothing. Therefore, I implore you to heal me. Only when I am restored can I be of greater service. Rin smiled and nodded, commencing her healing jutsu. Though Obito's injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial and would heal swiftly. As the verdant glow of chakra flickered, his wounds began to mend gradually. Just as he was nearing recovery, Minato returned with Kushina and Kakashi. The trio regarded Obito and Rin with peculiar expressions. Kakashi approached first, shrugging nonchalantly. Obito, I have conveyed much information to Sensei Minato and Mother Kushina as per your wishes. However, their thoughts remain beyond my control. You must prepare for the outcome. Obito nodded slightly, casting a glance towards Minato and Kushina. With a composed demeanor, he spoke, I apologize, Sensei, and to you as well, elder sister. You must have discerned the reasons for my guilt, have you not? Perhaps your understanding is not yet profound, as you have not personally endured those experiences. However, they are indelibly etched in my heart, vividly recalled. The more I reminisce, the more I ponder how I could have acted so beastly. Therefore, regardless of what you choose to do to me, be it punishment, reproach, or even death, I shall meet it with equanimity. Jaina expressed surprise. Oh, you've adjusted so swiftly. No longer appearing weak. Is it because of that young girl, Rin? Dato nodded slightly, offering a gentle smile to Rin. It is she who has bestowed upon me immense courage. At that moment, Rin suddenly rushed forward, positioning herself in front of Dato. Her gaze resolute. Master, mistress, I am aware that Dato is beyond forgiveness, yet I cannot bear to watch him shoulder this alone. If you harbor any grievances, let them fall upon me alongside him. Kushina feigned a fierce demeanor as she approached Rin. You are the one who said it. Just the thought of Dato's heinous actions makes me want to strike him. Are you truly willing to bear that burden for him? Rin began to tremble with fear, yet her resolve remained unwavering, refusing to retreat. Yes, mistress, if taking a beating will alleviate your anger, then by all means, strike me. Kushina could not resist delivering a punch aimed at Rin's head. Although Rin braced herself, she instinctively shut her eyes in fright. However, at the last moment, the blow transformed into a caress. Kushina gently stroked Rin's head. While I am quite displeased with Dato's conduct, considering he calls me big sister and in light of my desire to see such a lovely girl as you remain unhurt, I shall let him off this time. Rin sighed in relief, tears brimming in her eyes as she bowed deeply. Thank you, big sister. I truly apologize on behalf of Dato. Kushina chuckled softly. All right, Rin. Do not emulate that wretched boy's manner of speech. Promise me one thing. Keep a watchful eye on Dato and prevent him from causing further chaos. Understood? Rin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, mistress, I will always keep an eye on him. Kushina sighed. You know, I can't help but envy Dato for having such a charming girl like you infatuated with him. Rin's face flushed instantly as she softly protested. No, mistress. We are not in that kind of relationship. However, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper by the end. Kushina teased. What is this? Have my ears deceived me? Was it not you who said you wanted to share a bed with that fool? Who expressed a desire to be his girlfriend? Rin felt the heat rising to her head. Kushina knelt down, gently touching Rin's face. Well, I fell in love with Minato at a young age as well. So I cannot reproach you. Nonetheless, I must remind you, young lady, to always safeguard yourself when out and about, lest you fall prey to a certain ingrate. Now, go fulfill your mission. Remember to eat the bento I prepared. There is enough for everyone, but do not waste it. And ensure that everyone returns safely. Chapter 50. The essence of a ninja. Tobirama stepped forward and declared, I assure you. Jake and I let out a slight hum, responding, that's more like it. Just don't let it end up like the future you described, where only Kakashi is left alone. Otherwise, he won't even have enough to buy flowers. Kakashi broke into a cold sweat at this thought. However, recollecting the future Tobirama spoke of, he realized he would need to visit his father, Minato-sensei, Jake and I's mother, Rin, and Tobirama, which meant he would indeed need to acquire a great many flowers. At that moment, Minato, noticing the camaraderie among them, approached with a smile and called out, Team 7, gather here. Instantly, Tobirama, Kakashi, and Rin found themselves at Minato's side. With a serious expression, Minato stated, due to the time lost, I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to expedite our journey, but this is not a customary method and shall not be repeated. The three nodded in agreement. And after adjusting their packs, Minato placed his hands on their shoulders. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from the spot. In the quaint village of Mizukawa, nestled by the riverside, the presence of Minato's team gradually materialized. After locating the client, the village chief, and gathering necessary information, they began to grasp the situation. A band of mountain bandits had taken residence in the deep mountains, frequently emerging to pillage and wreak havoc. The nearby villages suffered greatly, particularly Mizukawa, which had been raided repeatedly. The villagers, in their despair, united to commission the chief to post a mission in Konoha. This was indeed a straightforward task to eliminate the bandits, devoid of any ninja involvement. Thus, Minato felt at ease and instructed Tobirama, Kakashi, and Rin. Follow the clues provided by the villagers to ascend the mountain, locate the bandit stronghold, and eliminate them without letting a single one escape. The three responded solemnly, understood. Subsequently, the four vanished in an instant, commencing their search for the bandits' hideout. Before long, they stumbled upon a small encampment erected by the bandits deep in the mountains. Upon identifying their target, Minato remained in place and addressed the trio, your performance now determines the outcome. I will not intervene unless the situation becomes dire. The three nodded and closed their eyes, attuning themselves to their surroundings. Although they were not specialized sensory ninjas, a group of ordinary bandits had little ability to effectively conceal their presence, making it relatively easy to perceive. Soon, Tobirama opened his eyes and reported, there are several bandits moving around the encampment, while most are gathered inside. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Rin and said, Rin, the majority inside the encampment are elderly, young, or infirm. You and Kakashi shall handle them. I will take care of the stronger bandits patrolling the perimeter. Rin was taken aback, slightly indignant. Tobirama, I am more than capable of handling a group of bandits. Don't assign me such a simplistic task. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Obito remarked. They may be innocent, and even those marauding bandits, how many are driven to villainy by the relentless hardships of this world? Their malevolent deeds might merely stem from a desperate desire to provide a meal for their wives and children. However, having indulged in the plundered food and riches, it is only natural that they must pay the corresponding price, not to mention. Tobi glanced at Kakashi, signaling him to elucidate the situation. Kakashi, having undertaken similar missions numerous times, understood Tobi's intent and calmly stated, what Tobi wishes to convey is that the task entrusted to us stipulates the complete eradication of the bandits, leaving no potential threats behind. As ninjas, we must adhere strictly to these orders. Rin furrowed her brow and replied, however, if we eliminate only the able-bodied bandits and leave behind the elderly and children who lack any capacity for resistance, wouldn't that also resolve the potential threat? Tobi shook his head, stating, the elderly can adopt new children, and those children will continue to grow. By slaying the robust bandits, we are effectively extinguishing their kin, thus sowing the seeds of hatred. What will happen to the children of those grown bandits a decade or so later? They may, fueled by vengeance, take up the blades of their forebears, ruthlessly and perhaps misguidedly striking at the innocent villagers. Hatred will perpetuate, an unending cycle. Rin understood, she was not lacking in intelligence, merely unwilling to accept this reality. At this moment, she finally grasped the harshness of the world that Tobi spoke of. However, Tobi cast a glance at the nearby Kakashi-sensei, shifting his tone. Rin, this is the lesson that Konoha will impart to you. While the truth is indeed as stated, as ninjas, we possess an even more profound rationale. Rin paused, perplexed by Tobi's intentions. Obito continued to elucidate. The primary duty of a ninja is to acquire wealth for others and alleviate their misfortunes. Irrespective of right or wrong, we have now accepted the monetary offerings from those villagers. Regardless of the circumstances, we must resolve their issues. Failing to do so would compromise our principles and tarnish the village's reputation. Perhaps one day, the situation may reverse, and those mountain bandits might seek a commission from Konoha. If Konoha were to acquiesce, we would then be compelled to cater to the demands of those brigands, and at that point, we might find ourselves acting against the innocent villagers. Such is the essence of the ninja world. Rin's eyes sparkled with fervor, desperately signaling Obito to cease his discourse. Here it comes again. Obito was once more expounding on these harsh truths. While there may be some validity to his words, after all, Sensei Minato was watching. Indeed. Minato furrowed his brow. Obito, Konoha will not accept commissions from those mountain bandits. Every mission undergoes rigorous scrutiny to ensure alignment with the righteous cause. Obito smiled at Minato, saying, Teacher Minato, are you certain? What if we were to change the mission? Perhaps to cause destruction in the sand or cloud villages? What if Konoha ordered the slaughter of civilians to instill fear? Are you absolutely sure the village would never issue such a command? If it has been given before, can such a mission truly be deemed just? Chapter 51. The truth behind Obito's grievance. Minato was momentarily rendered speechless. However, after a moment of contemplation, he responded with a composed smile. Obito, you raise a valid point. In truth, what each person perceives as justice often stems from their own interests. Ninjas are, indeed, mere instruments for executing tasks, and such tasks themselves bear no inherent sense of justice. Yet, Minato paused, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. We must continue to uphold the justice of Konoha. He gestured toward the distant village. To present the most extreme example, even if Konoha were merely this humble hamlet, we would still protect it. After all, we are part of this village, children who have grown within its embrace. We have long since become one with it. Its triumphs are our triumphs, and its losses are our losses. Do you not agree? Obito remarked, Kakashi-sensei, while your kindness is undeniable, you are far from being pedantic. Your perspective provides a compelling explanation of the relationship between the village and ourselves. Indeed, rather than expounding on grand theories and incessantly proclaiming the fate of the shinobi world, it is more pragmatic to acknowledge that we are children nurtured by Konoha, and it is only natural that we should give back to the village. The decision made by Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed commendable. Kakashi-sensei, you are undoubtedly the finest choice for the fourth Hokage. Kakashi, visibly exasperated, replied, Obito, have you completely abandoned your pretense now that your true nature is revealed? That was the third Hokage, and you ought to show him a modicum of respect. Obito let out a sigh and said, Minato-sensei, I realized that it was wrong of me to vent my frustrations upon you in my previous life. But the specific reasons behind my actions were never conveyed to you by Kakashi, as he himself is unaware. Minato was taken aback, furrowing his brow and inquiring, Obito, what exactly transpired? Obito continued, when I learned that Rin had been captured by the mist, and that Kakashi had gone to her rescue, I was engulfed by a sense of urgency. I dashed from the vicinity of the mountainous graveyard, racing along the border of the Land of Fire, nearly traversing half of the country, until I finally reached the coastline, near the heart of the mist. There, I witnessed Kakashi unleashing Chidori to take Rin's life. Had I arrived just moments earlier, I might have prevented this tragedy. Obito's breath quickened involuntarily, that location, seemingly closer to Konoha. And Konoha had received the news long before I did. Yet, I was nearly there, so why was there not a single soul from Konoha to provide reinforcement? What am I to make of this? As I raced along the path, I repeatedly questioned, Sensei Minato, have you not arrived yet? Why do I seek confirmation? Because with your speed, Sensei, you would surely reach the scene far more swiftly than I could. Yet, in the end, you did not appear at all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tobi's anger intensified with each passing moment. As the Third Great Ninja War approached its conclusion, I could not help but wonder if he had entered into some clandestine agreement with the Hidden Mist under the guise of pursuing peace, thereby neglecting Rin and Kakashi. It was indeed a heartbreaking realization that only Kakashi was left to embark on a rescue mission. Just moments before, I had been inscribed upon the memorial stone. And yet our team was abandoned by the higher-ups. I found myself pondering the unjustness of it all. Why should Rin's sacrifice be exchanged for such a hollow semblance of peace? A village that embodies such hypocrisy does not deserve to exist. Obito's words caused a furrow of concern to form on Minato's brow. He was aware of the location of the mountain graveyard, which lay near the Land of Earth, separated from the Land of Water by a considerable expanse of the Land of Fire. If Obito could traverse from the mountain graveyard to the depths of the Hidden Mist, it stood to reason that the ninjas of Konoha could also arrive. The fact that only Kakashi ventured to provide assistance suggested numerous underlying issues. There might indeed be something amiss. Minato couldn't help but awkwardly scratch the back of his head. Obito, I am equally perplexed by the events that transpired in the future. No wonder during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Kakashi sought to take your life, I intervened. Perhaps I truly harbored some unconfessed guilt at that time. Haha. The third Hokage indeed undertook some chilling actions for the sake of peace. Toby nodded slightly, remarking that Sarutobi Hiruzen's chilling actions were not limited to just a few incidents. The tragic suicide of Shikaka Nara is but one example. Later, when a delegation from the Land of Lightning arrived in Konoha to sign a peace treaty, they unexpectedly launched an attack on Konoha's territory, abducting the young princess of the Hyuga clan. The timely arrival of Hyuga Hayashi resulted in the assailants' immediate demise. Consequently, the Hidden Cloud village clung to this incident, retaliating by demanding the surrender of the murderer from the third Hokage. Can you imagine what Sarutobi Hiruzen did? In the name of peace and to avert conflict with the Hidden Cloud, he reluctantly acquiesced to their demands, handing over Hayashi. This was the head of the Hyuga clan. Had it not been for Hayashi's brother, Niji, bearing the blame, Konoha's actions would have resulted in a devastating loss, leaving one disheartened. Minato Namake's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly, a flicker of rage surfacing within him. If the Hidden Cloud could demand the surrender of individuals today, would Konoha yield the leader of the Uchiha clan tomorrow, and perhaps even the members of the Akimichi, Yamanaka, or Nara clans the day after? The third Hokage is mistaken. Such matters should never be yielded, regardless of the era. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito scoffed. You have no right to speak if you can't even protect Rin. Kakashi, increasingly irritated, retorted. I've already stated that this event has yet to occur. Stop unjustly attributing blame to me. Sensing the escalating tension between the two, Rin promptly intervened. Enough. Let's cease the quarrel. We are still on a mission. Chapter 52. Assisting Rin in adapting to murder. With that, the group gradually regained their composure. Obito turned to Rin and said, let us proceed according to the original plan. This time, Rin, it is primarily for your sake. You must acclimate to the merciless slaughter that, to be honest, may or may not be deemed just. Rin felt a twinge of discomfort, yet recalled her teacher Minato's earlier words, which resonated deeply within her. Having been nurtured and raised in the peace of Konohagakure, she understood that she ought to consider matters from the village's perspective. Thus, she nodded resolutely and declared, rest assured, I will carry out the mission diligently. With a shared glance among the three, they dispersed to execute their respective tasks. Thus commenced a one-sided massacre. Among the mountain bandits, not a single ninja could be found. Despite their youth, Obito and his team were indeed an elite squad, effectively slaughtering ordinary individuals as one would dispatch chickens. In truth, these bandits might not even withstand a senior student from the Ninja Academy. Consequently, as Obito initiated his actions, he skillfully harvested the lives of one bandit after another without allowing anyone to raise an alarm. As he sensed the number of adversaries around him dwindling to none, he wiped the blood from his kunai and approached the encampment. Upon entering, he found that few survivors remained. Kakashi and Rin had nearly completed their tasks. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Observing the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, particularly the elderly and innocent, he couldn't help but shake his head. Most bore fatal wounds inflicted by blades. Among the trio, only Kakashi favored the use of a sword. Indeed, Rin struggled to surmount the threshold of slaughtering women and children. What state was Rin in now? Sensing her presence, Obito hurried towards her. At that moment, Rin stood with a kunai in hand, confronted by a trembling mother and daughter huddled together. The mother, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, please, spare us. We have done nothing wrong. Even if you cannot spare me, please let my daughter go. She truly knows nothing, nothing at all. Frozen in place, Rin hesitated, torn between compassion and resolve. Yet, the conflicting emotions intertwined, and though she drew closer to the mother and daughter, the kunai in her grasp remained unmoved. Obi-Wan sighed and approached, coming to Rin's side, gently grasping the weapon she held. Upon sensing his presence, Rin finally relaxed, lowering her head in a moment of self-reproach. I'm sorry, Obito, but I still find myself unable to take action. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oblivious to the surrounding silence, Obito approached the mother and daughter, gently closing their eyes. In that fleeting moment, he softly addressed his mother, saying, I apologize. You wish to drag me into hell, but I have already traversed its depths. Perhaps it is not you who are at fault, but rather this world. Obito rose once more and said to Rin, let us go. I have closed their eyes, allowing them to no longer witness this wretched world. This, indeed, is my final act of mercy. Rin stood there in astonishment, murmuring to herself, so this is what it means to be a ninja. Obito sighed. Indeed. This is the essence of a ninja. Furthermore, Rin, there is an essential lesson that every ninja must learn. Rin, her eyes devoid of life, replied, Obito, please continue. Obito cast a glance at the lifeless male form sprawled upon the ground. Lin, do remember to check and ensure the final blow is delivered. For neglecting such duties could yield dire consequences. The man trembled, acutely aware of his exposure. Action was imperative, or he would lose even the slightest chance to strike back. With a sudden surge, he sprang forth, brandishing his blade towards Lin, disregarding the blood that flowed from his abdomen. Just moments prior, it was this detestable kunoichi who nearly claimed his life, and alongside her male counterpart, had taken the lives of his wife and daughter. He resolved to exact vengeance with the remnants of his strength. However, his attack was abruptly halted mid-air, as a glimmer of steel emerged behind him. His body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and staining the surroundings in crimson. Kakashi, blade in hand, appeared with half of his form drenched in red. He remarked with a calm demeanor, it seems this man is not yet entirely deceased, though he is not a ninja. Such a sudden ambush could still pose a significant threat. We must proceed with caution. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito let out a snort, remarking that at that time he was too inept to send you flowers. Rin fell silent, then took Obito's hand in a gesture of solidarity, smiling bravely as she said, Obito, I understand you are trying to divert my attention. Thank you, but I am not as fragile as you think. Let us move on. Thus, the trio departed from the village, and the surrounding tension gradually dissipated, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Minato appeared before them in a flash, wearing a satisfied smile as he remarked, our team has executed this task with remarkable precision for the first time. You all performed splendidly. Chapter 53. My inactivity is the greatest aid to the Uchiha. Minato observed the composed expressions of Obito and the unflappable Kakashi, then glanced at Rin, who had also regained her calm demeanor. He suddenly felt that, given the composition of their team, completing a C-rank mission was hardly a matter of great astonishment. His teammates were no ordinary individuals, a 5-year-old Jinin, a 6-year-old Chunin, a prodigy who would ascend to Jounin at 12, an old coin who had been a schemer in the ninja world for over a decade and had been reborn, and Rin, who could devour this old coin with ease. This combination, along with youthful Minato, seemed destined to either save the world or bring about its destruction. Reflecting on this, Minato couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He wondered if he could truly lead Team 7 effectively. With a sigh, he said, let us go and explain the situation to the villagers of Mizugawa. And then we can return to the village. On the way back, I will refrain from using the Flying Thunder God technique. We will spend a night outdoors to acclimate ourselves to survival in the wild. The trio nodded and promptly descended the mountain. Upon seeing the three covered in blood, the villagers displayed expressions of fear and apprehension. However, upon hearing that the mountain bandits had been vanquished, they breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a sense of liberation. The village chief signed the commission with a satisfied remark, marking the mission as successfully completed, and Minato's team began their journey home. During the return, Rin inquired with curiosity, these bandits have troubled the villagers for quite some time. Why was the mission not issued sooner? This way, they could have spared themselves from enduring the prolonged suffering of their plundering. Obito elucidated, it is quite simple. It is due to their poverty. Poverty is a malady of this world, one that cannot be eradicated. The funds allocated for a C-rank mission are often sufficient to sustain an entire village for an extended period. Such a decision is not made lightly. After all, the majority of the impoverished cannot afford even basic medical care, forcing them to endure their ailments until their bodies succumb to decay. Only in dire circumstances, such as those instigated by mountain bandits, where the entire village is engulfed in fear, can they muster the resolve to pool their resources and relinquish their fortunes for this sum. Rin was suddenly overcome with distress. She instinctively calculated the remuneration for ninja missions and realized with a start that it was far from affordable. A D-rank mission could yield anywhere from 5,000 to several tens of thousands of Ryo, while a C-rank mission could range from tens of thousands to 100,000 Ryo, certainly not a trifling amount. My family cannot easily provide such a sum. As a member of a commoner's household, she was acutely aware of the exorbitant costs associated with commissioning a mission. She couldn't help but ponder why she had never felt this way before. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of trivial tasks in Konoha, such as searching for lost pets or running errands. Obito discerned Lin's thoughts and let out a cold laugh. In Konoha, the villagers who can undertake missions are all affluent. We have barely ventured into the true impoverished districts, and even those instances were limited to tasks such as clearing sewers, funded by the higher-ups. The lost cats and dogs likely enjoy a better existence than that recent group of villagers. Indeed, their lives may be worth more than the combined lives of those villagers. Lin fell silent, as Obito often expounded on harsh realities, imparting truths that felt burdensome for a young girl like her. Why should she be burdened with such knowledge? Could he not indulge her with a little deception, a gentle coaxing instead? Obito was truly like a block of wood. Seeing this, Minato awkwardly raised his hand. Let us not delve into such serious and profound topics. Shall we not consider where we will spend the night? His words finally captured the attention of the group. Minato unfurled a map, and curiosity drew everyone near. After much debate, they settled on a location marked on the map. Subsequently, they continued their journey. Arriving at their destination just before nightfall, Minato pointed to a flat area. Let us rest here for the night. One thing to note, during our mission, open flames are prohibited in the wilderness to avoid detection. However, as we are still within the land of fire and our task is complete, the regulations are not as stringent. Tonight, we may relish the warmth of a campfire. The three little ones nodded in agreement. And then Lin and Kakashi simultaneously turned their gazes toward Obito. Oblivious to the impending realization, Obito suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling the matter he had nearly forgotten. He promptly produced 2 sealing scrolls and unsealed them. With a resounding thud, 2 large tents and an array of essential supplies materialized, accompanied by the delectable fish prepared by Kakashi and the rice balls lovingly crafted by Rin. Just as Minato extracted a bento box from his backpack, he was met with this astonishing scene. He stood frozen in place, then awkwardly inquired, "Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? Utilizing strategic level sealing scrolls for everyday provisions. Are you all on a mission or merely indulging in a picnic?" Kakashi, with a resigned gesture of his hands, replied, "Truth be told, I share your sentiments," but Obito was adamant about this approach. Minato couldn't help but direct his gaze toward Obito. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Obito remarked. Consider this carefully, during the Ninetales rampage. When the villagers realized that the Ninetales was under the control of the Sharingan, who was most profoundly affected, Rin and Kakashi gasped in unison. It is the Uchiha. Chapter 54, The Truth Behind the Uchiha Clan's Annihilation. Obito remarked, indeed, following the turmoil of the Ninetales, the Uchiha clan found themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. Not only were they relegated to the most remote corners of Konoha, but they were also subjected to constant surveillance. Akin to prisoners, if not worse. How could the proud Uchihas endure such indignities? Thus, they began to conspire for a coup, further straining their already tenuous relationship with the village, ultimately leading to their annihilation. This left everyone astonished. The Uchiha clan had been utterly extinguished. They could hardly fathom that the once mighty Uchiha, the foremost clan in Konoha, was destined for such demise. Minato frowned, stating Konoha's actions are exceedingly drastic. It was unnecessary to reach this point. Alas, the extermination of the Uchiha, how many lives will be lost in this endeavor? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Obito chuckled, remarking that the idea of sending the Uchiha clan to the most desolate places and monitoring them was a suggestion from Danzo. Furthermore, Danzo had sinisterly targeted the prodigious Uchiha genius, Shisui, who was as renowned during the Third Great Ninja War as Kakashi's mentor, Minato. He seized Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan, forcing Shisui into a dilemma between the village and his family, ultimately leading to his tragic suicide. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and Kakashi could not restrain himself from asking, Obito, isn't there more than just you with a Mangekyō Sharingan among the Uchiha? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Obito wore a contemplative expression. In fact, such a situation has been exceedingly rare throughout the history of the entire clan. The last occurrence of 4 pairs of Sharingan coexisting within the clan coincided with a time of civil strife, when the family was embroiled in violent conflict and teetering on the brink of extinction. Thus, I surmise that this instance is no exception. The Uchiha clan's large-scale activation of the Sharingan signifies but one thing. The clan's fortune has reached its zenith and is now beginning to consume itself in a final struggle. The others, recalling the tragic fate that befell the Uchiha clan, could not help but nod in agreement. Minato inquired, in the future, who among the Uchiha, apart from Fugaku, you and Shisui, will possess the Sharingan? Tobi smiled softly and remarked, Kakashi-sensei, you should be familiar with that individual. He is none other than Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, is it? How intriguing, Minato responded, realization dawning upon him. Naturally, he was aware that Fugaka had a son, and it was only fitting that the heir of the clan possessed such remarkable talent. However, Minato found himself perplexed. Rin's earlier assertion held truth. Each Mangekyō Sharingan belonged to a formidable warrior, and legend spoke of them wielding divine powers. Such potent adversaries were not to be trifled with. Even disregarding you and the self-destructive Shursui, there remained Fugaku and Itachi as two pairs of eyes. Under these circumstances, would the village dare to take action? Were they not fearful of incurring devastating losses and drawing the covetous gaze of foreign nations? Moreover, I remain baffled as to how the village managed to subdue the Uchiha without inflicting harm upon a single member. To Minato, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan seemed utterly incomprehensible. With so many three-tomo and dual Mangekyō Sharingan, what an astonishing force they could have contributed to the village. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a sense of shame, Obito confessed, Lin, I indeed took part in this matter and did slay a considerable number of members from the Uchiha police force, but I assure you, I did not orchestrate this incident. I was merely invited and acted out of convenience. Minato was taken aback. He had initially suspected that Obito might be behind it, yet it turned out otherwise. Oblivious to the skeptical expressions surrounding him, Obito gradually unveiled the truth. The order to annihilate the Uchiha clan originated from Danzo. It was Itachi who received the command. Feeling overwhelmed by the task alone and thus invited my assistance. On that fateful night, alongside Itachi, I infiltrated the Uchiha compound, unleashing a massacre that spared neither the young nor the elderly, leaving no one alive. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, having just witnessed the slaughter. They were acutely aware of the countless innocent lives lost. Unlike the bandit hideouts, Konoha harbored an even greater number of innocent villagers. Rin was particularly affected, her heart heavy with emotion, and even Obito could not escape her ire. Obito, how could you bring yourself to harm the very elders you once aided? She implored, unable to contain her indignation. Obito's gaze was profound as he spoke. Lin, during that time, I sought refuge from reality. The entire world appeared to me as an illusion, which allowed me to act without the weight of responsibility. No, the burden was indeed present, and my heart ached. Yet, I constantly reassured myself that enduring a little pain would suffice. If I could just persevere a bit longer, I would be able to forge a world where everyone could find happiness. Lin, feeling her emotions settle somewhat, could only let out a resigned sigh, expressing her distress. Alas, my sins have multiplied. However, curiosity soon overcame her. But Obito, why do you harbor less guilt towards the Uchiha than you do for our teachers? How can you so easily benefit from the Uchiha's legacy? Tobi smiled and said, of course, it is because, although I participated in the massacre, the majority of those slain were the elite of the Uchiha clan, many of whom were radicals, those who sought a coup d'etat. They possessed damned reasons and were all ninjas. As ninjas, they must be prepared for the possibility of death, thus I felt little burden in my actions. Admittedly, there were innocent lives lost, such as a young girl who activated her Sharingan at an early age, who cried out for Itachi in her final moments, pleading for salvation. However, at least those elderly men and women you mentioned, along with many defenseless children, including newborns, were not victims of my hand but rather of Itachi's. Chapter 55. The truth behind the annihilation. Lin sighed in relief. She could accept that Tobi targeted the strong, but had he harmed innocent villagers? It would have troubled her greatly. Kakashi couldn't help but scoff. That Itachi, truly devoid of conscience. Minato expressed a touch of sympathy. I believe he suffers immensely. One can see it from the tasks assigned by Danzo. He loved the village, and for its sake, he was forced to turn against his own kin. I can scarcely fathom the mental strain he must endure. Yet, both he and Danzo harbor such extreme ideologies. Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. Itachi indeed lived in agony from the night of the massacre until his last breath. Even I can sense his weariness. To be honest, I lack the authority to judge Itachi, as my own beliefs in a past life were similarly extreme. He then turned to Kakashi, saying, in truth, if your perspective has yet to shift, you cannot fault them. After all, through the lens of your 5-year-old self. Itachi flawlessly executed the mission assigned by the higher-ups of Konoha. How can that possibly be deemed wrong? Kakashi felt a sudden chill of apprehension. Grateful that he had not become a person like Itachi. Rin, regaining her composure, asked, so, Tobirama, did you single-handedly resolve the formidable Uchiha elite that even Lord Minato deemed difficult to handle? Her gaze sparkled with admiration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tobi pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh. The clan leader Fugaku and Lady Mikoto were slain by Itachi. Given the circumstances, they perished within the confines of their own home, devoid of any signs of struggle. It became evident that Itachi, having aligned himself with Konoha, acknowledged his failed rebellion and refrained from harming his son, ultimately choosing to perish at his son's hands. Minato expressed a sense of regret, remarking, "So it was. After all, he is his own son." Thankfully, Kushina is unaware of this matter, for if Mikoto were to die, it would surely grieve her. With matters beginning to clarify, Minato relaxed. Now, his curiosity about Tobi intensified. "Tobi, to be candid, I am profoundly intrigued by the temporal ninjutsu of your Mangekyō Sharingan. I understand that utilizing the Mangekyō imposes a significant burden upon you. Yet I have heard that you can wield a portion of its capabilities in your three-tomo state? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito could not help but reminisce about events from his past. Minato. During the tumultuous Ninetales incident, we once crossed paths, and you imparted a crucial lesson to me. Your Flying Thunder God technique, executed in conjunction with the Rasengan, caught me completely off guard. Reflecting on that moment, the experience was indeed quite unpleasant. Minato, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Is that so? Kakashi never mentioned these details to me. However, those who are close to one another are often aware of their own affairs. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed his trump card. For me to have compelled him to use such a hidden combination speaks volumes about the formidable strength I possessed at that time and the immense pressure I exerted on him. Was I merely 14 back then? It brings me a sense of pride to see how far my disciple has come." Minato chuckled. "Well, after so much conversation, I'm sure everyone is famished. Let us set up camp, light a fire, and enjoy our dinner." The three young ones nodded in agreement, and the group swiftly set to work, erecting 2 tents and kindling a fire in no time. Soon, they gathered around the campfire, savoring the delightful bento prepared by Kushina, alongside Kakashi's grilled fish and Rin's rice balls, relishing this serene moment. Even Kakashi squinted his eyes in contentment, praising, "Indeed, the food made by Sensei's wife is exceptionally delicious." This refers to the setting in Ultimate Ninja Storm, where Kushina is known for her culinary skills, although this timeline is 3 years ahead. And the current Kushina may be unaware if her cooking has turned into something unpalatable. Rin, with a cheerful expression, observed Kakashi enjoying his meal and inquired, "Kakashi, you look quite handsome without your mask. Why do you insist on concealing your face?" Tobi let out a scoff. What else could it be? Just showing off, of course. This trick has captivated countless young girls. Kakashi remained silent, instinctively hastening his pace, consuming his meal in small bites, and quickly donning his mask. Only then did he leisurely reply, "Perhaps it's simply a matter of habit. Ninjas are always lurking in the shadows. I only feel a sense of security when I wear my mask. Otherwise, I feel utterly uncomfortable." "Humph." Tobi scoffed dismissively. Kakashi then turned to Tobi and asked, "I recall that we had prepared 4 tents. Why have you only brought out 2? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Of course, it's about sleeping together, Dato remarked. "Look, both tents are quite spacious. It's perfect for you and me to share one, while Kakashi and teacher Minato can occupy the other." Rin's face flushed instantly, casting a reproachful glance at Dato. "Humph, so this is what you had in mind." However, after a moment's contemplation, Rin acquiesced, saying, "Well, since I've already agreed, I shall honor my word. As long as your intentions are pure, sharing a tent is not an issue." "Yay," Dato exclaimed, flashing a victory sign. He vowed to himself that he harbored no ill intentions. It was merely the yearning for companionship after enduring prolonged solitude. The following day, a gentle mist enveloped the forest as Dato slowly awakened, discovering that Rin was already up, her gaze fixed upon him. Feeling somewhat bashful, he inquired, "Rin, is there something on my face?" Rin shook her head, replying, "No, it's just that your sleeping posture is quite charming. And I couldn't help but steal a few glances." Instantly, Dato blushed profoundly, hastily rising to wash up outside. Rin chuckled. Sleeping beside Dato isn't so bad after all. He asked the one who is more bashful. Chapter 56. Minato versus Dato after breakfast, with ample time at hand. The members of Minato's team engaged in their respective training. Following their agreement from the previous day, Minato and Dato sought a suitable location nearby for their duel. Standing in opposition to one another, Obito gazed earnestly at his teacher, Minato, and said, "Minato-sensei, I have grown quite formidable now, so you must be cautious." Minato, exuding a subtle confidence, replied, "Rest assured, Obito, I do not perceive you as a mere child." With that, Minato picked up a twig and continued, "As I am a speed-oriented ninja, my strikes are exceedingly swift. Therefore, the battle shall commence the instant the twig touches the ground. Is that agreeable?" Obito nodded slightly, fully aware of the formidable nature of his teacher, Minato. After all, in his previous life, he had just been left bewildered by the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, ready to deliver a few words of gratitude. However, before he could complete his speech, Minato had already struck him in the face with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Engaging in battle with Minato requires unwavering vigilance. Observing the situation, Minato ceased his words and released the branch he held. In that instant, The atmosphere around them grew heavy with tension. As the branch descended slowly to the ground, both prepared themselves for what was to come. With a sharp crack. As soon as the branch touched the earth, Minato sprang into action. In a blink, 3 shuriken appeared in his hand, one hurled into the sky, another aimed directly at Obito, and the last directed towards their surroundings. Obito directly activated the 3-tomo Sharingan, scrutinizing the trajectory of all the kunai in motion. In a fleeting moment, a kunai hurtled toward him, necessitating a swift sidestep to evade it. However, the kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique signified that evasion was merely the beginning of the confrontation. Indeed, in the next instant, Minato's figure materialized before the rapidly approaching kunai, seizing it with precision, abruptly halting its course and redirecting it towards Obito with lethal intent. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. Its terror not solely rooted in the high-speed teleportation but also in Minato's immediate capacity to launch an effective counterattack following the sudden encounter. Such remarkable reflexes and bodily coordination were nothing short of extraordinary. Had Obito not been intimately acquainted with Minato's attack strategies and adequately prepared, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Yet, seizing the opportune moment, he raised his kunai and pivoted to clash against the one wielded by Minato. A sharp clang resonated through the air as their figures separated momentarily. In that brief instant, what appeared to be an unremarkable test concealed an array of intricate calculations, with the inherent dangers perhaps known only to the two combatants. Unlike the bell-stealing assessment, Obito, now wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan, unleashed nearly his full potential. Correspondingly, Minato too revealed his true prowess. With each exchange, the two were evenly matched. In the following moment, both figures surged forward, eager to seize the initiative before the other could react. The two kunai clashed repeatedly, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. However, the disparity between a mere pretender and a true master was unmistakably evident. In this lifetime, Obito has become an academic prodigy, benefiting somewhat from the advantages of having lived anew, yet he still falls short compared to true scholars like his mentor, Minato. In the pure contest of speed, Obito gradually senses that he is struggling to keep pace with Minato's rhythm. Unlike the straightforward, rapid acceleration of the Raikage, Minato's attacks are characterized by a more elusive and unpredictable array of maneuvers. Obito feels his nerves tightening increasingly, forcing him into a more passive stance. Had he relied solely on his physical abilities, the battle would have reached its conclusion. Fortunately, his ultimate trump card has never been merely physical prowess. Obito no longer clung to such a clash. As the next move approached, with Minato-sensei once again launching an attack, he chose not to evade, but rather to meticulously observe the trajectory of the entire technique. He intended to exploit the afterimage to seize the moment. Minato was taken aback. Having engaged in a fierce exchange moments before, Obito suddenly deviated from the expected, allowing his attack to connect. This blow was substantial, and though Obito might not perish, he would surely sustain grievous injuries. However, from their earlier confrontation, Minato had gleaned a keen understanding of Obito's prowess. Even at the tender age of 9, Obito exhibited remarkable strength and extraordinary level of power that was almost unfathomable. How could such a formidable adversary be so easily struck? It seemed he must resort to that particular space-time ninjutsu. Minato was eager to comprehend the technique that Kakashi had described as exceedingly cunning and ultimately invincible. Without further hesitation, he traced an arc in the air with his kunai, directing it towards Obito. This strike indeed made contact, yet it lacked the sensation of impact. The kunai traversed from Obito's right side to his left, passing through him entirely before separating completely. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Obito sighed in regret. For he had grasped the fleeting moment, but was ultimately thwarted by his teacher, Minato. He could only soar through the air, closely following Minato's retreating steps, leveraging this slight advantage to maintain pressure. Yet, in the next instant, Minato's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear at his original position. It turned out that the kunai he had thrown into the sky earlier had fallen back down, remaining in its initial place. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in his mind. Obito reflected on his past experience with a similar technique, grateful that he had learned to maintain his intangibility this time. Otherwise, he would have been rendered senseless once more. Now, it was Minato's turn to feel exasperated, pondering, is this what Kakashi referred to as intangibility? Indeed, it is quite troublesome. Even if I manage to strike during the fleeting moment of our mutual assault, as long as Obito refrains from voluntarily dispelling his intangibility, I am left with no means to contend with him. Yet, could Obito truly refrain from making a move? Once again, Minato launched an attack towards Obito, simultaneously moving and hurling two kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. As the kunai approached, Obito experienced a profound sense of déjà vu. Is that the second stage of the Flying Thunder God? This time, I shall not fall for it. Utilizing his intangibility, the kunai passed through his form, and the distance between them diminished. However, due to the timing of Minato's kunai throw, his actions were slightly slower than Obito's. If contact were made, it would mirror their previous encounter, with Obito striking Minato first. Without hesitation, Obito dispelled his intangibility and aimed to strike at Minato. Just as he was about to make contact, a swift motion revealed that Minato had indeed vanished, reappearing at the location where the kunai had just penetrated Obito. In midair, Minato seized the kunai and executed a swift counterattack. The strike arrived almost instantaneously, hitting Obito with near zero delay. Yet, it still resulted in a miss. Chapter 57. The Flying Thunder God and the Intangible Dog. How could Obito possibly falter twice before the same technique? Just moments ago, he merely feigned an attack. His materialization was a strategy to provoke the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. The instant he made contact with Minato-sensei's body, he harbored no illusions and unhesitatingly entered his intangible state. Indeed, Minato-sensei evaded, advancing towards him. Once Minato's form passed through him again, he recognized that an opportunity had arisen. He could hardly believe that having executed the second phase of the Flying Thunder God, he would fail to capitalize on Minato-sensei's recovery. Therefore, he materialized once more, poised to strike. This time, he truly believed victory was his. Yet in the next instant, with a swift sound, Minato-sensei's form vanished again. He reappeared precisely at the location where the second kunai had been launched. This was indeed the second phase of the Flying Thunder God transitioning into yet another phase. Obito could not help but express his inner thoughts. Fortunately, the distance between the two parties was considerable, allowing Obito ample time to once again enter a state of intangibility. Indeed, in the next moment, Teacher Minato predictably launched another assault, which, just as expected, passed harmlessly through him. In the brief exchanges, their skirmishes appeared intense, however. Apart from the initial collision, the remaining encounters could succinctly be summarized in 3 words: striking at air. The two opponents paused, locking eyes with one another. Toby pondered that unless it was a surprise attack, with the extraordinary reflexes of Sensei Minato, he could effortlessly evade any strike the moment he materialized from his intangibility. A single swift step would suffice. If Minato wished to avoid confrontation, Toby would be unable to lay a finger on him. Similarly, in Minato's mind, if Toby refrained from providing openings and remained intangible, he would not be able to land a blow either. This encounter resembled a clash between two elusive entities, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and Toby's intangibility. Given their formidable abilities, both combatants found themselves in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand over the other. Upon realizing this, both sides simultaneously lost their desire to continue the battle. With a touch of resignation, Minato remarked, "Let us cease the struggle. If we persist, who knows when it will conclude. Toby, you are indeed formidable. This is without your Mangekyō Sharingan and the use of Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, I would surely be at a disadvantage." Toby shook his head. Sensei Minato is truly remarkable. Even though I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, I cannot ascertain whether I could employ it to the same extent as he does. I feel that even with the activation of my Mangekyō Sharingan, I would still struggle to land a hit. It is not merely a matter of activating the Mangekyō. Even if I were to enter Sage of Six Paths mode, Sensei Minato, much like Hashirama Senju, could effortlessly showcase his prowess against me. However, at that time, his physical attributes would have seen a tremendous enhancement, with his attack speed surpassing Minato's reflexes, if it were not for their supportive roles. Had Hashirama and Minato engaged me head-on, I would have been confident of concluding the battle in a few exchanges. The power of the Sage of Six Paths is not something mere mortals can contend with. If I cannot overcome him through ability, I shall simply rely on raw numerical superiority. Nevertheless, achieving Sage of Six Paths status is a distant prospect, and for now, Toby refrained from dwelling on it. Thus, instead of clashing, the two gathered together, allowing their thoughts to wander as they exchanged insights on the use of space-time ninjutsu. After a fruitful discussion, both emerged significantly enlightened. Minato was now eager to discover just how formidable Toby could become upon mastering the Flying Thunder God technique alongside his intangibility. With time still on their side, Minato devoted himself wholeheartedly to guiding Toby in his training. The method of training was simple, within a specific circle drawn by Minato. The surroundings were marked with numerous Flying Thunder God seals. Obito must remain within this circle, evading the sudden onslaught of Minato's attacks from all directions. During this time, he cannot allow himself to become intangible. He can only utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge. For a moment, Obito finds himself leaping and dodging in a state of disarray. However, drawing upon his experience with Kamui, he progresses at an astonishing pace. By midday, he has become adept enough to soar through the air with a proficiency comparable to that of his teacher, Minato. As time begins to wane, the two cease their training, hunting some game before returning to camp. After enjoying a delightful meal, the group recuperates before continuing their journey, soon arriving back in Konoha. Upon submitting their mission report at the Hokage's office, Minato eagerly rushes home to be with Kushina, while Kakashi makes an excuse to depart for the Hitaki residence. Only Rin and Obito remain behind. Rin smiles at Obito, saying, "Obito, would you like to come to my house for dinner tonight? My parents are eager to meet my teammates." Obito found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming, "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. I am not adequately prepared." Rin, perplexed, responded, It is merely a matter of returning his teammates to share a meal. What is there to prepare for? Obito shook his head, saying, No. I wish to wait until you both can entrust him to me with complete assurance before I meet them. Obtain a glimmer of pleading in Obito's eyes. Lin. May I have a little more time, please? Lin's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she replied, I've already said it's merely a meal, not an engagement. We are still young. Let us not dwell on peculiar notions. However, noticing Obito's evasive demeanor, Lin could only shake her head in exasperation. Oh dear. I truly cannot deal with you. I shall return on my own. As she turned to leave, Obito grasped her hand. Let us delay our return a little longer. My grandmother visited me in a dream last night, saying she misses you. Would you accompany me home to see her? Unable to resist, Lin playfully tapped Obito on the head. What a clumsy excuse. We only visited your home not long ago. Very well, I shall accompany you, considering it a visit to your grandmother. Thus, the two of them walked hand in hand towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Obito spotted a familiar figure waiting there, Uchiha Shursui. Obito was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Shursui, what brings you here? Uchiha Shursui glanced at Obito and Rin, observing their intimate demeanor, and felt a slight disdain in his heart. He did not believe that a Uchiha who favored women could be deemed a worthy Uchiha. Might Obito truly possess the ability to guide him in his cultivation, as the clan leader Fugako has suggested? Shursui harbored doubts, thus he spoke, Obito-senpai. My purpose in seeking you today extends beyond merely discussing certain matters. I also wish to engage in a friendly sparring session. Obito was taken aback. Was Shursui eager to engage him in combat to test his own temperament? Did this young lad possess such a trivial sense of amusement? In his recollection, Shursui was a rather composed individual, wholly devoted to his clan and Konoha. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on him that the Uchiha circumstances were not as dire at this time as they would later become. Shursui had yet to endure the trials of the Third Great Ninja War and, thus, had not cultivated the profound insights that would follow. Particularly, Shursui had not activated the fabled Kodo Amatsukami, a powerful ability that could sway the will of others. Each Uchiha who awakened their Mangekyō Sharingan underwent intense psychological trauma. Resulting in a marked change in personality, it was entirely normal for them to become as different as night and day. Hence, the Shursui have now diverged significantly from the Shursui of the future. Before experiencing various setbacks, he remained a quintessential Uchiha prodigy. Indeed, any Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, regardless of how humble or polite they appeared outwardly, harbored an intrinsic arrogance, looking down upon all. With this realization, Obito released Rin's hand and offered a slight smile. What is this? Are you so eager to prove yourself that you would go so far as to intercept me at my doorstep after my mission? Though Shursui was courteous, he was still a child, and with such provocation, he responded with a childish huff. Obito-senpai, it's understandable. After all, I've heard you still haven't awaken your Sharingan, but I am not like you. With that, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a single tomo began to revolve slowly within his crimson irises. Chapter 58. Shursui had already begun to develop the body flicker technique. Observing Shursui's newly awakened Tomo Sharingan, Obito was quite astonished. While it was not uncommon for an Uchiha to possess a single Tomo at such a young age, Obito praised, Shursui, you are indeed a prodigy. With the enhancement of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, your talent even surpasses that of Kakashi. Rin, who stood nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, Kakashi was the most gifted ninja she had ever encountered, and being one of their comrades, she couldn't fathom how Obito could elevate someone else while diminishing their own. However, she recalled Obito referring to this little one as Shursui. A sudden realization struck her. Could it be that this Shursui was the same Shursui mentioned by Obito, one of the future Uchiha with the legendary Double Kamui Sharingan? The very same Shursui who would stand alongside her teacher Minato during the Third Great Ninja War? The thought left Rin in disbelief as she rubbed her eyes. Although she had heard of Shursui's esteemed reputation from Obito, she had never imagined such a formidable figure could be equated with someone who appeared even younger than Obito himself. This little one, who in the future would possess a legendary title and attain a level of prowess deemed elite among Genin by her teacher Minato. This contemplation instilled a sense of inadequacy within her. She couldn't help but recall Kakashi's strength in the future, only to be disheartened by the realization that while Kakashi had indeed excelled by becoming a Genin at the tender age of 12, he still fell short of earning a title akin to that of the Shunshin Shursui. Instantly, she felt a profound sense of defeat. Kakashi's genius was being overshadowed by another? Obito approached Rin, who appeared somewhat despondent, and gently whispered words of comfort in her ear. Rin, this is an inevitable circumstance. The world places immense emphasis on lineage. When a bloodline awakens, it can effortlessly surpass years of arduous effort by others. It is not that Kakashi lacks talent, but rather that the Uchiha Sharingan defies reason. Rin sighed, reluctantly conceding to the unfairness brought about by such disparities in bloodline. Meanwhile, Shursui, under the impression that the two were astonished by his awakening, felt a sense of pride swelling within him. Obito-senpai, Kakashi-senpai's innate gifts are indeed remarkable, but we Uchiha are the strongest. For instance, if I so desired, I could graduate from the Ninja Academy ahead of schedule. Do you believe that? Toby nodded and said, of course I believe you. But why haven't you graduated yet? Isn't it better to become a ninja ahead of time? Shursui shook his head. Senpai Toby. I believe that the body flicker technique is a remarkable jutsu with immense potential for exploration, especially after awakening my Sharingan. I suddenly conceived the idea of merging the shadow clone technique with the body flicker technique. However, this notion is rather challenging to actualize. So I must continue my studies at the Ninja Academy and acquire a wealth of knowledge. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Toby could not help but take them seriously. Has Shursui already begun to develop his signature ninjutsu? To Toby, that technique held tremendous promise. It would manifest as a multitude of clones, each appearing, at first glance, to be mere illusions designed to deceive. Yet, should the enemy underestimate them, they would suffer greatly. These phantoms could transform at any moment into tangible forms to launch an attack. It was akin to his intangibility, a power that rendered him invincible in the absence of a countermeasure. Furthermore, the sheer number of clones attacking from all directions would create an overwhelming sense of pressure for the enemy, surpassing even that of his intangibility. Because these clones were mere shadows, the enemy found them unmanageable. Yet, the potential for each clone to become corporeal compelled the enemy to remain vigilant. The result was a state of utter despair for the adversary, caught in a cycle of anxiety and helplessness. Thus, Shursui, akin to a golden flash, became a presence that, upon encounter, would compel others to abandon their missions and flee for their lives. Toby's heart was stirred. The effects of the body flicker technique resonated profoundly with him. Once mastered, this technique, in conjunction with the art of phasing, would render enemies utterly bewildered, unable to discern which was the clone and which was the true self. Ah, you think I'm merely a clone? In truth, I have simply utilized phasing. And you believe I employed phasing? Yet, this is indeed just a clone. The prospect of such combat dynamics was exhilarating. Moreover, Toby discerned that he possessed all the requisite conditions to acquire this technique, a solid foundation in the body technique and the formidable illusionary prowess of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Thus, he was resolute in his intention to master this skill. Shursui, did you seek me out to develop this technique? Toby inquired. Had you mentioned it sooner? I would have gladly offered my insights, as I have conducted extensive research on the body technique. Shursui conceded. Indeed, I approached you with such intentions. For I have long heard that you, Toby Senpai, achieved the position of school champion through your mastery of the body technique. However, engaging in a spar with you is also my aspiration, as there is no one more adept than I. What qualifications do you possess to instruct me? Obito nodded slightly. You are right. Everything is determined by strength. Let us proceed to the Uchiha training ground for a spar. Frankly, I am quite intrigued by the technique you are developing. Should you allow me to partake in it, I would not hesitate to share my knowledge in exchange. Shursui paused, sensing a profound confidence emanating from Obito. This confidence was not ostentatious, unlike that of other Uchiha clan members who often exude arrogance. Instead, it was deeply rooted, imparting an impression that everything was well within his grasp. This compelled Shursui to approach the situation with greater seriousness, for he discerned the essence of a kindred spirit, an aura only a genius like himself could perceive. Without the requisite strength, such a mindset could never be cultivated. He tempered his previous dismissiveness. Very well, let us go, he replied. The two ceased their conversation and made their way to the training ground, while Rin trailed behind them, her anticipation subtly growing. Obito has never engaged in futile endeavors. This meticulous attitude is something she has only witnessed when Obito was mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. It appears that the technique developed by Shursui holds equal significance in Obito's mind, akin to the Flying Thunder God. Could this be the origin of the legendary title Shunshin Shursui? Much like the golden flash associated with the Flying Thunder God, the three soon arrived at the training ground. Obito and Shursui formed opposing hand seals, while Rin assumed the role of a temporary referee. Before the battle commenced, Rin looked at the two with gentle encouragement. Give it your all. I am a medical ninja, and should you sustain any injuries, I will ensure you are healed. She expressed this because, regardless of how formidable Shursui may become in the future, he is still merely a child at present. Rin did not believe that Obito, who had once matched the likes of Minato-sensei, would be defeated. Thus, her encouragement was, in truth, directed towards Shursui. Little brother Shursui, do your utmost to vanquish this insufferable Obito. From Shursui's perspective, Rin's kindness was overwhelming, and he suddenly grasped why Obito, despite being a Uchiha, was so enamored with a woman. He nodded and smiled, saying, rest assured, Rin-senpai, I will hold back. Rin returned his smile and declared, then let the battle commence. In typical friendly sparring matches, it is customary for the weaker party to initiate the attack, while the stronger party assumes a defensive stance. Obito considers himself to be the stronger party, believing he should allow Shursui a few moves. However, ever since he acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, he has developed an intense obsession with seizing the initiative. For instance, the thought of utilizing an invulnerable phasing technique to launch a Rasengan feels quite exhilarating. Nevertheless, Obito currently does not possess the Rasengan and has no intention of learning it. While it is indeed a powerful, non-printed single-target destructive jutsu quite suitable for high-speed combat, its value pales in comparison to the ability to bypass Kagaya's defenses. As for phasing, Obito intends to keep this ability concealed from Shui. This, however, does not hinder him from emulating his mentor, Minato, by initiating with 3 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. One remains in place. One is directed towards the ground beside Shui, and one is aimed directly at Shui himself. Upon witnessing this, Shui displays a hint of disdain. It is utterly foolish for a senior like Obito to launch an attack while resorting to throwing shuriken. There is a saying that rings true. To wield kunai before the Sharingan is to court death. Thus, he promptly activates a Tomo, slightly shifting his body to evade the kunai Obito had thrown, feeling a pang of disappointment. Obito-senpai, if this is all you are capable of, then this battle should come to an end. Yet, in the next moment, Obito's figure abruptly vanishes. Shui is taken aback, pondering the situation. Is it the body flicker technique? Yet, his Sharingan has discerned nothing amiss in the execution of such a technique. No, this is not an ordinary body flicker technique. Suddenly, Shui perceives a faint chakra fluctuation behind him. Alarmed, he instinctively pivots to defend himself. However, in his moment of distraction, he has left a significant and irreparable opening. The kunai held by Obito languidly pressed against the back of his head. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito chuckled softly, "My apologies, Shui. My combat style has increasingly leaned towards speed, thus concluding battles often requires but a fleeting moment. If you did not grasp how you were defeated, we may engage once more." In the face of a junior who had mastered the body flicker technique, Obito exhibited considerable patience. In truth, Shui's ability to perceive the imminent danger behind him during the initial strike of the Flying Thunder God was already a source of great astonishment. Truly, he is the future of instantaneous movement. He can detect even the slightest fluctuation in chakra from the Flying Thunder God. Yet, despite Shui's awareness of his ability to teleport, the disparity between their speeds remained vast, rendering him unable to evade the swift demise that awaited him. On Shui's part, he was engulfed by a profound sense of absurdity and frustration. He was not averse to accepting defeat. After all, Obito was a senior esteemed by Fugaku, and it was implausible for him to lack any skill. However, the defeat he had envisioned involved both combatants exhausting their techniques after a fierce struggle, rather than this scenario, which unfolded in a mere instant, leaving him bewildered and without full comprehension of the situation. He found himself discontented and resolutely declared, "Then let us engage once more." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Obito nodded slightly. Affirming, indeed, you may perceive it as a sophisticated technique of instantaneous movement, as long as there exists a medium. I can materialize beside you at any moment to launch an assault. Shui exhibited a hint of contemplation, recalling the shuriken that Obito had just hurled towards him. Thus, the medium is. He instinctively glanced at the kunai that had been released by Obito, now embedded beside his foot. Quite astute. Yet you seem to have overlooked the fact that there is more than one kunai aimed in your direction. The voice of Obito resonated once more behind Shui, as the kunai in his hand pressed against the back of his head yet again. This time, Obito even took a moment to pat Shui on the shoulder, subtly alerting him that he had fallen into a trap. Shui was filled with a mix of shock and fury. Should it happen again, I shall not be ensnared. I have seen through it all. Is that so? Obito smiled briefly before returning to his original position. This time, he specifically reminded, "Are you prepared? I shall commence now." Shui nodded. "I am ready. Please proceed, Obito-senpai." On this occasion, he had marked 3 kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, ensuring he could respond instantaneously, no matter where Obito teleported. Yet, in the next moment, Obito suddenly appeared before him, their faces mere inches apart. Has Shui finally conceded this time? The kunai held by Obito pressed firmly against his abdomen, causing Shui to instantly lose the desire to continue fighting. A sudden realization dawned upon him. The disparity between himself and Obito was incomprehensibly vast, as if he were merely a plaything. Yet, he yearned to understand the reason behind this. Wasn't the body flicker technique reliant on a medium? He had distinctly marked all available mediums. Could it be? Shui's lips curled into a wry smile as he glanced at his shoulder, where he indeed found the Flying Thunder God seal inscribed upon it. It was a reminder from Obito when he had tapped him on the shoulder moments earlier. Bowing deeply to Obito, Shui conceded, "Obito-senpai, I admit defeat. I had no idea you were this formidable. I never realized the body flicker technique could be employed in such a manner. In my arrogance, I failed to recognize the true strength of those far beyond me." Obito felt a secret thrill. It was gratifying to dominate a ninja who was inferior to him using the Flying Thunder God technique. He gently ruffled Shui's hair and said, "You need not belittle yourself. Losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my guidance." He continued, "Let me point out the issues you revealed during this battle." Although Shui found it rather uncomfortable to be patted on the head by a senior who was only slightly older, he had no choice but to comply and listen attentively. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted, Obito spoke earnestly. Even if you resort to illusion techniques, it remains the same. If you believe that a single illusion can incapacitate your opponent and that everything is within your grasp, you may find that your adversary has already unraveled your deception. Patiently awaiting the moment you let your guard down to launch a surprise attack, swiftly seizing your Sharingan. How will you respond then? Shursui, drenched in cold sweat, replied, Obito-senpai. I understand. No matter how formidable one may be, vigilance must never wane. I shall certainly heed this warning, for underestimating an opponent can exact a tremendous toll. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Obito chuckled. So, am I now qualified to hear about the technique you wish to develop? Shursui nodded. Even if Obito had not mentioned it, he had longed to express his thoughts. The technical threshold of this technique was exceedingly high, making it quite challenging to find a counterpart for discussion. Thus, he eagerly commenced sharing his theories. Chapter 60, Obito's 3 Tomo. Shursui's astonishment. Shursui spoke for an extended duration before elucidating the principles behind the body flicker technique. Indeed, this technique was remarkably intricate. To summarize, the shadow clone technique is an illusion that primarily possesses visual interference capabilities but lacks chakra. Without chakra, reverse summoning cannot be executed. Nor can the body flicker technique be unleashed. However, clones created through the Sharingan's genjutsu can bear a mark of the Sharingan's illusion, endowing them with a certain degree of chakra attributes. Consequently, these clones can facilitate reverse summoning, thereby achieving the effects of the body flicker technique. In theory, this allows for the creation of numerous clones via the Sharingan, each marked individually. The original can then teleport to any of these clones at will, and of course, can also instantaneously depart from any location. After listening to the discussion, Obito couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the concept. However, the difficulty was undeniably high. The challenges of marking the clones and teleporting precisely amidst a multitude of them required not only formidable skills in genjutsu and sealing techniques but also an extraordinary level of proficiency in body flicker technique. Fortunately, Obito was well equipped to meet these demands. In his pursuit of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he had diligently honed his skills in both body flicker and sealing arts. As for genjutsu, while it was not his primary specialty, he had considerable experience controlling the 4th Mizukage, Yugura, using the Mangekyō Sharingan for an extended period. Thus, he was nearly certain he could master this technique, provided he assisted Shursui in its development, as it was still merely a theoretical concept at this stage. He imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding body flicker and genjutsu to Shursui, derived from either the Mangekyō or the Flying Thunder God, representing the pinnacle of ninjutsu expertise within the entire ninja world. Shursui's perspective broadened significantly. Each word from Obito seemed to bestow profound enlightenment upon him. However, Shursui found himself somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but inquire, Obito-senpai, have you truly not awakened your Sharingan? Why do I sense that your familiarity with genjutsu is extraordinarily profound, even surpassing that of the Uchiha clan members I have encountered? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Obito chuckled, then I shall place my trust in you. Upon finishing his words, he instantaneously activated his Sharingan, revealing the 3 Tomo. For a moment, Shursui stood frozen in place. 3 Tomo. Despite his utmost efforts to overestimate, he had not anticipated that Obito-senpai's Sharingan had evolved to its pinnacle form. Instantly, a profound sense of defeat washed over him. A tangible realization that he was being overshadowed by the innate prowess of the Uchiha bloodline. Having awakened a single Tomo himself, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of unlocking the Sharingan, and he felt no confidence that someone of Obito's age could attain the highest form of this ability. Is this what Fujin Uchiha referred to as the unparalleled genius of the Uchiha clan? I found myself starting to believe it. It seemed that Obito-senpai had barely exerted even half of his strength during our earlier confrontation. Meanwhile, Rin stifled a giggle behind her hand. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito observed the somber demeanor of Shursui and gently patted his shoulder. Shursui, your talents are already commendable. Although I possess certain unique abilities when it comes to the Sharingan, my circumstances are rather exceptional and should not serve as a benchmark for comparison. The disparity between us is largely attributed to age, he remarked. Shursui, with a look of disbelief, responded, but Obito-senpai, you are not that much older than me. Rest assured, I am not easily discouraged. From now on, you shall be my role model, and I will strive towards your path. His declaration was resolute, and Obito sensed a formidable conviction emanating from him. Indeed, every Uchiha capable of awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan was extraordinary. Obito mused that had Shursui not met an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly have held a prominent position during the 4th Great Ninja War. Glancing at the sky, Obito smiled and said, it's admirable to possess such ambition, however. Time is of the essence. Perhaps we should contemplate our dinner plans? Without hesitation, Shursui replied, today, I would like to treat you and Rin-senpai. Allow me to treat you both this evening. Rin's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned in closer. Really? Shursui affirmed earnestly, of course. How about I invite both of you to the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant? Rin felt a surge of emotion. While the Akimichi barbecue was indeed delectable, it was also quite expensive, and she hesitated to indulge in such luxury on a regular day. Isn't that a bit extravagant? She inquired cautiously. Beside her, Obito chuckled. Go ahead and enjoy. You won't be impoverished by it. And Rin, remember, we can dine out any time you wish. I am now an elder of the Uchiha clan. Rin suddenly recalled that Obito had become quite affluent, for the Uchiha were indeed a prominent and wealthy clan. Thus, the group made their way to the barbecue restaurant. As they approached the entrance, they encountered Akame. Rin curiously approached her. Akame, are you here to eat as well? Akame nodded happily, yes. I performed well on today's exam, improved my grade significantly, and received a substantial sum from my parents, so I decided to treat myself. Rin chuckled. You too? Becoming a ninja certainly brings wealth. Not me. It's someone else treating, she replied, gesturing towards Shursui standing beside Obito. Allow me to introduce you. Uchiha Shursui, a member of Obito's clan. Akame's eyes lit up. Ah. An Uchiha. No wonder you can afford to treat us to barbecue. After a moment's pause, Akame seemed to recall something about Shursui's appearance. Oh, you're that Shursui. I've heard of you. This year's prodigy at the Ninja Academy, rivaling even Kakashi from back in the day. Shursui immediately felt flustered. I'm nowhere near Kakashi-senpai's caliber. I don't deserve such praise. Due to Obito's influence, Shursui had greatly overestimated Kakashi's prowess. He could hardly fathom how exceptional Kakashi must be to have kept Obito, his student, at the very bottom of the class. Tobirama-sensei remarked that his innate talent even surpassed Kakashi's, but it seemed he merely wished to spare his confidence from being undermined. Akatsuki tilted her head in contemplation. Is that truly the case? Yet, everyone seems to echo such sentiments. Ultimately, you are all prodigies. I cannot discern who excels over whom. Let us not dwell on such matters today. Instead, let us share a table together. Shursui glanced at Rin and Tobirama, noticing their agreement, and nodded. Very well. Since they are friends of Rin and Tobirama, we shall dine together. Let us proceed inside. Akatsuki eagerly led the way, exuberantly striding into the establishment, only to collide with someone exiting. Bam! Akatsuki tumbled to the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched her head. Ouch! Who doesn't he watch where they're going? Raising her gaze, she recognized the individual before her, and her expression shifted dramatically, swallowing back an avalanche of expletives. Orochimaru observed Akatsuki with keen interest, his voice tinged with its characteristic rasp. It appears you were the one not paying attention. Chapter 61. Akatsuki captivated by Orochimaru. Akatsuki donned a crestfallen expression, anxiously rising to her feet as she brushed off Orochimaru's attire. I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. I shall never again neglect to watch where I'm going. She was on the verge of tears from the fright. Orochimaru licked his lips, inquiring, what is your name? Akatsuki's trepidation intensified. Please, Lord Orochimaru, do not inform my parents about this incident, or my allowance shall be forfeit. Orochimaru remained unfazed. What is your name? Which year are you in at the Ninja Academy? Reluctantly, Akatsuki lamented. Yuki Akatsuki, graduating next year. Orochimaru nodded, striding past her. Halfway through, he paused slightly. I remember you now. Subsequently, Orochimaru continued on his way. Watching Orochimaru's receding figure, Akatsuki's face fell into despair. I'm doomed. Lord Orochimaru will surely tell my parents. She approached Rin, her expression pleading. Rin, what should I do? Rin offered a gentle smile. Do not worry, Akatsuki. Such a trivial matter will not weigh heavily on Lord Orochimaru's mind. Akatsuki's voice quivered with distress. You're deceiving me. Lord Orochimaru explicitly stated that he remembers my name. Beside them, Tobirama interjected. Perhaps this could be a fortuitous occurrence? Akatsuki shot Tobirama a resentful glance. How can this possibly be considered a blessing? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito chuckled and said, what if we consider it from a different perspective? For instance, if Orochimaru suddenly desired to take on a disciple, who would be the first person that comes to his mind? Hondo pointed at herself and exclaimed, are you referring to me? Haha, what a joke. Obito spread his hands, saying, I have expressed everything that needed to be said. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Redbean found amusement in his words, replying, Obito, is it that your esteemed mentor treated you poorly, prompting you to wish to transform into Lord Orochimaru? I would rather place my faith in Lord Jiraiya taking on disciples than in Lord Orochimaru doing so. Besides, the disciple in question is none other than myself. Rin, perceiving the deeper implications in Obito's words, hesitantly inquired, Obito, is that truly the case? Obito chuckled, can you guess? Rin, having discerned the answer from Obito's playful banter, excitedly turned to Akane and exclaimed, Akane, this might truly be a stroke of good fortune, perhaps in a few years. You will understand. Upon hearing Rin's words, Akane felt a sense of reassurance, albeit with a hint of suspicion. She inquired, are you two hiding something from me? Rin shook her head and pulled Akane into the shop, saying, "Don't overthink it. In any case, if you indeed become a disciple of the legendary Sannin in the future, remember to treat us." Akane laughed heartily. "If that day ever comes, I would be more than willing to treat you not just once, but for an entire year." Thus, the group regained their spirits, and Uchiha Shursui ordered an extravagant feast of grilled meat that everyone relished immensely. After their meal, Shursui graciously settled Akane's bill as well. Later that night, after parting ways with the others, Obito and Rin visited his grandmother. Unable to find a reason to keep Rin with him any longer, he reluctantly escorted her home. Along the way, Rin, her curiosity piqued, asked, "Obito, during our meal, I noticed you were deep in thought. What were you pondering?" Obito nodded thoughtfully and whispered, "I am contemplating how to capture a white Zetsu." Rin was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, why do you wish to capture a white Zetsu?" Obito remarked, "Today I encountered Orochimaru, which unexpectedly reminded me that it is time to capture a white Zetsu for him in exchange for the complete data on the would release experiments." Rin began to express her concerns, saying, however, capturing a white Zetsu is perilous. Toby chuckled, assuring, "Rest assured, the typical white Zetsu, aside from its reconnaissance capabilities, possesses negligible combat strength. As long as we can ascertain its location, we should act decisively, denying it any chance of escape. It should be relatively easy to capture." Rin tilted her head slightly, questioning, "Is that so? Yet, did you not mention that white Zetsu is exceedingly cautious? It will flee at the slightest disturbance and can meld seamlessly with nature." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito explained, "I do not wish for this either. But White Zetsu is undoubtedly intrigued by it, even to the point of obsession. We can utilize this to lure it in." Rin stared in astonishment. "Obito, have you lost your mind? This is clearly not a reliable plan." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito's gaze was filled with profound reflection. "Initially, I too was perplexed by this question, yet with time, I gradually came to understand. The white Zetsu is, in essence, a form of botanical life that thrives by absorbing sunlight and nutrients from the earth, rather than relying on the sustenance and excretions of humanity. The white Zetsu is devoid of any sensation of urgency. However, as a humanoid entity, it harbors curiosity, particularly regarding the fact that human waste serves as an excellent fertilizer for plants. Consequently, it is compelled to seek clarity on the matter. In summary, if we merely express our understanding of what it feels like to have such an urgency, the white Zetsu is likely to be intrigued and may reveal itself." Linden, taken aback, remarked, "If that were the case, wouldn't the white Zetsu be a fool? How could such a fool possibly excel as an intelligence operative?" Obito chuckled. "Lin, white Zetsu is quite the fool, especially those few created from Hashirama's cells, who have inherited the foolish traits of Senju Hashirama. Moreover, the topic of bodily functions may seem amusing to humans, yet it could be a matter of gravity for white Zetsu. After all, they are fundamentally different from us, possessing a distinct mode of thinking. While white Zetsu might be able to mimic human actions, it cannot truly comprehend human thoughts." Lin nodded in understanding. "I see. But Obito, what do you mean by saying that white Zetsu mimics human actions?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito pondered the revelations regarding the discovery of Black Zetsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War. While it was not entirely undetectable, it was indeed challenging to uncover without the insight of an intimate acquaintance. At that time, the Ninja Alliance could only resort to a method of containment, meticulously scrutinizing each individual within their ranks. In Chapter 62, Kukunai inquired about Naruto's preferences in romantic interests. Rin developed a deeper understanding of Black Zetsu's pervasive nature. Not only could it seamlessly merge with the natural world, but it could also transform into a specific human, silently integrating into the crowd. Truly deserving of the title of the foremost intelligence expert in the ninja world, as Obito had remarked. Consequently, she felt a twinge of unease. What precisely should we do? Obito pondered for a moment. It is quite simple. We can enlist the aid of Lady KK9 to assist us in establishing a prison filled with sealing techniques. Then, we merely need to deliberate on the essence of convenience and where one might uncover the profundity of convenience. Perhaps, Black Zetsu will take the bait. Rin was taken aback. Is it truly that simple? Obito spoke softly. Lin, just like you. If one day you were to vanish and I were to suddenly hear news of you, regardless of whether the path ahead is a deception, I would willingly step into it. Lin gently tapped Obito's head, admonishing him, Obito, do not utter such ominous words. Tomorrow, I shall share the plan with our teacher and Kakashi. Toby nodded, escorting Rin for the final stretch of her journey. It was only after she had entered her home that he slowly took his leave. The following day, the team led by Minato along with Kukina, gathered together. Once Toby unveiled the complete plan, everyone could no longer contain their reactions. Kukina pointed at herself, exclaiming, "You expect me to cast a ceiling barrier just to capture someone whose mind is filled with trivial thoughts?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito clasped his hands together, saying, "I shall depend on you, leader." Kurama made a dismissive sound, replying, "You naive child. Do you think I would assist without adequate compensation? I shall not intervene without sufficient rewards." Toby chuckled and said, "Leader, I recall that you inherited a considerable amount of assets from the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido. You should be lacking for nothing. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall do my utmost to procure it for you." Kushina nodded in satisfaction, replying, "That is more like it. However, as you mentioned, I lack for nothing material. Instead, why not share with me some insights about Naruto? For instance, what type of girl does he prefer as he matures?" Minato was equally interested in this matter, and Rin, too, was intrigued. Rin inquired, "Toby, I recall you mentioning that Naruto was nearly pushed into darkness by you, only to be awakened by a girl by his side. Is that girl the one he harbors feelings for?" Obito endeavored to recall the details, then smiled and remarked, "The girl who struck him is none other than Hinata Hyuga, the princess of the Hyuga clan, who was abducted by the Land of Thunder, as I previously mentioned to Kakashi-sensei." Kukina's eyes brightened with realization. So, Naruto eventually won the heart of the princess of the Hyuga family. After all, the Hyuga clan is a distinguished lineage in Konoha. "Minato, our son is quite remarkable." Following this, she anxiously patted her chest and murmured, "Thank goodness she isn't from the Branch family. Thank goodness it's not the Branch family." Initially, Minato felt a sense of comfort, but upon hearing Kukina's final words, he fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment's reflection, he resolutely declared, "If I become Hokage, I will strive to alter the Branch family status." Yet, as he pondered the challenges of such an endeavor, a sigh escaped his lips, but the caged bird. It is indeed a difficult situation. Kukina, unfazed by these thoughts, eagerly pulled Obito aside and inquired, "Is Hinata charming in appearance? What about her personality? Does she resemble me?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito chuckled. "Yes, it's Sakura, Tsunade's apprentice, whose full name is Haruno Sakura, the daughter of Haruno Sh. Her strength is nearly on par with Lady Tsunade, making her an exceptional kunoichi. As for her personality, she bears some resemblance to Kushina-sensei, being an incredibly determined girl. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, it was Sakura who provided me with chakra in our final confrontation, allowing me to play my part. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle could have been quite different." Upon hearing this, Kushina felt conflicted. It seems that Sakura is quite impressive, not inferior to Lady Tsunade. But Hinata is also a wonderful girl. How will Naruto choose? Meanwhile, Minato had started to sweat, quietly inquiring of Obito, "Obito, do you think Sakura possesses monstrous strength like Lady Tsunade?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Toby turned his gaze towards Kushina. "Sister, that individual is indeed somewhat related to you. He is none other than the second son of Lady Mikoto and clan leader Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke." "What? Mikoto's son?" In that moment, Kushina lost her temper. Initially, she had thought that no matter whom Sakura fancied, her Naruto could simply seize him away. However, it was the son of her best friend, and she felt reluctant to intervene. So Mikoto is capable of bearing a second child? Kushina turned to Minato, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Minato, why don't we consider having a second child? Although having Naruto is already wonderful, wouldn't it be delightful to have a daughter as well?" Minato was taken aback. "No way, Kushina. Your situation is distinctly different from Mikoto's. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the risks of bearing one child are immense. I absolutely cannot allow you to bear another." Kushina pondered for a moment, realizing the validity of his words, and sighed helplessly. "Alas, my adorable daughter, just like that, is gone." She then turned to Toby. "All right, let us first discuss your plan to capture Black Zetsu." Chapter 63. Capturing Black Zetsu on a sunny day in Konoha, Minato's class gathered together, whispering among themselves. Not far away, a Black Zetsu lurked in the shadows, observing everything. Since Toby was a primary target of Obito's scrutiny, this Black Zetsu bore an important mission, to keep a close watch on Toby's every move. However, recently, this task had become complicated. Toby had grown increasingly dangerous, and the aura surrounding him instilled a profound sense of unease within the Zetsu. Although it could not pinpoint the source of its anxiety, it instinctively chose to keep its distance. Yet, this created a dilemma. While it could track Tobi's movements, it could not eavesdrop on his conversations. Particularly in recent days, it had noticed Tobi frequently gathering with his team members, scribbling and sketching on the ground, shrouded in mystery, leaving it utterly perplexed, driven by curiosity. After Tobi and his team had departed, the Zetsu cautiously emerged, ensuring that the group would not return, and peered at the ground. It was stunned to find a crude drawing of excrement on the ground, accompanied by a phrase, "We have concealed the ultimate secret of defecation in the wooden hut on the back mountain, but upon further reflection, this secret is too perilous, and we have decided to destroy it now." The Black Zetsu was utterly shocked. The ultimate truth that had eluded so many Zetsu in their contemplations had been grasped by Tobi's team. No wonder Tobi had garnered Obito's favor. This revelation was imperative. It could not allow Tobi to eliminate this truth, without the capacity to communicate with the other Zetsu. It now understood why Tobi's team had been visiting the newly erected wooden hut on the back mountain after each secretive gathering. It swiftly made its way to the hut. Upon arriving, it sighed in relief. Tobi's team always took their time, and this instance was no exception. Fortunately, it had arrived first. "Let me discover the ultimate secret of defecation," the Zetsu chuckled, preparing to infiltrate the wooden hut. However, it soon noticed that the area surrounding the hut was enveloped in ceiling barriers, isolating all pathways. Is Kushina truly so cautious? It thought, impressed by the formidable level of defense, truly worthy of the truth of defecation. Yet, it hesitated. Entering the hut would leave it with no means of escape. And what if Minato's team happened to arrive? This inner conflict was but a fleeting moment. In the face of truth, nothing else mattered. The Zetsu resolutely emerged from the ground and entered through the front door. Upon entry, it beheld a colossal image in the center of the room, depicting a mound of excrement. However, the focal point was not the image itself, but the intricate sealing techniques adorning it, including the flying thunder god mark of Minato. This was problematic. The protective measures were too stringent, and even if it succeeded, it would undoubtedly fall into peril. Logically, it should retreat. Nevertheless, behind that image lay the secret of defecation. Forget it, just a glance will suffice. Even that is worth it. The Zetsu could not resist advancing, reaching out to unveil the image. Suddenly, the door of the hut slammed shut, and an enormous sealing array activated. A tremendous force emanated from the image, binding the Zetsu's form. Realization dawned upon it. Escape was impossible. Yet, it was resigned to its fate. At least it could uncover the truth of defecation. Casting aside all reservations, it peered behind the image, only to find nothing. The Zetsu was bewildered. Where is my defecation? Where is the promised ultimate secret? At that moment, two figures appeared through two distinct flying thunder god marks. Obito gazed at the bewildered White Zetsu standing motionless, raising his hand in a greeting. "Hello." Upon seeing this, White Zetsu could not help but respond, "Hello." It always felt to White Zetsu that when the time came for it to formally debut in the ninja world, it would greet others in this very manner. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze observed Obito with a perplexed expression, remarking, "So this is White Zetsu. It appears rather dim-witted, doesn't he it?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito retrieved a sealing scroll and encapsulated the body of the White Zetsu within it. He then remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, I too am a genin." Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, my apologies, Obito. I had completely forgotten that you are a genin and instinctively regarded you as a peer among ninjas." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito reassured, "Kakashi-sensei, rest assured that after saving the world, Naruto will most likely become Hokage. I have entrusted my dream of becoming Hokage to him. He will not let you down." Kakashi responded with a contented smile, "I wish I could meet the future Naruto. Alas, if I cannot, I suppose I shall have to bear a child myself. It seems that Kyubi and I must marry sooner rather than later." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Obito stated. "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I am merely ensuring that I acquire what I desire. Perhaps my methods are not entirely conventional, yet when it comes to the threat he poses, it is Danzo's actions that truly endanger us." Kakashi nodded in understanding. "I comprehend your perspective. However, Danzo is a distinguished figure in Konoha and is under the protection of the third Hokage. At present, it is indeed precarious to take action. Perhaps once I ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage, circumstances may shift." Kakashi then turned to Obito, his demeanor becoming serious. "You have stated that I am not inflexible. Danzo's deeds have inflicted considerable harm upon the village. If you possess a means to eliminate him, I would not hesitate to cooperate." Tobi nodded slowly and said, "I have prepared a grand farewell ceremony for him, to ensure that his death holds significance. Ever since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, Chapter 64. Acquisition of would release experimental data half a year later at Ichiraka Ramen. One night, Orochimaru emerged from the laboratory as usual. Ever since that enigmatic masked figure had visited, he had elevated the security level of his lab, wary of the strange space-time abilities that instilled a sense of dread in him. Yet, alongside this apprehension, he felt a yearning to encounter the masked man once more. As the saying goes, risks and opportunities coexist. To achieve immortality, certain risks must be embraced. At that moment, the space around him distorted, and the masked figure reappeared. Orochimaru smirked coldly. I thought you wouldn't come back. So, is the item I requested ready? Without any preamble, the masked man decisively tossed a sealing scroll towards him. Orochimaru caught it, intrigued. How fascinating that you trust one won't default on our agreement. The masked figure opened his hands. Breach of contract comes at a cost. Does it not? You should understand that the benefits I can provide extend far beyond this. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with curiosity. I find myself increasingly intrigued by your intentions. What does an old coot hiding in the shadows truly seek? The masked man let out a frail laugh. If I say I wish to save the world, would you believe me? Orochimaru murmured. Save the world? Those of us as selfish as you and I cannot possibly save it. The masked man paused, then replied slowly. Perhaps you were right. I am just as selfish as you. Orochimaru tossed a scroll back, which the masked man caught. This contains all my would release experimental data. Beyond this, what else do you require? Higi, perhaps we can exchange a few other things. The masked man contemplated data on bloodline transplantation and fusion experiments. Not limited to would release. You might want to delve deeper into this area. Should you yield results, I would be generous in rewarding you. Is that so? Orochimaru pondered frantically, questioning the significance of the masked man's actions. The masked figure continued, if you lack competent assistance for your experiments, I can recommend a talent you should be familiar with. KB. KB? What a nostalgic name. Orochimaru paused, recalling the individual. The masked man remarked. His ninja prowess may not match yours, but his research abilities hold promise. You should be aware of the reasons behind his defection, correct? Orochimaru chuckled. Forbidden experiments? He understood that his current endeavors were far more taboo than KB's, wondering if he might one day tread the same path. I will track his whereabouts. If he possesses the abilities you claim, I would not hesitate to conduct experiments with him, for I harbor a profound curiosity regarding the power of bloodlines. After a moment, Orochimaru turned toward the masked figure. But what benefits can you offer me? The masked man's weathered voice resonated. Living long enough grants one knowledge of many secrets. I possess an abundance of secrets. Perhaps those you wish to know are among them. Orochimaru paused, taken aback that this old man would dare to make such claims. He chuckled. The more I study the cells of Hashirama, the more I uncover the power they contain. Senjo Hashirama's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of Lord Hiruzen, does it not? Now, I am curious about how to attain such a level of ninja prowess. The masked man reflected. I can divulge this information in advance. But do not forget to share your experiences with me upon your success. Orochimaru replied. Hihi. Very well. The masked figure spoke slowly. The sage mode of the Richi cave. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. You certainly know quite a bit, yet sage mode is not so easily mastered. The masked man continued. Failure to learn may stem from insufficient bloodline quality. Consider acquiring special bloodlines, such as the Uzumaki lineage, the Kagaya clan, or the legendary Tenseigan. Orochimaru reflected. I see. Following your advice means I must delve into experiments that interest you. However, does learning sage mode still require specific bloodlines? That is quite intriguing. The masked man calmly reminded him. By the way, to learn sage mode, it is best to ensure your soul remains intact. Do not risk fragmenting your soul before achieving success. Orochimaru was startled, having recently contemplated the notion of soul fragmentation and developing forbidden reincarnation techniques. Was this anticipated by the masked figure? Ah, let us exchange contact information. It cannot always be you seeking me out. Orochimaru licked his lips. The masked man replied. Then give me the summoning contract scroll for your white snake, and we shall use it to communicate regarding any leads. Orochimaru scrutinized the masked figure for a moment before tossing a scroll his way. After receiving it, the masked man said, Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Farewell. With that, his figure vanished into thin air. Orochimaru gazed at the abrupt disappearance, contemplating, I still cannot comprehend this technique. Old man of the ninja world, how many secrets do you truly hold? Meanwhile, Toby returned to his residence. After meticulously erasing traces of his presence, he opened the experimental data provided by Orochimaru and began to study it meticulously. Only upon diving into the research did he realize the depth of knowledge required exceeded his expectations. It seemed that to transplant Hashirama's cells, he needed to augment his knowledge. As days passed, he balanced his time between learning, executing missions, nurturing his relationship with Rin, and mentoring Shizen. Before he knew it, half a year had elapsed. On this day, it was said that Konoha had acquired a legendary ramen master, who opened a new shop named Ichiraku Ramen. The establishment was festooned with decorations, and a long line formed outside, all eager for the grand opening's half-price special and the delectable handmade ramen. Rin eagerly dragged Kakashi and Toby along to taste the offerings. Amid the crowd, they spotted several familiar faces from their class, including Might Guy, Shizen, and Asuma, among others. Kakashi, however, appeared less than enthusiastic, failing to understand why one would wait so long for a bowl of ramen. At that moment, he suddenly spotted their teacher, Minato, seemingly searching for them. Kakashi promptly warned, "Toby, Rin, don't get too distracted with the food. We may have a mission coming up." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Toby shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain. Yet I have heard that Lord Jiraiya has been diligently practicing the Rasengan taught by Master Minato. Perhaps he has achieved some progress and wishes to showcase it to his disciples." Kakashi scoffed, "Such trivial matters are hardly worthy of the legendary Sanin's attention." Rin, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Perhaps Toby is correct. Lord Jiraiya bears a striking resemblance to the younger Toby, always so carefree and boisterous." Kakashi responded with a hint of surprise, "So, it appears that even Lord Jiraiya can be rather foolish." Tobirama was instantly displeased. "Hey, Kakashi, who are you calling an idiot?" Kakashi shrugged, "Who knows?" Just as the two were playfully bickering, Minato seemed to have extricated himself from Jiraiya's clutches and quickly approached. "Let us go. The third Hokage has given instructions. There is a mission to execute." Chapter 65. Team 7 undertakes the Lulan mission in the Hokage office of Konoha. All members of Minato's team stood before the third Hokage. With a grave expression, the third Hokage stated, "Recently, there have been numerous skirmishes throughout the ninja world. The third Kazekage has been missing for quite some time, and the hidden Cloud Village is mobilizing a large force towards the Sand Village, likely intending to seize the opportunity while the Sand Village is leaderless. The Land of Earth is also seizing the moment, amassing over 20,000 troops heading towards the hidden Cloud Village, presumably to raid while they are engaged with the Sand Village. Additionally, the Hidden Mist has stationed a significant number of ninjas on land, perilously close to the Land of Fire, necessitating our vigilance. In short, it is quite possible that this year, or at the latest next year, the Third Great Ninja War will erupt in full force." Team 7, upon hearing this news, was not taken aback. Over the past 6 months, they had undertaken numerous intelligence-gathering missions and had formed their own assessment of the current situation in the ninja world. Minato then inquired, "Lord Third, is this mission related to the war?" The third Hokage slowly shook his head. "No. Although Konoha will likely be unable to avoid being drawn into this conflict, the current chaos in the ninja world presents an opportunity for Konoha. I plan to take advantage of this period to expand the scope of Konoha's mission commissions." Minato pondered for a moment, and after a while, he seemed to grasp the implication. "Lord Third, Konoha has already monopolized missions from the entire Land of Fire and even the surrounding small nations. If we are to expand further, do you mean to seize missions from other great nations?" The third Hokage nodded. "Precisely, especially from the Land of Wind. Due to the Kazekage's disappearance, the locals have lost faith in the Sand Village, presenting us with a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, after some negotiation, I have finally secured an S-rank mission from the Land of Wind. If we execute this mission successfully, Konoha will gain greater trust from the Land of Wind, leading to a continuous influx of missions from its people." Listening to the third Hokage's plan, Tobirama could not help but admire his political acumen. He was skillfully taking advantage of the impending chaos in the Sand Village to capitalize on the insecurity of the Wind villagers, snatching missions from the Sand Village's grasp. Moreover, entrusting this task to Minato left little room for failure. Was it during this period that Minato and Kakashi were absent, undertaking this very mission? It was from this point onward that Konoha would see a significant increase in missions from the Land of Wind. No wonder later, the Sand Village sought to collaborate with Orochimaru to devise a plan for Konoha's downfall. After all, one had uprooted their very foundation. How could they not retaliate? Minato's demeanor turned serious. "So, Lord Third, what are the specific details of this S-rank mission?" The third Hokage produced a map and pointed to a location. Speaking slowly, in the desert lies a city called Lulan. The former queen of Lulan was assassinated, and her most loyal subordinate detected the anomaly and managed to escape, issuing a mission to protect the current queen. This mission also involves a minister of Lulan named Lushan, who is very likely the mastermind behind the assassination of the former queen. The third Hokage's brow furrowed. This Lushan appeared in Lulan 6 years ago. After the mission was issued, Konoha conducted an investigation but could not uncover any information regarding his identity, as if he had materialized out of thin air. I suspect he may have utilized some form of space-time ninjutsu, though this remains unconfirmed. In any case, Minato, you are the most adept in this regard. So I am assigning you to lead this mission. It is imperative that this mission remains confidential. Initially, I intended to have Shibi Aburame and Choza Akimichi assist you. But considering the current strength of Team 7, I have ultimately decided that you will carry out the mission alone." Kakashi and Rin were exhilarated. Although their team was quite capable and had completed A-rank missions, this was their first S-rank assignment. Minato confidently assured, "Rest assured, Lord Third. Team 7 will execute this mission flawlessly." The third Hokage nodded, turning his gaze to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you have performed admirably. I have heard that you have developed an A-rank ninjutsu and have mastered the lightning nature transformation of chakra. I hold high hopes for your future. Subsequently, the third Hokage's gaze shifted to Tobirama, his tone growing more solemn. Tobirama, you have become quite proficient with the Flying Thunder God technique, have you not? Tobirama humbly remarked that he was not as proficient as Lord Minato. The third Hokage chuckled, stating that mastering such a technique is indeed an impressive feat. When I learned that you had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, I was utterly astonished. In any case, you have all proven yourselves as formidable ninjas. With the conclusion of this mission, Kakashi, you are invited to partake in the Jonin examination I have specially arranged for you. Tobirama and Rin. You should also prepare for the Chunin exam. It is time to elevate your ninja ranks. Rin was overwhelmed with excitement. Not only was there the Chunin exam, but Kakashi's promotion to Jonin had come sooner than expected. Surely, due to Tobirama's reminders, Kakashi had not neglected his physical training since becoming a ninja, resulting in a greater chakra capacity than in his previous life, thus facilitating his earlier ascension to the Jonin rank. As Rin pondered this, the third Hokage proceeded to relay numerous details regarding their upcoming tasks, concluding with urgent news of potential danger facing Queen Luon. You must depart at once, he urged. The members of Team 7 nodded in agreement and exited the Hokage's office. Once outside, Rin could not contain her joy, exclaiming, "We are assigned an S-rank mission. We are truly capable of executing an S-rank mission. This is incredible." Though Kakashi remained silent, a sense of pride welled within him. Only Minato and Tobirama maintained their composure. Obito declared, "All right, it's merely an S-rank mission. Let us proceed swiftly and return promptly." Recently, the preparations for transplanting the cells of Hashirama have nearly concluded. It is time to take action. Kakashi expressed his surprise. Is it truly happening so soon? Deep down, he felt a twinge of discontent. For Obito's transplantation of Hashirama cells would elevate him to unprecedented heights, widening the chasm between them even further. Obito mockingly inquired, "What is the matter, Kakashi? Are you afraid?" Kakashi promptly rolled his eyes in response. "You have merely lived a few decades longer than I have. I shall inevitably catch up to you." Minato chuckled softly. Producing several masks, "Everyone, don these masks. We are heading to the Land of Wind on a covert mission, and our identities are quite sensitive. We must maintain the utmost secrecy to avoid detection by the Sand Village." The group nodded in agreement, accepted the masks, and swiftly made their way towards the Land of Wind. Amidst the desert, a majestic city materialized in the distance. The four members of Minato's team halted, and Rin could not help but exclaim, "How beautiful and magnificent." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito shook his head, stating, "In my previous life, I did not pay attention to it, and thus I am unaware of when it was destroyed. My knowledge of this matter stems from Naruto's mission in the vicinity. As you are aware, due to Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Black Zetsu has been monitoring him closely, which led to me receiving some intelligence from Black Zetsu. At that time, Black Zetsu mentioned that Naruto had come to the ruins of Lulon to carry out a mission to capture a rogue ninja, indicating that Lulon had already been destroyed by then." Chapter 66, the golden-haired, bearded ninja from the future Rin nodded. "I see, such a beautiful city. It is truly a pity that it was destroyed." She then couldn't help but exclaim, "Black Zetsu is indeed a remarkably effective intelligence agent. If only we had a few Black Zetsus on our side." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito sincerely expressed to Minato, "Thank you, sensei, for keeping my secret for so long. Rest assured, I will resolve the matter concerning Madara." Minato nodded in acknowledgement. "Obito, I have faith in you." He then shifted the conversation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since Naruto has also undertaken a mission in the Land of Wind, it seems the third Hokage's plan has succeeded. This will indeed bring substantial revenue to Konoha. It truly is a commendable achievement. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a sudden shift in his tone, Obito remarked, "Indeed, the third Hokage's plan has proven successful. In the future, Konoha will receive a plethora of commissions from the Land of Wind. Naturally, this has resulted in a drastic reduction of tasks for Sunagakure, leading to insufficient financial resources. Even the then Kazekage found it necessary to venture into the desert to seek fortune for survival. Frankly, witnessing a village leader personally engaging in monetary pursuits is a first for me." Instantly, Minato felt a tinge of awkwardness. The third's actions were undoubtedly beneficial for the village, and even he conceded that it was a rightful endeavor. However, the resources within the shinobi world are finite. As Konoha flourishes, others inevitably suffer. He cleared his throat and suggested, "Let us first head into the city to ascertain the situation." The group fell silent, swiftly entering Lulon and dispersing to gather intelligence. Lulon was merely a small town, with a limited number of shinobi. It didn't take long for the few to acquire a wealth of information before reconvening. Minato, observing the multitude of puppets on the streets, frowned and stated, It has been confirmed that this Lushan is a puppeteer from Mangekyō, and his puppets are scattered throughout the city, displaying considerable strength. He has previously gone by the name 100 Legs. I suspect this is his true name. Yet, oddly enough, I have no recollection of such a powerful puppeteer. Either Mangekyō has concealed this well, with no information about 100 Legs leaking, or this ninja does not currently exist. Considering he appeared abruptly in Lulan 6 years ago, I suspect he hails from the future, having utilized some form of space-time ninjutsu to traverse back to the past. The group was taken aback, and Rin could not help but inquire, is it a situation akin to Obito's? Minato shook his head. He returned along with his physical form. I do not believe he truly possesses such advanced space-time ninjutsu. It is likely a mere coincidence, harnessing the forces of nature. For a moment, astonishment enveloped the group. However, due to their previous experiences with Obito, their capacity for acceptance in this regard was significantly heightened, and they soon regained their composure to continue their discussions. Rin added, the intelligence I gathered indicates that the current queen of Lulan, Sarah, holds great trust in Lushan. However, it seems Lushan intends to employ puppetry to usurp her position, effectively manipulating the nation through a puppet. Kakashi then interjected lazily. I have discovered that all energy resources within this nation derive from the underground dragon vein. The power of the dragon vein appears inexhaustible, enabling the establishment of this city amidst the desert. Perhaps the dragon vein is what teacher Minato referred to. The natural force that inadvertently assisted in Lushan in returning to the past. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito continued. Furthermore, in the future, the mission that Naruto undertakes, if my memory serves me correctly, involves capturing a rogue ninja known as Baizu. I suspect that this Lushan is the individual Naruto is meant to apprehend. If that is the case, it is possible that Naruto could become embroiled in this matter, accompanying Lushan back into the past. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, lacking any concrete evidence. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback, with Minato deep in thought. Could it be that Naruto was also drawn into this? Did this imply that in an alternate timeline where Obito had not been resurrected, I might have encountered Naruto during that mission? Contemplating this, Minato's eyes revealed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, it is unlikely we will meet again. Rin inquired why? Minato explained, because with Obito's resurrection, everything has changed. In our current timeline, the trajectories of many lives have diverged. If the Ninetales incident had not occurred, and I were still alive, perhaps Naruto could still be born. However, whether he would receive this mission at the same time remains uncertain. The group nodded in understanding. Minato continued, his expression grave. Even the slightest alteration in the past can lead to monumental changes in the future. Thus, if we indeed encounter individuals from the future, we must refrain from casually inquiring about future events to prevent any disruption of the timeline. If necessary, I will cast a seal on everyone to ensure we forget everything that has transpired here. Kakashi expressed his disappointment. Must we truly go to such lengths? Minato replied earnestly. Consider this, Kakashi. If you were to return to the past from the future and divulge certain critical information, altering events, what do you think would happen upon your return to the future? Kakashi pondered. If the past affects the future, perhaps everything I hold dear would cease to exist. That indeed would be a terrifying prospect. Minato nodded. Therefore, from this moment forth, we must maintain secrecy, even if we encounter comrades from the future of Konoha. Kakashi acknowledged. I understand. Just then, from a distance near the tower, a cacophony of intense combat and explosions erupted. The group instinctively turned their gaze, but from their vantage point, they could only see distant figures engaged in battle. Minato crouched down, touched the ground, and closed his eyes to sense the situation. When he opened them again, he discerned that a ninja was locked in combat with Baizu's puppets, which were empowered by the energy of the dragon vein. Despite the ninja's considerable strength, he seemed unable to find an effective means of countering the onslaught and was forced to flee. Kakashi furrowed his brow. At this time, a ninja from Lulan has appeared, clashing with Baizu's puppets. Could he possibly be from the future? Minato replied, that possibility cannot be dismissed. In any case, let us proceed to investigate, to avert any unforeseen consequences. The group nodded in agreement and moved toward the direction of the battle. As they drew closer, they beheld a youthful ninja, approximately 16 years old, adorned with a Konoha headband, sporting 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek, and possessing golden hair. He was being relentlessly bombarded by multiple puppets. These puppets, bolstered by the dragon vein, seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of energy, launching a barrage of varied energy attacks from their bodies without pause. The ninja attempted to perform hand seals several times, but each effort was thwarted, forcing him to continue his retreat. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, as fate would have it. Unless that individual is impersonating a Konoha ninja, the likelihood is high that he truly hails from the future. He noted the resemblance to Minato-sensei, sharing the same golden hair, though Minato bore no whiskers. Wait a moment, those whiskers. Kakashi suddenly recalled something and instinctively turned to Obito. Obito, could this possibly be Minato-sensei's son, Uzumaki Naruto? In Chapter 67, Kakashi remembered Obito mentioning that because Minato-sensei had sealed half of the nine tails within Naruto, the latter bore certain fox-like traits, including the 3 whisker marks on each cheek. The more Kakashi contemplated, the more plausible this seemed. Otherwise, the coincidence was simply too remarkable. With a bitter smile, Obito recognized the golden-haired ninja in an instant. It was indeed the unmistakable Naruto himself. To his surprise, the future had altered. Naruto had undertaken this mission and returned to the past. He nodded solemnly and declared, "Kakashi, Sensei Minato, this is undoubtedly Naruto. The forces of nature are truly remarkable." Minato gazed at Naruto from afar, his eyes filled with concern. "So this is what Naruto looks like. The moment I laid eyes on him, I had an inkling. Haha. Naruto has already become capable of standing on his own in the future." Kakashi couldn't help but reflect. It was astonishing that Sensei Minato's son had grown beyond their years. To evade the grasp of so many puppets empowered by the dragon veins, his strength was formidable. However, while these puppets were indeed troublesome, their weaknesses were quite apparent. If one severed the chakra threads controlling them, they would be rendered immobile. Yet, Naruto possessed a chakra blade. Why was he not utilizing it? This question momentarily cast a shadow of awkwardness over everyone present. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito could not help but feel his cheeks flush as he quietly retorted, "Lin, I am not that foolish." Lin, with a cheerful smile, replied, Indeed, Obito, you were the most intelligent child." Subsequently, Lin turned her gaze towards Minato. "Sensei, should we not immediately assist Naruto?" Minato nodded, his eyes betraying a mix of longing and reluctance. "Alas, in order to avoid interfering with Naruto's future, I cannot reveal my identity to him." At that moment, in the distance, Naruto found himself cornered against a wall by a throng of puppets. In a perilous moment, he seemingly grasped the puppet's weaknesses. Drawing a chakra blade from his waist, he leaped forward and severed the strings connecting the foremost puppets. Instantly, these puppets lost their combat capabilities. Kakashi nodded in approval. That's more like it. Identifying their weaknesses makes dealing with these puppets relatively simple. However, calamity struck. Despite having neutralized some of the puppets, Naruto exposed himself to danger during the fray. He was inadvertently struck by one of the puppets and fell onto a bridge. Before he could rise, the puppets above gathered energy, launching an attack akin to a small-tailed beast bomb. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the bridge and even creating a gaping hole in the ground below, with Naruto being forcefully propelled into the abyss. Rescue him. Minato no longer hesitated. Time was of the essence. His son was on the brink of death. He unleashed an unimaginable speed, executing several body flickers to approach the gaping hole. Obito simultaneously placed his hands on Rin and Kakashi's shoulders, directly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to materialize beside Minato. Both he and his teacher had left their respective Flying Thunder God marks on each other, allowing for mutual displacement. The group leaped down from the cave entrance, only to discover a vast and expansive underground chamber. Not far away, Naruto, injured, remained stationary, his eyes wide as he watched several puppets unleash a torrent of purple chakra threads from various parts of his body, converging menacingly toward him. In a critical moment, Minato swiftly appeared before Naruto, and just as the puppets were about to strike, he whisked Naruto away using the Flying Thunder God technique. The puppets, momentarily missing their target, began to reposition for another assault when Kakashi unsheathed the blade from his back. His form danced gracefully as he swiftly approached the puppets, each strike precisely severing the chakra threads that bound them. In a mere few breaths, all the chakra threads were cut, causing the puppets to lose their energy and collapse to the ground. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito chuckled softly. Lin, there's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Come, let us seek out Master Minato. Lin nodded in agreement, and together with Obito, they made their way to reunite with Master Minato. Upon their reunion, the group relocated to a secluded corner within the city. Minato gently set Naruto, who had been slung over his back, down and proceeded to tend to his wounds personally. Naruto beamed a bright and cheerful smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you all, I would have met an inexplicable demise. Minato's hands trembled slightly as he wrapped the bandages, but he quickly regained his composure and continued his diligent work. Lin had intended to step forward to offer her healing, but upon witnessing the scene, she wisely chose to remain in place. As Obito observed, he couldn't help but chuckle. With Naruto's almost supernatural healing abilities, it was likely that the wound would be completely healed before the bandages were even fully applied. At this moment, the most bewildered individual was Naruto himself. Once his wounds were tended to, he gazed impatiently at the masked figures surrounding him and asked, "Who are you all, and where is this place?" Minato slightly lowered his mask, revealing his Konoha ninja headband, before quickly donning it again. "We are also Konoha ninjas, engaged in a confidential mission. Do you still feel pain?" Suddenly, Naruto was enveloped by an indescribable emotion, feeling an inexplicable warmth towards this unknown older brother whose voice resonated with magnetism. He shook his head resolutely, asserting, "No. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's just a minor injury. You need not worry." Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair, admonishing, "You must not act so recklessly. Remember to take care of yourself and stay safe." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Naruto felt a surge of emotion and instinctively adhered to the words of this elder brother who had not even revealed his true face. "Rest assured, I will." Then, turning to look at Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, Naruto expressed his surprise. "Big brother, did they just graduate from the Ninja Academy? They seem rather short to be undertaking such a classified mission. Is that really all right?" Kakashi couldn't help but snort in disapproval, his dissatisfaction palpable. This reminded Naruto of the silver-haired youth who had swiftly dispatched those puppets, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, silver-haired guy. I almost forgot how strong you are. Were you in the same class as Konohamaru? You are certainly much stronger than him. By the way, your hair is the same color as Kakashi-sensei's. What is your relationship with him?" Faced with Naruto's incessant inquiries, Kakashi simply turned his head away. Refusing to engage with the foolish boy, Naruto quietly muttered, "He has quite the aloof personality, just like Sasuke did when he was younger." Minato, witnessing this exchange, shook his head in mild disapproval. He gently apologized. "I regret that we cannot disclose our identities to you just yet. You may find a secluded place within the city to wait for a while. Once we have completed our mission, we will explain everything." Chapter 68. Is Naruto from the future of the original timeline? Minato initially intended for Naruto to leave, but upon further reflection, he realized that Naruto was likely a traveler from the future, possibly having returned to the past through the power of the Dragon Vein. If Naruto were to leave Lulan now, how would he find his way back home? Thus, it was best for him to wait in the city. Perhaps once they dealt with the threat of the centipede and time restored to normalcy, Naruto would naturally return. Naruto appeared to recall something and asked curiously, "By the way, big brother, you haven't answered my question. Where exactly is this place? I am on a mission to capture a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, but during the pursuit, I inexplicably found myself here," Minato replied slowly. Naruto was taken aback. "How is that possible? Isn't Lulan in ruins?" Minato sighed. "I truly do not know how to explain this to you. I had not intended to reveal it. Beneath Lulan lies a powerful dragon vein. I suspect that your contact with this power has caused you to traverse back in time. This place does not belong to your original timeline. It is 20 years in the past." Naruto was astounded. 20 years ago? How can that be? Minato continued, "The rogue ninja you are pursuing is called Hayakuzu, correct? Our mission is also connected to him. He suddenly appeared here 6 years ago, his origins unknown. We suspect he is from the future. Your presence now further corroborates this. Lulan was destroyed at some point in the future, yet it remains intact at this moment." Naruto marveled, "Is there truly such a thing?" "Haha. I have returned to the past." His robust nerves allowed him to quickly accept this revelation. "Big brother, it turns out you all are Konoha ninjas from 20 years ago. Perhaps we are acquainted." He then abruptly pointed at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, if it is 20 years ago, you must be Kakashi-sensei, right?" Kakashi merely huffed and remained silent. However, Naruto appeared convinced. "Kakashi-sensei, I never imagined you were so aloof as a child. You seem entirely different from the late-arriving figure I know. If it weren't for your distinctly colored hair, I might not have recognized you at all." At that moment, Obito sensed something amiss. Naruto possessed a formidable perception ability. If he could identify Kakashi, why could he not discern his own father, Minato-sensei? Could it be? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito's breath quickened. What else? What else? Naruto was taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "Kakashi-sensei enjoys immense popularity. Most of the ninjas in Konoha share a good rapport with him. Although not as close as with Gai-sensei, he remains a trustworthy companion." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The heart of Obito sank momentarily. Could it be that Rin encountered trouble again? He continued to inquire. "What about Obito? Does Kakashi recognize him?" Naruto, increasingly perplexed, responded, "Who is Obito? Does Kakashi-sensei know him? Perhaps he was a companion of Kakashi-sensei in his youth." However, Minato seemed to recall something. Approaching and gently patting Obito's shoulder, "Please, calm yourself." He then turned to Naruto with a warm smile. "Does Kakashi possess a Sharingan?" Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother, how do you know?" "Kakashi-sensei is known as the Sharingan Kakashi. It is said he has replicated over 1,000 jutsu." Minato nodded. "I see. And what became of the fourth Hokage?" Naruto paused, his expression turning somber. "The fourth, he perished during the Nine-Tails turmoil. Jiraiya-sensei once said that no one could compare to him in excellence." Minato pressed on. "Does the death of the fourth cause you great sorrow?" Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize. Although I deeply admire the fourth Hokage and have vowed to surpass him, he was the great hero who saved Konoha." As Naruto bowed his head, tears streamed down his face, and he instinctively clutched Minato's clothing tightly. "Brother, Jiraiya-sensei has also died. Can you please return and warn him to be cautious of the Akatsuki? He must never investigate alone. Minato's heart raced in alarm, instinctively glancing at Obito. This information had never been disclosed to him. Obito coughed awkwardly a few times. There were many matters concerning the future, and it was impossible for him to convey them all at once. He indeed had forgotten to inform everyone about Jiraiya's demise. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Naruto. What of the Uchiha clan? How are they faring now? Naruto's expression grew even more sorrowful. The Uchiha clan is left with only Sasuke, but he is currently with Orochimaru. Naruto clenched his fists resolutely. Yet, I am determined to bring Sasuke back. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Toby nodded thoughtfully, observing that Naruto's experiences mirrored those of a past life. Yet such a coincidence seemed implausible. Minato concurred, affirming that Naruto did not belong to their timeline, hence their actions could not influence Naruto's future. This realization alleviated many of their concerns. Perplexed by their cryptic conversation, Naruto inquired, "What are you two discussing? What do you mean by not belonging to this time?" Minato contemplated for a moment, then removed his mask, smiling at Naruto. "We have come to understand certain truths. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Namikaze Minato. It is a pleasure to meet you." Naruto beamed. "Big brother, you finally revealed your true self. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to your guidance." However, as he uttered these words, a sudden realization struck him. "Wait, what did you say your name was?" Minato merely smiled at Naruto. Unconsciously, Naruto began to associate Minato's visage with that of the fourth Hokage, whose playful antics he had often recalled from his childhood. "You are the fourth Hokage." Despite his lack of historical knowledge, Naruto was well aware of the fourth Hokage's name, as he had vowed to surpass him one day. Excitement surged through him, and he raised his fist towards Minato, exclaiming, "I can't believe I'm meeting the living fourth. Listen well, I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall become Hokage and surpass you." Minato gazed at Naruto calmly, raising his fist to meet Naruto's. "I believe in you and eagerly await that day. While I am not yet the fourth Hokage, I will strive towards that goal. When the time comes, we shall see who becomes the better Hokage." Naruto nodded vigorously. "Brother bluffing, I will not be outdone by you." Yet, for reasons unknown, the warmth he felt for Minato deepened, giving rise to unspoken conjectures. Taking a deep breath, Naruto ventured, "Brother, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Do you know who my parents are?" Minato nodded. "I do." Naruto's breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Brother, can you tell me?" Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair, his gaze sincere. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I have heard of your circumstances. I failed in my duty as a father. I vow that this time, I will provide you with a happy family." In an instant, tears streamed down Naruto's face, and he could not help but throw a punch towards Minato's face. Chapter 69, a father-son conversation. Ultimately, that punch never landed. At the last moment, Naruto halted his fist. Minato simply observed him calmly, asking, "Why did you not strike?" Through tears, Naruto replied, "Although you are indeed my father, I am only 16 this year. 20 years ago, I had yet to be born. I cannot blame you for sealing the nine tails within me. Nor can I fault you for the hardships I endured or the disdain I faced from the villagers, because all of this had yet to occur." As Naruto spoke, his agitation grew, his words spilling forth in a rapid torrent. Minato stood still, speaking gently, "Naruto, while for me, nothing has occurred, perhaps if faced with the same circumstances, I would make the same choices again." Naruto was taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Why?" Minato pondered briefly. "Perhaps it is because I love the village. And I love you and your mother." The village needed the power of the Nine Tails, and at that time, only the Uzumaki clan possessed the vitality to contain such power. "Moreover, Naruto, I wish for you to harness that strength and grow stronger." Pausing, Minato continued, "Of course, I also hope that one day you would meet your mother. I apologize, Naruto. This may be my greatest selfish desire." For a moment, Naruto was at a loss as to whether to feel joy or sorrow. "But father, I only wish for you both to be by my side. I would prefer you not to be heroes. I would rather you had not sacrificed yourselves." Minato shook his head, responding gently, "No, Naruto. Given the circumstances at that time, sacrifice was unavoidable. I admit I could have survived. But I could not bear to watch your mother leave alone. I believe that one day you will understand my feelings." Minato took a moment to compose himself before continuing. "Naruto, I do not wish for you to be a hero either. I want you to grow up safely. However, if a crisis were to arise and the village faced danger, could you stand idly by?" Naruto fell silent, murmuring to himself, "I cannot." Minato smiled, placing a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. "So, do not overthink. Pursue your path, for your father will always support your decisions." Tears once again streamed down Naruto's face. Yet he laughed amidst his weeping. "Ha ha ha, my father is the fourth Hokage. I am truly not a mere beast, but the son of a hero." Obsidian stood quietly by, unable to suppress his astonishment. Naruto seemed to have become more astute, aware that he had yet to be born over 2 decades ago. Yet, it appeared that Naruto still lacked a degree of intelligence, as he did not ponder how, if he had not yet come into existence, his teacher Minato could possibly know so much. He was, quite frankly, a fool. After venting his frustrations for a while, the inherently optimistic Naruto regained his vivacity and, after giving Minato a hearty embrace, asked curiously, "Father, who is my mother?" Minato pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "Naruto. Allow me to keep this a secret, as I wish for her to share our story with you herself." Naruto was momentarily taken aback. As if a possibility dawned upon him, could it be that his mother was still alive, and they might meet again? Minato shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, your mother has passed away, but for certain reasons, you indeed have a chance to see her again." Naruto felt a slight pang of disappointment. Is that so? But he quickly adjusted his mindset. I am already content to have the opportunity to meet her. Thank you, father, for sharing so much with me. However, Naruto suddenly realized something. Wait, father, 20 years ago, didn't I not exist? How could you possibly know so much about me? Minato cast a glance at Obsidian and explained, "Consider it as if I encountered the future. You must have met the great sage Fukasaku and should understand the nature of prophecies." Naruto's eyes widened in realization. So, father possesses the abilities of the great sage Fukasaku as well. His gaze turned resolute, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Before long, I too shall journey to Mount Myaboku for training. I will undoubtedly grow stronger, avenge Master Jiraiya, protect the village, and safeguard my comrades. Minato chuckled. I have never doubted that. After all, following through on one's word is the essence of your ninja way. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect you to know that, father. Indeed, I shall accomplish it. Minato replied. Now, Naruto, it is imperative to focus on our mission. Our task is to ensure the protection of Queen Sarah of Lulan, and we cannot allow any errors to occur. Wiping away his tears, Naruto nodded firmly. Understood. But I am also a leaf ninja. This mission concerns me as well, and I shall join you. After a moment of contemplation, Minato smiled. Then follow closely. Let us proceed. With that, the group began their journey. Soon, they arrived at a bustling square. To call it a gathering of people would be misleading. For all present were puppets crafted by the 100-legged, playing drums and singing joyfully, creating an atmosphere of festivity. Their purpose was to convince Queen Sarah that her subjects lived in happiness. However, the reality was starkly different. Most able-bodied men of Lulan had been captured by Lushan and were laboring in the underground factory 007, maintaining the Dragon Veins operation and producing various puppet armies. Witnessing the throng of jubilant puppets, the group felt a profound sense of absurdity. And Lushan had indeed woven an immense web of deception for Queen Sarah. Obito shook his head, pondering the plight of the downtrodden citizens of the ninja world. They, too, resembled puppets, their every movement manipulated by those in positions of power. At that moment, all the puppets gazed upward, raising their hands in jubilant applause, as if to welcome the arrival of someone significant. The crowd followed their gaze and beheld 2 dark figures emerging from the towering center. Present were ninjas, whose vision, enhanced by chakra, allowed them to discern the forms of the figures even without ocular bloodline techniques. They recognized one as male and the other as female. The woman, seemingly oblivious to any danger, greeted the people below with a cheerful wave. Rin looked at her with a tinge of pity, remarking, "She must be Queen Sarah. I truly feel for her, deceived by Lushan." Minato nodded in agreement, stating, "That is precisely why we have come. We must ensure her safety." No sooner had he spoken than calamity struck. The floor beneath Queen Sarah suddenly fractured, causing her to lose her balance and plummet from the tower. This shocking turn of events prompted Minato to act decisively. Save her. As Minato prepared to spring into action, Naruto, eager to prove himself before his father, leaped into action first. He swiftly scaled the wall, darting between buildings with agility, and soon found himself suspended in midair. With a daring leap, he caught the falling woman and safely transported her to solid ground. The others followed closely behind. Breathing a sigh of relief, Naruto set the woman down and inquired, "That was quite perilous. Are you unharmed?" He recognized her as the singer he had encountered upon his arrival, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. "You are not." Before he could finish his sentence, the woman swiftly slapped him multiple times and delivered a punch, retreating with a wary demeanor. "You insolent wretch," she exclaimed. Taken aback, Naruto protested, "What do you mean? I just saved you." After a moment of contemplation, the woman realized that indeed, this young man was her savior. Had he not caught her during her fall, she would have met her demise. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she maintained her regal composure and replied, "Thank you." Naruto continued, "Are you the queen of this land?" The woman nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am Sarah, the queen of Lulan." Pointing to himself with a smile, Naruto introduced, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja from Konoha, and I shall become Hokage one day." Just as they were about to exchange more words, Minato interjected, "This is not the place for conversation. Let us move elsewhere." With that, he led the group away swiftly. Sarah, filled with curiosity, was perplexed about the purpose of this group's arrival in Lulan, but feeling grateful for her savior, she followed suit. Shortly thereafter, They arrived at a corridor within one of Lulan's buildings. Observing the tranquil surroundings, Sarah could no longer suppress her curiosity. Who are you? This is Lulan. And we do not welcome strangers, particularly unfamiliar ninjas. Minato smiled and explained, Greetings. We are ninjas from Konoha. We have come at the behest of a request to ensure your safety. Sarah, taken aback, retorted, I am perfectly fine and do not require the protection of ninjas. Obito removed his mask and stepped forward, inquiring, Is that true? Then what was that perilous incident just now? Sarah was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily recalling the recent scene. Although the floor had suddenly cracked open, leading to her fall, it felt as though someone had given her a nudge from behind. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Oblivious to the tension in the air, Obito remarked softly. To know a person's face is not to know their heart. How can you ascertain what kind of man and Lushan truly is? In an instant, Sarada was incensed. Rebuking Obito with fervor, You speak nonsense. You are merely a child, and in Lushan is a remarkable individual. I will not permit you to tarnish his name. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a vivid scene involuntarily surfaced in Obito's mind. In that moment, he had been reduced to nothingness, yet he still managed to observe the unfolding drama through a spectral lens. With a gaze laced with murderous intent, Naruto declared, I will not allow you to mock Obito. In a flash, he unleashed his formidable speed, instantly severing Kagaya's arm that was entwined with Black Zetsu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A shadow of irritation crossed Obito's face. While he held a profound affection for Naruto, he couldn't help but feel a strong urge to deliver a reprimanding blow. Nearby, Kakashi and Rin exchanged amused glances. Kakashi remarked, So? Is this the manner in which fools communicate? At that moment, Sarah's patience wore thin. I have no desire to witness any so-called truths. If you truly came to protect me, I hereby rescind this mission. Please return. I do not require your protection. In an instant, the group found themselves at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed when the very individual they were tasked to protect was so uncooperative. Obito stepped forward. Wait. Queen Sarah turned around. Is there anything else? Young ninja from Konoha? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito smirked coldly. Are you truly certain it was an accident? She explicitly instructed her subordinates that she had been secretly harmed, which is why she was concerned for your safety, wishing to protect you. For a moment, Sarah was taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she approached Obito with a grave expression. Clarify your words. How exactly did my mother meet her demise? Obito smiled and gestured to Naruto, saying, Naruto, let the queen witness the truth. Naruto's mouth gaped wide in astonishment. Obito was truly remarkable. Despite being just a child, his words had effortlessly swayed Sarah's perspective. Consequently, Naruto nodded in agreement. He turned to Sarah and pointed towards the square at the base of the tower, where the people were still celebrating. Allow me to show you those individuals. You will come to understand. Sarah, perplexed, followed Naruto's gaze, filled with confusion. Is the truth you speak of hidden among my people? Chapter 71. Naruto's charm with women. Although Sarah posed a question, her concern regarding her mother's death overshadowed any doubts. She grasped Naruto firmly, her cheeks flushed, and said, It is too high here. Please take me down. With a beaming smile, Naruto scooped Sarah into his arms like a princess. Certainly. Ignoring her bashful exclamations, he swiftly descended. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Minato felt a tinge of awkwardness. Naruto, while he may be a bit rough around the edges, it seems he possesses quite the charm with girls. Rin unknowingly nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Obito. Despite their similar personalities in childhood, how is it that Obito lacked Naruto's charisma? Tobi, filled with confusion, mused. How peculiar. Naruto has never exhibited such abilities in Black Zetsu's reports. Meanwhile, Naruto had brought Sarah to a discreet corner around the square, pointing towards the procession of the Lulan citizens forming a long line. Sarah, can you discern what they are? Sarah stood frozen in place. From atop the tower, she had witnessed a scene of prosperity and clamor, but now, as they drew closer, she saw only puppets, incessantly clattering together, mechanically executing the same fixed motions with a lifeless and vacant demeanor. In that moment, her heart plunged into an abyss of cold dread. The spectacle was utterly bizarre, instilling within her a sense of fear and trepidation. At that moment, Tobi and his companions also arrived. Obito gazed at Sarah, her entire body trembling, and softly inquired, "Do you understand why this is happening?" Sarah, bewildered, shook her head in response, "I do not know." With profound gravitas, Toby intoned, "You may believe you harbor affection for your subjects, yet you have never descended from your lofty tower to immerse yourself amongst them. You merely observe them from afar, with an air of detached superiority. Verily, as the sovereign of this city, you have fallen short. Even the Hokage deigns to occasionally assess the sentiments of the populace, while you remain beguiled by superficial splendor, sequestering yourself within your tower, lost in fanciful reveries. You are not a meritorious queen." Sarah, prostrate on the ground, questioned, "Have I been erring then?" Naruto, incensed, confronted Toby, exclaiming, "Hold there, you imp. What manner of speech is that?" Subsequently, he approached Sarah, offering her a radiant and resolute smile. "Sarah, do not despair. It is never too late to gain clarity. I have faith in your capabilities. You shall undoubtedly evolve into a genuine and exemplary queen." Sarah, deeply moved by Naruto's inherent charisma, was overcome with emotion, bestowing upon him a tender embrace. "Thank you, Naruto. I vow to commence my transformation forthwith, and henceforth endeavor to be a benevolent queen." Nearby, Kakashi could not help but muse, have these two not progressed rather expeditiously? Upon discerning that the jubilant throng were, in fact, mere automatons, Sarah apprehended Toby's intended meaning. "Thus, was my mother's demise orchestrated by Lushan?" Obito nodded. "Otherwise, why would he orchestrate all of this, deceiving you? He merely seeks to make you one of his countless puppets, subject to his manipulation." Sarah, momentarily lost and bewildered, inquired, "What course of action should I undertake now?" Toby remarked, "It is quite simple. To become an exceptional ruler, one must not rely solely on subordinates for everything. Surely, you possess a method to control the dragon vein, do you not? After all, you are the true queen of Lulan." Sarah nodded in agreement. "I do. But I cannot trust everything you say. I must personally visit the location of the dragon vein to ascertain whether Lushan is indeed clandestinely creating a puppet army as you claim." After contemplating, Sarah addressed the group, "Follow me." The others nodded in unison and trailed behind her. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of a massive underground factory. Sarah surveyed the nearby sewer and stated, "We shall infiltrate from here. This way, we shall not alert anyone. The core of the dragon vein lies within, and if Lushan intends to harness its power, he will undoubtedly do so through this passage." The group nodded in agreement, lifted the cover, and one by one descended into the depths. Due to the labyrinthine terrain of the sewer, with varying heights and distances, and since Sarah was not a ninja, she relied on Naruto's assistance, resulting in inevitable physical contact between the two. During this time, Sarah and Naruto gradually engaged in heartfelt conversation, their rapport deepening with each exchange. Before long, they had forged a profound emotional bond. It was believed that if Naruto were to propose to Sarah at that moment, she would readily accept. Minato, increasingly perplexed, quietly inquired of Toby, "Toby, are you certain that the Naruto from your memories cannot manage even a single girl?" "I cannot shake the feeling that many girls are fond of him." Obito chuckled sheepishly, "I wouldn't know, sensei. The Naruto I remember couldn't charm any girl. And I doubt he could charm any boy either. He chased Sasuke for so long without success, haha." Minato's brow furrowed with concern. "That joke isn't funny at all, Obito." As they conversed, they soon arrived at the heart of the dragon vein. Sarah was immediately struck by the sight before her, a massive puppet manufacturing plant. Countless components rolled off assembly lines, and the lines were surrounded by workers, forced by puppet guards to perform grueling labor. Their faces were gaunt, their steps unsteady, and they toiled away, seemingly devoid of hope. Sarah's heart ached. Anrokuzen is indeed creating puppet weapons and enslaving the people of Rorin. I must put an end to this. After observing the area, she gestured towards a square platform. "Take me there. It is the power nexus of the dragon vein, and I can shut it down." Naruto nodded and looked at Minato. Minato smiled. "There are too many puppets around. Take Sarah there, and we'll stay here to provide cover." Naruto nodded and led Sarah stealthily to the platform. Sarah's expression turned solemn as she approached the central metal controller. Kneeling, she declared, "I, as queen, command thee to sever the dragon vein's torrent and suppress its power." As she chanted, a light emanated from her hands, and the entire factory ground to a halt. Sarah sighed in relief and stood up. Now the dragon vein's power will no longer flow into this factory. Naruto exclaimed, "Great. Let's take this opportunity to..." Before he could finish, strands of chakra suddenly appeared, connecting to the completed puppets in the factory. The puppets sprang to life, forming a massive army. Anrokuzen's figure materialized on a high platform in the factory, his expression inscrutable. "Queen, what brings you here?" Sarah understood everything the moment she saw Anrokuzen. "Anrokuzen," she said, her voice filled with rage, "I, as queen, order you to cease manufacturing puppet weapons and release the people from their servitude." Anrokuzen remained unmoved. Instead, his voice grew menacing. "Sometimes, being too clever is not a virtue, just like your mother. Since you refuse to cooperate, I'll simply create a suitable puppet to replace you. You could have been a useful puppet, but you chose not to follow my will." Sarah's anger intensified. "I am not a puppet. I am the queen of Rorin." Anrokuzen laughed heartily. "Is that so? But what can you do against my puppet army?" As he spoke, the puppet army swarmed towards Naruto and Sarah. Naruto, having recognized Anro-Cousin, declared, "I don't know why you've grown so fat, but you're definitely McCade. I will capture you." Anro-Cousin sneered, his arrogance on full display. "I have mastered the power of the dragon vein. No one can stop me now. I will become the king of the world." Suddenly, a kunai shot out from a hidden corner, flying towards Anro-Cousin. It was Obito, who had been lurking in the shadows. Anro-Cousin dodged the kunai and scoffed. "I noticed you little rats a long time ago. You can die here with Queen Sarah." In the next instant, Obito appeared in front of the still airborne kunai, seized it, and slashed at Anro-Cousin. Caught completely off guard, Anro-Cousin suffered a gash across half of his face. Toby experienced no elation at his apparent success. For beneath in Lushan's visage lay not flesh and blood, but components akin to those of a puppet. Moreover, the injuries he had just inflicted were already swiftly mending, vanishing in an instant. With a furrowed brow, Obito pondered whether Lushan had, much like a scorpion, transformed himself into a mere puppet of humanity. Moreover, it appeared that under the influence of the dragon vein, his puppet components could regenerate at an astonishing rate. And Lushan erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. In Lulan, I am invincible. Allow me to demonstrate my true power." In that instant, Lushan disregarded the control of his puppet army, undergoing a metamorphosis into a colossal puppet centipede. Obito gazed at the grotesque centipede, unable to suppress his disdain. No wonder it is referred to as 100 feet. Is this truly your authentic visage? Frankly, this puppet is devoid of any artistry, far inferior to Scorpion. Your current prowess is merely a result of the dragon vein's augmentation. The centipede paused momentarily, as if the mention of Scorpion had unearthed unwelcome memories, and in an instant, fury consumed him. "Do not utter that name in my presence. What does he amount to? I am the mightiest puppet master now." In a frenzy, the centipede's numerous appendages sprouted an array of blades, unleashing a tempestuous assault upon Obito. Activating his Sharingan, now adorned with 3 tomo, Obito phased into an ethereal state, remaining stationary as he taunted. "So, you're acquainted with Sasori. Though, is there any puppeteer from the hidden sand who isn't? Judging by your disposition, I surmise you suffered a setback at his hands in the past?" Centipede's fury surged. "I told you, do not speak of that man." Subsequently, he intensified his assault. "I shall cleave you asunder. I shall obliterate you, you insignificant insect." However, after a prolonged and exhausting barrage, Anro-Cousin realized that his countless blades seemed to pass harmlessly through the air. Obito, with his hands casually resting on his hips, observed his performance with quiet amusement. Centipede descended into madness. "Why? Why do my attacks have no effect? Why? Why are you completely unscathed?" Toby held no obligation to elucidate anything for Lushan, observing him with piqued interest. "Allow me to surmise the reasons behind your defection. Considering your vehement reaction to Sasori, could it be that you pilfered the human puppet technique, a forbidden art conceived by Sasori and outlawed by Sunagekure?" He continued. "No wonder you've transformed yourself into such a grotesque figure, neither man nor specter." Enraged, Baizu bellowed, causing the surrounding puppet soldiers to disintegrate. He coalesced the scattered puppet components onto himself using the dragon vein's power, swiftly augmenting his form into a colossal being reminiscent of Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear. Baizu roared with laughter. "Insolent brat, you have thoroughly incensed me. I shall now unveil the ultimate weapon of war I have forged. Perish, dragon vein flame dragon fire." With that, a torrent of violet flames erupted from the massive puppet's maw, hurtling towards Toby. Nearby, Minato exclaimed, "This is dire. The intensity of the battle risks endangering those present. Naruto, evacuate Sarah and the civilians to a secure location. We shall cover your retreat." Naruto glanced apprehensively at Baizu's gargantuan form, inquiring, "Father, do your comrades not require assistance? That behemoth appears formidable." Minato chuckled, "Rest assured, Toby is exceedingly powerful." Naruto paused. "Toby? Where have I heard that name before?" "Ah, yes, he questioned me about it himself. So, he is Kakashi-sensei's cherished friend? No wonder he evinced such concern for my well-being. Yet, why has Kakashi-sensei never mentioned him?" Addressing Kakashi, who still wore his mask, Naruto asked, "Kakashi-sensei, could you possibly enlighten me?" Kakashi sighed, acknowledging that further concealment was futile given the exposure of their identities. He promptly removed his mask, revealing his trademark listless gaze. "How I could possibly become your teacher in the future is beyond me," he muttered wryly. Naruto, finally beholding Kakashi's visage, exclaimed in astonishment, "Kakashi-sensei, you look exactly the same as you did as a child, save for the absence of the Sharingan." Minato, weary of Naruto's incessant chatter, interjected, "Enough. This is not the time for such discussions." Naruto hastened to evacuate Sarah and the civilians. Sarah concurred, "This place is no longer safe. I must safeguard my people." Naruto, recollecting his duty, promptly addressed Sarah, "Sarah, let us depart." Sarah nodded, and together they approached the throng of citizens, who remained apathetic and unresponsive despite the factory shut down. Sarah swiftly unfastened the chains binding the citizens, declaring to their numb countenances, "I am Sarah, Queen of Ruin. I shall lead you away from this place. Never again shall you endure such enslavement." Some citizens stirred from their stupor, feebly questioning, "Is this true?" Sarah, on the verge of tears, affirmed with unwavering conviction, I swear upon my title as queen, it is indeed true. Hope flickered within the citizens, and with mutual assistance, they began a systematic evacuation. Minato, assured of the civilians' safety, breathed a sigh of relief and resumed observing the unfolding conflict. Meanwhile, Toby remained steadfast in the face of the colossal violet fire dragon unleashed by Baizu. The fiery onslaught pierced through his form, impacting the wall behind him. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the area in a cloud of smoke. Baizu, momentarily blinded, maintained unwavering confidence. That insolent whelp is finally vanquished. None can withstand this technique. Who now shall dare impede my path? The 5 great nations shall be mine for the taking. Haha. However, Toby's figure materialized once more from within the dissipating smoke. Is that so? Toby retorted. How can one who could not best Sasori, one who could not even face him, possibly possess the capacity to unite the 5 great nations? Though you have acquired power rivaling that of a Kage through the dragon vein and Sasori's human puppet technique, your intellect is sorely lacking. You are woefully unworthy of such power. Obito incessantly mocked him, and Lushan became frenzied. Why is it that despite employing this technique, you remain utterly unscathed? How can you possess such strength? Overwhelmed, Obito couldn't help but think that this Lushan, though possessing considerable power, was intellectually deficient. Aside from futile outbursts of rage, he had failed to discern any useful information thus far, compared to how Minato-sensei, in a brief exchange, had thoroughly exposed his weaknesses. The disparity in their combat acumen was immeasurable. Nonetheless, this development was advantageous. Obito continued his advance toward Lushan. So, he taunted, you can't even defeat me. How do you expect to rule the 5 great nations with just those puppet toys? Sasori mastered the puppet technique, capable of unleashing 100 human puppets in an instant, easily annihilating a small country. Yet, he too was defeated. Lushan, concealed within the giant puppet, his centipede form's eyes constricting violently, roared. Why do you know so much about Sasori? Who exactly are you? Tell me. With that, he launched a frenzied assault on Obito, each attempt proving futile. Obito, unperturbed, continued his inexorable advance. A sense of dread began to consume Lushan. Having acquired the power of the dragon vein, he believed himself capable of overwhelming all opposition. He was confident that he could defeat even the Kage of the various villages. However, no one had warned him what to do if his immense power failed to connect. He couldn't comprehend how such an uncanny ability could exist. As Obito drew nearer, his resolve wavered, and his convictions crumbled. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, he thought, to hell with ruling the 5 great nations. If I don't escape now, when will I? Abruptly, the centipede manipulated the giant puppet, wheeling it around and fleeing in haste. Obito was momentarily bewildered. He had been engaged in a spirited battle just moments ago, so how could he have been frightened away so suddenly? Surely it couldn't be? Does he think he can escape? A faint sneer graced Obito's face. Unbeknownst to McCade as he assimilated the myriad puppet components, some of them had been secretly marked with the Flying Thunder God technique when Obito and his comrades infiltrated the area. Consequently, Obito materialized instantaneously atop McCade's colossal puppet. Possessing ample intelligence regarding Sasori, he knew the location of the human puppet's core. Thus, he greeted the centipede McCade, who was concealed within the massive puppet. Hello. Alas. Ever since exchanging greetings with White Zetsu, he had unwittingly become enamored with this mode of address, employing it reflexively. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of awkwardness. Little did he know, McCade, ensconced within the gargantuan puppet, was scared witless. He simply could not fathom how, despite his desperate flight, this individual continued to haunt him, inexplicably appearing before his very eyes. I will slay you. McCade manipulated the immense puppet, raising its arm and violently slamming it down upon Obito's location. A resounding crash echoed, yet Obito remained unscathed. Instead, the puppet's shoulder was pulverized. Fortunately, bolstered by the power of the dragon vein, the shattered shoulder swiftly regenerated. Obito couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. How utterly foolish. You are fully aware that you cannot reach me, yet you still choose to inflict harm upon yourself. At this moment, 100 Feet seemed to have come to a realization and burst into wild laughter. You little brat. Although your abilities are peculiar, I am now surrounded by layers of protection, and you are powerless against me. I possess the dragon vein, an inexhaustible source of power, and I have no fear of engaging in a war of attrition with you. I refuse to believe that maintaining such abilities comes without a cost. Let us see who can outlast whom. In the depths of Obito's gaze, a glimmer of appreciation emerged. At last, some useful intelligence has been deduced. Commendable progress indeed. Yet, could it be that your so-called layers of protection are, to me, as good as non-existent? With that, Obito slowly and gradually melded into the colossal puppet. The centipede was nearly driven to madness. What manner of ability is this? He had retreated like a turtle, yet still managed to do this. He frantically manipulated the massive puppet, twisting it in a comical dance, attempting to dislodge Obito from within. However, after much exertion, there was no sign of success, and instead, an unexpected sound emanated from behind him. So, you were hiding here. What a cumbersome search it has been. Indeed, your layers of protection serve as an effective defensive measure. But have you ever contemplated a pressing question? If the assault originates from within, it is akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. The centipede nearly lost his wits. Instinctively, he sought to dismantle the outer components to escape, yet Obito was already one step ahead. Upon realizing that the space housing the centipede's true form could accommodate another, Obito fully entered and dispelled his intangibility. From their earlier skirmish, he had discerned that this individual's close combat prowess was woefully lacking, possibly inferior even to a CH-Ni. Such weakness is ripe for exploitation. Without hesitation, Obito targeted the core of the enormous centipede puppet and launched an assault. A chill swept over the centipede. Why does this person possess such an uncanny ability, coupled with an intimate knowledge of his vulnerabilities? Even the core, the very source of his life, was within his awareness. He feared no other destruction, but should the core be struck, it would spell his demise. In that moment, he could no longer afford to consider anything else. With fervor, he declared, "Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. Prepare to perish." With that proclamation, he unleashed a tempestuous surge of violet energy, akin to the essence of a tailed beast, rapidly coalescing. To his astonishment, Obito realized that unleashing a tailed beast bomb in such a confined space was tantamount to courting his own demise. Nonetheless, he cast a sympathetic glance at the centipede, pondering the possibility that it might ultimately be forced to harm itself. Yet, the centipede could no longer discern Obito's words, or perhaps it understood them too late. For the colossal energy entity had already been unleashed. Chapter 74, Naruto wishes to see Jiraiya with a thunderous roar. A tremendous explosion erupted from within, causing the entire giant puppet to disintegrate. As the smoke cleared, the ground lay in ruins, and the centipede's form was marred by numerous wounds. However, thanks to the dragon vein, these injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. The centipede exhaled in relief, having gambled on the explosion failing to breach its exterior and harm its core. Thus, even if the outer shell suffered severe damage, it could still be mended. With newfound bravado, it declared, "At last, you must be dead. I refuse to believe you could withstand such a blast. Humph, Balbrat. Why must such a person exist in this world?" Yet, in the next moment, Obito's figure slowly emerged from the ground, a smirk playing upon his lips as if he recalled something amusing. "To think you attempted to obliterate me with a mere few seconds of explosion. You underestimate me greatly." The centipede was left dumbfounded, unable to suppress the urge to weep. Why are you still alive? It felt as though madness was closing in. Were it not for the fact that puppets could not shed tears, it would have been in floods of sorrow. What was it to do? Neither escape nor fight seemed viable. Suddenly, a thought struck it. Since it could not conquer Obito, it would turn its wrath upon his companions and the countless people of Lulan. Even in death, it would drag everyone down with it. Resolutely, it surged forward, aiming for the source of the dragon vein, intending to detonate it and obliterate all in its path. It sought to impart to the young brat the true meaning of suffering. With a focused gaze, Obito recognized the peril and resolved to thwart McCade's intentions. However, before he could act, a golden-haired figure materialized before McCade's centipede puppet. It was Minato, having regained his composure, who had entered the fray. Minato hurled a shuriken towards McCade and swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, the single shuriken multiplied into a myriad, raining down on McCade like a tempestuous storm. Obito stood by, utterly bewildered. He had witnessed the shadow clone technique before, yet the sheer quantity and velocity on display was an unprecedented sight for him. Had he been aware of a particular type of firearm from another realm, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Goodness, a Gatling gun." Truly, one could only marvel at the prowess of Master Minato. Under the relentless barrage of countless shurikens, Baizu was unable to react in time, sustaining the full brunt of the assault. His form shattered under the immense impact, leaving him a mere fragment of his former self. Yet, after the storm of blades had passed, Baizu remained upright, his battered body trembling with maniacal laughter. "I have told you, it is futile. I possess boundless energy. No matter how grievous my wounds, I shall recover," he bellowed. "Dragon vein, grant me strength." He awaited the empowering surge of the dragon vein to restore him to his former glory, eager to witness these insects' futile endeavors time and again. However, to his dismay, this time the dragon vein's power did not manifest. His body remained in tatters. Why does the dragon vein forsake me? Has it abandoned me as well? Baizu screamed in madness, akin to a despairing patient. Minato shook his head solemnly. "No, you have forgotten someone. It appears their plans are progressing smoothly." Baizu paused, perplexed. What could that mean? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Sarah. That wretched Sarah has shut off the entire dragon vein. How could she do this? Cursed be her existence. I should have eliminated her sooner. Minato calmly replied. Thus, despite your seemingly limitless energy, such power does not rightfully belong to you, does it? Baizu erupted in uncontrollable laughter. A dreadful understanding dawning upon him, he had reached the end of his road. Even in death, I shall take you with me. With that, one of the centipede-like appendages lunged violently toward Minato, seizing the air with lethal intent. In an instant, Obito realized something. Teacher Minato was about to self-detonate. However, Obito remained unfazed. There was ample time for Minato to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique multiple times before any explosion could reach him. Yet, to Obito's surprise, Minato did not retreat. Instead, he advanced swiftly, soon standing before the centipede. One of his hands pressed against the creature's segmented body as he intoned, "Seal." In that moment, All of the centipede's preparations dissipated entirely. The self-detonation was thwarted, as it felt as though all the supply lines sustaining its puppet form had been severed by the seal. Stripped of all combat capability, it plummeted, its vitality waning, leaving only a flicker of life. Taken aback by the unfolding scene, Obito nearly forgot that his mentor, Minato, possessed formidable sealing techniques. Now, without the support of the dragon vein, Baizu was incapable of breaking through the seal with his frenzied strength. Furthermore, his puppet's core energy supply was precisely hindered by the sealing arts. Everything had come to an end. Baizu was rendered incapable of fighting, and the centipede puppet gradually regressed, ultimately reverting to its initial humanoid form. At this moment, his upper body lay bare, revealing intricate patterns of sealing techniques etched upon his skin. Minato, observing these markings, turned to the approaching Obito and remarked, "This is the reason he was able to traverse back to the past. If we destroy these patterns, time and space will revert to their normal state, allowing Naruto to return." With a nod, Obito inquired, "So, shall we eliminate Makate? By doing so, these markings will naturally dissipate, and everything will revert to its original state." Minato hesitated, a tinge of reluctance evident as he pondered the prospect of parting with Naruto, desiring to prolong their time together. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed, acknowledging that Naruto did not belong in their temporal dimension and that his return was inevitable. However, just as he prepared to act, Naruto's voice echoed from afar. "Wait, Dad." Minato's hand froze in midair. Naruto swiftly approached, breathless from his hastened arrival. "I finally made it," he exclaimed. His gaze shifted towards the prostrate Makate, a smile gracing his lips. "It seems the matter has been resolved flawlessly. Dad, will eliminating him ensure my return?" Minato affirmed with a nod. A plea flickered in Naruto's eyes as he uttered, "Dad, might we tarry a while longer?" Minato paused, then responded with gentle curiosity, "Naruto, is there a lingering desire you harbor? While our respective timelines may lack any tangible connection, it is best to refrain from excessive interference." Naruto fixed his gaze upon Minato, an expression so compelling that it was difficult to refuse. "Dad, I do have one final wish. Allow me a single glimpse of the pervy sage, just one. I implore you." A series of question marks materialized above Minato's head. Who was this pervy sage? Yet, almost immediately, an image perfectly fitting the description surfaced in his mind. Minato voiced his concerns. "Naruto, are you referring to Jiraiya-sensei? He resides in Konoha, a considerable distance from Ruin. We lack the necessary time for such a venture." Regret etched itself upon Naruto's countenance. "Is it impossible for me to return for even a brief reunion?" Memories flooded Naruto's mind. Recollections of his days spent with the pervy sage, training together, soaking in hot springs, sharing popsicles, and engaging in surreptitious peeks at bathing beauties. He had even assisted the pervy sage in pinning a volume of Ika Paradise, purportedly the best-selling installment. A torrent of memories surged forth, and tears streamed down Naruto's face. Would he never again behold the pervy sage? Chapter 75. Kamui fulfills a wish. Witnessing Naruto's distress, Minato's heart ached. Silence permeated the air, broken only by the weight of unspoken emotions. Finally, Naruto reconciled with his fate, forcing a smile through his tears. "It's all right, Dad. Eliminate Makate. It is time for me to return to my original timeline and commence training in Sage Mode at Mount Maiboku." Naruto clenched his fists, proclaiming, "This time, I shall not disappoint anyone. I will safeguard the village and avenge the pervy sage." However, the incessant tears betrayed Naruto's facade. How could he readily accept the loss of someone so dear, someone he would never see again, forced to offer mere platitudes at a memorial? He was merely feigning optimism. Minato could no longer bear to witness Naruto's anguish. In that moment, an impulse surged within him, and he turned towards Obito. "Obito," he began, "what if we, together, employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Naruto to Konoha for a brief visit? A swift round trip, would it be feasible?" After a moment of contemplation, Obito shook his head and replied, "It is not feasible. Sensei Minato, this journey is quite lengthy. While our chakra may suffice to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, it will not be adequate for a subsequent return. Thus, we are left with no choice but to traverse the distance on foot. However, this method will undoubtedly require a significant amount of time." Taito gazed upon the fallen Baizu, whose vitality flickered like a candle in the wind. Previously, he had harnessed the power of the dragon vein to transform himself, yet now, stripped of that force and severed from his core supply by the sealing technique, his days were numbered. Even if they chose not to execute him, his existence would soon wane. What if he perished during their journey back? Minato fell into silence. The sealing patterns on Baizu were intricately linked to the dragon vein's power. Departing from Lulon meant distancing themselves from that source. Should Baizu die in the interim, the consequences were uncertain, and none could guarantee the outcome. The direst possibility loomed: Naruto might never return. Furthermore, given that Naruto was not originally from this timeline, his very existence could ultimately fade away. Minato dared not take that gamble. Faced with the glimmer of hope in Naruto's eyes, he could only offer an apologetic expression, shaking his head in resignation. With the last vestige of hope extinguished, Naruto steeled himself, donning an expression of indifference. "Father, it seems there is no other way. We must part ways." Thank you for sharing so much with me. I can take care of myself now. Remember your promise. If I am reborn in the future, do not abandon him. Grant him a future filled with happiness. Minato smiled, assuring him, rest assured, Naruto, I shall uphold that promise. Naruto turned his gaze to Baizu on the ground. His voice heavy. Father, act swiftly. Watching him linger in suffering is unbearable. Let him find his release. Minato nodded, preparing to pierce Baizu's core with a kunai. However, at that moment, figures emerged from the distance. Rin, Kakashi, and Sarah approached together. Accompanying Kakashi was another individual wearing the Leaf Village ninja headband. Upon seeing this person, Naruto could not help but exclaim, Captain Yamato? What brings you here? Yamato appeared bewildered. Glancing at the younger Kakashi, he replied, I am unsure. I was found by young Kakashi upon awakening. Kakashi elaborated, this individual was encountered while we accompanied Sarah to seal the dragon vein. He is also a leaf ninja. But unfortunately, he fainted, so I brought him along. Indeed, Kakashi was filled with questions. Taito had mentioned that Naruto's team was under his guidance. So who was this Captain Yamato? Suddenly, it dawned on Kakashi and Rin, exchanging astonished glances. So, you are the renowned wood-style ninja known for constructing sturdy houses? Yamato looked perplexed. Had he truly gained such notoriety? Logically, he and Kakashi should not have known each other at this stage. Although Kakashi had explained that he was a ninja from 20 years in the future, the peculiarities of the situation were overwhelming. As for the sturdy houses, while he did prefer using wood-style techniques for camping, he was indeed the top expert in the umbu. Such a title seemed excessive. Never mind that, Kakashi was insufferable. Having returned to the past, he thought it best to deliver a punch while Yamato was still youthful. With that thought, Yamato struck Kakashi on the head. Kakashi turned. Clutching his head, what was that for? That hurt. Yamato wore a mischievous grin. Oh, nothing. I was just tired of being bullied by you and couldn't resist striking back. Kakashi seethed internally, prepared to retort, but Yamato had already dismissed him, approaching Minato with utmost respect, bowing deeply. It is an honor to meet you. Minato smiled, fully aware of why Yamato displayed such reverence. In the future, he would not only ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage, but would also sacrifice himself to protect the village. However, those were matters for another time. It was essential to restore the world to its rightful course. He spoke gently, regrettably, the time has come for us to part. Sarah immediately grew anxious. Rushing to Naruto's side, her face etched with reluctance. Must we truly separate so soon? Naruto responded with a smile. Sarah, you have become an exceptional queen. Even without our assistance, you will lead your people admirably. A tender expression crossed Sarah's face as she replied, Naruto, I shall never forget you. She understood that Naruto hailed from the future, and their time together, though precious, was fleeting. Yet, why did her heart ache so? Minato observed the scene, sighing involuntarily. In such a short time, his son had captured a maiden's heart, only to face the anguish of parting. He pondered whether to feel gratified or sorrowful. Had Naruto originated from this timeline's future, he would have sealed everyone's memories. However, since Naruto was from a future that did not intersect with theirs, he could cherish those beautiful, precious memories. Noticing that farewells were nearing completion, Minato turned his attention back to Baizu, ready to act. At that moment, Baizu's mind was awash with curses. He felt as though he were living in torment, unable even to utter a sound. If you're going to kill me, just get it over with already. Yet now, at last, he could anticipate his release. With that thought, he gazed at Minato with a sense of yearning. As Minato's figure approached, a semblance of peace washed over him. Surely, nothing would go awry this time. However, just then, Taito interjected, Minato-sensei, wait. Minato paused, his hand holding the kunai halting once more. Obito gazed at Rin and inquired, Rin, Zetsu's life now hangs by a thread. Please examine him and ascertain how long he can endure with all his strength. Rin nodded and approached Zetsu. After a thorough examination, she replied, I will employ my medical ninjutsu to sustain his life. He has 3 hours left. Obito displayed a confident expression, proclaiming, that is sufficient. Minato, filled with confusion, inquired, Obito, what do you mean by this? Toby conveyed to his mentor, Minato, upon reflection, I find myself yearning for Naruto to once more behold the visage of Jiraiya. Minato furrowed his brow, retorting, yet, did we not just dissect the matter? The fulfillment of such a desire remains unattainable. Within the span of 3 hours, our return journey remains uncertain. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito took a deep breath, assuring Rin, do not worry, I will soon be able to transplant the Senju cells. Even if I were to go blind, it would be worth it, wouldn't it? Naruto, standing nearby, though unable to fully grasp the implications of Obito's words, felt a flicker of hope at the possibility of seeing the Sage of the Six Paths one last time. For a moment, a glimmer of anticipation illuminated his face. But ultimately, he clenched his teeth and declared, no, I cannot meet the Sage of the Six Paths, Obito, even though I do not understand your words. I comprehend the tremendous cost involved. I cannot allow you to take such risks for my sake. Toby, with a smile, shook his head at Naruto, saying, Naruto, you remain as kind-hearted as ever, but this time, it is I who owe you. Allow me to repay this debt. With that, he no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and exclaimed, Kamui. Instantly, 3 scythe-shaped Sharingan opened wide, accompanied by a stream of blood tears, as a distorted spatial portal gradually took shape. The onlookers beheld the scene beyond the portal, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The faces of the 3 Hokage carved into the Hokage rock stood vividly before them. On the other side lay Konoha. Chapter 76, Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the landscape of Konoha, seemingly unchanged from 20 years ago. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Toby. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tobirama shook his head, wiping the blood tears from his eyes with a tissue. After resting for a moment, he gradually regained some strength. He smiled and remarked, the cost is within an acceptable range my body can endure. Although my vision has diminished somewhat. It will be fine after the transplantation of the Hashirama cells. Minato let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. At that moment, Naruto snapped back to reality. Staring blankly at Tobirama. Hey, did you just use Kamui? How do you possess eyes identical to those of Kakashi-sensei? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Obito, subsequently. Naruto's expression turned solemn as he gazed at Obito, emotionally remarking, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. You have sacrificed so much to allow me a glimpse of the lecherous sage. Toby shook his head, saying, it's only natural, you never need to thank me. He added, now, time is of the essence. Hurry and find Lord Jiraiya. Naruto regained his focus, gazing into the distance at Hokage Rock, and remarked, it truly is Konoha. I cannot believe we arrived here from Lulon in the blink of an eye. It's simply astonishing. Now, there are only 3 faces on Hokage Rock. By the time it's my turn, there will be 5. He then pondered, by the way, where is the perverted sage now? Minato looked at Naruto seriously and said, Naruto, while I permit you to glance at Master Jiraiya, you must not disclose any information about yourself. Can you manage that? Naruto replied, Dad, just being able to see the perverted sage makes me content. Minato nodded, then let us proceed. As the sun began to set, the sky darkened. The fading sunlight illuminated the sign of Ichiraku Ramen. Handmaid watched as the last customer departed, letting out a sigh of relief. It was the first day of business, and the crowd had been overwhelming. Despite being a vigorous young man, he felt utterly exhausted. He wiped his brow, collected the leftover bowls, and started cleaning the tables. Just then, a figure with white hair entered. Boss, I'd like a bowl of ramen, he said. Handmaid turned around, his expression tinged with surprise. Has Lord Jiraiya come to taste my ramen as well? Jiraiya smiled. After all, the handmaid boss has inherited the legendary ramen recipe. I've been eager to try it. But this morning it was too crowded. Handmaid beamed. To receive Lord Jiraiya's endorsement is an honor. Just a moment, I'll prepare it right away. You won't be disappointed. With that, he quickly tidied the table and rushed into the kitchen to make the noodles. Jiraiya found a seat, feeling a void within him, and took a sip from the sake he had just purchased. Earlier that morning, after successfully practicing the Rasengan, he had intended to boast to his most prized disciple, only to find Minato hastily leaving for a classified mission. In the afternoon, Tsunade packed her bags and, accompanied by her newly acquired disciple, Shizune, announced her intention to travel. He tried to dissuade her, but his efforts were in vain. Once more, he confessed his feelings before she left, only to be rejected again. Sighing, he wondered how long it would take for her to return. Lost in thought, Jiraiya couldn't help but drink more, and soon finished an entire bottle. Feeling tipsy, a figure entered and sat beside him. The newcomer seemed quite familiar with Ichiraka Ramen, despite it being the first day of business. He did not even glance at the menu and confidently ordered a bowl of miso chashu ramen without bamboo shoots. Handmaid felt a strange sensation, as if the person were a regular customer. He instinctively replied, sure, just a moment. He added an extra bundle of fresh noodles to the boiling broth, then thought better of it and added another. Meanwhile, Jiraiya instinctively turned to see the newcomer's face. In his hazy state, he caught a glimpse of golden hair and momentarily confused the figure with Minato. Impossible, Minato is still out on a mission. Jiraiya shook his head, clearing some of the haze and focused to discover it was merely a bearded young man with golden hair. Overcome by impulse, he asked, oh, are you here to enjoy the handmaid boss's secret ramen as well? The young man gazed deeply at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with sentiment. Ah, indeed. Jiraiya, intrigued, continued. You don't seem to be a first-timer? The young man neither affirmed nor denied this, but cleverly diverted the conversation with another question. Uncle, were you deep in thought just now? What was on your mind? Jiraiya paused. Uncle, do I seem that old? Perhaps he truly was getting older. He contemplated a suitable excuse, his gaze drifting to the hanging lanterns in Ichiraku Ramen. Actually, I'm working on a novel. I just haven't decided on the protagonist's name yet. The young man appeared to realize something, his expression slightly odd, and quipped, Uncle. It wouldn't be an inappropriate novel, would it? Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, feeling embarrassed, yet maintained a serious facade. What are you thinking? I'm writing an exhilarating novel. Upon hearing this, the young man looked even more skeptical. Clearly, it's an inappropriate novel. Uncle, don't be shy about it. But Jiraiya asserted, who said that? My novel is titled The Tenacity of Ninjas. It's not inappropriate at all. Chapter 77. Jiraiya, I have decided on the protagonist's name, Naruto. The noodles are ready. Please enjoy. Handmaid announced as he emerged with 2 steaming bowls of ramen. The golden-haired young man's face lit up with anticipation as he quickly grabbed his chopsticks, stirred the noodles, and took a large bite, letting out a satisfied sigh. Indeed, Handmaid's ramen is the best. The young man, observing Handmaid's youthful face, remarked, Is it? You must remember to come often. With that, Handmaid returned to the kitchen to clean the utensils he had just used. The golden-haired young man remained silent, savoring his ramen. He ate with great joy, yet inexplicably, large tears began to fall into his bowl. Jiraiya noticed and comforted him. What's wrong? Are you recalling something sad? The young man wiped his tears. No, I'm just overwhelmed with emotion. It's been ages since I've had a warm bowl of ramen like this. Jiraiya suddenly sensed that the young man's love for Ichiraku ramen far surpassed that of others, prompting his curiosity. Was the ramen truly that delicious? With that thought, he picked up his chopsticks to taste as well. After a few bites, he found it indeed delicious. The secret ramen master truly lived up to his reputation. Jiraiya fell silent, focusing on his noodles alongside the golden-haired young man. Soon, the sounds of slurping filled the air, and before long, both had finished their bowls, exhaling in unison, their faces radiating happiness. At that moment, the golden-haired young man turned and asked, Uncle, have you thought of a name for the protagonist yet? Would you like me to help you come up with one? Jiraiya smiled at the young man, replying, while eating ramen just now. I've already decided on a name, Naruto. The young man's eyes glistened. Naruto? That's a lovely name. Pausing briefly, the young man stood up, retrieved a frog wallet, and counted some money to place on the table. It's getting late. I should be on my way. After saying this, he turned to leave. Jiraiya glanced at the money on the table and called out, Hey, you've overpaid. The young man turned back, puzzled as he looked at the price list displayed in Ichiraku ramen. Realizing, he exclaimed, Oh, I see. It's still quite affordable. However, he did not retrieve the excess money but instead said, Consider it a tip for the boss. Jiraiya chuckled. Are you in such a hurry to depart? I hope that one day, when my novel is completed, you will have the chance to read it. The golden-haired youth nodded. I will definitely read it. With that, he trembled slightly and took his leave. As his silhouette faded from view, for reasons unknown, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of loss. As if the young man had been a pivotal figure in his life. What an odd young fellow, Jiraiya murmured. The sorrow within him, for reasons beyond comprehension, did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. Unable to contain himself, he rose and purchased another jug of sake, then declared, Barkeep, another bowl, the same flavor as before. After Naruto departed, he strolled through the streets of Konoha, reminiscent of 2 decades past. The sun had completely set, and the lights began to illuminate the night. Minato and Obito, masked, appeared by his side. Minato smiled and inquired, So, what did you discuss with Jiraiya-sensei? With tears streaming down his face, Naruto replied, We didn't say much, we merely shared a bowl of ramen. But that bowl was more than sufficient. Father, let us return. Minato nodded, exchanging a glance with Obito, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder as the 3 of them departed via the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon reaching the original cliff's edge, Minato said, Obito, let us form a formation together and return to Lulon using the Flying Thunder God technique. Toby nodded slightly, having regained some strength after a period of rest. The master of the Flying Thunder God technique was none other than teacher Minato, who did not have to expend much chakra. It was sufficient for the technique. The 2 approached Naruto, clasping hands to encircle him, and in the next instant, they vanished from Konoha, returning to Lulon. Rin was desperately fighting to keep the centipede alive, while Kakashi, Sarah, and Yamato stood guard nearby. Upon seeing that Toby was no longer in grave danger, Rin breathed a sigh of relief. Toby, teacher Minato. The centipede cannot hold on much longer. Minato nodded in agreement and approached the centipede, saying, Rin, you may stop now. Instantly, Rin ceased her treatment and stood up. Without hesitation, Minato's kunai pierced the core of the centipede, bringing its life to an end. If the centipede had the capacity to complain at that moment, it would likely have said, finally dead. Truly, this has been unbearable. At that moment, a radiant white light enveloped Naruto and Yamato, their forms beginning to fade into ethereal silhouettes. Naruto glanced at Minato and then at Sarah, saying, Everyone, take care. Just then, Toby spoke to Naruto. Naruto, if you encounter a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara on the other side. However, he was abruptly interrupted as Rin pulled him back. Rin shook her head at Toby and stepped forward to hand Naruto a small piece of paper, continuing Toby's words, Just give this note to him. And remember, no peeking. Naruto, feeling somewhat perplexed, accepted the note and replied, "All right, if I do meet this person, I will follow your instructions." In the next moment, Naruto and Yamato had completely vanished. Minato turned to Sarah with a smile, saying, "Queen Sarah, our mission has been successfully completed. But there is one more task I wish to undertake, and I hope to gain your consent." Sarah, sensing what was to come, inquired, "You intend to seal the dragon vein, do you not?" Minato nodded, somewhat embarrassed, indeed. The power of the dragon vein is exceedingly dangerous. If it falls into the hands of those with malicious intent, it could bring calamity upon the entire world. Sarah nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. Although Lulan has thrived thanks to the energy provided by the dragon vein, losing it may lead to the city's collapse. However, should we encounter someone like in Lushan again, it would spell doom for my people. Please proceed with the sealing. Afterward, I will guide my people in search of a new homeland." Minato gazed at Sarah in astonishment, feeling that she had matured remarkably under Naruto's influence. What a fine young woman she had become. He couldn't help but think that if Naruto were to marry someone like her, he would be exceedingly happy. Chapter 78. The Dragon Vein Jinchuriki under Sarah's guidance. Minato and his companions arrived at the core area of the dragon vein. This place lay deep underground, with the core of the dragon vein at its center. Sarah pointed to the hub, stating, "The power of the dragon vein lies just below." Minato nodded and was about to step forward to perform the sealing technique when a thought suddenly crossed Tobi's mind. "Teacher Minato, wait." Minato turned, puzzled, to look at Tobi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tobi pondered for a moment and then spoke. "So, in theory, Teacher Minato, since you are capable of sealing the nine tails within a human vessel, you could also seal the dragon vein within a human, correct?" Minato was taken aback and then furrowed his brow. "Tobi, are you suggesting the creation of a dragon vein Jinchuriki? That is far too perilous. Moreover, my sealing techniques are not as proficient as Kushina's. I cannot guarantee the successful sealing of a tailed beast. Even in the future you described, my ability to seal the nine tails relied on the Reaper Death Seal. This technique is currently under my study, but I have yet to master it fully. Perhaps I will only achieve mastery in the coming years." Obito paused for a moment before responding. "We could certainly give it a try. After all, the dragon vein possesses a nature distinct from that of the nine tails. Its power is relatively gentle. Furthermore, Teacher Minato, it is not the power itself that is inherently flawed, but rather the individual who wields it. For instance, does the strength of Hashirama Senju pale in comparison to that of the dragon vein? Yet, is he not considered perilous? Conversely, the nine tails, under Madara's control, nearly brought about the village's destruction. Yet in Naruto's hands, it has become a force for salvation for the world. So, can we deem the nine tails as dangerous or not?" Minato found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal and could only gaze at Obito, saying, "All right then, what are your intentions? I would like to hear your specific thoughts before making a decision." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito spoke. "Sarah, I have a piece of intelligence to share with you. Soon, the world of ninjas will be engulfed in war, particularly the conflict between the land of wind and the land of lightning, which will erupt upon this land. Chaos will ensue, and in such tumultuous times, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to safeguard your people without power." Sarah shuddered at his words. She had heard whispers of the tensions between the land of wind and the land of lightning, and indeed, it was a matter of great concern. In times of war, a multitude of refugees would arise, and without ninjas, Lulan would struggle to survive under such circumstances. She lifted her gaze and, piecing together the conversation she had just overheard between Minato and Obito, inquired, "So, do you intend to seal the dragon vein within me, making me the so-called vessel of the dragon vein?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tobi cast a glance at his teacher, Minato, and said, "Teacher Minato, this is my intention." Minato stood by, momentarily taken aback. After contemplating Tobi's words, he realized that the dragon vein would inherently obey Sarah's commands, and sealing it would not provoke resistance like the nine tails. Hence, it might be feasible, akin to how he would seal Kushina within Naruto using the 8 trigram seal. He scratched his head and remarked, "Tobi, Queen Sarah is a good girl. If it is her, her power will be dedicated to protection, and I am willing to cooperate." However, Minato's expression grew solemn as he turned to Sarah, saying, "The chakra of the dragon vein is exceedingly vast. I am uncertain whether you can withstand it. This could be quite perilous." Yet, Sarah was already resolute in her decision. "The dragon vein is a gift from my mother. If possible, I wish to continue using it to benefit my people." Minato said, "Then please lie down. I will attempt to seal the dragon vein's chakra within you using the 8 trigram seal." Sarah nodded and approached Minato, lying down before him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Tobirama nodded slightly and stepped back. Minato focused intently, gradually guiding the dragon vein chakra outwards, drawing it towards Sarah. Initially reluctant, the dragon vein chakra seamlessly merged with Sarah upon contact. Remarkably, Minato exerted little effort in this endeavor. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is even smoother than I had anticipated. Sarah, I will channel more power. If it becomes overwhelming, please inform me immediately." With her eyes closed, Sarah felt an influx of warm energy within her and replied with a smile, "It seems to take a liking to me. Should any issues arise, I will certainly speak up." Minato hesitated no longer and continued his actions. Thus, nearly half of the dragon vein chakra was successfully sealed within Sarah's body. At this juncture, Sarah finally reacted, saying, "I cannot take any more. While the dragon vein is willing, my body is struggling to cope." Minato paused, astonished. To accept half of the dragon vein's power is already quite remarkable. Then, he recalled Kushina. "Sarah, may I ask you a question? Is there any sign of madness from the dragon vein within you?" "Madness?" Sarah looked perplexed. "No, it seems quite obedient. Willing to lend me all its power and even eager to protect me. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Sarah rose, and a purple radiance enveloped her, gradually forming a long purple robe. She exuded an air of mystery and nobility. Minato was taken aback. What incredible power! This is entirely different from the superficial application of the chakra. It is almost perfectly controlled. Is this the chakra cloak that only a perfect Jinchuriki, as Tobirama described, can manifest? But why is it that Kushina's situation? Tobi was also pondering this question. Suddenly, he recalled Naruto, the one who, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, recklessly endeavored to save the tailed beasts and subsequently gained their unanimous recognition. Thus, he posed a question to Sarah. "Sarah, what does the dragon vein signify to you?" Sarah smiled softly, placing her hand on her abdomen where the dragon vein was sealed, revealing a gentle expression. "The existence of the dragon vein bestows boundless energy upon Lulan. It is our hope and guardian. Now, it resides within me, and I can sense its innocent goodwill. I shall not betray it, for it regards me as the most significant person in its life, and I, in turn, shall cherish it as my companion." Obito turned to face Minato, letting out a sigh. "Minato-sensei, perhaps this is the answer." Konoha's attitude towards the Nine Tails is one of either enslavement or animosity. The Nine Tails have never received kindness from the village. I believe tailed beasts may be far more innocent than humanity. They respond positively to those who treat them well, yet harbor resentment towards those who do them harm. Chapter 79. The other half of the dragon vein sealed within Rin Minato stood momentarily frozen, his mind involuntarily recalling the various restrictions Kushina imposed upon the Nine Tails. From Kushina's perspective, her actions were entirely justifiable. However, from the Nine Tails' standpoint, the relentless sealing techniques, including the adamantine confinement and the tail sealing jutsu, rendered it not merely caged but utterly restrained, unable to move even a single tail. Were any being subjected to such treatment, it would indeed be a fate worse than death. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. "Obito, perhaps you were right. Unfortunately, the enmity between Kushina and the Nine Tails runs deep. Seeking to mend this rift now seems exceedingly difficult." Tobirama shook his head and said, "Kakashi, Lady Tsunade is fundamentally a pure person. Perhaps the Nine Tails does not harbor as much hatred for her as you might imagine. It is merely the initial indoctrination from Konoha and the devastation caused by the tailed beast rampage that have entrenched her views. We can endeavor to alter her perspective. Perhaps her relationship with the Nine Tails will gradually improve." Minato nodded, looking sincerely at Tobirama. "Thank you, Tobirama. Through today's events, I have discovered a definitive solution to the instability of the Nine Tails seal. If I can become the perfect Jinchuriki, Kushina will be able to return to a normal life, which would be an extraordinary blessing." The more Minato spoke, the more exhilarated he became, almost wishing to fly home immediately to share the day's developments with Kushina. Obi-Wan lamented, "Sensei Minato, there is no need for gratitude. It is merely my duty." At that moment, Sarah interjected, "What about the other half of the dragon vein? I have just sensed its desire. It yearns for a stroll as well. Perhaps you could find it a trustworthy companion." Minato was momentarily taken aback, while Obito's excitement surged as he instinctively glanced at Rin. In truth, this had been his intention from the very beginning. The power of the dragon vein was immense, and Sarah alone would struggle to bear its entirety. Thus, the remaining power could be bestowed upon Rin, granting her the means for self-preservation. In her past life, Rin had contained the Three Tails, leading Obito to believe the likelihood of success was quite high, particularly considering the machinations of Madara lurking behind the Three Tails. Acquiring the power of the dragon vein would be far safer. Minato swiftly grasped Obito's thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. "Obito, you sly one." He then turned to Rin and inquired, "So, Rin, are you willing to give it a try?" Rin looked at Obito, beaming with a radiant smile, and resolutely replied to Minato, "Sensei Minato, I can do it." Minato smiled back and addressed Sarah, "Then I shall seal the remaining half of the dragon vein within Rin. Is that agreeable?" Sarah replied with a grin, "Of course, I will assist in soothing the dragon vein." Rin was among the most cherished individuals for Minato. second only to Naruto. She was so gentle and endearing. Minato beckoned to Rin. Come here, Rin. With Sarah by your side, the sealing process should be straightforward. With a smile, Rin approached and lay down, while Sarah joined her, calming the emotions of the dragon vein. Minato effortlessly succeeded in sealing the remaining half of the dragon vein within Rin. As the dragon vein was sealed, tranquility returned to the subterranean realm. However, Minato suddenly sensed something amiss. This place is indeed complex. I perceive a strange force lingering below, capable of distorting time and space. Perhaps it is not the power of the dragon vein that caused Naruto and the others to traverse dimensions, but rather this force beneath. Obito suddenly realized, indeed, although the power of the dragon vein is formidable, I do not believe it can enable one to traverse through time and space. It seems there are deeper secrets here. Minato nodded thoughtfully. This power is ultimately forbidden. It is wise for us to refrain from interference. Now, it has subsided along with the disappearance of the dragon vein. As long as we do not intentionally provoke it, it should not manifest again. He then turned to Rin and inquired, how do you feel, Rin? Rin smiled and replied, I feel fine, but I still need some time to acclimate to the dragon vein. I cannot harness the chakra cloak as effortlessly as Queen Sarah. Sarah chuckled, do not worry, it will not take long. The dragon vein has already assured me that it will get along well with you, and you will soon become companions. Rin smiled at Sarah and said, thank you, Queen Sarah. The dragon vein is, after all, a treasure of Lulan. Yet you are willing to share it with me. Sarah shook her head. You have assisted me greatly, and the dragon vein itself wishes to explore. There is no need for thanks. Minato breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, then we can consider this mission perfectly accomplished. It is time for us to return. Sarah suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Must you leave so soon? Many people of Lulan wish to express their gratitude to you. Minato replied with a shake of his head. I apologize, but the ninja world is currently tumultuous, and we have many matters to attend to. Sarah expressed her regret. I had hoped you could stay a few more days to truly explore Lulan. At this moment, Obito spoke. Sarah, now that you possess the power of the dragon vein, you have become a flawless Jinchuriki, a formidable force within the ninja world. Would you be willing to contribute to the peace of the ninja realm when necessary? Sarah pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. Peace, you say? If it can truly be attained without endangering my people, I would willingly offer my support. Obito could not help but smile. Sarah had truly become a commendable queen, always considering matters from the perspective of her subjects. Was this the transformation that Naruto had brought about? If anyone else had claimed that mutual understanding between individuals was attainable, Obito would have been utterly skeptical. Yet, when it came to Naruto, he suddenly felt that perhaps it was indeed possible. However, that would have to wait until Naruto was born, wouldn't it? At present, Obito's voice was once more imbued with persuasion as he gazed at Sarah. In the future, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join an organization, Dawn's Ascendancy. It aims to bring peace to the world and offers a splendid uniform as well. Would you be inclined to accept? Sarah paused for a moment before responding calmly. I have not contemplated such matters deeply. I cannot predict what the future holds. Nonetheless, I am open to considering it, provided that this organization is indeed what you claim it to be, Dawn's Ascendancy. After a moment's reflection, Sarah added, regardless of whether I join this organization or not, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may seek my assistance. After all, we are already friends. Obito chuckled. Then I shall formally invite you in the future. After that, he added a reminder. By the way, Sarah, much of what transpired today is classified information. So remember to keep it confidential. Sarah retorted with irritation. I am well aware of that without your prompting. Coming from the future, traversing time and space, and involving a Jinchuriki, this must be high-level intelligence in your ninja world, right? At that thought, she involuntarily recalled Naruto and instinctively tightened her grip on the exquisitely crafted chakra blade he had gifted her. Chapter 80. Sakura unfolds the note in the world of Naruto. Naruto and Captain Yamato awakened. A large white bird suddenly swooped down, and a girl with pink hair leaped off, rushing to Naruto's side with concern. Supporting him, she asked, Naruto, are you all right? Naruto, holding his head, transitioned from confusion to clarity as memories of his extraordinary journey flooded back. He exclaimed, Sakura, you have absolutely no idea what I have encountered. Haha, I must tell you, you would be quite startled. Unfortunately, many of the events were so bizarre that I'm unsure whether I should disclose them. Sakura, bewildered, responded, weren't you just unconscious? What could you have possibly experienced? Suddenly, a realization struck Sakura, and her expression shifted from worry to disgust. You didn't, while unconscious, have some indecent dream, did you? Naruto countered, how could that be? It was no dream, it was another world. He instinctively raised his hand to illustrate. In doing so, a piece of paper slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Sakura immediately noticed and, filled with curiosity, picked it up. What is this? Naruto recalled that this note had been entrusted to him by Rin, instructing him to deliver it to a masked individual who claimed to be Uchiha Obito. Simultaneously, he remembered Rin's admonition, never peek. Realizing this, he anxiously warned Sakura, Sakura, don't look. However, it was too late. Sakura had already unfolded the note and began reading aloud. I have always been watching you, Rin. Sakura glanced at Naruto, bewildered. Naruto, what does this mean? Then, she came to a sudden realization. Wait, this is clearly written by a girl, and her handwriting is so delicate. Grabbing Naruto by the ear, she exclaimed, Oh, Naruto. When did you attract a girl named Rin? How come I was unaware? And why is she writing such sentimental things to you? Naruto cried out in pain. Ouch, ouch. Sakura, this ISNT for me. It's a message entrusted to me for someone else. Sakura huffed, applying more pressure. Are you still not being honest? When did you become so dishonest, Naruto? Naruto protested vehemently. No, truly, it's not me. Meanwhile, on the return journey, Obito curiously inquired of Rin. Rin, what exactly did you write in the note for Naruto that you wanted the other me to see? Rin smiled. I merely reminded him that the other me has always been watching over him. Obito's expression shifted. What if the other me learns of this and brings about the world's destruction? Rin nudged Obito gently. Can't you consider a more positive perspective? What if he realizes that I have always been watching over him and decides to change his mind? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito's gaze flickered with evasion. I do indeed harbor such intentions. Rin sighed. Obito. Do you wish for Naruto to thwart you, or for him to unite the ninja coalition to defeat you? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito found himself at a loss for words. A situation that was undeniably unjust. In the realm of ninjas, the battle often hinges upon the intricacies of intelligence warfare. Should he divulge his deepest secrets, his counterpart in another world would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Rin remarked, thus, Obito, it is not that I am unaware of your extreme nature at that time, but much of his actions were influenced by me. At the very least, I wish to grant him the right to choose, allowing him to make his own decisions. Suddenly, Obito felt a pang of bitterness. Lin, are you concerned about him? Lin replied with a soft affirmation, indeed, I am concerned for him. And I feel a deep sorrow for his plight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito suddenly burst into laughter. After completing the mission, come home with me. It has been such a long time since you last stayed at my place. It was then that Rin realized she had fallen into Obito's cunning trap. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito gazed at Rin and said, Rin, I too wish to see you while you sleep. It cannot be that only you sneak a glance at me while I am asleep. That is simply not fair. Rin's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she pondered. Obito has certainly learned some mischief from spending time with Naruto. The Minato team finally returned to Konoha deep into the night. Rin ultimately acquiesced to Obito's request and accompanied him home. Of course, the two merely shared a slumber, and nothing untoward transpired. The following day, the Minato team submitted their mission report to the third Hokage, though many details were deliberately withheld by Minato. The rationale was readily available, having indeed encountered a space-time ninjutsu. Minato sealed everyone's memories to avoid interfering with the timeline. Minato harbored no malice towards the third Hokage, but after hearing Obito recount Naruto's childhood experiences, he felt that the third had not adequately cared for Naruto. While he could comprehend the third's decision to keep Naruto's identity concealed, refraining from revealing the identities of his biological parents, he considered that, given the circumstances of the Third Great Ninja War, the rise of Konoha's Golden Flash was built upon the suffering of the other great nations. During that time, he was indeed a harbinger of death, having offended countless individuals. Thus, concealing Naruto's identity could indeed serve to protect him. Yet, if the identity of the fourth Hokage's son could be hidden, why not also obscure the information regarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, allowing Naruto to enjoy a relatively stable childhood? The legend of the fox spirit had spread like wildfire. Well known to all, the other four great nations were aware that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which would equally place him in peril. Perhaps the rumors were initially spread by Danzo, but the third Hokage had been utterly inactive, failing to refute or halt the gossip, allowing Naruto to become a target for public ire. As Obito remarked, why should a family sacrifice everything for Konoha, only for their descendant to become a scapegoat? Thus, Minato felt a tinge of disappointment towards the third, no longer viewing him with the same unreserved admiration as before. As for Kushina, after hearing Naruto's story, she felt an overwhelming urge to storm into the Hokage's office and reenact the Nine-Tails incident before the third. Of course, the third was entirely oblivious. From his perspective, Minato's team had performed exceptionally well in their mission. Consequently, He rewarded them with a generous S-rank mission payment and granted everyone an extended leave. During this time, Minato's team embarked on a new round of training. Under the suggestions of Obito and Minato, Kakashi attempted to combine lightning release techniques with the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan. Meanwhile, Rin diligently adapted to and mastered the power of the Dragon Vein. As an exceptional student at the Ninja Academy with a solid foundation, Rin's potential was formidable. Once she surpassed the limits of her bloodline and acquired immense strength, she became truly fearsome. Thus, this period saw Rin's greatest advancement. During a recent spar, she could hold her own against Kakashi, and due to her abundance of chakra, she even gained the upper hand without risking her life. Naturally, as Rin was not a professional combatant, she might still have some shortcomings in life and death battles. However, Obito did not wish for Rin to put herself in peril. He simply wanted her to be capable of self-defense until he could come to her aid. As Rin advanced, Obito too remained diligent, with all preparations in place. He was ready to begin the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Chapter 81. Chakra Measurement Unit. One card in the Kamui space. A designated area isolated by Obito was equipped with various experimental apparatuses. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Toby gazed at Rin with adoration, feeling an unbidden sense of satisfaction. He had indeed invested considerable effort into this endeavor. He first sought an audience with Fugaku, persuading him to procure a substantial sum of wealth secreted away by the Uchiha clan in the Land of Cats. Subsequently, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse to the nearest black market multiple times, laundering the funds in the process. Ultimately, he discreetly amassed all the necessary supplies through various channels without drawing any suspicion. Fortunately, Toby's previous experiences with the black market had endowed him with an acute understanding of its operational intricacies, or else achieving such an undertaking would have proven exceedingly challenging. The purpose behind these actions was, of course, shrouded in secrecy. Otherwise, it would have been rather conspicuous for him to procure would-release experimental data from Orochimaru only to be followed by rumors of someone purchasing various experimental apparatuses. Moreover, Madara was covertly observing. Having lost a white Zetsu, his vigilance would undoubtedly increase, despite the fact that this particular white Zetsu had failed to relay any information. Consequently, Toby relocated the experimental site into the Kamui dimension. Although frequent use of Kamui could lead to diminishing eyesight, Toby was not overly concerned. As he was about to undergo a transplant of Hashirama's cells, this realm was accessible solely to him, rendering it impenetrable to any other individual, thus ensuring maximum security and confidentiality. The only caution was to avoid transporting various items to the vicinity during battles utilizing Kamui. However, the Kamui dimension was vast, stretching beyond sight. As long as he chose a more distant location, he had little to fear aside from powerful techniques at the 6 paths level. When it came to evading such formidable attacks, concerns would pale in comparison. With this in mind, Toby turned to Rin and said, "Rin, this will henceforth be our secret base. It will serve not only as a laboratory but also as a temporary refuge during times of conflict." Rin nodded, her face alight with joy as she replied, "With the secret base, our safety during missions will be greatly enhanced. We need not worry about being ambushed by enemies while spending the night in the wilderness." Obito smiled and said, "Well, Rin, I am counting on you for the transplantation of the cells from Hashirama." Rin replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I have thoroughly studied the materials you provided me. I have no issues with the specifics of the transplantation process." Meanwhile, Kakashi let out a discontented huff. "Obito, I understand your need for Rin's assistance as a medical ninja in your experiment, but what is the purpose of involving me as well?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Obito remarked. "We are lacking in power, so I require someone to generate electricity for this laboratory. Kakashi, you are undoubtedly the most suitable choice." Kakashi immediately felt displeased, exclaiming, "You actually intend to use me as a mere power source?" Logically speaking, Rin's Dragon Vein power could also suffice, considering that such a vast Lulon requires energy supply from the Dragon Vein. Thus, your modest laboratory would surely pose no challenge. Obito remarked, "Indeed. The Dragon Vein can provide energy. However, Lin must assist me in transplanting cells, and I am currently occupied. Kakashi, in truth, contributing to this experiment would also benefit you. Although your chakra volume is considerable for your age, it pales in comparison to that of true chakra-laden ninjas. I have conceived an excellent method to enhance your chakra. By repeatedly expending it, your chakra capacity will gradually be elevated through this consumption." Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, cast a disdainful glance at Obito, retorting, "You are merely exploiting me like a beast of burden, cloaked in the guise of concern for my well-being. Now, tell me how to provide the power." Obito gestured towards a metallic platform at the center of the region, saying, "Simply channel your lightning chakra into this device. It is an energy converter specifically crafted by Lady Kushina, equipped with advanced sealing techniques that effectively harness energy without excessive waste, surpassing even that of Lulon." Kakashi rolled his eyes, yet curiosity got the better of him. He stepped forward and infused his lightning chakra into the controller. Instantly, the surrounding space illuminated, and several machines began to operate. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is another application of chakra?" It appears that when utilized wisely, it serves not only as a tool for destruction but also as a means to greatly benefit many. Obito remarked, "Indeed, I had never contemplated this in my previous life. It was only upon witnessing the way Lulon harnessed the dragon veins that inspiration struck me. Perhaps this was the original intent of the Sage of Six Paths when he established the ninja sect, to disseminate chakra for the benefit of humanity." After a while, Kakashi sensed his chakra dwindling and said, "I cannot endure much longer. Will the laboratory cease to function once I halt my input?" Obito shook his head reassuringly, "Rest assured. The chakra you input will be automatically stored. This is precisely why I requested the assistance of our esteemed leader. Although your chakra reserves may be limited, a single infusion should sustain you for quite some time." Kakashi was suddenly engulfed by a sense of betrayal, realizing that Rin could also channel chakra into the dragon vein in such a manner. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito comforted Kakashi, saying, "My intention in doing this is to potentially invent more devices of a similar nature, which could be beneficial for ordinary ninjas. Perhaps, through these inventions, we could bring prosperity to humanity and amass our own wealth." Upon hearing this, Kakashi found himself contemplating the genuine possibility of such an outcome. In that moment, he was uncertain whether his feelings were more rooted in resentment or in relief. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After a moment of contemplation, Obito's eyes lit up. "I've got it. Let's define the total amount of chakra possessed by Kakashi as 1 unit, or 1 Kakashi. If this device truly becomes widespread in the future, you might achieve a modicum of fame, wouldn't you?" Chapter 82, Successful Transplantation of Hashirama's Cells. 1 Kakashi? Kakashi reflected, feeling a peculiar sensation. Was this a compliment to his greatness, or a subtle mockery of the scarcity of his chakra, relegating him to the status of a mere standard measurement? Kakashi promptly shook his head. "No, how about you give it a try? Input all of your chakra, and we can call it 1 Obito or perhaps 1 Earth." At that moment, Kakashi had completely exhausted his chakra and ceased the input. The surroundings continued to function normally. Obito chuckled and said, "Kakashi, you can rest easy. Do you see that blue energy bar on the console? That represents your total chakra. As long as it is not depleted, everything here will remain unaffected." Kakashi huffed in response, choosing to disregard Obito's words. Instead, he seated himself on the ground, closed his eyes, and focused on refining his chakra in tranquility. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tobirama nodded slightly, taking a seat on a chair and removing his outer garment, revealing his entire right arm. "Come on, I believe I shall not fail." Rin could only acquiesce with a nod as she retrieved the surgical instruments that Tobirama had meticulously prepared, soaking them in disinfectant. She then cautiously unsealed the vial containing the Hashirama cells, donned her gloves, and delicately grasped a piece of the cellular tissue with the tweezers. "Tobirama, it may hurt a bit, bear with it." With that, a radiant blue light emanated from her other hand as she gently touched Tobirama's right arm and made a swift incision. Instantly, a gash appeared on his arm, into which Rin swiftly inserted the Hashirama cells and promptly initiated the cellular fusion technique. The entire procedure was executed with remarkable fluidity. Even Tobirama's blood was halted from flowing, thanks to Rin's meticulous handling. Rin's medical prowess had indeed grown stronger. In an instant, Tobirama felt a familiar surge of energy coursing through his right arm, a formidable life force, akin to the power of yang release. In his previous life, it was this very energy that had allowed him to wield the Mangekyō Sharingan without hesitation. However, this energy possessed a potent corrosive quality as it fused with the cells. It began to spread rapidly, threatening to assimilate all of Tobirama's bodily cells. Obito was acutely aware of the consequences. Should he fail to suppress this assimilation, his entire being would ultimately transform into a tree. However, he was well prepared. Upon activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, a chilling and unique chakra emanating from the Sharingan surged forth, directing itself toward the encroaching energy. Soon, the two forces collided, establishing a stalemate. Drawing upon his past experience with wood release, Obito seized the opportunity to manipulate this energy. And before long, he had it completely under his control. He distributed this energy throughout his limbs, enveloping his entire body in a profound vitality. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Obito shook his head and replied, "There is no need. Having it is sufficient. The cells of Hashirama represent a fusion of yang release chakra and Ashura chakra. Under the stimulation of my Sharingan's in release chakra, they will gradually merge with my body. reproducing autonomously and eventually replacing all of my bodily cells. Of course, this is only achievable with the Uchiha bloodline, so although I have only transplanted a small fragment, it is more than adequate. Rin joyfully exclaimed, "So, does this mean that the side effects of your Mangekyō Sharingan have been resolved, Obito?" After a moment of contemplation, Obito opened his kaleidoscope and began to sense its powers. After a while, he remarked, "I have resolved a portion of the burden, now. Utilizing these eyes no longer poses a significant strain on my body. Certain techniques that do not excessively deplete my chakra, such as using the right eye's Kamui to absorb others or to shift myself, can be employed with minimal concern for the side effects, which, while still present, are manageable. Perhaps it would take tens of thousands of uses before any symptoms of blindness manifest. However, the abilities of the left eye, such as spatial slicing and spatial distortion, as well as the more advanced capabilities that arise from the synergy of both eyes, still carry considerable side effects and must be used with caution." Rin's expression darkened with worry once more. "Is that so? Then will we need to seek out more solutions in the future?" Obito shook his head and remarked, "As I previously mentioned, my original cells will gradually be supplanted by yang-release chakra cells, but this transformation necessitates a process. As the replacement progresses, the abundance of my own yang-release chakra will increase, and consequently, the side effects of those abilities will gradually diminish." Rin then brightened, saying, "That's wonderful. I initially thought that the transplantation of Hashirama cells would be exceedingly difficult, yet the actual process is so straightforward. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Toby nodded slightly, acknowledging. "Although the side effects have not been completely resolved, my strength has significantly increased. Today is a day worthy of celebration. Let us gather for a meal with Master Minato." Kakashi scoffed but refrained from contradicting Toby's suggestion. The group was transported out of the Kamui space by Toby and made their way to Minato's residence. Upon arrival, the sounds of Kushina's furious outburst could be heard from within the house, as she vented her frustrations on Minato. "Minato, how could you not tell me?" Kushina's voice echoed, filled with exasperation. Minato's reply was calm yet firm. "Kushina, please remain calm. The situation was urgent, and we were pressed for time. And what of it? This is infuriating," Kushina retorted. The onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding drama. Sensing their presence at the door, Kushina paused her tirade and opened the door. Kakashi was about to inquire about the situation when Kushina's cold laugh interrupted him, raising her fist. "Ah, perfect timing. You all come in." Chapter 83, Kushina's fury over not meeting future Naruto. Toby suggests an impromptu wedding. The three, sensing the ominous air surrounding Kushina, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them and obediently entered the room. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by the sight of Minato, battered and bruised. A once handsome visage now marred, resembling a pig's head. "You three, come here and stand with Minato," Kushina commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. The trio, feeling a chill run down their spines, lined up beside Minato. Kushina strode into the kitchen, emerging moments later wielding a spatula. The sight sent shivers down their spines, clearly. This spatula was not intended for culinary purposes, and they dreaded the thought of what it might be used for. Rin cautiously inquired, Lady Kushina, what is going on?" Kushina, seething with rage, unleashed a verbal assault on Rin. "Rin, how could you have learned such deceitful behavior from those three men? I have always treated you well. Does your conscience not ache?" Her ire then shifted to Toby, and without hesitation, she struck him on the head with the spatula. "And you, have you grown some audacity? Are you not aware of how ungrateful you were in your past life? I forgave you in this one, and when you needed my help to seal Kagaya, I did not hesitate. Yet here we are, and you remain as ungrateful as ever." Next, she turned her wrath towards Kakashi, delivering another blow to his head. "You too. Do not think I wouldn't notice you just because you hide behind a mask. Kakashi, you enjoy your silence, don't you? Keeping secrets from me?" Finally, her gaze landed on Minato, and in a fit of fury, she punched him, causing blood to trickle from his nose. "And you, the most despicable of all. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, none of you shall leave this room." Witnessing Kushina transform into a veritable tempest of rage, Toby turned to Minato and whispered, "Master Minato, what has transpired to provoke her so? Have you inadvertently placed us in this predicament?" Minato, covering his face in resignation, replied with a wry smile, "I may have accidentally let slip about Naruto's future to Kushina." "What?" the trio exclaimed in unison, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Kushina's eyes blazed with fury. "Indeed, Minato has divulged every detail about your encounter with future Naruto. Why did you not inform me? Why keep it a secret?" Rin, feeling guilty, attempted to explain, "Lady Kushina, it was not our intention to deceive you. We feared the pain it might cause you." "Pain? Had it not been for the fact that Rin is a girl, I would have struck her as well." Kushina fumed. "Did Naruto not return to the village to see Jiraiya? Why could he not come to see me?" Kushina pointed to herself and sensed. "Why did you not tell him? His name is Uzumaki Naruto. He carries the Uzumaki bloodline, just as I do. Why did you not inform him that I am his biological mother? If you had told him, would he not have come to see me? The three exchanged apprehensive glances at Minato. Minato, awkwardly scratching his head, replied, I thought it best to reserve Naruto's first meeting with his mother for another version of you. She deserves that moment, and I could not bear to deny her. Kushina's fury intensified. Why not reserve that moment for another version of yourself? What makes you deserving of seeing Naruto while I am not? Minato defended himself. It was purely coincidental. I was on a mission when it happened. How foolish. Kushina exclaimed, delivering yet another punch to Minato's face. Then, overwhelmed with emotion, she began to weep. What a precious opportunity to meet Naruto, and you all kept it from me. With renewed determination, Kushina declared, no, I must see Naruto. She turned to Tobi. Tobi, you are the most resourceful. Devise a plan that ensures I can meet Naruto, or I shall never forgive you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito could only look to Kakashi for guidance. Kakashi immediately shook his head, declaring, no, we cannot proceed. No one can predict the repercussions. Should we disrupt the fabric of time, we would become the villains of the shinobi world. Kushina, dissatisfied, challenged, Kakashi, in your heart, what holds more significance? The shinobi world or me? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, his discomfort palpable, until he finally murmured, both are important. Kushina pressed on relentlessly, then, if one day you must choose between the annihilation of the shinobi world and my demise, which would you select? Kakashi's expression fell. Was such a choice even possible? He pondered gravely before letting out a sigh. I choose you. Kushina responded, then I shall find a way, for I must see Naruto. At that moment, Obito interjected, Kushina. The 16-year-old Naruto is indeed difficult to encounter again, but I possess a means to ensure you meet him. Intrigued, Kushina inquired, what method do you propose? Obito chuckled, sister. Why not start from tonight? If you and teacher Minato put in some effort, perhaps by next year, you might be able to see Naruto. Kushina's face flushed crimson as she brought down a pot lid upon Obito's head, exclaiming, you are utterly inappropriate. We are not even married yet, and besides, the Third Shinobi World War is about to erupt. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito chuckled. Indeed, I have succeeded. Although the side effects have not been entirely eradicated, my strength has significantly increased. I can at least activate the Mangekyō Sharingan now. Kushina pondered for a moment. So you can activate the Mangekyō? What do you believe your current capabilities are? With unwavering confidence, Obito remarked, even if I may not surpass the esteemed first Hokage and Uchiha Madara from the founding of Konoha, I should certainly exceed the capabilities of an ordinary Kage. After all, confronting the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage would pose no insurmountable challenge. Kushina pondered for a moment before responding, very well, Obito, promise me this. If the major villages dare to assail Konoha, you shall engage their Kage in earnest dialogue, persuading them to relinquish their misguided ambitions. Should you accomplish this, I shall overlook today's events. Rest assured, sister leader, Obito declared, patting his chest with confidence. Kushina huffed lightly, turning her gaze toward Minato, her expression shifting from anger to tenderness. Darling, let us marry this month. Minato's mouth fell agape. Huh? But isn't this a bit too hasty? Kushina replied impatiently. Just tell me, will you marry me or not? Don't you want to see Naruto sooner? Minato felt uneasy, considering the possibility of war breaking out, which could keep him exceedingly busy, especially since Obito's resurrection had altered the timeline. He couldn't guarantee his safety on the battlefield. What would happen to Kushina if something were to befall him? However, he glanced at Obito and reconsidered. Obito was right. With formidable strength, they could subdue the nations, rendering the danger minimal. With Obito around, there was no need for concern. With this thought in mind, he smiled and nodded at Kushina. If you wish to marry, then let us proceed. Chapter 84, Minato's wedding invitation delivered to the Hokage's office in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the wedding invitation presented by Minato and suddenly felt a pang of distress in his heart. Trembling slightly, he retrieved his pipe for a calming puff. Typically, he refrained from smoking in front of his subordinates, opting to do so discreetly. However, this time, he was genuinely startled. Minato was moving too quickly, with war looming. Such a union seemed ill-timed. Minato gestured to his bandaged face. Third Hokage, please understand. I must marry. Otherwise, my wife will become uncontrollable. Hiruzen coughed. Having noticed Minato's injuries as soon as he entered, did Kushina do this? Minato nodded, tacitly acknowledging the truth. He mused that had he not intervened with Kushina after learning of Naruto's tragic life from Obito, the third Hokage might have faced a far worse scenario. Hiruzen, momentarily at a loss for words, finally managed to ask, do you believe you can single-handedly end this war? Minato replied confidently, I do. His confidence was partially derived from Obito, though he would not disclose this in front of Hiruzen. Besides, even without Obito, he had the capability to influence the tides of battle. Hiruzen stood and turned away, his silhouette appearing somewhat aged. Well, if you wish to marry, then so be it. I cannot dictate the thoughts of the youth. Encouraging marriage before war is beneficial for reproduction. Minato felt a wave of embarrassment and said, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hiruzen waved him off, and Minato promptly exited. Not long after, as Hiruzen lingered in his melancholy, another individual entered with a loud bang. Without needing to turn around, Hiruzen already knew who it was. Before the newcomer could speak, he interjected, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Can you not be more careful when entering and exiting? How many times has this door been repaired? Danzo, infuriated, slammed the wedding invitation onto the Hokage's desk. Do you realize this invitation has reached my roots? This is utterly outrageous. Minato has no sense of the greater picture. Does he not understand the tense situation in the ninja world? Hiruzen turned to face his old friend, observing the new lines on his face with a sigh. Danzo, you are growing old. Danzo, taken aback, retorted, what do you mean by that? Did Hiruzen insinuate that he was no longer fit for the Hokage position? So he replied, it's as if you were never aging at all. You can't even stop a farce like this. Perhaps you should step aside and let Minato take over. Hiruzen thought to himself, Danzo, how do you know I haven't considered that? However, he merely stated, do not misunderstand. My point is that as you age, you need not linger in the shadows. It would do you well to venture out and attend the weddings of the younger generation. Danzo paused, then realized. So you truly approve of this wedding and plan to attend? Do you understand Kushina's identity? Hiruzen looked at his old friend, suddenly realizing how naive he still was after all these years. Knowing her identity mattered little. What could he do about it? Danzo found himself at a loss for words. Kushina's status was indeed exceptional. Due to her connection to Mito Uzumaki, she represented the Senju clan. The Senju clan, in a sense, embodied the village. Given that Mito had recently passed, and during a time when the older generation felt her absence most acutely, daring to act against Kushina would jeopardize Hiruzen's position. Defeated, Danzo finally grumbled. If only I had controlled the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at that time and recruited Minato into the roots. Hiruzen wore a subtle smirk. Thinking, before Minato mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, would your roots have even wanted him? After he mastered it, could your roots have controlled him? Just like Obito. After mastering the Flying Thunder God, Danzo had already sought him out 3 times for his assistance. But was that feasible? A person who fully understood the will of fire, like Obito, should remain loyal to Minato. Noticing the unusual expression in his friend's eyes, Danzo snapped, Hiruzen, what are you thinking? Ultimately, he concluded, as for this wretched wedding, let those who wish to attend go. I, for one, will not. Hiruzen suddenly felt less sorrowful, realizing that someone was even more troubled. Minato had good relations with the leaders of various clans. Perhaps he would become the next generation's leader. Are you certain you want to attend? Danzo was furious. Hiruzen, you will regret this. This time, he did not give his old friend a chance to mock him. Bang! Danzo stormed out. Hiruzen gazed at the nearly broken door, shaking his head in resignation. It seems I will need to find someone to repair the door again. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, the invitation was delivered to Fugaku by Obito. Fugaku was taken aback. Obito, Minato is getting married at such a time? Even Fugaku felt it was inopportune. However, Obito smiled and said, Fugaku, Itachi is already 1 year old. Fugaku cleared his throat, but at this moment, with war. Obito interrupted Fugaku's words, inquiring, what about the war? Let them come. Who is afraid? At that moment, Fugaku recalled that Obito had not only awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan but had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He was uncertain of the extent of Obito's newfound strength. Thus, he chuckled, since you are confident, then there truly is no issue. Minato's wedding, Mikoto and I will attend punctually. Kushina's marriage brings joy to Mikoto as well. With that, Fugaku shifted his focus away from the wedding and instead posed another question. Obito, last time you requested a substantial sum of money from me. What exactly do you intend to do with it? It is by no means a trivial amount. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito shook his head and said, never mind, I can share this with you. Just remember to keep it confidential. This sum of money is intended to address the side effects of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but the method of resolution is rather delicate, particularly at this critical juncture. Therefore, we shall discuss it further once the war concludes. Fugaku was taken aback, as Obito continued to astonish him with one revelation after another, to the point of overwhelming him. Could such a modest amount truly mitigate the side effects of the Mangekyō? He suddenly felt it was worth it, immensely worthwhile. Indeed, his investments had never faltered. Obito, is the money sufficient? If not, I can provide you with another sum, also hidden within the clandestine funds of the Hidden Cat Village, which will go unnoticed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito rose to his feet, affirming, certainly, I have come primarily to deliver an invitation. I bid you farewell for now. With that, he departed. Upon returning to his dwelling, he unexpectedly encountered Shursui. Shursui, beaming with excitement, exclaimed, Obito-senpai, under your guidance, I have made significant progress with my body flicker technique. I have resolved the issue concerning the Sharingan's mark. As long as my chakra is sufficient, I should be able to execute this technique without any difficulty. Chapter 85. The body flicker technique of Shursui is gradually taking shape. Obito was taken aback. Although he had indeed provided considerable assistance to Shursui, the latter should have developed this technique even earlier than in his previous life. However, this progress was astonishingly swift, truly a delightful surprise for him. Without further ado, he seized Shursui and hurried to the Uchiha's specialized training ground. Previously, Obito could only train at the ordinary training field, but ever since he became an elder, his treatment had changed significantly. Initially, a small faction among the Uchiha's higher-ups had voiced their dissent regarding his elevation to elder status. But upon learning that Obito had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, such discontent had dissipated entirely. The training ground awaited. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito activated his Sharingan and observed for a while, exclaiming in astonishment. It appeared to be an ordinary clone, merely an illusion. However, what set it apart was the absence of the original body, which even the Sharingan could not discern. On the right, Shursui spoke with pride. My first battle with you, Obito-senpai, taught me the significance of deception. The Shursui in the center interjected. Thus, I employed my Sharingan Jinjutsu to conceal myself as well. The Shursui on the left continued. In this manner, the enemy is rendered incapable of making an accurate judgment and attacking my true form. Obito's lips curled into a faint smile. Interesting, Shursui. Come at me. I wish to see the extent of this technique. The three Shursui nodded in unison and launched their assault on Obito. The first Shursui swiftly approached him, delivering a powerful punch. This time, in order to test Shursui's technique, Obito refrained from employing any peculiar abilities and instead opted for a straightforward block. Bang! The two fists collided. At that moment, the second Shursui had already executed a flying kick toward him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Obito found the situation increasingly intriguing. In the next moment, his speed surged dramatically as he launched a surprise assault on what he had deduced to be the most likely physical clone of Shursui from their previous battle. This sudden attack caught his opponent completely off guard. With his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Obito's velocity had been honed to an extent surpassing that of his past life. His innate penchant for exploiting openings after an attack, coupled with his acute sense of timing, meant that when he moved, he did so with astonishing swiftness. Consequently, Shursui's clone was taken by surprise, unable to react in time as Obito's fist approached. However, his strike did not connect with a tangible target but instead passed through a mere illusion, striking nothing but empty air. At that moment, an indescribable sensation blossomed within Obito. Was this scene familiar to him? Indeed, it was all too familiar. He had once been the one to phase out of existence. He had not anticipated that the roles would so dramatically reverse. Shursui did not afford him a moment to recalibrate. As Obito's punch whiffed, the other two clones seized the opportunity to launch a simultaneous attack against him. Shursui surmised that Obito had exhausted his capacity to respond. Indeed, Obito swiftly discarded a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, his form abruptly vanishing from its previous location, only to reappear at his original starting point. Had he left the mark there from the very beginning? Shursui felt a twinge of regret as he recognized the troublesome nature of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet he also experienced a flicker of joy. Forcing Obito to employ such a technique indicated his progress. In contrast to their initial encounter, Shursui now possessed a clear understanding of the Flying Thunder God. He remained vigilant, fixated on the kunai suspended in the air where Obito had just departed. As anticipated, in the next instant, Obito's figure reemerged before the kunai. At that moment, Shursui's three clones were positioned closely together in a perfect line. Seizing the opportunity, Obito grasped the kunai and executed a sweeping strike from left to right. Unable to discern which clone was the real one, he resolved to attack all three simultaneously.